His journey in the world of Naruto began with nothing, until he encountered the team of Minato Namikaze. He traversed into this realm, only to find himself as an orphan in the land of water, devoid of lineage and systems, rendering his path as a ninja utterly blocked. In his moment of despair, the team of Minato took residence at his hot spring inn. Upon seeing the yellow flash before him, a bold plan began to take shape in his mind. Leveraging his avant-garde rhetoric and business acumen, he successfully persuaded the future 4th Hokage's team to escort him to Konoha for the price of a mere C-rank mission. This is not merely a tale of ninjutsu. It is a legend about how to utilize ninjas. Chapter 1. The outline of Hokage, the current signboard. Who understands the plight of family? You all truly evoke a sense of frustration. Being single in reality is one thing, but writing a novel without a harem? Why not just cut it out altogether? My book title is Pirates? No, I wish to become the Sea King. Isn't it only natural for a Sea King to tend to his fish? I am but a goblin, hidden in a dark corner, exuding a rotten aura. I don't smoke, drink, frequent nightclubs, or gamble. What's wrong with being a little reserved? The sky is falling. In a shadowy room, a goblin raged at the comments from the readers of his previous work, his emotions spilling forth in a mix of indignation and tears. What is wrong with a goblin seeking even a morsel of happiness while hiding in the shadows? His fury flared, and then subsided briefly. Let's move from pirates to ninjas this time. No lofty aspirations, just straightforward and brutal. Popular identities like Uchiha, with 7 out of 10 suffering from red-eye disease. The Sharingan feels like a cheat, and the Byakugan is merely a reflection of the mind. The conclusion is destined to be immortality, a harem, and world domination. The timeline. Wait, this hereditary bloodline, clan, seems similar to my previous work? Just focus on procreation, and the clan leader can swap pigs as they please? Find a secluded island far from the continent, even more distant from the land of water, or perhaps a hidden place like Mayaboka Mountain where no one goes, and simply breed, a numerical strategy for invincibility. Stay away from ninja villages, disguise as bandits, or hire them outright, abducting women from all corners of the world, even attacking overseas islands, slaughtering the men, and capturing the women to be sent over. With 100,000 women giving birth to 5 children each, that's a staggering 500,000 Uchihas. With the Uchiha clan's innate talents, how could they possibly fail? As long as they have the 3 Tomo, everyone could become a Konoha technician, master of illusions, and micromanaging expert. Is awakening the Sharingan difficult? Just employ illusions, or construct a Uchiha training tower specifically for awakening the Sharingan. How many members does the Ninja Alliance have? With 500,000 Uchihas, 6 can face one opponent? Even if they perish, they can still manifest the Mangekyo and contribute. However, we must also focus on ideological education to enhance family cohesion and unity. His fingers danced like phantoms, inspiration igniting in his mind like a constellation, leading to a merciless progression. Gather resources, build walls, bide time to claim kingship. This is not even strategy, but rather common sense. Though readers may label it as mindless and offer various critiques, he would honestly place a disclaimer at the beginning, but that was merely to guard against detractors. He still preferred to engage his intellect in crafting logical narratives. Though at times he may lose himself and forget to avoid plot holes. Sigh. Goodness, doesn't this make the original seem utterly foolish? Lacking even a shred of strategic thinking. As long as any bloodline clan births a mere 100 to 200,000, they could effortlessly conquer. These clan leaders are even worse than mere livestock, utterly foolish. Indeed, Oda, a mere manga artist, understands nothing about Naruto. Oh wait, did I curse the wrong person? It seems to be Kishimoto. Never mind, they're all the same. He, a mere manga artist, knows nothing about pirates either. I haven't even designed a golden finger yet. Those who frequently traverse into other worlds know. In this day and age, who embarks on such journeys without a golden finger? Whether a system or an exceptional talent, lacking any of that renders one no different than a wild child picked from a dumpster. It would be embarrassing to greet anyone outside. Is this a dimensional strike permissible? The readers won't lambaste me for lacking logic from the outset, will they? What ordinary person is just a waste? Fine, just like my previous work, let's jump directly to the recruitment segment. Uchiha recruitment, breeding stock. Unlimited recruitment, male, transmigrators requirements. No interest in modesty, no homosexuals, no infertility apply Vicog 6. Unlimited recruitment, female transmigrators requirements. Enjoy modesty. Disinterest and modesty need not apply. Apply Vico 9. Rewards. Eternal Mangekyo, customizable left and right eye techniques. After all, a reflection of the mind. A sacred land. Establish your unique crystal sanctuary or crane control sanctuary, unlocking your ancestral legacy. Warning. Lowly and Shota, but with love and education. Taking in lonely little souls is not without merit. To the esteemed readers, parents, Vimi 50, and when my younger brother conquers the world and masters the divine tree, I will share its fruits with everyone. Shippuden divine, tree chakra fruits, immortal and unending, can only be sealed, not the junk of Boruto's world. Father, did you hear that? I seek your support. If all else fails, a gentle pat on the head. Chapter 2, the Minato team. When I typed this symbol, it was not I who had the problem, but rather I believed you had one. No, it is this world that is flawed. Good grief, did a dump truck just fly by on the 23rd floor? Is this right? Blinking in confusion, he gazed at the steam rising before him, the smooth pebbles glistening beneath the water surface. A hot spring outdoors. Gazing into the water, he noted, he possessed half the charm of the readers, standing by with an open yukata, revealing a faint hint of 8-pack abs. Goodness, Naruto, why not send me to the pirates? I concluded the last one, allowing me to validate it in practice. Ninja is one thing, but this feels too easy. Don't even mention the Uchiha clan. None of the villagers are here. At least grant me a village identity. Am I stuck with respawn after death, the kind without any save data? Where's my universal brother? Rinnegan or rebirth I wouldn't be picky. Isn't this a bit hasty? Shuain Tianquan, 18 years old, owner of a guest house in the land of water. Reflecting on his memories, he felt utterly bewildered. A classic case of having lost both parents, yet not a ninja, leaving behind no unparalleled secrets, not even an introductory manual. This beginning assuredly severed any ties to the world of ninjas. If you're not a villager, who would play with you? Not even the dogs would acknowledge you. Even if his father had graciously bestowed upon him a chakra extraction technique, he wouldn't comprehend it. He was self-aware enough to know that had he possessed the talent for self-learning, he would have long since mastered advanced mathematics, crafting nuclear bombs with ease. And yet here he was, struggling to write modest tales. He would certainly be engaged in that daily. Hey, is the boss around? We wish to stay. A cacophony of shouting erupted from outside. The floor still bears the traces of fresh cleaning. It has just been tidied up. A cold, white-haired man with half his face masked observed meticulously. Today, we can finally rest well, a girl with 2 purple markings on her face exclaimed joyfully. It is said that the proprietors of such hot spring inns are particularly fond of peeping, especially sneaking into young girls' rooms at night to engage in peculiar activities. I shall keep watch for you, ensuring that no one intrudes. With a wind-blocking eye mask, the spirited and exuberant youth gazed at the girl with a face full of anticipation mixed with sweet affection. The one you should be wary of is you, Obito. Rin cast a disdainful glance at him. Haha. Obito scratched his head, grinning foolishly. You all have worked hard in the wilderness these past few days. Let us rest well tonight. The gentle, golden-haired boy, resembling a warm sun, smiled. Here they come. Shuin Tenkai approached. Konoha ninjas? Noticing the forehead protectors on their heads and their distinctive appearances, he immediately recalled their identities and established a rough timeline. Wow, what an impressive physique. Sorry, but we need a rest. Do you have any rooms available? Rin's eyes brightened with delight. How many rooms do you require? One room is 1,500 ryo per day, with free access to the hot springs and meals included, Tenkai replied, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. 2 rooms will suffice. Kakashi and Obito can share one, while Rin takes the other, Minato decided, showing consideration for the girls, avoiding mixed-gender accommodations. Thank you so much, Minato-sensei, Rin exclaimed with joy. All right, please follow me. Meal preparation will take an hour, so you may soak in the hot springs and relax in the meantime. I will call you when everything is ready. Shuin Tenkai led them inside. Boss, we can manage on our own. You may attend to your duties, Minato said as he took the bedding. Very well. Shuin Tenkai nodded and made his way to the kitchen, without indulging in any peeping as Obito had suggested. He had wished to launch a surprise attack reminiscent of goblin tales, but regrettably, the disparity in strength was too great. At least I got to see Kakashi's true appearance. During dinner, Tenkai also caught a glimpse of Kakashi's visage. He was somewhat of a strikingly aloof lad, though he paled in comparison to the esteemed reader before him. "Boss, are you the only one here?" Rin inquired curiously after finishing her meal. "My parents passed away during the last ninja war," Tenkai replied casually. "Oh, my apologies." Rin felt a pang of guilt, akin to a child who had committed a misdeed. "It matters not. It has been so long. Are you on a mission or returning home? If returning, may I accompany you to Konoha? I wish to go as well," Tenkai suddenly proposed. "We receive a request to escort us back to Konoha. It's a free mission." Obito and Rin looked at Minato with surprise. "Do you have business in Konoha, Tenkai?" Minato inquired. "I intend to conduct business in Konoha, as it is quite convenient to issue requests at any time. Of course, I can issue a request. You simply need to ensure my safe passage to Konoha." Tenkai clarified that he was not seeking a free ride. Requests are certainly welcome. Konoha embraces anyone who wishes to join. Although there are no rogue ninjas or bandits targeting us, cross-border escort missions carry the risk of injury for the executors, thus categorizing it as a C-rank request, costing 50,000 Ryo. Minato flashed a charming smile at Tenkai, radiating warmth and approachability. "Considering it's along the way, wouldn't 50,000 Ryo be excessive? How about 10,000? Tenkai began to negotiate. While it is indeed on the way, encountering mountain bandits may lead to conflict and injuries. Moreover, we must also consider your pace, which complicates matters," Minato replied, his expression troubled, as this sunny and gentle soul was not particularly skilled in bargaining. "How can a simple journey be valued so? Would you not return to Konoha if I didn't issue a request?" Tenkai countered. "While that may be true still," Rin felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. "You little ninjas lack awareness. This isn't merely about the journey. This is an investment. It is about stimulating the economy of Konoha and showcasing the village's warm and sincere attitude to the entire ninja world. When flowers bloom, butterflies come. When you shine, destiny will arrange itself. The more people there are, the more likely they will be drawn to Konoha, reflecting the trust people have in the village. How can you only focus on immediate interests? Do you undertake missions solely for money? Vulgar, mediocre, lacking ambition." Tenkai earnestly patted Rin's shoulder, lamenting her lack of awareness as a young ninja. "You're simply trying to haggle," Rin replied, her expression exasperated. "My ambition is to become Hokage. How could I allow mundane matters to corrupt my spirit?" Obito exclaimed passionately, jumping up to assert his stance. "When flowers bloom, butterflies come. When you shine, destiny will arrange itself. In terms of eloquence, I would deem you the strongest." Even Minato was taken aback, his own naming skills feeling somewhat inferior. Kakashi looked at Tenkai with surprise as well. "It seems you all understand the significance of this mission. Very well. Tomorrow morning, I shall sell the hot spring inn and accompany you to Konoha for business. I am committing all my assets." Tenkai handed over a 10,000 Ryo bill. "Konoha welcomes your arrival." Minato felt honored. Tenkai nodded in satisfaction. For Minato and the others, they merely needed to complete the task. Tenkai had far more to contemplate. Chapter 3. The Task. Assassination. Grandfather, the position of head of the Human Resources Department has remained vacant for quite some time. Why not grant me an opportunity to demonstrate my capabilities? The alluring and voluptuous Jean Meiting, age 28, stepped forward. Her tall stature exuded a mature and enchanting aura. "You are my daughter, so of course you may. However, many have their sights set on this position. If you can satisfy everyone present, I shall bestow this role upon you." The chairman, in his 80s and marked by age spots, gazed with a wicked glimmer in his eyes, revealing a sinister smile. "Everyone." Jean Meiting's complexion paled. Surely no one could endure such a crowd. "Chairman, that hot spring proprietor approached us again, stating he has agreed to sell." A subordinate entered to report. At this moment, "Very well, let him in." The chairman frowned, then turned his intense gaze back to Meiting, as if he wished to consume her whole. "They are your father's confidants, company executives, and personal bodyguards. You must cultivate their loyalty." "Ha ha. Can a mere 10 or so satisfy their appetites?" They cackled, their faces twisted with depravity. "It seems not only them, but you as well, grandfather." Meiting retorted mockingly. "Meiting, I implore you." A nearby man gritted his teeth, unwilling to resist. "Look at your pitiful state. How can you expect to inherit the family business and earn everyone's respect as a mere woman?" The chairman scolded vehemently. "Chairman, rather than placing the inept son in charge, why not choose Jean Meiting? She possesses far greater resolve," suggested a subordinate. Meiting, I shall rely on you in the future. The pale-faced man, terrified, only incited further laughter from the crowd, their gazes on Jean, Meiting growing increasingly fervent. What is their connection? The bewildered Dato wondered. Surely, many will perish. Lin could hardly believe it. If my understanding is correct, this is certainly reminiscent of the islands, she pondered. By the way, am I able to join the queue now? Tianquan was equally astonished. How could the subordinate remain unaffected by such a spectacle? It's even more exhilarating than a paradise of intimacy. Kakashi was astounded, having never witnessed such a shocking scene, as if a new world had been unveiled before him. The world of ninjas is indeed filled with bizarre occurrences, Minato, feeling awkward, noted as he observed the thrilling sights. Seeing them preoccupied, Tianquan and the others refrained from interrupting, utterly captivated. At this moment, he spoke, capturing everyone's attention. Chairman, I intend to leave the land of hot springs for the land of fire to conduct business. I plan to sell the hot spring inn to cover my travel expenses. Tianquan stated candidly. You previously refused my offer to purchase, insisting that it was an heirloom not to be sold. Very well. I shall act as a benevolent benefactor and offer you a flat price of 300,000. The chairman's mind stirred, sensing urgency. Last time, it was over 3 million. Now you offer 10 times less. Even if I were eager to buy, I am not the only potential buyer. If you lack sincerity, I shall seek others, Tianquan protested. 30,000 is already generous. Stop haggling and take the money, shouted a group of thugs nearby, their scarred faces twisted in malicious grins, ready to tear him apart. There is no such thing as coercive sales. You are truly bullying us. Lin defended. Minato remained silent, merely executing his mission without involving himself in the business matters. Patience will yield tranquility. 300,000 will suffice. Tianquan relented, his mind racing. Ha ha ha, useless fool. They mocked, growing ever more audacious. Tianquan remained silent, unable to suppress a smirk. This was the excuse they provided him. Take the money and leave promptly. Do not disrupt our affairs. They ordered, shoving the money toward Tianquan to hasten his exit. Tianquan took the money and departed, while the others showed no interest in him, barely sparing him a glance. What are you waiting for, Jean Meiting? Your father has longed for you. The chairman urged. You, the useless one, stand by and watch. Jean Meiting surveyed the room, particularly eyeing her feeble husband, her resolve hardening. Once I become chairman, all of you shall perish. Just then, the door burst open with a resounding crash. Forgive my intrusion, but 300,000 is still unacceptable. Tianquan's chilling gaze swept the room as he strode past Jean Meiting, inching closer to the chairman. Minato followed closely behind, ensuring safety. As Tianquan advanced, 3 invisible shadows flickered, accompanied by splatters of blood, as one after another fell lifelessly to the ground without resistance. What transpired? Ninjas? Could it be those few ninjas from before? The terror of death jolted them awake, and all lewd thoughts vanished as they fled in a frenzy, their earlier vows of loyalty now sounding like a cruel joke, each fleeing faster than the last. Come back. I welcomed you with my daughter, and you dare abandon me? The chairman screamed in horror. To expect loyalty from those who have no ambition is folly, Tianquan mocked as he approached him. You are too close. Do you think I can be toyed with? The chairman suddenly drew his sword, aiming for Tianquan. Yet at that moment, a kunai shot forth, piercing his wrist and causing his blade to clatter to the ground. The chairman howled in agony. You underestimated us ninjas, fool, Dato taunted. Kakashi, Lin, and Dato swiftly approached, dispatching all enemies within mere seconds, leaving a trail of lifeless bodies in their wake. Though a few from the Hot Springs village were present, they paled in comparison to Kakashi's brilliance as a middle-level ninja. Can I now have the remainder? I merely seek a fair price, Tianquan inquired. You killed so many for just 300,000. The chairman's eyes bulged in disbelief. Would you have paid otherwise? Show me where you keep the money, Tianquan replied, expressionless. Damn it, follow me. But you must promise to spare me once I hand you the money. The chairman's forehead bulged with veins, barely suppressing his murderous intent. I assure you, Tianquan smirked. The chairman gritted his teeth, but had no choice but to trust him. He moved aside a tatami mat, revealing a hidden suitcase brimming with an unknown sum. Extracting 3 million to hand over to Tianquan. Tianquan accepted it, only to return it to the suitcase, then hoisted the suitcase with a soft chuckle. My inn with the hot springs and the back mountain. This should suffice. Your old, dilapidated inn. The chairman blurted out. only to swallow his words when he noticed the surrounding ninjas. I've handed over the money. Can I now be released? The hotel matter is resolved. But what of my compensation for emotional distress? The laborious fees for my efforts? The educational fees to teach you how to conduct yourself properly? If we cannot settle this, I shall have them skin you alive for my satisfaction. Tianquan's gaze turned menacing, clearly intending to exploit the situation. Skinning is rather excessive, Lin shivered. Minato offered a wry smile, but refrained from arguing. At this point, the chairman had lost his temper and could only produce another hidden suitcase. This is all I have. If you require more, I must sell off my assets, which will take time. You truly did not expect this, did you? Tianquan laughed lightly, dragging 2 suitcases as he turned to leave. Now you regret bullying me, don't you? Lin teased, following closely behind Tianquan. The chairman's forehead throbbed, and he took a deep breath, suppressing his urge to curse. After he narrowly escaped this calamity, observe how the blood splatters as the elderly man of over 80 years clutches his neck and collapses to the ground, his eyes filled with resentment. Kakashi, what are you doing? Didn't he say to spare him? Obito was taken aback. Our mission is to eliminate and incinerate everything. The client did not instruct us to modify the task, Kakashi replied coldly. He then wiped the blood from his blade, maintaining an impassive demeanor throughout the ordeal. Soon, flames erupted around the villa, consuming everything in their path. Tianquan glanced over, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He refrained from asking for help at that moment, as he was unfamiliar with Minato and the others. Why would they assist him? If they wished to help, they would do so without prompting. Moral coercion would be absurd. However, upon exiting, he immediately issued a commission. Since it was a task, it had no ties to personal sentiments. It was a duty that must be fulfilled. The act of killing and arson, with guards and lower ninjas protecting the target, was classified as a B-level extermination mission. A reward of 200,000 Rio would suffice. Wait, are you just taking the money like that? Jean Meiting, in her high heels, stood in front of Tianquan. So you intend to die alongside him? Tianquan's gaze was cold and piercing. No, I meant to say, take me with you. Chapter 4. The female perspective on Hokage ninjas are elite assassins and spies trained by specialized institutions. Much like the code of Bushido followed by samurai, they adhere to a set of proud behavioral norms, deeply ingrained in their psyche. Once one becomes their client, they assume the role of a commanding superior, and the ninjas demonstrate their respect with a humble demeanor. Even Zabuza, the rogue ninja from the village hidden in the mist, remained silent in the face of Kaido's insolence. After Haku's death and subsequent humiliation, they both perished together. Ninja villages exhibit unwavering loyalty to powerless feudal lords, almost like dogs, to the extent that even the position of Hokage requires the approval of the daimyo. To wield power without holding authority, or even wealth, is perplexing, akin to the narratives found in women's literature. It seems that love is indeed pervasive in this world, with tales of Naruto and Sasuke, Madara and Hashirama, Kakashi and others. Under the moonlight, amidst the rising mist, Tianquan returned to his inn, soaking in the hot spring while contemplating life. He never intended to sell the hot spring inn, nor did he merely seek 3 million Rio. He desired more. However, without a valid excuse, wouldn't it seem like a blatant robbery? This would greatly diminish his image in the eyes of Minato and the others, and he couldn't ascertain whether such an honorable ninja would accept. Moreover, this plan was fundamentally rooted in the martial prowess of ninjas. It was reasonable to distribute wealth, but had he contributed in any way? This could be seen as a test for the ninjas, rather than a mere engagement with anime and manga. Logically, possessing power would negate the need to undertake tasks. Simply seizing it would be much simpler. I could place a blade to your throat. Will you hand over the money or not? Even the most obstinate would yield when faced with life-threatening circumstances. To gain power, one must recognize the strength of their position. Bring it forth. You have a beautiful wife. I do not consume beef. I wish to protect my planet. While one can understand the notion of heroism in safeguarding the world, the utter humility of serving as a beast is far too abstract. Thus, he resolved to undertake the next mission to truly comprehend the mindset of ninjas and how to engage with them moving forward. Through this commission, he had already determined his future direction. The sound of water rippled as Tianquan opened his eyes to see Jean Meiting entering the hot spring, directly approaching him for a shared bath. She wore only an exceedingly thin towel, barely reaching her hips. Her honeyed waist and voluptuous curves were displayed unabashedly before him. while her long legs and smooth muscle definition resembled a flawless piece of art. Each inch of her skin glistened with health and vitality, enhanced by her elegant features and stylish violet waves of hair, radiating charm. I originally intended to gain the old man's trust, and, once I became the president, eliminate everyone present today to cultivate my own faction. I never anticipated his sudden demise, nor that you would seize the funds. Jean Mating stretched luxuriously beside him, showing no signs of grief over her kin's death, nor any girlish modesty, boldly presenting herself before Tianquan. What do you mean by wanting to leave with me? Tianquan observed her beauty with appreciation. Aren't you going to the land of fire to conduct business? Rather than remaining here for others to enjoy, why not leave with you? Jean Mating smirked, her lips curling. Do you truly believe I am capable of achieving something significant? Tianquan inquired, intrigued. In this brutal world, enduring hardship is futile. Only by devouring others can one rise above. It is far more reliable than my ineffectual husband, Jean Mating asserted. Devouring others? In a savage era, one must resort to brutal means to amass primitive capital. Tianquan chuckled lightly, showing no remorse for the act of killing. In his previous world, he would have never dared to tread into the dark or gray realms of society. No, those paths were entirely blocked. Yet in this world of crumbling order, extraordinary power could ignite any man's blood, awakening desires and ambitions. Let alone murder. What was the harm in floating corpses across the rivers? Tianquan regarded her candidly. I indeed require some confidence to handle matters unsuitable for ninjas, yet you must demonstrate loyalty. How about this? Jean Mating opened her towel, taking the initiative. To possess the determination to ascend at any cost does not necessarily prove anything. Tianquan did not refuse. He merely sat there, soaking in the hot spring. Then I shall have to prove myself gradually in the future, Jean Mating replied, her gaze alluring. Amidst the mist, shadows danced in the moonlight, revealing outlines that only faintly emerged. The dog-turtle man lurked at a distance, witnessing the intertwining figures, overwhelmed with disbelief. I can't believe you two got together so quickly. This is outrageous, Lin exclaimed, casting incredulous glances at Tianquan and Jean Mating, then sweeping her gaze at the lurking dog-turtle man. He slaughtered your entire family, your grandfather? Your father as well. Obito stammered, pointing at Tianquan. Let them die. I had intended to kill them myself, Jean Mating replied nonchalantly. The female protagonist's identity became a tangled web. Last night, she had engaged with the murderer of her father, while her cowardly husband hid in the shadows. Peeping, a scenario far more thrilling than a paradise of intimacy. Kakashi, the bashful young man, gazed at Tianquan with admiration, suddenly realizing that the so-called paradise of intimacy was merely a mundane beginning, a trivial romantic tale lacking substance. What are you, a brooding man, thinking about? Obito scoffed, his eyes resembling those of a dead fish. Tianquan, are you prepared? We are departing for Konoha, Lin reminded him. Just bring these 2 suitcases of money. Everything else is inconsequential, Tianquan said as he lifted the 2 suitcases. The mission was to seek justice, yet it demanded such a fortune. And you even abducted someone's daughter, Lin remarked, her lips twitching at the sight of the hefty cases. Isn't it a waste not to take it? For instance, let me carry it to Konoha, Tianquan chuckled lightly, internally acknowledging that he was merely exercising the power derived from strength. Meanwhile, Minato and the other ninjas saw nothing amiss. Tianquan retrieved his losses along with compensation for mental anguish. As for them, they were merely executing a mission. What did it have to do with them? Mating. Do not abandon me, the dog-turtle man pleaded, trailing behind. The Tomb of Water? The surname belongs to the owner of Tianquan, right? Shuain Tianquan had not ventured far when Obito and Rin discovered a grave by the roadside. Shuain Tianquan also took notice, releasing his embrace of the alluring Mating and walking over with a somber expression. Is this your parents' grave? Rin inquired, glancing at Tianquan. The departure this time might extend for a considerable duration. Kakashi and Obito also felt a heaviness in their hearts. In the world of ninjas, it is common for acquaintances to meet untimely ends, whether through war, missions, or inexplicable disappearances. This sentiment is easily comprehensible. That night, there were too many people. I couldn't see who it was. Everything happened too swiftly. To avenge you, I have no hope in this lifetime. If I cannot seek vengeance, how can I face you as your son? Shuain Tianquan felt a wave of guilt. After all, he occupied another's identity, yet could not even settle a score. His expression hardened, and he drew a kunai from Rin's leg, swinging it towards the back of his head. Stop! Rin urgently reached out to prevent him, but was left dumbfounded the next moment. If I have no face to remain your son, then from this moment forth, let us sever our ties. As he spoke, Tianquan severed the black hair from the back of his head, leaving without a backward glance, henceforth free from burdens. Original self, may your grudge fade away with this black hair carried off by the wind. The original host gazed at the strands of black hair fluttering in the wind, landing upon the grave, while Kakashi and the others stood frozen in place, the wind tousling their hair. Is severing ties the only way when revenge is unattainable? Rin stared blankly, utterly stunned. Chapter 5. Konoha had arrived. Wolfing Shuemin halted his steps, and Kakashi, Obito, and Rin followed suit. A stone-paved road stretched ahead, leading to two grand open gates, with pedestrians coming and going. Finally here, carrying it all the way was exhausting. Obito dropped the dog turtle man, bending over, panting. It's bigger than my head. Only Tsunade-sama could compare. Rin set down Jean Meiting, her head caught between two large coconuts, her hands sinking into the flesh, causing her to blush as a girl. You've worked hard. Jean Meiting nodded with a gentle smile, exuding charm. Kakashi casually placed Tianquan on the ground. Such a burden was hardly taxing for him. Here are the items from the Tianquan owner. Wolfing Shuemin returned 2 large boxes. The abilities of ninjas are truly remarkable, completely unfettered by terrain. If I had to carry 2 boxes that far, I would likely perish on the road. The mission was completed satisfactorily. I will treat you all to a meal later. Tianquan accepted the boxes, realizing that the fatigue from the journey outweighed the time spent arriving. So he let Obito and the others carry on. Can we? I want to eat barbecued meat. Obito immediately perked up. You're treating us? Rin's eyes brightened. No problem, no problem. We can go when there's time, Tianquan casually promised. Thank you so much. Konoha's barbecue is super expensive. Rin exclaimed, her spirit vibrant. Shuemin is back. Who are they? Several Konoha chunin at the gate waved. In Konoha, Wolfing Shuemin held considerable fame, not only as Jiraiya's disciple, but also due to his own sunny and charismatic nature. They are merchants from the land of soup, whom I met while returning from a mission. They wish to conduct business in Konoha. Wolfing Shuemin introduced. Welcome. Please come this way to register. The gate chunin warmly invited. All right, Tianquan nodded in agreement. Name, age, identity, purpose, ninja status. They inquired with straightforward questions that were not particularly stringent. Though Konoha is termed a village, it is equivalent to a town in this world, naturally welcoming outsiders, merchant caravans, and clients. Spies. The sensory barrier of Konoha is no joke. Not to mention the Uchiha police force. Anyone arriving would be courting disaster. As a great ninja village with tens of thousands of ninjas, allowing disturbances to arise would be a grave underestimation of the hidden villages. She is my assistant in various aspects of life and work, Jean Meiting, Tianquan stated simultaneously. And him? He came with you, right? The registering chunin asked, looking at the dog turtle man. He is. Tianquan pondered how to explain, but Jean Meiting interjected. He is my husband, a shameless and pathetic man who followed me. Is this so stimulating? Obito's mouth involuntarily opened wide. You're treating others like toys, Kakashi remarked, feeling the excitement. Can't you hide your identities a bit? Pretend to be a couple or something. You're not even trying to conceal it. Rin felt embarrassed for the dog turtle man. Wolfing Shuemin scratched his head, pondering how such a good man could end up like this. The dog turtle man lowered his head in utter humility, not uttering a word. If you can't accept this, you can leave, Tianquan grinned, relishing the thrill, his hand resting possessively on Meiting. This one has thunder where it counts and curves in all the right places. She is a sensuous and captivating woman. Though she is someone else's wife, the scenario is quite the spectacle. Registration is complete. You may enter Konoha. Typically, it is ninjas and spies that hide their identities. Who would have thought one could play with identities in such a manner? The ninjas observed the dog turtle man with a complex mindset, enviously eyeing Tianquan. Not only did he openly embrace another's wife, but he was also being pursued by her. What a brazen display. The envy and resentment were palpable. Tianquan, what are your plans upon coming all the way from the land of soup to Konoha? Rin asked as they entered. What I specifically intend to do will depend on future decisions. Why do you care? Tianquan surveyed his surroundings. Who cares about you, you despicable pervert? No one would want to do business with you. Rin shot back venomously. Kakashi, Obito, Rin, follow me to the Hokage building to report the mission, Wolfing Shuemin instructed. Take me along too. I need to submit a request as well, Tianquan said. Tianquan, you're already looking to submit a request so soon? Have you decided what to do? Wolfing Shuimin was surprised. I've been considering it all the way, and I have other requests, S-rank ones. Tianquan chuckled lightly. S-rank. The three children's eyes lit up instantly. We completed your requests perfectly. With me around, you can confidently assign us S-ranks. Obito boasted confidently. You already have so much money. Do you have any advanced requests we could handle? Rin looked at him, intrigued. Rest assured, I will definitely find many requests for Konoha. In the future, I will assign Rin to be responsible for my security, with an S-rank request every day. The task will be to ensure my well-being each day. Tianquan opened his mouth, presenting a grand vision. An S-rank request every day. Rin was skeptical, but her heart raced with excitement. Completing an S-rank request every day would amount to 360 requests a year. Wouldn't that make me the ninja with the most S-rank completions? Everyone would have to address me as Lord Obito. At that point, even the Hokage would have to be impressed and step aside, allowing me to take the position of Hokage. Obito's imagination soared as he envisioned his glorious future. Fool, Tianquan said that has nothing to do with Rin. Kakashi remarked with his deadpan expression. Huh, aren't we together with Rin? Are we separating from her? Obito was taken aback. Wolfing Shuimin shook his head, gazing at the three lively and adorable students, a warm feeling washing over him as the sunlight bathed them. Chapter 6. S-rank request. Shuimin had returned. Who are they? The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, looked towards Tianquan and the others. As the village chief, though he managed trivial matters, they were merely the concerns of a ninja, and he had little time to attend to the mundane issues of ordinary folk. I am Mizuki Tenkin, a merchant from the land of soup. When the Watergate team stopped at my inn for a respite, I was inspired to accompany them to Konoha for trade and to submit a commission. The 3 commissions I completed along the way were executed splendidly, especially by these 3 young ninjas, who, despite their youth, demonstrated remarkable efficiency that far exceeded my expectations. They neither complained of hardship nor fatigue, fulfilling the commissions to the letter and leaving me with an excellent impression of Konoha. They were truly exceptional. Tenkin took the initiative to introduce himself, and, as a merchant and party to the commission, he lavished praise on them. The excitement was palpable. Obito was thrilled, and Rin's fondness for Tenkin grew immensely, their efforts acknowledged, which also caught the attention of the Hokage. It was a delightful taste of sweet reward following hardship. They were all outstanding children, and in due time, they would be able to stand on their own. Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a smile, and Rin's face glowed with joy. They had received praise from the Hokage. Obito was jubilant, leaping with excitement, while Kakashi maintained his stoic demeanor, though a slight smile graced his lips. Namikaze Minato shared a knowing smile, proud of his student's acknowledgement. Tenkin nodded in approval, pleased that hard work had been rewarded, the team leader recognized, and the unit's leadership acknowledged. All while he saved money. A win-win situation indeed. However, their diligence did not imply that others would follow suit. If the upcoming commissions failed to meet my expectations, I would not hesitate to reprimand them, Tenkin asserted with newfound seriousness. The tasks were absolute, even at the cost of their lives. They would fulfill the commissions entrusted to them. Sarutobi Hiruzen solemnly assured him. Tenkin nodded with satisfaction. For the sake of the mission, even life itself was expendable. Kakashi's gaze darkened. Minato noticed, but was at a loss for words, for that was the reality of being a ninja. Since the Hokage had assured him, I felt reassured. My commission was of S rank, requiring 3 jonin skilled in earth release. Tenkin hesitated, reluctant to disclose the full details, for it would unveil his intentions. S rank, 3 jonin. What precisely is the task? Rest assured, any commission undertaken will be kept confidential. There is no need to worry about leaks, Hiruzen responded, understanding Tenkin's concerns. Given my assurance, it is certain that this mission does not involve combat and poses no danger. The task lies within the land of fire, purely commercial in nature. However, it encompasses numerous tasks of varied nature, aptly categorized as higher-level miscellaneous work, such as bridge construction, land clearing, and mining. In essence, it entails relocating wherever needed. Yet, Tenkin withheld further details, as he deftly navigated the situation, maintaining control over the dialogue. Bridge construction? Land clearing? Mining? Do not insult the prestige of an S-rank mission with such mundane tasks. Obito exclaimed, incensed, feeling utterly belittled. Is this truly an S-rank commission? Rin added in dismay. In truth, S-rank commissions vary widely and are largely dependent on the client's perspective, Minato noted with a smile. You can issue such a commission if you wish. It has been done before. However, I must remind you that if there is any combat involved or if it poses a risk to the ninjas, the mission will be terminated immediately. Moreover, S-rank commissions start at a minimum of 1 million ryo, and you are requesting 3 jonin. Hiruzen did not delve deeper. Assassinations, espionage, and other clandestine activities are numerous, and thus he saw no need to pursue the matter further. Purely commercial, devoid of peril. The commission fee for 1 jonin is 3 million ryo a month. Should the work be satisfactory, a yearly contract is on the table, but confidentiality is paramount, Tenkin proposed. A yearly contract? How intriguing. Rest assured, confidentiality is fundamental for ninjas executing missions. It can even extend to me as Hokage, with no need for mission reports. Hiruzen replied with a smile. Even if a jonin were lucky to secure an S-rank mission in a month, arranging 3 at once would amount to 9 million ryo. Tenkin nodded. The true purpose of confidentiality is merely to limit widespread knowledge, not to keep Sarutobi in the dark. After all, what a profit. One could simply seize it by force with ninja power, yet they choose to toil in laborious tasks, their professional ethics far exceeding mere credibility. It seemed less challenging than the previous B-rank mission, Rin observed. Your commission is a discredit to S-rank missions, Obito muttered, his frustration mounting. The essence of this task lies in its secrecy. None would know its specific contents. Perhaps it is not as simple as we assume, Kakashi pondered. Meanwhile, the golden-haired attendant behind Tenkin regarded him with curiosity, wondering what his true intentions were. Ignoring the idle chatter, Tenkin proceeded to submit the second S-rank commission. Another S-rank? The group reacted with intrigue. On my journey, I observed these young ninjas moving with astonishing speed, exuberantly reveling in the thrill of the wind against their faces. A blissful experience. They darted through fields and treetops with such ease, even standing inverted on trees without faltering. My commission is to acquire this ability, Tenkin declared, weaving a tale based on prior experiences to convey to Hiruzen his desire to learn the art of chakra. He did not explicitly mention the existence of such power, as if unaware of it. That is chakra, the fundamental skill of ninjas for climbing trees and walking on water. Such a simple task I can teach you. Obito responded proudly. Do you wish to become a ninja, Tenkin? Rin inquired with curiosity. Not quite. I merely desire to possess such abilities. Ideally, I would like to fly like a bird, soaring through the skies, even above the clouds. I would not mind spending a great deal of money. Quite a lot. Tenkin elucidated. Become a ninja? What folly. To be a ninja means to heed the Hokage's commands, to do as ordered, ultimately a mere tool. Yet, at present, he was the client, the party issuing the commission, and even the Hokage must treat him with the utmost respect. Hadn't Sarutobi previously mentioned it? To express such sentiments before the ninjas. Ninjas sacrifice for missions, and as the client issuing the commission, it was akin to them pledging their lives for his cause. One would have to be a fool to consider becoming a ninja. Throughout the journey, Tenkin marveled at the abilities of the ninjas. Minato remarked, Hokage Sarutobi. Such a commission is somewhat difficult. Chakra is a closely guarded secret of each village, and any leak could pose a significant security threat. An A-rank commission for 300,000 ryo, Tenkin stated. Hiruzen blinked in surprise, but continued, only ninjas can master chakra. Before he could elaborate, Tenkin interjected decisively. 50,000 ryo. This was not merely a matter of money. Ninjas are the cornerstone of each village. S-rank commission, 1 million ryo. Tenkin elevated the offer to S-rank. Cough. Cough what? The smoke from his pipe caught Hiruzen off guard, his eyes widening in disbelief. An S-rank commission? Obito and Rin were equally astonished. Kakashi froze. Taken aback. Such missions were meant for jonin, fraught with tremendous danger. This meant that even these lower-ranked ninjas could not handle an S-rank mission. To satisfy his curiosity, Tenkin was indeed generous, raising the commission to S-rank. Minato was astonished. I may not comprehend the intricacies of ninjutsu, yet I hold it in high regard. Apart from Konoha, I believe that a Wagakure, Sunagakure, Kirigakure, Kumogakure, and even the wandering ninjas from minor nations should be capable of fulfilling this task. Tianquan respectfully met Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze. Ahem. It appears there has been a misunderstanding, esteemed Tianquan. What I intended to convey is that Konoha extends a warm welcome to every client and will certainly meet all requirements. My primary concern is that you might find it tedious after a few days of instruction and subsequently lose interest. How would we account for that? Sarutobi Hiruzen hastily stood to explain, fearing misinterpretation. This is an S-rank mission. Do you realize we only accept a handful of such assignments each year? Furthermore, this task does not involve the assassination of prominent figures from enemy nations, nor does it require infiltrating other hidden villages to steal classified documents, let alone engaging in perilous endeavors. It merely entails teaching chakra control, an endeavor devoid of any risk. How enticing. Well, you do raise a valid point. Allow me to propose this. If I voluntarily forego the mission or if I have ample time for instruction yet fail to engage, that will be my own issue, and the assignment can be deemed complete. Tianquan nodded thoughtfully. However, I must also mention, what if you do not teach diligently, deliberately testing my patience and hindering my progress? Konoha would never resort to such tactics. If you remain apprehensive, we can stipulate that successful learning is the condition for task completion, and this must occur within 6 months. After all, the sooner you grasp the material, the sooner the assignment will be completed. Sarutobi Hiruzen displayed remarkable enthusiasm. Ninjas typically do not harbor such concerns for their clients, instead pondering who would be best suited for the task and how to expedite its completion. Truly, Konoha is a village of great trustworthiness. Let the third Hokage make the arrangements, but do not assign me any incompetent instructors who merely fumble around. Tianquan was now satisfied. What do you mean by incompetent instructors? Do we require such methods to learn chakra control? Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared taken aback. What I meant is that the ninja assigned to teach me should be exceptionally skilled, yet lack the ability to instruct. Tianquan clarified. This is 10 million. Ensure that the Earth-style ninja you provide is proficient in their craft. They need not be combat ready. Tianquan emphasized, retrieving a suitcase containing 10 million and displaying it prominently on the Hokage's desk, creating quite an impressive sight. Rest assured, if you are dissatisfied, you may request a replacement. Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile widened. Choose me. I can teach you everything you wish to learn. It's merely tree climbing and water walking. Obito excitedly positioned himself in front. I achieved full marks in both theory and practice at the Ninja Academy. Rin equally enthusiastically volunteered. What is this S-rank mission that feels so trivial? It is, in fact, the most valuable S-rank assignment. My contemporaries are merely stuck in C rank, while we have already attained S rank. Enough of this. This is an S rank task. You should all train for another 2.5 years. Tianquan departed the Hokage's office. What? Do not underestimate others. Obito exclaimed in frustration. Tianquan paid no heed to Obito and the others, departing without mentioning any desire to join Konoha as a ninja. His relationship with Team Minato was strictly that of a client and a ninja, devoid of any camaraderie. To suggest joining Konoha directly would imply espionage. Especially with an impending war, it would be simpler to eliminate potential spies than to waste resources monitoring them. Consider it. Would it be more efficient to dispatch spies for such trivial tasks, or to simply allow any wandering ninja to accomplish them? If you have spies of such caliber, send them my way. As long as the payment is sufficient, I shall accept as many as you can provide. Chapter 7. What conspiracy theories? Having successfully completed the escort mission, we passed through the land of hot water and stumbled upon a hot spring establishment, where Lord Tianquan was seen issuing a commission. Minato handed over 45,000 ryo to Hokage Sarutobi while providing a brief overview of the events. Thank you for your hard work. You have brought so many S-rank commissions to the village. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, chuckled while puffing on his pipe. Having discerned the nature of Tianquan's commission, which involved assassinations, yet found nothing amiss. Is it not the role of ninjas to undertake such perilous tasks? Hokage-sama, allow us to handle this straightforward commission. Obito eagerly raised his hand. Tianquan is still our responsibility to escort to Konoha. We are most familiar with the route. Rin's eyes shining with excitement. Kakashi anxiously glanced at the Hokage. For a ninja, S-rank missions are the best means of proving oneself. To take on such an assignment while one's own training remains incomplete is no trivial matter. Very well, Hokage-sama, we shall take our leave. Minato led the group out of the office. S-rank mission, teach tree climbing and water walking. Who shall be appointed to execute this task? It appears that finding 3 proficient Earth-style Jonin is no easy feat. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the commission scroll in his hand, feeling a sense of delight. Such a purely beneficial assignment naturally brought to mind his faction within the Hokage. Suddenly, A shadowy figure from the umbu materialized before the desk. Expressionless as they presented a confidential scroll. The vanguard has already engaged with Sunagakure in the Land of Rivers, and the current situation remains unclear. The third Kazekage has gone missing. Is this a pretext for war? I hope it is merely a minor skirmish and does not escalate into a full-scale ninja world conflict. It has only been 10 years since the last war. Hokage Sarutobi scrutinized the scroll with a grave expression, feeling the weight of the situation. You have only amassed a little over 20 million, yet you have already spent half of it on the first day. What was that 9 million commission for? If we cannot earn our first profits, we will face bankruptcy. Upon exiting the Hokage building, Kimitori could not help but inquire. This task is undoubtedly designed for profit, and it is a one-time solution to our financial woes, Tianquan replied with a light chuckle. My curiosity grows ever more piqued regarding what could possibly warrant such a claim, that it will completely resolve our financial issues. Anticipation is in order. Feel free to speculate on the amount, Tianquan teased, playfully grasping Kimitori's waist. 100 million? Kimitori ventured, wholly disregarding the playful grip, allowing the dog turtle man to witness the scene. That fool. Guess again, but aim for a grander figure, something beyond imagination. Tianquan responded with a mysterious expression. Since ninjas cannot utilize chakra to generate wealth, I shall take it upon myself to do so. Ichiraku ramen? As Tianquan strolled down the street, he noticed the fabled noodle shop. What flavor would you like, dear customer? The owner of Ichiraku greeted warmly. Tianquan glanced at the wall menu. Ramen 60, special ramen 70. Vegetable ramen 65, pork bone ramen 60, special char, shu ramen 75, egg ramen 65, rice 15. I have had my fill of noodles. It is impossible for me to consume any more in this lifetime. Please serve me a bowl of char siu rice. You wish to dine at my ramen shop? Are you trying to disrupt my business? The owner of Ichiraku was speechless. I would like a bowl of char siu ramen, Kimitori casually added. The dog turtle man, clutching his stomach, stood nearby, appearing rather humble. Fool, as if it weren't enough to follow me here. Do you expect other men to treat you to a meal? Go scavenge for food like a stray dog, or if it comes to that, eat in the restroom. Kimitori expressed her disdain, wishing nothing more than to shove his face into the filth. The dog turtle man, feeling utterly humiliated, lowered his gaze, his embarrassment palpable. Yet his attention was drawn to the refuse bin at Ichiraku. Compared to eating in the restroom, it seems more palatable to indulge here. Tianquan casually rested his hand on Jean Meiting's voluptuous thigh, a body that was the epitome of allure, especially under the gaze of the man who looked at her as one would a dog. The mature woman's charm was undeniable. Yet such trash should have been dismissed long ago, as it was a source of annoyance for Meiting. Don't say that. After all, he is your husband and can still be useful for labor from time to time, Tianquan said generously. One might think that if your girlfriend cheated on you, you would be furious. Yet, the girlfriend reveals that you are, in fact, the third party, especially when you are in the presence of her husband. So why be angry? What right do you have to be upset? You might even find yourself without strength, needing her to give you a push. What exactly is your relationship? The owner of the ramen shop, Ichi Ramen, had a look of confusion. He was aware that the ninja world was chaotic, but this was a different level of disorder. Tianquan glanced at the menu again. Ramen costs 60 ryo, and the minimum commission for a D-rank mission was 5,000 ryo, equivalent to 83 bowls of basic ramen. With 3 meals a day, one could eat for a month on that minimum commission. Ninjas certainly had money, but earning it from them was no easy task. Forget the conversions. In the shinobi world, money is made and spent, and purchasing power is what truly matters. What constitutes purchasing power? The basic staples of rice, flour, and oil are the most tangible representations of it. No matter how high the conversion rates, paying cash for groceries is a rather abstract concept. Ninjas are thrifty and practical. Unless one operates a tool shop, making money from ninjas is challenging. As the owner brought out the noodles and rice, he kindly served a bowl of basic ramen to the man who looked like a dog, saying, "This one's for you." "Thank you so much, boss. I will surely repay your kindness." The man exclaimed, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. "Forget about repaying me. Just live well and avoid sinking to such depths again." The owner replied kindly. The man devoured the food ravenously, having not eaten a decent meal in days. "Do you know what I have endured on this journey? The memories are too painful to revisit. Is it permissible to run a tool shop in the military?" Tianquan inquired. "Of course. As long as you can procure the tools, it's all good." If you can sell them at a lower price, it would bolster the village's strength, the owner explained. Tian Quan contemplated the feasibility of a tool shop. Sure I can I? These are simple enough. One could easily start a steel factory to produce as many as needed without technical difficulty. As for explosive tags, I would need to consult Xiaonan. There's no way 600 billion explosive tags could be purchased, even if one were to pay 1 Rio for each. Let's talk to Xiaonan when we meet her. You must be here from out of town to commission a task? The owner said, adept at striking up conversations. How do you know? Tian Quan asked. Your attire and the distinct style of the Land of Fire give you away at first glance, the owner chuckled. Impressive observation skills for an ordinary villager, Tian Quan smiled. The ninjas of Konoha are quite dependable. 2 years ago, a renowned ninja known as the White Fang of Konoha chose to save his comrades over completing a mission, and he was criticized by even his own comrades for it. The entire village turned against him, ultimately leading to his tragic suicide. For ninjas, missions are valued above life itself. The owner proudly cited this example, recommending it to Tian Quan. I never expected Konoha ninjas to be held in such high regard. Tian Quan chuckled, noting the online conspiracy theories surrounding Konoha, particularly the ones involving Sarutobi Danzo. In reality, there are no such conspiracies. Tell me, what is your impression of ninjas as a profession? Assassins lurking in the shadows, mere tools executing orders, utterly submissive to commands, devoid of independent thought. For ninjas, obedience and task completion are paramount. Death is merely a means to an end. Failing to complete a mission is far worse than death itself. Just as a person can die, one must never lose their virtue or integrity. You focus solely on mastering ninjutsu and attaining extraordinary powers, yet fail to meet the professional standards expected of a ninja, and then blame others for conspiracies, speaking ill of the Hokage? Whose fault is that? What? You learn chakra and ninjutsu, yet you balk at a little sacrifice? Isn't that akin to being a hypocrite? Chapter 8. The innate sacred body of cattle and horses. Upon observing, Tian Quan concluded that ninja villages function as mercenary systems, not as military forces loyal to a country or daimyo, and they lack a sense of territoriality. They can undertake missions for any country and perform any task in any land. In such a chaotic world, if one wishes to avoid trouble when venturing out, should they not hire a ninja for protection? If you have enemies, would you not seek a ninja for revenge? If business competition becomes too fierce, would you not employ a ninja to resolve your issues? Especially amid the turmoil of ninja wars, where the common folk suffer and banditry is rampant. The demand for force becomes increasingly advantageous for hidden villages. Seeking wealth, vengeance, and survival generates greater demands for martial power. Furthermore, daimyos, in order to protect their territories from foreign invasions, also commission hidden villages. One could argue that the funds daimyos allocate to hidden villages annually are essentially payments for protection services. This is the logic of warfare among hidden villages and the operational logic between clients and ninjas, as well as the relationship between ninja villages and nations. Under normal circumstances, mercenary groups arise in chaotic regions or environments neglected by large nations or powers, existing within the cracks to survive. Alternatively, they might serve large powers, taking on the dirty work they cannot handle. Who possesses absolute power yet resorts to a mercenary system? That would be akin to being a cow or horse. They might as well collect protection fees, but no, that would be called taxation. Yet in this world, those who wield military power and strength show utmost respect to daimyos, maintain decorum with merchants, and treat ordinary clients with reverence. The daimyo of the Land of Wind reduces military expenses, forcing the Kazekage to resort to mining for gold to subsidize. Is that not absurd? During the Fourth War, they even had to spare a kage to protect a bunch of fools. How ridiculous! Even more abstractly, in a segment from Naruto, merchants from the Land of Water held an exhibition. The daimyos could only sit in the corners, watching the renowned merchants, let alone take center stage. This indicates that daimyos also sit on the sidelines when faced with straightforward monetary power. How abstract indeed. The reason for this is entirely due to the self-discipline of ninjas. What they learn in ninja schools is the mentality of cows and horses, where even a modicum of comfort is seen as a fall from grace. This is also why he chose not to become a ninja, but rather a client, struggling desperately for mere trifles, even to the point of dying for those trifles, is exceedingly absurd. Boss, I'll have a bowl of ramen. I'll have one too. As Tian Quan conversed with the owner of Ichi Ramen, a group of people arrived. Clearly ninjas adorned with headbands. The seats are all taken. One of them, Yamanaka Ino stated. Wait, you can take my seat. I'll just eat over there. The man who resembled a dog hurriedly called out, clumsily picking up his bowl and squatting off to the side. All right then, Yamanaka Ino agreed, taking a seat. What a beautiful lady. A little girl with black hair exclaimed, gazing at Jean Meiting in awe. Thank you. You've grown into a lovely girl as well. Jean Meiting replied cheerfully. They are clients here to commission tasks from Konoha. They just asked me about the Konoha ninjas, the owner explained. Hello. They are my students. Yuhi Kurenai, Sarutobi Asuma, and Ebisu. Although they are still quite young, they are all exceptionally talented ninjas, Yamanaka Ino said, recognizing the visitors. Sarutobi? Tian Quan noted with interest. Indeed, he is the son of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Ebisu confirmed. My abilities are not reliant on my father, Asuma retorted, somewhat disgruntled. See, valued guests, Konoha ninjas are indeed worthy of your trust, the owner of Ichi Ramen proudly proclaimed. Indeed, you are an exceptionally skilled ninja. Tian Quan, of course, is pleased. What is the matter? Yuhi Kurenai noticed the look of confusion in her eyes. I merely find your eyes to be quite beautiful. You will certainly grow into a great beauty. Tian Quan chuckled lightly. Thank you. You, too, are very lovely, Kurenai replied with a smile. I am well aware of her beauty. Tian Quan said with a grin. Huh. Kurenai paused, feeling something strange about his words. Isn't she the wife of the man in the corner? The boss of the shop wore a scowl, casting a look of disdain toward Inuzuka Kiba. Since you are a ninja from Konoha, might I entrust you with showing me around the village and assisting me in finding a place to stay? I just arrived today and have yet to secure any lodging. Tian Quan proposed. A task? Me? Kurenai glanced toward her instructor. Didn't your teacher mention that you are an exceptionally skilled ninja? I happen to need someone to help me quickly familiarize myself with Konoha and find accommodation, Tian Quan explained. Kurenai accepted, attempting to complete the task independently. Yamanaka Ino encouraged her. Well, all right then, Kurenai nodded in agreement. Wait, what about us? Asuma and Ebisu looked puzzled, as they were a team after all. One person is sufficient. There's no need for so many, Tian Quan stated dismissively. You two can disperse and take a break, Yamanaka Ino added. Then let us head to the mission office. Kurenai led the way. Not so fast. Let us eat first, Tian Quan chuckled lightly. It would be rather presumptuous to ask for help upon first meeting. But a mission is a different matter. Once it is a task, can his request truly be refused? Chapter 9. Such a lovely darling. Perhaps raise 1D rank mission. Accompany the client to tour Konoha and find accommodation, 5,000 Ryo. After finishing their meal, Kurenai guided them to the mission office. Client Tian Quan. Where would you like to go in Konoha first? Kurenai felt a sense of joy at her first solo mission. Perhaps the shopping district, followed by the vegetable market. While also allowing time to search for a place to stay, Tian Quan contemplated. I understand. Please follow me, Kurenai said as she led the way. On the street, Kin Mating naturally linked her arm with Tianquan's, while the lecherous Inuzuka Kiba followed behind like an outsider. No, rather, he resembled a stalker. The power lines, so chaotic, were a rarity to behold. Tian Quan observed the disarray of wires and found it rather abstract. Many small towns lack electricity and do not employ electrical appliances, Kurenai explained. Televisions, radios, chandeliers, vending machines, 24-hour convenience stores, refrigerators, air conditioners, power poles, much like the old-style urban villages of Seoul, exuded a nostalgic charm. Yet, they were indeed products of technology. The electrical infrastructure in this world is severely underdeveloped, and naturally, electrical appliances cannot be widespread. One might even wonder which country, apart from China, has managed to extend power to the most remote villages. Observing along the way, Tian Quan's mind settled into a clearer understanding, abandoning many thoughts. A clothing store? Perfect. As I arrived in Konoha without any clothes, it's time to buy a few outfits for change. Mating, come and take a look at this professional attire. It looks simply stunning. Tianquan's eyes lit up at the sight. It is indeed beautiful, Mating replied, trying the outfit on. It would be a pity for someone with such a lovely figure not to wear this. Please, try it on in the fitting room, the enthusiastic salesgirl urged. I'll give it a go, Mating nodded and entered the fitting room. Wait, there's also this. Tian Quan handed the largest size black lace top to Mating. Kin Mating smiled knowingly. Mating, Inuzuka Kiba, was left in tears. Where did this beggar come from? Go on, go away, don't disturb the customer's enjoyment. The young girl said with disdain, treating him as if he were a beggar. Kiba, feeling unwelcome, could only squat at the door, not daring to enter. Tianquan paid him no mind and turned to Kurenai. You should choose an outfit too. What do you think of this gothic attire? The layers of black and red would complement your eyes beautifully. Me. Kurenai exclaimed in surprise. You have quite the discerning eye, the salesgirl chimed in. As we happen to have sizes suitable for your sister. The young girl's face was beaming with smiles as she hurried to fetch them. Wait, we aren't siblings. Kurenai quickly waved her hands. Kurenai is so adorable that having her as a sister wouldn't be amiss. Perhaps I could commission you to be my full-time sister? Tianquan teased. A full-time sister sounds rather strange. Kurenai found it odd. All right, let us not dwell on that. Try it on and see how it looks. It will surely be quite cute, Tianquan said expectantly, perhaps a bit too eagerly, as she pushed Kurenai into the fitting room. Once inside, Tianquan examined the shop, noting the various stockings on display, both amusing and thrilling. In this world, the vast majority remain rural, with even the smaller towns lacking electricity. Life can be described as rather backward, even in Konoha, which maintains an urban landscape with only a few tall buildings. Yet, what else with these stockings, silk garments, and lace undergarments? Even the dreaded safety shorts? How does it feel? Kin Meiting soon emerged, flaunting her figure with confidence. She wore a white blouse on top and a form-fitting skirt below, complemented by black stockings and high heels, exuding a mature elegance. The tightness of the outfit accentuated her curves, raising concerns about its durability. Yet, it was precisely this snug fit that showcased her figure perfectly, sparking a sense of longing for the unknown world in Tianquan's eyes. Cherish your vices. They may very well be the reason you love life. You are all so daring. Kurenai felt a blush creep onto her cheeks. Is this what she was meant to hear? Kurenai, you look wonderful as well. A truly exquisite darling, Tianquan remarked, as his mischievous thoughts seemed to be purified. In her gothic attire, Kurenai's petite frame was adorned with knee-high white semi-transparent stockings. Her red eyes carried a hint of youthful allure and innocence, and her fair, delicate skin revealed a beautiful girl before him. This was truly the most beautiful age of a girl, with a lovely and charming face, an innocent and pure smile, and a petite and delicate body. She embodied the quintessence of youth, a treasure bestowed upon humanity from the realm of two dimensions. She was a blooming flower, a soaring bird, like the dew upon morning grass, representing all that is beautiful in the world, a miracle of the divine itself. Even if met with 1,000 bullets, she would have no regrets. Thank you. Facing such fervent gazes made Kurenai feel a bit bashful. But do not be deceived by her outward gentleness. Her heart burns with passion, and in the future, her outfits will be quite daring, exuding a natural allure. This ensemble is remarkable. The Gothic style enhances your charm even more, the enthusiastic salesgirl suggested. Let us pair it with some stockings. How about black for you and white for your sister? The quality of stockings is often poor and easily damaged. Let us get several styles, and we'll take all the others as well. Tianquan waved his hand grandly. Not interested in shopping? Well, that's the case when you find yourself with disinterested company, visiting uninteresting stores, and engaging in uninteresting activities. Of course, you'd feel disinterested. But if it's not your wife, would it be tiring? If she keeps changing outfits for your viewing pleasure, would that not pique your interest? Kin Meiting chuckled, no longer resisting, and instead, relished the experience, looking forward to the evening's adventures. Kurenai, this is just the right age. It's time you needed this. Tianquan jokingly handed the shopping bag to Kurenai. You've already bought this for me. Besides, Kurenai felt a blush of shame. You've done very well in completing your task. This is all for you. No need to be polite. Tianquan insisted, shoving it into her hands. But the task isn't completed yet. How could a client gift undergarments? Kurenai felt embarrassed as she was forced to accept. Truly adorable, Tianquan felt a sense of joy. He possesses a kind heart and a profound fondness for small creatures, such as the little lowly who dreams of nurturing a few pets. By the way, Hong, would you fancy becoming my model? Tianquan suddenly suggested. A model? But I. Hong lowered her gaze at her petite figure and then glanced at the towering Mei Ting, feeling utterly incomparable. Such minor concerns, different temperaments can be quite charming. I shall place the commission tomorrow. No, let us make it a full-time little sister instead. Tianquan decided joyfully. What sort of commission is that? The adorable Hong blushed. A commission is a commission, but it involves sending clothes and stockings as well. It's settled then. I shall seek out the third generation tomorrow. Tian Quan affectionately ruffled Hong's hair. But does the client's commission also require the consent of the ninja executing the task? What are you thinking? As long as the Hokage agrees, it's fine. Refusal? Do you think the Hokage is asking you to undertake a task? It's an order. What? Do you intend to defy the Hokage's command? Tian Quan. Hong is also here. What are you two up to, lingerie? Lin, while strolling, stumbled upon the dog turtle man and was taken aback. The client insists on buying me clothes, which I firmly rejected. Hong, akin to a thief caught red-handed. Felt her heart racing. Are you a pervert now looking to take advantage of Hong? Lin gazed at Tian Quan in disbelief. Hey, don't say such things recklessly, or I'll sue you for defamation. Tian Quan grimaced. Then what do you say is happening? Does a normal person gift such items to a girl? Lin, hands on her hips, asserted boldly. Primarily for Mei Ting's selection, I thought it would be embarrassing for Hong to merely stand there. So I decided to throw in a set as well. Do you think this gothic outfit looks nice? All right, enough of that. If you like, I can also gift you a pair of panties. How about blue and white stripes? Tian Quan nonsensically suggested while observing various styles in the shop. Lace isn't out of the question. Who wants you to gift them panties, you fool? Lin's face turned crimson in an instant. Be good, don't cause trouble. Hong is my commission guide to show me around Konoha, and she still needs to help me find a place to stay. Tian Quan gently patted her head. Is it really just that? Lin questioned suspiciously. Yes, it really is. Hong nodded nervously. Tian Quan smiled. Regardless of whether it's Hong or Lin. Since they are such adorable little Lolas, I shall keep them both. Obito? Lin has never had feelings for Obito, perhaps merely camaraderie? Otherwise, wouldn't it have been simpler for Toby to resurrect Lin with the Rinnegan? Why create a false world? Isn't that akin to shooting oneself in the foot? Alas, reality is often so cruel that one can only fabricate a dreamlike world to soothe a wounded heart. To avoid exposing little secrets, everyone must be dragged into it. Otherwise, one could simply cast an illusion to immerse oneself in a world of fantasy, right? After toiling for decades, creating something meaningless. Chapter 10, The Secret to Wealth. Hong. Remember to keep your distance from him. This scoundrel is far too dangerous. Lin earnestly warned her dear friend. She certainly did not wish to witness her beloved sister being betrayed. It's fine, the boss Tian Quan treats me quite well, Hong replied. What if I am indeed a wicked villain? If you're not careful, I might deceive you into being sold. Tian Quan threatened. I'm a ninja, so I'm not that foolish. Even if sold, I could sneak back. Hong confidently raised her chin. Indeed, Hong is so adorable that she could fetch a handsome price. Sell her far away, and others would think you can't escape, happily paying, and then you can secretly return. Such a delightful little gem like Hong would surely be in high demand, allowing for the search for the next buyer. Tian Quan's thoughts expanded, revealing a new world of possibilities. Are you willing to forsake your conscience for money? Lin shot him a disapproving look. Conscience? As long as one's conscience is relinquished, every path leads to prosperity. Tian Quan suddenly realized how simple it was to earn money. Criminal law? Isn't that the password to wealth? An elder brother's swindling high prices, while the younger sister is sold off and sneaks back. Hong found it somewhat unbearable. Criminal siblings? Think about it. What kind of villains can sell people? If we teach those vile individuals a harsh lesson, wouldn't that indirectly protect others? Tian Quan earnestly articulated his flawed reasoning. You can't genuinely believe we're that easy to deceive. Lin crossed her arms, speechless. Enough joking, help me find a house. Tian Quan chuckled. The notion of sibling con artists is, of course, a jest. He could simply commission ninjas to steal or rob instead. Hong could use an illusion to have them hand themselves over, rather than laboring so hard. All right. Hong sprang into action, racing toward utility poles to check housing advertisements. I'll assist you too. Lin joined in, and the two dashed back and forth across the rooftops, embodying the essence of ninjas. Tian Quan observed Lin and Hong, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Amidst their banter, he and Lin, along with Hong, unknowingly fortified their bond. There was no way around it. Since the client demanded respect, how could they afford to slack off? As long as there's no animosity, everyone would naturally draw closer for the sake of the task. How grand. It's as magnificent as those family estates in the village. Lin marveled at the Japanese-style courtyard residence before her. The courtyard is located near the outskirts. With a monthly rent of 120,000, requiring a deposit of 3 months' rent, totaling 480,000. Tian Quan surveyed the house with satisfaction. In contrast to the properties in his previous life that had become financial assets, here, the homes were purely residential, devoid of speculation. With housing settled, let us celebrate our new abode by treating you to barbecue. Hooray! Lin exclaimed joyfully. Tian Quan happily watched the two little cuties alongside the plump Mei Ting. And there's also the Dog Turtle Man. Dog Turtle Man, you shouldn't join. You'll spoil the appetite. Stay here and clean the house inside and out, including the warehouse where you'll be staying. Tian Quan recalled. But I'm Mei Ting. The Dog Turtle Man pleaded with Mei Ting. You're merely a useless laborer. Do you understand? Do you still wish to join us for dinner? What are you still doing? If I find any part of the house uncleaned upon your return, you'll be the one licking it clean. Additionally, my lingerie is specifically prepared for Tian Quan. If you dare touch it with your dirty hands or engage in anything disgusting, I shall make you consume it. Mei Ting harshly reprimanded him, her disdainful gaze treating him as if he were worthless trash. How could I allow a man who lets his wife sleep with others to touch me? What? We are married. The Dog Turtle Man fell to his knees, his expression akin to that of a shattered soul. You claim to enjoy watching me with others. Isn't this precisely what you wished for? While I'm with him, I'll have you watching from the sidelines. Turtle Man. Mei Ting stomped heavily on the Dog Turtle Man's face, repeatedly trampling him as if he were trash. Go clean, and if I find any area uncleaned, even a bird's droppings, you'd better lick it clean. All right, let us be off, Tian Quan said, ignoring the scene. Boo-hoo, this is too much. It's all my fault. How could I have acted so foolishly? The Dog Turtle Man, resembling a defeated hound, knelt on the ground. Watching Tian Quan wrap an arm around Mei Ting's slender waist as they exited with flair, stretching out a hand in a futile attempt to retain her. But no one paid him any mind. Yet, amidst the humiliation, an inexplicable thrill coursed through him. What does this mean? Chapter 11. World Adjustment Mode. Wait a moment. Mei Ting and the Dog Turtle Man? Then what does that imply about your relationship? At this moment, Hong also incredulously realized something. Although the client takes precedence, it cannot justify such bullying. Do not pity this man. He is utterly unworthy of sympathy, Lin disdainfully remarked, advising that she should keep her distance from the Dog Turtle Man. What has he done to earn such disdain, even from you, Lin? Asuka questioned, her curiosity piqued. Lin awkwardly glanced at Mei Ting. It's nothing, really. Mei Ting has simply endured complete despair and profound disappointment, and there's little left to care about. What a pathetic husband. Asuka's eyes widened in shock, her worldview shaken. Wait, what exactly is the relationship within your family? It appears more chaotic than the missions I undertake. Lin was equally taken aback. Asuka stared blankly at Mei Ting. My assessment is that this is very much in line with the island nation style. It truly evokes envy. After a late-night meal, everyone returned to their respective homes. Asuka had a task to submit and collect her commission fee. Out of the 5,000 she earned, only 3,500 would reach her after Konoha took its cut of 1,500. Meanwhile, in their new home, Tiansheng commenced the second half of the celebration. After a long journey, you must have been waiting quite a while. Mei Ting, having shed any coyness typical of young girls, took the initiative to unbutton her shirt. Those who have been married are bold. They do not behave like shy maidens. The thin white shirt, although ordinary, exuded an extraordinary beauty on her form, accentuating her unparalleled physique. Tiansheng, no longer hesitant, thought it would be a shame to hesitate further. It felt reminiscent of the 5 great ninja villages leaders, with all the ninjas kneeling in reverence to welcome their master home. If one did not know this was from Naruto, one might assume it belonged to a Dragon King channel or even a world adjustment system. So, why do those who enter the Naruto world choose to be mere cattle and horses? Is it an instinctive behavior, or do they genuinely love being so? Half an hour had passed since returning home. Had it begun? In the warehouse, the Dog Turtle Man felt anxious, his mind replaying countless images. He had secured a place to stay and even prepared an abundance of battle attire, fully aware that a protracted battle awaited him today, the intensity of which he dared not imagine. Dad, I'm back. Today, I completed a mission all by myself. In another part of Konoha, Asuka returned home in high spirits. Completed alone? Aren't you still under the guidance of your instructor? Her attire, resembling that of a traditional ninja, caught the attention of Asuka, who noted the gothic style of her daughter. During lunch, I encountered a merchant visiting Konoha. He entrusted me to show him around and even arranged accommodation. I completed everything, and this is the commission fee I received. He also bought me this outfit. By the way, he mentioned he would ask the third Hokage for another commission tomorrow, requesting that I become his full-time little sister. Asuka handed over the commission fee as proof while discreetly hiding the paper bag behind her back. Full-time little sister? It seems the client is quite fond of you. Treating you almost like a biological sister, Asuka remarked. As a jonin, she was quick to notice her daughter's little secret but chose not to pursue it, instead smiling with joy at her daughter's recognition from the client. Perhaps it was just a jest. What kind of strange commission would that be? Asuka's face flushed slightly. Let us rest early today and see what tomorrow brings. The client's gift of clothing indicates his fondness for you, Asuka encouraged. Concerned it might have been a jest that could disappoint her daughter. Asuka nodded and then dashed back to her room, locking the door before unveiling the contents of the paper bag. It was truly absurd to gift a girl such intimate apparel, and there was so much of it. Her heart raced with excitement and trepidation, her ears flushed with embarrassment. The following morning, Tianxing stretched lazily, his spine cracking as he limbered up, taking in the chaotic scene around him. I need to head to the Hokage office to accept a new commission. Come along with me. We should also find some maids to assist, he said, changing into his clothes. Let the dog turtle man handle the cleaning. He would be more than willing, Mating replied. Emerging from the bathroom fully dressed, feeling liberated after a night of intense engagement. As Tianxing stepped out towards the Hokage building, he warned the dog turtle man. If you dare engage in any repulsive acts while we are gone, I will have you chopped up. Mating cast a disdainful glance, offering him no mercy. I understand. The dog turtle man whimpered from his corner, tears streaming down his face as he made a hasty exit. Chapter 12. The humble ninja boss Tianxing. You're so slow. Why are you only leaving now? Dato exclaimed excitedly as he rushed in. Hokage-sama has already assigned your commission to our team, and we've come to find you. Kakashi and Lin followed closely behind. An S-rank commission. We are fortunate to be the first to seize this opportunity, Dato boasted. Your team? ISNT Captain Minato responsible as well? Tianxing frowned. Why do you look down on us? We three can handle this commission easily. Lin protested, hands on her hips. Your task is far too simple. Even I could do it, Dato proclaimed, dramatically leaping onto a wall and standing in a ridiculous pose. It's not that I doubt your abilities, but rather your efficiency. Teaching others and accomplishing tasks are two entirely different matters, Tianxing replied skeptically. Observing the clumsy dog and the seemingly youthful girl, neither of whom appeared capable of instructing others. A foolish dog? You dare to call me a foolish dog? Dato retorted incredulously. I scored full marks on my exams. Even if we falter, there's still Kakashi, who became a chunin at 6. Lin pouted, displeased at being called cute. I will ensure the task is completed, Kakashi declared coldly, exuding the aura of a true ninja. You're not bad. You do seem to possess a hint of ninja prowess, Tianxing remarked as he walked past the trio toward the Hokage building. Dato, feeling disgruntled, provocatively gestured at Kakashi. Please, give me a task. I haven't had one this month, and I genuinely need a mission. If this continues, I'll be in trouble. The bushy-browed, watermelon-haired boy, clad in a tight green outfit, knelt on the ground, pleading desperately, begging us one help. You've already been kicked out of your team. How can I assign you a task? A frustrated Konoha chunin replied. You always screw up when you have teammates. How can I trust you with another mission? If you fail, it might even reach the third Hokage. Another ninja echoed disdainfully. I promise to work hard this time. Please give me a chance. Might Guy pressed his forehead to the ground in desperation, utterly humbled. Forget it, it's impossible. The commissions in Konoha are limited, on average. Each person gets 1 or 2. There's no way we're wasting one on you for a failure. The chunin replied impatiently. Not only can you not kneel before them, but even dying before them would be futile. Tianxing stood on the street, observing the desperate Might Guy in the alley. It was unmistakable. The bushy eyebrows, watermelon hair, and tight outfit were unforgettable. The client halted, and Kakashi, Dato, and Mating also paused, following Tianxing's gaze. He is a perennial low-ranking ninja in Konoha, quite notorious, in fact. He can't perform ninjutsu or genjutsu and is relegated to menial labor for clients. Dressed in an unflattering uniform. Come to think of it, we might even have a classmate like that, Dato commented. Indeed, Kakashi recalled Might Guy, the man who worked tirelessly. Is it that difficult to secure a commission in Konoha? Tianxing inquired. It doesn't seem that scarce, does it? Dato hesitated. The tasks assigned to exceptional ninjas differ significantly in both quantity and quality from those given to the less fortunate. Kakashi appears rather indifferent. Previously, I had thought that ninjas were quite affluent and considered venturing into the ninja business for a lucrative profit. It seems I was mistaken. Tianquan furrows his brow, expressing a plea to refrain from exploiting the last vestiges of value that ninjas possess. Lin wears an expression of exasperation, observing the humble Might Guy in the alley. Tianquan delves deeper into contemplating the economic structure of the ninja world. Ninjas resemble migrant workers waiting for jobs, while their daily earnings may be high. Are there tasks available every day? In Konoha, there are at least 30,000 ninjas, each requiring sustenance and living expenses. Not to mention the necessity of acquiring tools such as shuriken and kunai, along with familial obligations that incur substantial costs. Yet, can Konoha manage to receive 30,000 tasks in a month? This implies a minimum of 1,000 clients placing tasks daily, just for each ninja to receive one by the month's end. That amounts to an astonishing 360,000 tasks annually. Such a colossal demand for tasks indirectly suggests that Konoha indiscriminately accepts all kinds of commissions, regardless of their nature, be it assassination or arson. Particularly, those elite teams with promising potential, comprising Jonin-level ninjas and those from esteemed clans, are bound to receive far more than just a single commission each month. In stark contrast, individuals like Might Guy find themselves begging for tasks, reduced to a state of abject humility, residing in a remote wooden cabin. Despite the fact that some ninjas may have shops as a backup, such cases are few and far between. You'll take on any task, right? Tianquan inquires. Upon hearing the question, Might Guy turns to respond eagerly, affirming, "Yes. I will do my utmost to fulfill the task you assign me, my lord. You should register at the Konoha Request Center for any tasks. We will assist you in arranging them," a Chunin observes. However, this individual is known for his ineptitude, often failing even at the most straightforward assignments. Another Chunin chimes in, advising against placing any hope in Might Guy. Every individual has their value, and his attitude is rather commendable. I assent it. As long as he is willing to put in the effort, there's always a chance, Tianquan remarks, observing the slight upward curve of Might Guy's lips. That one, born with potential? Ha! Assign a task to him, and you will surely regret it. Don't say I didn't warn you. The two ninjas can't help but chuckle. Might Guy, unwilling to concede, clenches the dirt beneath his hands, powerless to retort. Whether I will regret it, I cannot say at the moment, but your humiliation raises serious doubts about the conduct of Konoha's ninjas. It seems I must mention this to the Hokage. Tianquan's gaze shifts to the two ninjas. Fire? Apologies, we merely intended to offer you a word of caution. We were mistaken. Please do not mention this to the Hokage. Their expressions shift as they realize the gravity of the situation. It's one thing to quarrel with fellow ninjas, but to bicker with a client? You might as well be seeking a heart-to-heart with the Hokage. Have you apologized to him? Tianquan presses mercilessly. Might Guy, incredulous, lifts his head, astonished that someone would speak on his behalf. You want us to apologize to a failure like him? The two Chunin exclaim in disbelief. Lin, Obito, and Kakashi observe the scene without intervening. It's all right. I'm not concerned, Might Guy responds humbly. If you wish to assign tasks to him, that's your prerogative. We've already given our warning. Just don't blame Konoha's ninjas for their incompetence later on. If the client insists on engaging you for the task, then do your best not to bring shame upon Konoha. With that, the two ninjas turn to leave. Apologizing is out of the question. They are merely eager to witness the unfolding drama. Tasks often lead to chaos, and being ousted from teams is commonplace. Might Guy, while not utterly useless, certainly isn't of much help either. Their warning was already a gesture of goodwill. Now you want them to apologize to a useless individual? That is excessive. Chapter 13. The Paradise of Capital. I am immensely grateful, my lord. I shall exert every effort to complete your task. Might Guy's eyes shimmer with excitement as he gazes at Tianquan. In a world where everyone else dismisses him, casting him into a seemingly insurmountable abyss devoid of hope, even the faintest glimmer of light serves as salvation. Any act of kindness is as warming as the sun. I can only lodge a complaint. Let us proceed, Tianquan nods. Yet, even this small act of faith is profoundly appreciated. The willingness to entrust him with important commissions is a significant gesture. Might Guy, moved, hastens to follow, bending low in a manner that is excessively humble. Tianquan notices but refrains from immediate correction. Long-standing attitudes cannot be altered overnight. and he needs Might Guy's unwavering loyalty. This is akin to kicking off a series of fortunate events. The father of Guy, an investment with unparalleled value. Even a fleeting moment of brilliance could propel one to great heights. With proper cultivation, he could surpass even the likes of Dian Wei. Next time, refrain from drawing unnecessary attention, Lin kindly advises. Both of them are Chunin. If they cannot handle it, we will bear the brunt. Ha! I am the client. A mere hint of activity will summon countless ninjas. Tian Quan exclaims with mirth. I have come to realize that this place is nothing short of paradise. I adore it here. You should focus on earning money. Don't let your status as a client get to your head. Lin responds with a hint of irritation. Paradise indeed. Rest assured. I will make a fortune, an immense fortune, and then I shall support you. Tian Quan jokes. Support? Support me? I. Lin's face flushes with embarrassment. Absolutely not. Lin, do not entertain this scoundrel. He already has Mei Ting, who is someone else's wife. They must have spent the night together last night. Obito interjects, visibly agitated. Ha! Tian Quan bursts into laughter. The top-tier ninjas cultivated in the village. I aspire to establish a similar institution, training everyone to embody the spirit of a ninja, emphasizing a relentless work ethic and absolute obedience. Forget about 996 work hours, responding to messages after hours, or dozens of work groups. Those are trivial concerns. These ninjas are on call 24/7. If summoned at midnight, they will rise to the occasion, engaging in life and death missions. Don't even mention holiday bonuses, even in death. There is no compensation. This is truly a paradise for capitalists. What madness is this? Why not simply treat them as deities of labor? They truly put their lives on the line, and should they perish, it's of no concern to you. Labor dispatch? What nonsense. What? Are we to incite a revolution akin to that of the previous book? He flips his hand dramatically. Instead of advocating for ideological liberation, we should instead promote the ninja spirit, encouraging everyone to learn and allowing him to become the singular capitalist, a rather enticing proposition. As long as everyone embodies the spirit of a ninja, we could achieve societal harmony. He endures hardship while he enjoys the fruits of his labor. My apologies for the delay. I encountered some issues along the way. Tian Quan arrives at the Hokage building. Hokage-sama, I have taken up your valuable time. Might Guy expresses his regret. No worries at all. Your training commission has been arranged. It is with the team you are familiar with, the Namikaze team. Sarutobi Hiruzen replies with a smile, showing no concern for the authority of the Hokage or the conspiracies surrounding the role. Only a genuine understanding of the needs of the client. Captain Namikaze will also be involved, correct? My time is precious, and I must prioritize business in the early stages. Leaving little room for anything else, Tian Quan states plainly. I will assist them wholeheartedly. As long as Boss Tian Quan can spare time for training, within 6 months, he will surely master chakra control, becoming adept at tree climbing and water walking skills, moving with ease in any environment, Minato Namikaze assures, exuding a compelling charm that inspires trust. Then I shall entrust this to you. Tian Quan nodded in satisfaction, undoubtedly placing his trust in the esteemed Mizukage. You still do not believe in us, Lin remarked, a hint of disappointment in her voice. My time is quite limited, as I still need to earn money to support you, Tian Quan replied, ruffling his hair. Fool, do not jest. The esteemed Hokage and Master Mizukage are present. Lin's cheeks flushed. How infuriating. I have yet to even touch Lin's head. Obito gritted his teeth with envy. These three are the jonin skilled in earth style that you requested. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. I am Takamura Yamung, a jonin from Konoha, specializing in earth style, Takamura said with respect. Although it was a side task, the minimum requirement for an S-rank mission was indeed a jonin, especially since it specifically called for one. Takamura Yamung? That name sounds quite clever. And he is particularly skilled in earth style, Tian Quan mused, observing the slender young man, though he questioned his proficiency in protecting the land. When did side tasks start receiving S-rank status? Even though it is categorized as S-rank, it still feels rather strange. The other two earth-style ninjas exchanged baffled glances. I will detail the specific ninjutsu later, but it must remain confidential, Tian Quan stated solemnly, inquiring about the consequences should the mission details be leaked. If the situation is severe, I shall dispatch the Umbu to eliminate the threat. Sarutobi's expression turned grave, devoid of any humor, which rendered all the ninjas present serious. Being a ninja has never been a profession for jest. Given this, I can entrust my other tasks to Konoha ninjas with peace of mind. Tianquan affirmed with satisfaction. What tasks do you have in mind? Saratobi smiled, realizing their actions were aimed at securing more commissions. I require 10 female ninjas, possessing striking features and tall stature, to serve as my models and actresses, primarily for photography. This is a long-term commission. If different ninjas are employed each time, it would waste time in acclimatization. Tianquan stated his requirements directly. Is it merely a request for beautiful female ninjas? There is no risk of injury, no direct combat involved. And strength is not a critical factor. The task duration is 1 month, proposed as a C-rank mission, with a remuneration of 70,000 per individual. How does that sound? Saratobi pondered the task conditions before quoting a price. No problem, but if they are not beautiful, I shall demand a refund. Tianquan readily agreed. Haha. Konoha is certainly not lacking in beautiful female ninjas, Saratobi chuckled. What? You are not bargaining at all? Lin exclaimed in shock. After all, for a month. It would imply that the ninjas would not eat or spend money. Naturally, Tianquan replied. Thank you, Tianquan-sama, for your understanding of us ninjas. Saratobi beamed with joy. Do not assume that ninjas do not face bargaining from clients. There are indeed others from different villages competing for the same commissions. When we took your commission, did you not see if I could afford to eat? Lin felt distressed. All right. Once you complete this S-rank task, I shall surely provide you with numerous assignments. Even if they are merely errands, they will all be S-rank, understood? Tianquan said with a smile. That is a lie. How could errands possibly all be S-rank? Lin pouted. There will undoubtedly be S-rank tasks unique to you, Tianquan teased. Saratobi found joy in this, as Konoha ninjas and clients seemed to harmonize splendidly. However, Lin noticed Obito's face falter, unable to muster a smile. Tianquan-sama, what about me? Mato Dai reminded with envy. Do not rush. I have yet to finalize my commission. Tianquan waved his hand dismissively. Additionally, I require 5 ninjas for filming a movie. By the way, this is for an adult film. Saratobi, Minato Namikaze, Kakashi, Obito, Lin, and Mato Dai all appeared with question marks floating above their heads. What did you just say? Chapter 14. The Reasonable Hokage what? Is it that kind of film? Saratobi was taken aback by Tianquan's bold proposition. After all these years as a ninja, it was his first encounter with someone requesting ninjas for filming. Are you out of your mind? We ninjas are adept in assassination, infiltration, and retrieving secrets. You cannot possibly expect us to undertake such a task. Obito exclaimed, utterly humiliated. Although ninjas accept all sorts of missions, this was too much for Lin, who covered her face in disbelief. It seems somewhat disreputable. Minato scratched his cheek awkwardly. Money is money, even if it comes from dubious sources. After all, easy money is the best kind. Jean Mating was astonished, but thought about the potential earnings. Indeed, it is that kind. Please arrange for the personnel, Hokage. Gender is not a requirement, as transformation techniques can be utilized. Moreover, there is this individual I encountered on the way. You have no objections, right? Tianquan turned to Mato Dai. This commission left Mato Dai bewildered. He had envisioned various scenarios, but could not have anticipated such a request. It will be on screen, for all to see. If there are any issues, I can always find other ninjas, Tianquan stated directly. Please grant me this opportunity. Mato Dai, gritting his teeth, agreed without even knowing the compensation. You must perform well. If your performance is subpar, I will have to replace you with another ninja, Tianquan said bluntly. Yes, I will do my utmost to complete the task. Mato Dai knelt in gratitude, having grown accustomed to this gesture. I understand. Please rise, but do not kneel suddenly on the street. It is quite embarrassing for me. Tianquan waved his hand in distaste. Yes. Mato Dai felt even more grateful. The client did not want him to kneel. The third Hokage, Saratobi Hiruzen, puffed on his pipe while observing Mato Dai. There is no shame in kneeling before a client. It is a show of respect. This task is not easy. I will ask around to see who is willing to take it, he said, his expression pained as he looked at Tianquan. For a month of filming an adult film. It is a B-rank commission, and the payment is 150,000 per person. Is it only 150,000? That is quite acceptable. Tianquan found it surprisingly low. That is merely about 2,500 bowls of ramen. How much could Lansao ramen cost when adjusted for purchasing power? Moreover, how much video content could be produced in a month? By this calculation, it is even less than what the girls in Daikobo Park earn. And they do not even have to appear on screen. Am I also entitled to 150,000? Mato Dai asked timidly. You are too, Tianquan replied nonchalantly. Thank you so much. I have never taken on an A-rank task before. Its completion requires a Jonin's capability. I will strive to fulfill the task. Mato Dai knelt again, tears of excitement in his eyes. In truth, this filming task was a spur-of-the-moment idea, intended to ensnare Mato Dai. Additionally, I have another commission. Yesterday I met with Yuhi Kurenai, met at first sight, of course. Tianquan faltered, unable to find the right words. He could not possibly claim it was love at first sight. Although the goal was to raise a cute little companion, it could not be too overt. He intended to ask her to show him around Konoha, having felt a connection and admiration for that gentle, composed, and earnest little darling. In a moment of bravado, he proclaimed his intention to commission her as my full-time little sister, thus inadvertently fulfilling the boast he had made. Tianquan scratched his head, glancing at Sarutobi. A full-time little sister? What kind of commission is that? Sarutobi was equally baffled. Having been a ninja for so many years, this task seems rather unconventional. Little darling? Just how far has your relationship progressed when you have only been in Konoha for a day? Lin's eyes widened, akin to an orphan watching an adult film for the first time. Is it even possible? Obito's mouth hung open in shock, for he was a staunch believer in pure love. It may seem somewhat peculiar, yet the proprietor of Tianquan is willing to expend considerable sums to commission this young lady, which clearly indicates her significance to him. Bo Feng Shui Min instinctively leans towards a more optimistic interpretation. Just state the amount of the commission. As long as it is not excessive, that will suffice. Tianquan appears indifferent to the matter. May I inquire what precisely is encompassed within the role of a full-time sister? Could it entail that sort of thing? Coughing, he gestures for Shui Min to step outside, wishing to confirm the details of the commission with Tianquan. Sarutobi Hiruzen's demeanor is somewhat delicate, making him hesitant to speak candidly in front of Bo Feng Shui Min and his companions. Indeed, Bo Feng Shui Min nods, leading his 3 disciples along with Might Guy out of the Hokage's office. Maiting, you should step outside as well. Tianquan instructs. After a brief moment, only Tianquan and the Hokage remain in the office. Tianquan, what exactly does this task entail? He inquires. Is it a requirement for Kurenai Yuhi to completely obey your commands during this period, akin to a maid? Or will she be accompanying you for safety? Or perhaps, in the evenings? The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, feigns seriousness, constrained by his identity and opting for a more subtle approach. In truth, my relationship with Kurenai is quite amicable, and I do not need this task to maintain our bond. Forcing her into anything would be unnecessary. The reality is, if I do not take on this commission, she will be assigned to other tasks, frequently dispatched for several days at a time. Tianquan clarifies his stance, but unfortunately, Hiruzen is an old fox and is not easily swayed by such trivialities. Noticing Hiruzen's expression, Tianquan decides to be forthright. You don't believe I came here merely to provide training, do you? That is not out of the question, he coughs awkwardly. That is rather direct. Hiruzen can no longer maintain his composure. Thankfully, Shui Min and the others have stepped out. Otherwise, the situation could be quite scandalous. Tianquan shrugs, realizing that with just the 2 of them in the room and an aging Hokage who is not particularly dignified, there is no need for pretense. The specifics involve matters typical of siblings, such as sharing meals, watching television together, and engaging in playful antics. While I am occupied, she can train or entertain herself, not needing to be by my side at all times. She is free to refuse any of my requests. If feelings were to evolve, embarking on a sweet romance could be quite delightful, though I cannot control her innermost thoughts. Of course, should she be inclined to adjust her feelings, I would be more than willing to increase the remuneration. Tianquan grins broadly. This is the first time in my years as Hokage that I have encountered such a request. Please, allow me a moment to collect my thoughts. Hiruzen puffs on his pipe, his expression a mixture of complexity and discomfort. Your demands are rather high. It is challenging for one in my esteemed position to entertain such notions. Yet, for the sake of Konoha. As for whether the chosen young ninja is willing, it is all for the sake of Konoha. However, it must be predicated on sufficient benefits, considering the implications for our own ninjas. Tianquan, I comprehend your commission requirements. The feelings of every ninja in Konoha belong to them alone, and even as Hokage, I cannot compel obedience. If you insist on such a commission, let us set a provisional time frame of 1 month, designating this as a C-rank mission. A commission fee of 100,000 Ryo. As for your relationship with Kurenai Yuhi, that is a personal matter between the two of you, unrelated to Konoha. Hiruzen takes a deep breath, fixing his gaze upon Tianquan. Very well. If, after 1 month, she does not object to this arrangement, we can calculate it annually. 3 million Ryo for a year. Tianquan responds joyfully. S-rank commission. I did not realize you held Kurenai Yuhi in such high regard. Your fondness is evident. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to persuade her. Hiruzen's eyes brighten at the mention of another annual remuneration for an S-rank mission. Can a low-ranking ninja complete an S-rank mission in a year? Certainly not. Let alone 3 million Ryo, especially without significant danger involved. What? Kurenai is a rare Genjutsu prodigy? Even if she is rare, she is still merely a low-ranking ninja. One must consider the mortality rate of ninjas. Those who do not grow into their potential are merely expendable, though even the successful ones can be troublesome. Oh, this is quite a dilemma for you, Hokage. Tianquan nods in satisfaction. There is no conspiracy here. This is perfectly reasonable. What a kindly elder you are. As the chapter unfolds, Obito expresses his despair. What on earth is this commission for a full-time sister? Such a thing cannot exist. We are legitimate ninjas. Unable to restrain himself, he laments. What if such a commission were to involve Rin? Would that not separate our team? As they walk further apart, Rin draws nearer to the commissioner, to the point of intertwining their fates. The mere thought sends shivers down his spine. I am so eager to discover the task's contents. If it involves dining and tidying up the home, while occasionally inviting that weirdo to share a meal and express concern, along with a commission fee, it would be sheer bliss. Rin feels a mixture of excitement and envy. Express concern? Absolutely not. I cannot show any kindness to that scoundrel. Obito's face is wet with tears. Must my childhood companion succumb to a sudden wealthy benefactor? This world is unbearably cruel. Kakashi, Obito, what do you plan to make your sister do? Oh, wait. You don't have a sister, Rin eagerly inquires, only to be met with disappointment. If it were me, I would play together, share meals, and accomplish missions. Since we are siblings, we should reside together, and I could wake you up in the morning, Obito exclaims. Lost in a daydream of cohabitation with Rin. Indeed. A sister should provide companionship in daily life. Rin agrees, both of them lost in their fantasies. While their thoughts may seem unrelated, they are anything but, and the protagonist is certainly not alone. Kakashi observes them with bemusement, wondering, what are you two thinking? What does this have to do with you? That truly sounds like a delightful task. Bo Feng Shui Men exclaims with a sunlit smile. Even he enviously contemplates such a gentle commission, becoming a sister, having family companionship, rather than engaging in brutal assassinations. Is it truly just about being a full-time sister? Jean Mating chuckles softly, casting a glance at Rin, who is present. All right, follow me. I must get busy, Tianquan declares. Opening the door to the Hokage's office and finding Obito and Rin waiting outside. He then addresses the office. Third Hokage, please arrange for the individual I require to be here promptly. I shall take my leave. Very well, I will have them seek you out, Sarutobi Hiruzen replies. Rising to personally escort him out. Tenshuin-kun, you previously mentioned providing me with an S-rank commission daily. Could we perhaps arrange for one a month instead, Oniai-chan? On the way, Noera Rin cheerfully dashes over, grabbing Tenshuan's arm. Oniai-chan. Obito is left in tears. It hurts. It truly hurts, a heart-wrenching pain. Indeed. I may have mentioned that when I have ample funds, I would support you. Tianquan teases this lively little darling. Support? Obito shatters, feeling utterly broken. Kakashi watches Rin with wide eyes. What nonsense are you spouting? I would never accept your support. Rin instantly blushes, her head steaming as she hastens towards the training ground. You better train hard. If you do not perform well, I will punish you. Will you? Tianquan quips. Rin, you cannot. Obito kneels, tears streaming down his face as he watches Rin depart, clinging to Tenshuan's arm, witnessing a vibrant world fade away. His silhouette turns entirely gray, devoid of color, and life itself loses its significance. Idiot, hurry up and catch up. Kakashi observes Obito with a deadpan expression. Foolish Obito, why are you lagging behind? This is an S-rank mission. Rin noticed the two behind her, hands on their hips, displaying their dissatisfaction with the lack of enthusiasm for an S-rank task. Rin, do not acquiesce to that scoundrel. Obito hurried after her, his mind troubled by the thought that his precious light was being taken away by another man. A rather dubious one at that. What if she indeed falls into a relationship with him? No, that cannot be. Tears welled in his eyes. the two Tomo in his Sharingan flickering uncertainly before ultimately dimming. Is the Uchiha clan's bloodline Sharingan on the verge of awakening due to this incident? Though fleeting, Minato's keen senses detected the momentary fluctuation of Obito's spiritual energy within his pupils. It seems rather disheartening. Scratching his head in confusion, he was at a loss on how to console him. Obito is his student, and so is Rin. He cannot force one student to like another purely based on his own preferences. That would be utterly unreasonable. What about that Tenkai fellow? Might Guy had been trailing humbly behind, witnessing the others engage in light-hearted banter, too timid to interrupt. Such a pitiful sight. Let me first ascertain your capabilities. If you possess none, it would be quite troublesome. Tenkai turned his gaze towards Might Guy. I excel in physical combat. I can handle any laborious task. Might Guy quickly responded. So, you're physically fit, which is a plus. But can you perform transformation jutsu? Tenkai continued his inquiries. I truly apologize, but I cannot perform transformation jutsu. Might Guy's anxiety was palpable, and he clenched his cheeks tightly. The lack of transformation jutsu significantly diminishes his potential for various male character portrayals, greatly reducing his value. Do you lack proficiency in any other techniques? Tenkai frowned. He was well aware that Might Guy could utilize the 8 gates, but he must not reveal this. The familiarity he felt upon first encountering Might Guy suggested a lack of understanding regarding a ninja's acuity in information gathering. I sincerely apologize. I can only perform physical techniques. Might Guy felt utterly dejected, knowing his worth was limited to being a laborer. So, you can take the brawny route, fine. I will draft a script for you. Tenkai furrowed his brow. Might Guy instantly brightened. Is it a script specifically for me? I am immensely grateful. I shall double my efforts. Prepare yourself for a genuine performance as a star, and be ready for a significant makeover, which will require time for costumes and makeup. Tenkai shook his head. I sincerely apologize. I can lower the commission fee. I am well aware that I am hardly worth it. It is entirely due to your compassion, Tenkai-sama, for which I am truly thankful. Might Guy knelt, bowing his head, a mixture of guilt and gratitude etched across his face. The only way he could express his sincerity was through this gesture, which now felt increasingly trivial. Return home. Come back once the casting for the shoot is finalized. Tenkai waved his hand dismissively. No transformation jutsu? Real-life appearance? How splendid. He would surely face public disgrace in Konoha, unable to accept any further commissions. Ninjas, clients, and even Konoha residents would all scorn him. Even dogs would shake their heads in disdain. At that point, he would open his arms wide, embracing trust, gratitude, and loyalty. Chapter 16. Earth Release. Artificial Gemstones. Tenkai, are you truly intending to film an adult movie? Rin's cheeks flushed as she broached the subject, feeling somewhat awkward as a girl. You pervert. Inuzuka, Kiba, and Mabuki, along with this adult film, now you wish to make Yugao your full-time sister. Deliberately getting close to Rin and speaking of sponsorship. Your intentions have been sinister from the outset. Obito jumped in, pointing an accusing finger at Tenkai, eager to tarnish Tenkai's image in Rin's eyes. Rin also pondered this matter. If she were truly sponsored, that scoundrel would not hold back. The thought sent her heart racing in confusion. Should she refuse? But she is a ninja. Could she truly decline a commission arranged by the Hokage? Yet, if she does not refuse, does that mean she must? The 3 elite jonin of Earth Release gazed at Tenkai with apprehension. The thought of executing this mission made their scalps tingle. Though it was my investment in the production, the commission was accepted by the 3rd Hokage, and the selection was also made by him, indicating his approval of the task. Those who undertake this mission need it, like Might Guy, who faces financial hardship. I understand this may seem like a defense, but to put it plainly, it is merely a task. It is not a matter of life and death. You ninjas are capable of much worse. Tenkai averted his gaze, placing the blame squarely on Sarutobi's shoulders. If you must complain, direct your grievances towards the Hokage. As for adult films, in his calculations, they are hardly lucrative, and whether they will even break even is uncertain. Given the constraints of this era, few families possess televisions. And even Konoha feels like a rural town. How many cinemas could there be? It was purely a spur-of-the-moment decision upon encountering Might Guy. If he could cultivate Might Guy, it would be far superior to any typical ninja. He need not fear if Kushina's husband discovers him. Even in front of the 3rd Hokage, well, perhaps not the 3rd's wife. That old hag is simply too much to handle. Very well, we indeed lack the right to criticize you. You have delegated the commission to the ninja. Rin sighed, unable to assert herself any longer. As a ninja, can one still stand on a moral high ground to point fingers? But Rin, that scoundrel still harbors intentions towards you. Do not be deceived by him. Obito cared little for such matters. His focus rested solely on his precious light. Indeed, do not approach me, nor entertain thoughts of sponsorship. I will never consent. Rin quickly sidestepped, creating distance, her hands raised in a defensive posture. She feared that this scoundrel might seize the opportunity to ensnare her. If you are content, remember not to disrupt the commission. Tenkai shrugged. If he were indeed sponsoring her, he would have sought out Hokage Sarutobi to exert pressure in his capacity as the shadow. Hooray! Obito exclaimed, triumphant as if he had secured a victory. Tenkai cast a sidelong glance at Obito, who seemed rather exuberant. Kakashi looked on, speechless at their childlike antics despite being ninjas. Tenkai-sama, regarding our mission? The 3 Earth Release ninjas inquired. Rin, you will accompany Captain Minato to my residence for a moment, Tenkai instructed. Understood, Rin nodded, aware that Tenkai intended to discuss a confidential mission. Though curious, she would not voice her questions, understanding that some things are better left unknown. If secrets were to leak, how could one ascertain whether it was her side or another's? It would be impossible to clarify. Rin, how did you know where his residence is? Obito queried, puzzled. I assisted him in searching yesterday. We deliberated for quite some time before settling on a place, and by the time we finished, it was already dark, Rin replied. What? Have you two already moved in together? No wonder he spoke of sponsorship today. How infuriating. You have only known each other for a few days, and it has already escalated to this point. Obito's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling as though the world was collapsing around him. Fool, what are you thinking? It was merely a mission assigned to me by the Hokage, and I was helping out, Rin exclaimed, her expression darkening as she clenched her fists and struck out. Though Rin explained, Obito's mind remained clouded with wild thoughts. No man would accept the idea of his precious light being sponsored, especially by a man who truly has the means to do so. That was even more worrisome. I have a question. Will the products created by Earth Release disappear? Tenkai, Mabuki, and the 3 Earth Release ninjas arrived at an empty clearing to inquire. They will, as soon as the chakra sustaining them is ceased. However, if they are derived from natural resources, they will not. For instance, the water-style ninja harnesses the moisture present in the air to execute water techniques, significantly amplifying their potency. However, once the ninjutsu concludes, the chakra-infused water dissipates, while the moisture in the atmosphere remains. Similarly, when we utilize earth techniques, the chakra portion vanishes, yet the soil of the earth persists. Takayama came explained. But what if we alter the structure of the soil? For instance, transforming mud into stone? Tenkai nodded in agreement. That will not happen. What we modify is the structure of the material reality itself, unless we choose to retract the technique, Takayama came responded. Tenkai acknowledged the crucial point. He recalled how Yamato had directly raised a hillside from flat ground, with a waterfall connecting the water veins. A feat that had evidently solidified into the natural environment after countless days of Naruto's training. In contrast, the Land of Fire's terrain lacks such abundance of rocky formations, clearly indicating that the soil has undergone structural alterations. Even medical ninjutsu would be absurd if it ceased to function upon the conclusion of treatment. I trust you have your speculations. My commission for you is quite straightforward. Artificial gemstones. Tenkai stated succinctly. Artificial gemstones. The 3 upper ninjas of Takayama were astonished. How could that be possible? Can it truly be achieved? Kinbei was particularly incredulous. Although they had some inklings, they never imagined it would pertain to this. Artificial gemstones. The formation of gemstones is a complex and lengthy process, involving geological actions, high-temperature and high-pressure environments, hydrothermal activities, and metamorphic processes. Yet, it is not beyond the realms of human ingenuity. In essence, gemstones are the crystallized products of sand and soil minerals. After all, isn't glass merely sand that has been melted? Tenkai asserted. Let alone glass, modern diamonds can be synthesized, and the majority of gemstones can be produced to any desired size, color, and shape, often at remarkably low prices. While clay, loam, sand, marsh, and stone are fundamentally of the earth attribute, they are not of the same nature. Rather, they are altered through the adjustment of chakra properties via hand seals. After all, this is not a combat application. Executing a few extra seals for 10 minutes, combined with physical phenomena, presents a significant possibility. Though somewhat exaggerated, theoretically, it is not impossible. This should not be classified as a composite ninjutsu, but rather as a bloodline limit technique, correct? The three Earth-style upper ninjas deliberated and concurred that success was achievable. Could it truly be so? No wonder they spoke of resolving financial issues in one fell swoop. Kinbei was ecstatic, his excitement palpable as he gazed at Tenkai, his body brimming with enthusiasm. 100 million? Too little. 1 trillion, or even 10 trillion? But why had you not considered this before? Kinbei was perplexed. Truth be told, it is not as simple as it seems. The crystallization of Earth requires a transformation and fusion of Earth and Fire attributes, which transcends mere composite ninjutsu. It is a bloodline limit technique, inherently challenging. Moreover, the conditions for battlefield application are exceedingly stringent, encompassing lethality, speed, efficiency, and functionality, particularly the time required for hand seals. Gemstones are also conspicuous and easily noticed by other ninjas, thus becoming targets. Therefore, the condition of the rock is irrelevant. No one would perform additional seals for aesthetic purposes. Ninjas are inherently pragmatic. The Earth-style ninja elucidated. You likely had not considered this, or else you would not neglect such a lucrative opportunity. So, now that you are aware, will you proceed with the task or report back to the Hokage? Kinbei scrutinized the three with narrowed eyes. Even Tenkai regarded them with suspicion. Had it not been for his special circumstances, he might have feared for his safety. The three were conflicted. Do not worry about the ninja village seizing the wealth of the client. Since we have accepted the commission, we shall see it through. Takayama replied earnestly. Indeed, the temptation was strong, yet they were bound by their commitment to the task. The other two Earth-style ninjas sighed in agreement. Truly, you are Konoha ninjas. It is no wonder so many entrust important missions to you. You are remarkably reliable, Tenkai remarked with a smile. Although he harbored doubts, he felt reassured by their willingness to labor diligently rather than resort to outright theft. This credibility enhanced his confidence further. He despised undertaking endeavors without preparation. How long do you estimate it will take to produce? Tenkai inquired. That, we cannot ascertain. After all, this technique belongs to the realm of bloodline limits. Then let it be a fusion of fire and high-pressure crystallization combined with ninjutsu. I do not require you to undertake high-difficulty tasks, simply achieve the results. Let us establish a base here, for I am eager to witness this. Tenkai expressed joyfully while looking at the three. Kinbei also awaited the outcome with great anticipation. The three exchanged glances, then simultaneously performed hand seals. Earth-style, great house. The earth trembled as a vast structure, occupying 1,000 square meters, rose from the ground. Though its exterior appeared rugged, composed of earth and stone, the rock material was exceptionally sturdy, and with a little sculpting, it could exude an air of grandeur and solidity. Truly magnificent. Had I known sooner, I would have opted for a fortress built through earth techniques rather than renting a house, Tenkai exclaimed, thrilled at the sight of the enormous edifice before him. Real estate was indeed on his list of applications for earth techniques. Should the artificial gemstones fail, he could always have these three Earth-style ninjas construct bridges to charge tolls, build real estate to sell houses, create ceramic wares, or even mine minerals. There were countless ways to recoup the 9 million commission fee. Moreover, if they could not produce gemstones, could they not seek out white eyes? Let alone gemstones. They could even procure gold. By the way, do you require other lower-ranked ninjas to assist? After all, production will be needed later, and we can have them familiarize themselves in advance. Assistance is unnecessary, but if mass production is desired, we could indeed arrange for some personnel to undertake the finer sculpting tasks, the three responded. Kinbei, please proceed to acquire this land and simultaneously commission 10 lower-ranked Earth-style ninjas. Tenkai instructed. Yes, leave it to me. Kinbei replied, exhilarated. Chapter 17. The laughter of the bull-headed man Yamashiro I, an upper ninja, received a directive from Lord Hokage to lead a team to the Hokage Tower. The Umbu had come to inform him. Understood, Yamashiro I nodded and promptly gathered the team. This time, it should be of a higher caliber, Asume Sarutobi said, a blade of grass clenched between his teeth. After all, we are still merely lower-ranked ninjas. Hibi stated casually. Yuhi Kurenai, slightly disappointed, clasped her hands before her chest, realizing it was merely a jest. It was not that she particularly yearned for its truth. Considering their brief acquaintance, however, promises often lingered in the heart, igniting a flicker of hope. What's wrong? Asuma noticed Kurenai's demeanor. Nothing. She shook her head. Lord Hokage, Yamashiro I's team arrived at the Hokage Tower. Kurenai, Could you elaborate on your dealings with the esteemed Tenkai? Tenkai, a merchant from the land of water, has only just arrived in Konoha yesterday. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, spoke kindly. Tenkai? Kurenai's eyes widened in surprise. He issued me a direct commission, a C-rank personal request, specifically for Yuhi Kurenai, with a reward of 100,000 Ryo. The task entails full-time companionship as a sister for 1 month. There are no mandatory requirements. You may refuse any of his requests during the task. He also mentioned that if you do not object to this form of task, you may renew it annually after the month concludes. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled as he handed over a draft of the task scroll. Typically, a commission would require a team of 3 to execute, subsequently dividing the payment. But now one person would receive the entirety, quite a substantial sum. Such a commission exists? Asuma was taken aback. Did he truly issue a commission? I had thought it was merely a jest. After all, one could become a great friend without needing to submit a formal request. Yugao, equally incredulous, gazed at the scroll, her heart swelling with profound emotion. What began as a playful promise was taken with utmost sincerity. Not only had he spent a considerable sum, but he also sought the Hokage in person to establish the commission, which demonstrated remarkable earnestness. How could that young girl not be moved? He mentioned that by accepting this commission, she would no longer need to venture out frequently for other tasks, often for several days at a time. He further suggested that if she was amenable, he could arrange for her an annual contract, thereby liberating her from the execution of other missions indefinitely. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled gently. Such a commitment made for her stirred a warm current within Yugao, her eyes misting with emotion. For a ninja, the privileges of safety and the freedom of choice are indeed luxuries, and he had bestowed these upon her. You have encountered a good person. Yamashiro always expressed joy for her, equally touched by such a benefactor. Yugao felt her cheeks flush at the thought. Although it was a jest-like promise, the proprietor truly followed through. As ninjas, we must heed the requests of our clients. However, he issued no coercive orders, allowing her the freedom to pursue whatever she desired. In my many years as Hokage, I have never witnessed such a request. You must cherish it, Sarutobi Hiruzen encouraged, bolstering Yugao's fondness for the proprietor, aware of the authority wielded by the shadow of the hidden village. Very well, Yugao, go seek out the proprietor. He should be training at the location you visited yesterday. Sarutobi Hiruzen said kindly. Yes, Lord Third, she replied, her face ablaze as she exited the office, her heart racing with anticipation. At that moment, nothing, not even the horrors of human trafficking or sibling scams, seemed daunting. It felt like a whimsical game between two individuals. What of one's worldview? Do ninjas possess such a perspective? Perhaps they merely follow their senses. The young master certainly had the most to say on this matter, for his deceased parents would understand. Yugao's departure left Asuma watching helplessly, unable to intervene, nor did he possess the reason to do so. A painful sensation welled within him, akin to the distress of a childhood friend rushing into another man's embrace. This sentiment was well understood by Toji. Congratulations, Yugao, on acquiring such a good friend. Ebisu expressed his delight for her. This commission was indeed peculiar. Could it be that Yugao? Asuma's heart was heavy as he observed her retreating figure. Childhood companions now gravitating towards another man to become a full-time sister? What kind of sister was she truly? All Yugao needed to do was execute her mission. His thoughts were clearly convoluted. Asuma, your team must continue with the mission under challenging circumstances. The tasks will undoubtedly be more arduous, but they must be completed without fail. Sunagakure is stirring trouble. The ninja world is on the brink of turmoil. The third Hokage's smile faded, revealing the gravity of his authority. Understood. With Yugao's departure, Asuma could only bow his head in acceptance of the order. This is the life of a ninja, enduring what ordinary people cannot. Chapter 18. Full-time sister chakra is an energy produced by the perfect fusion of the body's various components. It serves as the source of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, generally referring to the amalgamation of spiritual and physical energy. A person may lack chakra, yet they must possess both spiritual and physical energy. The mixture of these two energies generates chakra, a process we ninjas refer to as refinement. Lin, acting as the theoretical instructor, elucidated this to the proprietor, even producing her notes from previous classes. The so-called academic prodigy possessed an understanding of knowledge that even teachers could not rival, and Lin was one of those individuals. What you say is quite straightforward, and I can comprehend it, but it feels too abstract. What exactly needs to be done? I lack the sensation of grasping something tangible. The proprietor furrowed his brow. You won't expect me to sit cross-legged in meditation, will you? And then resort to a blunt approach? That would be rather unteaching. Starting from scratch is indeed challenging. You must exhibit some patience, Lin reassured, seated beside the proprietor. Too close. You two are far too close. Lin cried. Obito, tears streaming down his face, clutched the pillar, watching the moonlight and another person sitting together, offering guidance and emotional support. The pain was unbearable. Physical energy is more concrete. One can equate it to stamina and muscular strength, such as the force exerted when delivering a punch, representing a form of physical energy. The difficulty primarily lies within spiritual energy, which appears elusive and difficult to grasp. Emotions such as curiosity, joy, anger, sadness, and melancholy are all forms of spiritual energy, alongside focus. We currently utilize subjective emotions and concentration to guide spiritual energy, merging it with physical strength, Lin explained with growing impatience. Following Lin's guidance, the proprietor began to concentrate. Directing his focus inward, he summoned various emotions, excitement, sorrow, ensuring they were sufficiently intense and concentrated within himself. It was complex. Until success was achieved, any analysis remained mere analysis. Proprietor, Lin exclaimed. Yugao? Yugao arrived, noticing others nearby. Captain Minato and Kakashi, what are you doing here? Have I reached the point where everyone ignores my existence? Obito lamented, feeling increasingly despondent. Indeed, Kakashi replied coolly, nodding. We're on a mission, an S-rank commission. Lin exclaimed, waving her hand with glee, growing even more exuberant. Under normal circumstances, Obito would be the most eager to boast, but now he lacked the spirit. What was there to flaunt when the moonlight seemed to be taken from him? S-rank commission? For the proprietor? Yugao inquired, glancing at him. Minato-sensei, is it permissible to disclose? Lin asked. The details of a ninja's mission cannot be revealed unless permitted by the client. Minato responded gently. Just tell her. It's nothing shameful, the proprietor stated, glancing at Yugao, who had received the commission. Yugao nodded shyly, a blush creeping across her face. Being a full-time sister is truly blissful, Lin mused enviously. Though she suspected the proprietor's intentions were less than pure, it was undeniably romantic. An enviable warmth, much like a scene from a shoujo manga, being cradled in someone's embrace, her heart melting. Did you know? Yugao gasped. Today we accepted a commission from the proprietor. He sought the Hokage in our presence, Lin remarked, a hint of jealousy in her tone. I thought it was all in jest. Truly, there was no need for a formal commission. Executing tasks is quite normal, Yugao admitted bashfully. How infuriating. Hearing this warms my heart, Lin said enviously. Do not be envious. Do you not also have an S-rank commission? The proprietor chuckled lightly. Teaching you to cultivate chakra is a team task, not my personal mission, Lin pouted. Training chakra? Are you, dear proprietor, aspiring to become a ninja? Yugao playfully rephrased. Not at all. I merely wish to possess the ability to run freely and carry my little princess beneath the setting sun, the proprietor teased Yugao. Princess is too much. She replied, feeling shy. Do you still have time for romance? Hurry and study. Do not waste time. Lin declared, brandishing a branch menacingly. How infuriating. Since you already have Yugao, do not get too close to Lin. Obito shouted. Enough. This commission is already peculiar. Discussing it in front of so many people makes it seem as though our relationship is something else entirely. Yugao felt even more embarrassed amidst the crowd. Hong expressed that she had no particular demands, suggesting that Tianquan could take a break or engage in training as he pleased, without needing to revolve around her. Tianquan chuckled lightly, recognizing that he was not a local nor part of the ninja community. The current mission had inadvertently separated Hong from her teammates, leaving her by his side in a task-oriented manner. Not only was there no reluctance, but she also seemed to consider his feelings, unconsciously narrowing the distance between them, a classic case of self-advocacy without any psychological barriers. Chapter 19. Ancestral Tutorial. After much effort, Tianquan was still perplexed. What exactly was chakra? And what sensation should he aim for? He felt discomfort, knowing that the extraordinary was within reach yet remaining unable to grasp it. An exasperating dilemma. You do have your moments of struggle too. You really lack patience, Lin remarked with amusement. Keep going, big brother, Hong encouraged. The initial experience can be quite anxious. Once you successfully refine it just once, it'll be fine. Minato, with a sunny smile, offered his encouragement. Come, take my hand. I will transfer my chakra from my palm to yours. I am uncertain if this will help blend your spiritual and physical energies, but let us give it a try. Lin extended her small hand. This is splendid. It should have been like this from the start, Tianquan responded, grasping her tiny, gentle hand. Leave this to me, and I promise to transmit all my chakra. Obito, overwhelmed with emotion, jumped around anxiously. He had yet to hold Bayue's hand, and here was another man grasping hers. Stop messing around. I have learned medical ninjutsu. My chakra control is the best and most stable, Minato asserted. Feel it well? This is chakra. Lin closed her eyes, focusing intently on transmitting chakra from her palm to Tianquan's. As he held Lin's hand, he felt a warm sensation, as if her body temperature flowed through him. Concentrate and refrain from saying anything odd. Lin chided. Warm, warm, Obito lamented, lying on the ground, tears streaming down his face. The chakra that clung to the body or weapons had a time limit. It could only be maintained for a brief period, necessitating the continuous replacement of the vanished chakra with new energy. To allow Tianquan to feel it, Lin had to maintain a remarkably stable frequency. As a novice, her instability made the experience all the more challenging. After several minutes, Lin opened her eyes, slightly fatigued, and inquired about his feelings. Do you sense anything yet? I feel something, but it seems unrelated to chakra extraction. Is this the sensation after successful extraction? Tianquan hesitated. Lin was taken aback. Kakashi shook his head, realizing their efforts had been in vain. However, having sensed chakra ahead of time was a significant advancement, as even a slight awareness could guide their efforts moving forward. Minato encouraged from another perspective, aiming to alleviate Tianquan's mindset and prevent disappointment. Yet, as night fell, he still had not successfully refined chakra. I thought I would be a prodigy, but I find myself so ordinary that I can hardly accept it, Tianquan struggled internally. How can a golden finger be both extraordinary and useless? It offers no combat assistance and is merely ornamental, even to the extent that it will remain unused until the end. Now, with such mediocre talent, am I not just an ordinary pedestrian? If it weren't for the benefits of the female audience and another intellectual advantage, I might not even qualify as cannon fodder. Accept reality. Not everyone possesses talent like mine. Obito scoffed. You, the back of the class, don't make me reveal your grades at school, Lin retorted, delivering a blow to Obito's ego. Sticking it out this long is commendable. Chakra is something everyone can possess, and you will surely learn it. Hong encouraged. I have already explained the necessary theories and practice methods, and you have experienced the sensation of chakra. Now it's a matter of continuous attempts to find the feeling. Everyone starts from 0 to 1 and requires countless trials. You're not too young. Don't be disheartened by a minor setback, Lin advised patiently, her tone reminiscent of a kindergarten teacher encouraging a child. Regardless of the endeavor, the most crucial aspect is to take action. If you persevere, there will surely be rewards. Minato echoed, his sunny smile instilling great confidence. We can accompany you in your training. Even the usually aloof Kakashi nodded in encouragement, creating a supportive training atmosphere. Is this a student? This is a master, their own father. Not only did they need to teach him hand in hand like kindergarten teachers, but they must also ensure that he remained engaged throughout the learning process, providing ample emotional value to maintain his positive mindset. Compared to other transmigrators, this felt like an orphan watching a melodrama, strange and unfamiliar. All right, I will do my best. Captain Minato, it's getting late. You all should return to rest, Tianquan suggested. Lord Tianquan, are you still training tonight? We cannot predict how busy you will be later, so we should seize every free moment, Minato inquired proactively. There's nothing pressing. I'll practice after dinner, Tianquan contemplated. Then let us leave one person here to continue assisting with the training. We can return once Lord Tianquan has rested, Minato proposed. Not only did they provide emotional support without complaint, but they even volunteered to work overtime after dark. Now that's professionalism. Tianquan felt immense satisfaction. This was indeed commendable. Their initial focus on the employer's needs demonstrated a strong sense of consideration. Who could possibly object? Lin, you will take the first watch. Afterward, we will rotate. Captain Minato declared. Understood, teacher, Lin nodded. Lin, after your watch, make sure to return. Don't stay overnight. Obito quickly reminded. Of course I will return to Konoha. Lin replied, exasperated, as if to say, do you think I don't know what that fool means? After a brief explanation, Minato's team returned to their respective homes, leaving Lin on duty. Who would have thought that this stingy fellow would provide food? I thought I would have to return to Konoha for dinner, Lin mused cheerfully. Is it convenient to go home? Tianquan inquired. High-level missions come with high risks. Now that we can return home safely, it's a secure place to rest, Lin explained. Have you considered that the danger might stem from Konoha itself? Tianquan said, looking into Lin's eyes. Don't scare me like that. Lin felt a surge of anxiety. Even Yuhi Kurenai grew tense. Haha, I'm just joking. If you encounter danger, run to me. Although I currently possess little strength and seemingly lack talent, I can at least accompany you in trembling, Tianquan declared confidently. Does having another person scared make it any less scary? Lin retorted, exasperated. At least it won't be lonely when facing death, Tianquan teased. Ugh, I want to die? Lin protested. Don't head back late at night. You'll be here again tomorrow anyway, so why run back and forth? Huh, are you going home? You're a ninja now. You don't need to report to your family, right? How about staying with Lin? Tianquan suggested cheerfully, as being with a beautiful anomaly always lifted his spirits. Returning to Konoha is not a problem, and my father is at home. He will know. Yuhi Kurenai politely declined. Her face flushed. Are you plotting something? Lin suspiciously scrutinized him. I can't overpower either of you ninjas. I should be the one worried. What might you do to me? Tianquan jested. Stop joking. Finish eating and come train. After dinner, Lin and Hong accompanied Tianquan in training for several hours before they eventually returned. There was no overnight stay. Not even in the other vacant rooms. Tianquan did not insist. After a long day of exhaustion, he sought solace with Mei Ting, with a charming wife at home. Who would not indulge? It alleviates nerve fatigue, regulates physical and mental well-being, and releases unnecessary stress. Chapter 20. Chit-chat. Excuse me, has Lord Tianquan risen? The dawn had barely broken, and the diligent workers were already up, the overnight warriors beginning their morning routines. The handsome and bright young man, both feng shui men, had already led his team to the workplace, truly a paragon of the industrious. Lord is still resting. Please take a seat while I fetch him. Young maid Keiko Sato said. Thank you, Shui Min replied with a smile. Keiko's heart fluttered at his sunny charm, and she hurriedly poured tea for the guests before retreating. As a young maid, she was inevitably subject to her masteress' whims. Even with the sun high in the sky, he hasn't risen yet. How lazy. What time did he go to bed last night? Obito's gaze fixed intently on Rin. Foolish Obito, what are you testing? I already told you that I returned with Hong last night, and we met you all bright and early. Rin replied, visibly annoyed. Oh, I was just concerned for you, Rin. That scoundrel is far from a good person, Obito grinned mischievously. Behind the scenes, he slandered that last night. He must have engaged in inappropriate acts with Mei Ting, perhaps even in front of Inuzuka Kiba. How depraved. Should we not investigate secretly? He must be sleeping with Mei Ting right now. Are you not afraid of being overheard discussing others in their home? Kakashi retorted, exasperated. Foolish Obito. Who speaks ill of someone in another's house? Rin could not help but scold Obito. Isn't this to reveal his true nature? Obito sulked. Knock, knock, knock. Meanwhile, maid Keiko knocked at the door. Seeing the disarray inside and inhaling the heavy atmosphere, her heart raced. Lord Tianquan, Captain Shui Min and his team have arrived. I've asked them to wait in the living room with tea. Tianquan opened his eyes to glance at the clock. He was no longer a mere worker. And who rises at 6? Sighing, he looked at the young Keiko standing there. Are you married? No, I'm not, Keiko replied nervously. Do you have a boyfriend? Yes. My childhood friend confessed to me last month, but we haven't discussed marriage yet. Keiko's cheeks flushed, as if she understood something. Since breaking free from the confines of being a ninja, he had become increasingly reckless. After all, with modern understanding and knowledge of the Naruto storyline, why should he act as cannon fodder? His horizons had yet to expand. After some commotion, Mei Ting had awakened as well. Get ready. Captain Shui Min has kept you waiting. Have you eaten? Tianquan approached, towel in hand, drying his hair. It's been over an hour. Are you still leisurely bathing? Rin remarked with a frown, suspicious of their activities, but she said nothing. This is basic etiquette for receiving guests, Tianquan replied confidently. Thank you, we've already eaten. We can wait for Lord Tianquan to finish before starting. Captain Shui Min smiled, completely unbothered by the wait. Ninjas, after all, must execute their tasks. Brother, I'm here, Captain Shui Min called out. Good morning, Rin. Kurenai Yuhi arrived at that moment. How nice it is to come whenever you please, Such freedom, Rin admired. We arrived at 6, but gathered at 5:30, and this lazy pig only rose after 7. Kurenai felt a bit embarrassed. Of course, the sister must be accommodating. Come, let us eat together. If not for the distance, he would have indulged in holding Kurenai close. I ate before coming. Kurenai felt warmth in her heart. Next time we meet here, let us eat together, so we can sleep a little longer, Tianquan suggested. That sounds good, Kurenai replied shyly. In relationships, one must take incremental steps. If a hand is held once without objection, it becomes a habit. If a hand rests on a leg without rejection, that signals that lesser intimacy is permissible. Only fervor can ignite passion. Slow-burning affection is futile. Should the temperature drop, feelings cool, and the relationship falters, rendering romance moot. Of course, one cannot approach with, "Pretty lady, do you have time? Shall we defecate together?" Lord Tianquan, there are many ninjas at the door seeking you. Having just finished his meal, Keiko Sato led a group of 16 ninjas to the backyard. We are here on a mission from the 3rd Hokage. One ninja stepped forward, presenting a scroll. It appeared that today's training was to end before it even began. Captain Shui Min, you may rest for now, Tianquan stated. In that case, let us wait here. There is ample space for us to train, Bo Feng Shui Min suggested, embodying the spirit of putting the employer first. Rest? There is no possibility of rest. Only useless waste would rest when not serving the client. An elite jonin like me must adhere to the way of the ninja. Very well, thank you for your hard work. Keiko, please prepare some tea and snacks. By the way, you will now be the head maid, responsible for arranging and inspecting the work of the other 4 maids. Tianquan was quite pleased. This was a golden opportunity. A legitimate top 3 powerhouse in the ninja world. If not for the plot's interference, he would certainly be invincible. Yes, I will do my best, Keiko replied joyfully, relieved from her earlier chatter and realizing she must be more proactive in the future. 6 months seems a bit tight, Kakashi frowned. Failure in learning is one thing, but we have tasks to complete. Failing is unacceptable. How frustrating. Obito sulked. Whose learning is approached with such an attitude? All right, no more complaints. We are here to conduct serious business, Rin interrupted. I've assigned 2 tasks. You all stand separately. I don't even know who is doing what. Tianquan addressed the group of ninjas before him. Wasn't he said to film adult movies? Why is it all men on my side? A bewildered Might Guy looked around at the ninjas. Don't tell me there are also male ninjas in adult films? Someone muttered, their mouth twitching. Did any of you misinterpret the task? They looked around. On the other side, 10 female ninjas stood, all tall and strikingly beautiful. If not for filming, they could get married on the spot. Did any of you misunderstand? Is it not a modeling task, but rather filming? Are you too shy to step forward? Step forward quickly. Don't waste everyone's time. The 10 female ninja models looked around suspiciously, as if playing a game of werewolf. All right, the numbers are fine. Now the modeling group, follow me to the dance studio. I will arrange specific tasks. The filming crew, please wait a moment. Tianquan scanned the 10 female ninja models. None had familiar faces from the original story, but they all looked quite appealing. With well-defined features and a solid foundation of beauty and physique. What about the dark, smoky makeup? As he spoke, he walked toward the dance studio, with the 10 female ninja models following, casting curious glances at the filming crew. The filming of adult films held no interest for them, but an all-male cast was quite appealing. The filming crew exchanged glances, drenched in sweat. Kurenai Yuhi pondered briefly before stepping inside. Are you interested, Kurenai? Tianquan noticed. Didn't you ask me to be your model before? If one were to do nothing at all, it would indeed be quite embarrassing, Hong earnestly remarked. Still concerned? Let's count it all together, Tianquan chuckled lightly. Sherry Hong nodded. Chapter 21. The Hanbang Consortium is truly delightful within the room. Tianquan gazed at the 10 female ninjas before him. As candidates for a modeling assignment, they had already been meticulously selected, and this commission did not necessitate their ninja prowess, thereby broadening the selection criteria. It could be said that their appearances and physiques were of exceptional quality. Even without transformation techniques, they inherently possessed striking images. For the next month, and even beyond, you shall all serve as models and actresses for my company. There is much to learn. Walking, demeanor, etiquette, conversation, attire, makeup, dance, acting, and even photography. However, given your backgrounds as ninjas, it should not be overly taxing. These ninjas turned models were indeed the finest employees and performers. Yes, exclaimed the 10 female ninjas. their eyes brightening. Ninja commissions involve life-threatening risks. What are mere manners and attire in comparison? This is clearly a life of luxury. Now, remove your forehead protectors. Keep your ninja identities in your hearts. Wearing them will affect your style and presence, Tianquan instructed. The group hesitated, but he asserted, this is during the task period. Listen to me. I require models of beauty and fashion, not beautiful ninjas. After a moment's hesitation, the women complied, removing their forehead protectors and placing them in their ninja pouches. Perform well over the next month, and if you excel, I shall commission you annually, starting at 1 million. Tianquan declared, presenting them with a tantalizing prospect. 1 million a year? Long live Lord Tianquan. The women instantly became exhilarated, their eyes sparkling as they looked at him. Mike Guy, who solely practiced physical techniques, was indeed an exception. However, their ranks as lowly ninjas meant their monthly earnings were similarly meager and unstable. Presently, there were 8 stylistic categories: elegant, romantic, girlish, natural, classical, dramatic, avant-garde, and youthful. You shall choose according to your preferences, personalities, physiques, or inner aspirations, and select a fixed path for deeper development. Once decided, inform me of your names and types. This is merely a preliminary determination. Adjustments will be made during actual performances if required, Tianquan organized. Having been a woman for 18 years, this is my first venture into researching female styles. It feels rather peculiar, he mused. Isn't it quite pleasant? No fighting or killing, and yet we can become beautiful. I hope to continue with this task, he added, eager to embrace the opportunity. The 10 female ninjas found it odd to transition from trained assassins to glamorous women. However, the allure of the commission, devoid of danger, was undeniably enticing. I wish to take on the girlish style, said Sun, while I, Weno Anri, prefer the elegant style, another chimed in. I am Sakata AI. What type do I fit into? A girl with a penchant for licking her lips in excitement asked, standing at a petite height of 1.5 meters. With a slender frame, heavily lined eyes, and a mischievous grin, she exuded a sense of dark, perilous charm. How about a gothic style? Tianquan inquired with interest. Gothic? AI blinked, her habitual tongue flicking out, accepting the label since he was the client. After they all selected their styles, Yama Hanayuki asked, what about me? She appeared diminutive. A cute figure standing at 1.34 meters, yet was undeniably over 18. The high-risk nature of being a ninja often resulted in a youthful demographic, with most ninjas being quite young, as the saying went. The seasoned ones had suffered severe injuries, or worse. Since you've all chosen, why not take the unconventional route and adopt a commoner style? Tianquan suggested. Being approachable, humble, and polite, even an ordinary girl can yield great results. And it won't hinder your work, practicality matters. Tianquan's decision brought him joy. Everyone adored small animals, whether kittens, puppies, or insects, demonstrating his compassionate nature. However, let us not forget, he was also a diligent worker contributing to their earnings. Now that you have each confirmed your stylistic types, we must address your physiques. Body variations are relatively minor. It's merely a matter of balancing proportions. The key lies in your aura and attire. The essence of aura must embody modernity, fashion, sophistication, and an elevated sense of self, evoking a strong sense of femininity and an aura of high society, akin to that of a socialite, inspiring admiration and desire. Clothing serves to accentuate and is an integral part of one's aura and sensation. Without clothing, we are all fundamentally the same, but attire can evoke powerful feelings. For instance, the difference between wearing stockings and not, or contrasting black and white, can elicit entirely different impressions. The 10 female ninjas diligently absorbed the lessons, with Xiari Hong showing great interest. Upon hearing her name mentioned, Mei Ding willingly removed her stockings. As a woman, I find myself utterly captivated. How alluring! One ninja exclaimed, while Tianquan discreetly swallowed hard, acknowledging his attraction to her, a perfect demonstration of how subtle differences can yield significant impacts. Are the ninja's perceptive skills truly that sharp? One remarked teasingly. Mei Ting, you must take care of yourself with that stunning figure. The others chimed in, their laughter lightening the mood. Enough with the distractions. Let's return to the task at hand. If you're interested, feel free to join us tonight, Tianquan interjected, aiming to restore focus. As the group quieted, they resumed their examination of the client's requirements. Note that the glamorous, high society aesthetic I just described is merely one aspect of high-end positioning. However, In the initial stages of the brand, to capture attention and penetrate the market, we must be bold. The focus will be on sensuality, openness, avant-garde spirit, elegance, and opulence. For instance, pleated V-neck bodycon dresses, open-back side-cut gowns, and waist-accentuating split camisole dresses can accentuate feminine curves while maintaining an air of refinement. Yet, it must not be vulgar. Elegance must prevail. In essence, we must polish the edges, understanding the need for sophistication. He admitted to having no formal expertise in fashion, but acknowledged that frequent exposure had naturally refined his taste. The so-called feminine beauty online, the Western notion of bodily aesthetics, is all about drawing the eye. Gender characteristics must be subtly revealed. Let us be frank. Even top-tier actresses navigating red carpets employ various strategies to showcase themselves. Have they not noticed? They fear you might miss it. Elegance need not be crass, and crassness can be elegant, Sherry Hong mused, feeling somewhat bewildered. Can one truly be elegant while being crass? Confidence radiates brilliance and propels one forward. That is the essence of a socialite. It embodies the pursuit of individuality, breaking free from societal norms and prejudices, and refusing to be labeled by others. Tianquan said with a light chuckle. I will strive to accept this, Sherry Hong resolved. We are quite flexible. We can embody either fashion models or lingerie models. These expectations are merely standard for models, are they not? After all, isn't team modeling simply about showcasing one's physique? We were mentally prepared before arriving, especially with the opportunity for transformation on camera and the prospect of annual contracts. The 10 female ninjas mused, finding no fault in the arrangement, embracing it wholeheartedly. They even contemplated the idea of becoming nude models, considering they had already mastered transformation techniques. It was certainly a secretive endeavor. Their capacity for acceptance was commendable, truly befitting of ninjas. I had anticipated needing to offer you some guidance. Tianquan was also in high spirits. The structure of the dance troupe seemed rather limited. It was undoubtedly the Hanbang consortium that thrived. Chapter 22. God of War Training Camp Kim Miting. You shall henceforth serve as the head of the modeling department. This department is arguably the core of our company and serves as our sharpest weapon. In realms such as photography, film, and music, we have cultivated numerous star singers to promote our brand. With our formidable cultural output, we will lead the trends of the era. You must take this seriously. Tianquan emphasized with particular fervor. The Dami Group ascended to the pinnacle of wealth through robust promotion and brand output. He adeptly harnessed innovation while simultaneously leveraging star power for publicity. The soaring sales were not merely a goal, but an inevitability. Stars, brands, trends. The excitement and exhilaration caused Kim Miting's face to flush, revealing a future more expansive than artificial gemstones, surpassing even her wildest imagination. Choosing you is the most correct decision I have ever made. Kim Miting's eyes burned with fervor, nearly bursting with an uncontrollable exuberance. Where is the good performance? Tianquan chuckled lightly. As head of the team, the 10 female ninjas also turned their gazes toward Miting's form, captivated by her vibrant allure. Noticing the puzzled expressions around her, Miting proposed a suggestion. Let us start simply. Everyone can transform into my physique while retaining your own appearances. The clothes will also remain your own. Wouldn't that create a completely different sensation? Taking a deep breath, Miting proactively opened the floor for discussion. The 10 female ninjas' eyes lit up. This was far simpler than breaking through ideological barriers. With a puff of smoke, 11 alluring figures emerged. Their garments stretched to their limits. Each displayed unique facial features and attire, resulting in distinctly varied effects. Vibrant youths bore voluptuous forms, and traditional elegance was jolted by an unexpected impact due to their physiques. What an exaggerated transformation. The same garments, yet different physiques and appearances yield entirely different effects, even changing one's aura. Yuharu gazed in shock at her reflection. Her face remained her own, but that body? The atmosphere was charged, almost intoxicating. Tianquan's eyes sparkled with delight. Transformation techniques were indeed marvelous. The room was filled with enchanting figures, and the air seemed infused with seduction. Yuharu felt her ears burn. Realizing something she promptly tried to dismiss, her heart racing uncontrollably. All right, let us each try in front of the mirrors, from clothing to personal image. You must design it yourselves. Initially, it may be a bit daunting, but it will become simpler as you gain expertise. You can explore here. I have other matters to attend to. With a fiery gaze, Tianquan delegated tasks before stepping out. The room was a veritable haven of voluptuous forms, the air thick with warmth and allure. Yuharu shrank back, hesitant to follow. Things could become complicated. Have you all noticed? It seems Lord Tianquan, given we are all ninjas. How could we not? Someone interjected. Only he remains oblivious to our awareness. I thought he would take at least one of us, perhaps even Mighting as the head. But it seems he took none. Do you still wish to assist Lord Tianquan? A group of voluptuous ninjas excitedly debated, enjoying the gossip. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Mighting laughed, seamlessly integrating with them. We're not foolish. If we had spoken, what if Lord Tianquan decided to act here? Joked Shugen. What if we became collateral damage during the observation? Should we resist or comply? The dilemma was indeed perplexing, considering the annual mission. While ninjas typically held the client in utmost respect and obedience, unreasonable demands unrelated to the task could certainly be declined. However, certain matters could not be outright rejected. The gradual acceptance could lead to adaptation, until that day arrived when it would become second nature. The filming crew arrived to assign tasks. Tianquan called. As Might Guy and 6 ninjas gathered around. I am the director and screenwriter. Might Guy cannot perform transformation techniques, and will play the male lead, while the others bear heavy responsibilities, handling all supporting roles and filming. Tianquan succinctly outlined the arrangements. Are you seriously suggesting they shoot an adult film? Someone exclaimed, bemused. There will be a few restricted scenes, but they will not constitute the main plot. Tianquan clarified. I have several inquiries. How proficient are you in acting? Surely ninjas have received specialized training? Transformation techniques, disguise, and espionage are essential courses. Voice modulation can also be mimicked. While I may not excel, I can attempt multiple takes to achieve the perfect shot. Others affirmed their readiness. My grades in disguise and espionage were 0, Might Guy admitted sheepishly. Does that mean you are completely inept? Abito scoffed. Not being able to perform transformation techniques is troublesome. If you lack acting skills, Tianquan frowned. How did you graduate without these skills? Rin questioned. I'm terribly sorry. Might Guy knelt, overwhelmed with regret. He was well known in Konoha as a failure. Could he truly be entrusted with the lead role? He did not wish for his shortcomings to lead to failure in the mission. Moreover, that repulsive spandex suit seems tailored for a bizarre adult film. The filming crew exchanged disapproving glances at Might Guy. Perhaps I should just handle the laborious tasks instead. Let another ninja take the lead. Might Guy implored, bowing deeply in contrition. He feared neither sacrifice nor humiliation. Personal grievances meant little in comparison. Yet, such incompetence was unbearable to him. Disappointing those who believed in him was simply unacceptable. Enough with the morose demeanor. The protagonist in the script has minimal requirements. Or perhaps chaos is preferable. Given your green spandex suit and unremarkable appearance, we shall call you Goblin. Tianquan interjected, dismissing any thought of replacement. Goblin. Very well. Might Guy nodded appreciatively. Feel free to voice any objections. This is a perfect opportunity to bolster Might Guy's reputation, but removing him is out of the question. After all, he is one of the 2 great gods of war during the darkest hour of Eastern ninja arts. As long as we can persuade Might Guy to relinquish the 8 gates of death, we can fund the training of a group of orphans into deadly soldiers. The God of War training camp will commence. Who wishes to dance then? Just asking who wishes to dance. Now, my goal is to bring Might Guy to disgrace. To be scorned by the entire ninja village, even shunned by the Hokage, stripped of his ninja identity, driven to despair like Konoha White Fang. Perhaps even to the point of suicide. Only then can I extend a hand in redemption, proving my loyalty surpasses that of Konoha and the Hokage. Thus, merely shooting a romance film will not suffice. Male-male relationships are equally out of the question. Jiraiya, a disciple of the Hokage and one of the legendary 3, brazenly published erotic novels. Even the esteemed Minato Namikaze does not appear to feel shame, having been expelled by Kushina, and despite the disdain from Orochimaru and Tsunade, he still commands respect and admiration, even receiving an invitation to become Hokage. You claim his strength is remarkable, which is indeed true. When Naruto, in his youthful exuberance, employs his seductive techniques, no one seems to hold it against him. Thus, the narrative must become even more explosive, to the point that Hiruzen Sarutobi cannot bear it. Chapter 23, The Land of Fire, Hidden Flame Village. Let me provide a brief overview of the plot in the ninja world. Within the Hidden Flame Village of the Land of Fire, Tianquan has just begun to speak when Rin interjects, questioning whether they are discussing the Hidden Flame Village or Konoha. Why is Konoha named so? Instead of being called the Hidden Flame Village like the Hidden Mist of the Land of Water or the Hidden Cloud of the Land of Lightning? Obito instinctively ponders this. There seems to be a historical connection, though I am not entirely certain, perhaps linked to the Uchiha clan. Minato reflects on this. Teacher, they are filming a movie. Please do not interrupt, Kakashi reminds him. My apologies, Minato replies awkwardly. In the Hidden Flame Village, a goblin of humble beginnings, lacking talent for ninjutsu and poor academic performance, faces disdain from all and often endures bullying. Yet, he perseveres with an indomitable spirit, training diligently and dismissing the derogatory remarks of others, viewing them as a form of trial. He embodies the essence of a true ninja, resilient against the trials of nature and capable of enduring all hardships. As Tianquan speaks, Might Guy is moved to tears. Lord Tianquan, you are so generous. Not only have you given me a precious mission, but you have also turned my experiences into a film, making me the protagonist and allowing me to shine before others. A true ninja? Him? To have his experiences turned into a film's leading role? Obito expresses his disbelief. Please, let me finish without interruptions. Those watching should be quiet as well. Tianquan frowns, prompting the others to cover their mouths. Although the goblin possesses little talent for ninjutsu, he demonstrates remarkable resilience and a strong aptitude for taijutsu, showcasing incredible physical prowess that rivals his ninjutsu skills. Such talent captures the attention of the legendary Sage of Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths. The crowd gasps, noting Tianquan's serious expression. Might Guy sheepishly scratches his head. Isn't the Sage of Six Paths a mythical figure? Minato and Kurenai become intrigued by the tale, drawn in by the name of the sage. Do you understand the story's premise? The sage transcends the concepts of life and death, breaking free from the constraints of reality. How could he be compared to mere mortals? Tianquan elaborates. The sage perceives that the Six Paths evil is gradually breaking its seal, threatening humanity. This evil is an incarnation of the sage's malevolent side from a millennium ago, having gathered the negative thoughts of countless beings. As long as the sage exists, this evil cannot be vanquished. Thus, the sage seeks to inhabit the body of a steadfast ninja, intending to mold him into a savior who will defeat the Six Paths evil. Tianquan outlines the story's background, rooted in the elements of this world, making it entirely accessible and believable, perhaps even convincing enough for some to take as reality. Indeed, it evokes imagery of the Jade Emperor on spirit coins and the statue of Buddha. Why is the Jade Emperor depicted on spirit coins instead of King Yen? Obito wonders. Who emerged victorious in the battle between the sage and the Six Paths evil? He inquires, piqued by the tale. How many times must I reiterate? This is a film. Kakashi responds with exasperation. If the sage is so powerful, why does he not personally eliminate the Six Paths evil? Rin questions. The Six Paths evil is a manifestation of the sage's darkness. Their powers are equal. As the evil gathers the negative thoughts of the masses, it seeks to surpass the sage, making it a formidable opponent, Tianquan explains. To be chosen by the Sage of Six Paths, despite being ridiculed and scorned, is indeed an honor, Might Guy exclaims, tears streaming down his face. This is completely different from what I expected. Shouldn't someone like you be cowering in fear? Rin reconsidered her view. The Sage of Six Paths, the Six Paths evil, a savior. This seems fascinating, Minato muses. There is indeed fear. But one can utilize transformation and shadow clone techniques, right? It wouldn't be real, would it? This is a surrealistic film that collides ideals with reality. Possessing profound layers of meaning, Tianquan smiles. The transformation technique used in filmmaking? No wonder the Hokage did not assign you any female roles, Rin realizes instantly. Can you use transformation and shadow clone techniques to create clothing and shoes? What about other objects like stones, trees, or rivers? Tianquan surveys the 5 lower ninjas. Yes, transformation can change not only people but also animals, plants, or weapons, though it is easily disrupted and lacks practicality, serving only as visual deception, one lower ninja replies. How many clones can one produce? Tianquan inquires further. That, we have not tested. Shadow clone technique is ultimately an E-rank ninjutsu, not a physical clone, and the difficulty is quite low. Around 40 to 50 should be manageable. However, explosions and high temperatures during battle can easily distort them, making them easily recognizable to the enemy, rendering them of little value, another ninja responds. That suffices. Not only can we gather 300 heads, but we can also use the transformation and shadow clone techniques to arrange the scene, creating an illusion of grandeur while saving costs. Tianquan nods in satisfaction. Did Naruto ever transform into the Nine Tails using the transformation technique, even biting the one tail? He was clearly physical at that moment. Obito interjects. Come outside. It's time to prepare for filming. Volume 1, Scene 1, Shot 1. The Prophecy of the Sage and the Emergence of the Evil. An opening spanning 2.5 minutes. The grand backdrop took half a day's filming. Most of the time was spent on scene arrangement and special effects design, as everyone lacked experience, necessitating multiple attempts to gradually refine their skills. Thanks to the expertise of the ninja actors and the limitless adjustments possible with transformation techniques, the appearances of both the Sage of Six Paths and the Six Paths Evil, as well as any supporting characters, could be brought to perfection through imagination. They exude an ancient charm shaped by time, combined with an imposing aura of boundless power. The very voice carries a profound sense of fate and reincarnation, resonating as if transmitted from beyond the heavens. The grand atmosphere is palpable. Even just standing there conveys an overwhelming sense of superiority, transcending mere mortals and embodying the essence of a true sage, surpassing the Sage of Six Paths himself. Even the special effects can be conjured, transforming into clouds or mist. And with the right lighting, the overlapping and interwoven effects create an immersive experience. If Naruto can transform into a wind-based Raisin Shuriken, this is a mere trifle. The air of mystery is overwhelming. The integration of shadow clone and transformation techniques elevates the production to a new realm, Obito exclaims in astonishment. The visuals are so grand they surpass my cognitive limits. I would believe you if you claim to have seen the Sage of Six Paths. This is too real. Rin gasps in shock. The shadow clone technique deceives the eye, while the transformation technique constructs a facade, yet in actual combat, they prove difficult for ninjas to utilize effectively. However, they shine in other domains, a truly remarkable concept. Minato expresses his admiration. The human imagination is bound by cognitive limitations, much like the Emperor's golden hoe. At this moment, a sensation akin to having one's mind cleaved open by a divine axe floods in, revealing a magnificent new world. Chapter 24, Soul-Nourishing Inspiration Excellent. This is the feeling. After all, it is all fiction. Unleash your imagination, be bold, and be even bolder. Scene 1. Take 1. The Blood Sacrifice Rescue Mission. The Arrival of the Goblins. Master, we have arrived, exclaimed Might Guy with palpable excitement. The village of Flame Shadow had received a distress signal from a certain location. The cult of the evil god had abducted the entire populace, intending to conduct a blood sacrifice ritual to awaken the monstrous entity beneath the molten rock. The goblins, under the command of the Flame Shadow, were dispatched to thwart the awakening of the creature and liberate the villagers. Contrary to expectations of a fierce battle, the goblins, empowered by the physical prowess bestowed by the Sage of Six Paths, swiftly penetrated the ranks of the cult's ninjas. When a ninja attempted to approach using earth jutsu, he was effortlessly dispatched with a single, powerful blow that tore through his torso. The details must be meticulously crafted. The intense heat scorched the flesh, creating a visceral scene that radiated with the warmth of freshly charred meat. The blood and entrails, expelled from the impact, must convey a sense of realism. It would be best to exaggerate the carnage, with blood splattering in slow motion. The ninjas surely understood this better than I. Goblins, open your mouths wide. What would children think upon witnessing this? Humans are not so fragile. This is what we call an indelible memory. As the narrative progressed, despite the goblin squad's timely arrival, they found themselves too late. All villagers had their limbs severed, blood gushing forth, while the monstrous entity began to stir, causing the earth to tremble. A dire situation indeed. The goblin's eyes not only possessed heat vision, but also X-ray capabilities. He glimpsed the monstrous figure beneath the lava, grotesque and fearsome, seemingly on the verge of awakening. He resolved that the only solution was to cast all 300 villagers into the magma, thereby eliminating both corpses and blood, thus halting the ritual. Yet, his comrades, unable to bear the thought, insisted on rescuing the villagers. Believing they could still end the ritual's initiation conditions, the goblin warned them, expressing uncertainty about the creature's awakening. If his teammates insisted on their plan, he would abandon them to their fate. Ultimately, 2 teammates chose to cast the villagers into the molten rock, gripping their legs and discarding them as one would refuse. Wait, shouldn't they be saving all the villagers? Why are they all being thrown into the magma? The earlier gore could be overlooked, but this act is beyond comprehension. Wasn't he supposed to be a savior? Everyone gazed in shock at Tianquan, bewildered by the stark contrast of the script. A savior? Villagers tossed into magma? A demon, perhaps? The disparity was jarring, even causing the likes of Minato to feel unsettled. Though cruel, it was the most rational decision. A trio could not possibly evacuate over 300 individuals in a timely manner without risking the awakening of the monster, which would lead to an even greater catastrophe. Kakashi contemplated coldly, remaining unaffected by the loss of life. This was indeed a work of surrealism, Tianquan boasted. Where's the thrilling shot you mentioned? Lin suddenly interjected. I notice you have a keen interest in thrilling scenes, Tianquan replied with a smirk, flicking Lin's forehead. What was that for? It's because you're the kind of person I see you as, Lin retorted, blushing at the intimacy of it all. If it comes to that kind of shot, I'd rather create 2 clones and handle it myself. To think one can't even master the basic shadow clone technique and still dares to be the protagonist. It's laughable. Every shoot, he was the one causing problems. Hadn't he learned the art of disguise? He wasn't portraying the Sage of Six Paths. The rest of us had to coordinate the scene, play the villagers, and he couldn't even fulfill the role of a single protagonist properly, wasting everyone's time. With such mediocrity, how could he earn the Sage's recognition? The 5 lower ninjas scoffed. While he was portrayed as a genius in the film and acknowledged by the Sage, the reality was starkly different. He was merely a laborer, lacking even the fundamental shadow clone technique and inadequate in performance, a true hindrance. A few mistakes might be tolerated, but repeated failures would wear thin anyone's patience. He was not the client. Might Guy's smile vanished, replaced by disappointment. Minato, Kakashi, Lin, Obito, they all silently observed the scene. While they felt pity, after a day of work, others were both actors and crew, yet Might Guy couldn't even play a single role adequately. Are you questioning my arrangements? Tianquan furrowed his brow, surveying the group. In an instant, silence enveloped them. Within the task's parameters, no one could defy the client's decisions. Enough complaints. Let's have dinner and rest. We have several more scenes to shoot tonight. Let us aim to complete them swiftly. Tianquan spoke to the group, patting Might Guy's shoulder as he passed. Might Guy's mood sank further. Tianquan had advocated for him, granted him an opportunity to shine. Yet he couldn't even manage that. He felt overwhelming guilt. After dinner, as they resumed work, Might Guy approached Tianquan, his demeanor dejected, humbly prostrating himself at Tianquan's feet. Master, I am truly incompetent. I keep dragging everyone down. As they said, I can only perform menial tasks. Please, let others take the lead, or terminate our arrangement. I feel unworthy of your trust. Recalling Tianquan's support and faith in him, despite knowing his shortcomings, filled him with remorse. Tianquan glanced down at Might Guy kneeling at his feet, then turned his gaze skyward, lost among the stars. Do you know why I assist you? He asked. Might Guy, with tears and snot, looked up. Why? One must either strive for excellence or resign to fate. The most disheartening are those who, having glimpsed the possibilities yet fail to exert themselves, embodying extreme pride while being inherently weak. They fear they are not fine jade, hence shy away from diligent refinement. Yet, they half believe they are exquisite gems, unwilling to settle for mediocrity alongside common stones. Tianquan, my lord, Might Guy gazed at Tianquan's profile, sensing an inexplicable depth. You have toiled for long, realizing you are not fine jade, yet you continue to refine yourself, traversing the path you have chosen. Perhaps this is merely perseverance through hardship, a relentless pursuit with no retreat. Yet your positive attitude in the face of harsh realities seems to me an incredibly radiant gem. Observing you evokes a sense that even the most minuscule life can transcend, transforming into a brilliant star in the night sky, if only for a fleeting moment. Tianquan looked at Might Guy. Though he harbored personal thoughts, he could not deny Might Guy's attitude towards grim realities. Despite being as humble as an insect, he persevered and ultimately radiated brilliance, even if for just a moment. Tianquan, Might Guy's pupils widened, his mouth agape. Unable to fathom that someone would liken him to a star, him, the one who drags others down, being called a gem? Such high praise was overwhelming. Unconsciously, he gazed at the night sky, unmarred by pollution, adorned with countless stars. Their brilliance was truly enchanting, the reflection of a galaxy shimmering in his eyes, resonating within his heart, and he was but one of them. This is not mere consolation. If you require comfort to reach this point, even if transformed into the sun, you would extinguish. Thus, Tian Quan strode past him. His words, like sunlight, illuminated Might Guy's heart, and Tian Quan's figure was indelibly etched in his mind. For someone like Might Guy, dwelling at the lowest rung, yet holding steadfast conviction, money cannot sway him, but inspiration can. Chapter 25, Kushina steps into the trap. After dinner, the work resumed. Off work. What does that mean? During the mission, regardless of day or night, even if one falls asleep, they must rise at any moment. This is the ninja. All right. I can no longer endure. Everyone should return to rest and reconvene tomorrow. It wasn't until the early hours that Tian Quan finally concluded his work. It is Lord Tian Quan. The film crew, comprised entirely of ninjas, appeared utterly unfazed by fatigue. Captain Minato, you've worked hard. It's time for you to rest as well. Who is this? Tian Quan noticed a striking red-haired woman emerging from the shadows behind Minato. I am Kushina, Minato's wife. Dressed in a homemaker's attire, Kushina offered a polite bow. I apologize for not noticing sooner. I didn't even prepare a cup of water for you. Captain Minato didn't mention a word, and here I was, busy working and delaying the greeting. I feel quite apologetic. Tian Quan expressed with a hint of regret. Not at all. As a ninja, I understand. Is this a film shoot? What a fascinating concept. The E-rank transformation and shadow clone techniques can be utilized in such a manner, creating an incredible little world. Kushina was utterly amazed. When I first witnessed it, I was equally astounded. Just a few genin collaborated to construct a miniature environment. While it lacks combat value, it is still a remarkable concept, Minato remarked, equally impressed. You ninjas only know how to kill. Your instinctual focus on martial value is merely a reflex. But I am not bound by such constraints, so to me, its purpose lies in bringing joy and beauty. Tian Quan spoke with a tone tinged with disappointment towards the ninjas, yet in truth, his words held merit. Ninjutsu has existed for thousands of years. Has it developed within societal frameworks? Indeed, we ninjas have caused far too much death and slaughter without contemplating these aspects. Kushina admitted with a sense of guilt. Ninjutsu possesses the ability to bring happiness. Minato reflected upon Tian Quan's words. This is my first directorial debut. I hope you will grace the cinema with your presence once it is released. I hold great confidence in this film. Tian Quan chuckled lightly. I will be sure to watch it in theaters. Kushina nodded, feeling a budding curiosity and fondness for Tian Quan. By the way, are you interested in becoming a movie star? Tian Quan proposed suddenly. Kushina was taken aback. Your red hair is quite rare and distinctive, and you are incredibly beautiful. With a little styling, you would undoubtedly be very popular, Tian Quan enthusiastically imagined. Would I be the protagonist of my own story, much like Might Guy? Kushina inquired, intrigued. Of course. However, you must first share your past with me, and then I will undertake some artistic embellishment, Tian Quan said eagerly, trying to win favor in front of Minato. Artistic embellishment? Kushina couldn't help but laugh. That embellishment might be a bit excessive. And it's not as if I'm a good person, Minato chuckled as well. The main focus of my directorial debut is to capture grander ideals. I couldn't resist adding certain thoughts into it. Wait, how about this? Would you be willing to be the protagonist of my second film? It would be the key to elevating the movie, akin to infusing it with a soul. Tian Quan exclaimed, looking expectantly at Kushina. Elevate. Kushina was intrigued. Will the protagonist change for the second film? Minato asked curiously. This is the true essence of the savior concept. No one can become another's savior. Each person is their own savior, or one could say a distant savior, Tian Quan philosophized. Minato and Kushina exchanged surprised glances. What a profound film. I am beginning to believe this truly is a surrealistic blend of ideals and reality, Minato remarked, admiration glimmering in his gaze towards Tian Quan. This has transcended the typical narrative of a savior defeating a villain. Kushina nodded in agreement. If you're interested, I can provide you with an outline of the film's plot. However, I don't have a script, as time constraints necessitated improvisation, and ninjas excel at that. Tian Quan expressed once more his admiration for ninjas' resourcefulness. Writing a script would take me several days, but as long as there is a theme, ninjas truly shine in improvisation. I rarely venture out on missions post-marriage. Each day in Konoha feels rather dull, so I'd be quite happy to participate. In that case, what would my role be? Kushina couldn't help but inquire. a gentle and kind kunoichi from Konoha, who rises in a moment of crisis, sacrificing herself to protect everyone, Tian Quan envisioned. Being a heroine sounds rather appealing. Kushina became more interested. Minato, with a gentle smile, scratched his face awkwardly. Do you have any objections? Kushina shot him a piercing glare. Minato quickly retreated, smiling apologetically, not wishing to incur her wrath. Since you have little to occupy your time in Konoha, would you be interested in modeling? If so, I could approach the Hokage tomorrow for a commission. Tian Quan couldn't resist pushing forward. Though I am married and a wife, my own duties have yet to be fully cultivated, so modeling? Kushina blinked, intrigued rather than opposed. Your image is excellent and distinctive, especially your vibrant red hair, which radiates with vitality. It embodies the rhythm of youthful exuberance. Do you understand? Moreover, presenting your true self will resonate with people, ensuring you garner much affection. Tian Quan fabricated enthusiastically. Can anything be more distinctive than a transformation technique? What would you like to appear as? Just transform directly. Such exaggerated notions of youthfulness are too much. I am already married. Kushina felt bashful at the flattery, her fondness for Tian Quan growing. Is it so unusual for someone to compliment my hair? She mused. I have little to do in Konoha. I can undertake tasks assigned by the Hokage. I shall approach the Hokage tomorrow for a commission. Tian Quan exclaimed joyfully. Well then, we shall take our leave, Lord Tian Quan, Minato stated, not overthinking the matter. See you tomorrow, Tian Quan replied cheerfully. Chapter 26. Training Kushina. Commissioning Kushina as a model? How did you come to know her? The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, pondered with a furrowed brow. Is there a problem? Yesterday, Minato stayed late, and Kushina arrived. I found her red hair to be striking. So I first invited her to participate in the film, and after some engaging conversation, I invited her to model, to which she agreed. Tian Quan relayed his thoughts candidly. I see. Since Kushina has consented, we shall proceed. However, she is a jonin. 70,000 is too little. A C-rank commission is 100,000 for a month, covering modeling and shooting. What do you think? Hiruzen examined the commission form and nodded. She is indeed a jonin? No problem. Tian Quan promptly agreed to the payment. A mere 100,000 was trivial. I will arrange it shortly, Hiruzen confirmed with a nod. Tian Quan was not a ninja. The conspiracies within the ninja world had no bearing on him, and he would never suspect his motives, even if Hiruzen did consider it. He could not fathom that Tian Quan's ambitions mirrored those of the legendary sage. Why is the teacher's wife here? Is she on a mission? Rin, Obito, and Kakashi exchanged puzzled glances at the arriving Kushina. I am here to carry out a task. Lord Tian Quan has commissioned me as his model, Kushina responded, nodding to Minato. Model? Yugao's eyes widened in disbelief as she glanced at Minato, seemingly unaware of the situation. What's the matter? Minato smiled gently. Nothing, really, Yugao retreated, hesitant to speak further. The filming crew can commence shooting now. I will join shortly. Let us expedite the process and aim to complete it as soon as possible. Captain Watergate, I apologize, but today I am truly overwhelmed with tasks. I need to discuss matters with Kushina and then shoot a film. I have no time for training. You all may engage in your activities freely, and it's perfectly fine to return home. Tian Quan glanced at Watergate and instructed accordingly. There's no helping it. Lord Tian Quan should focus on more pressing matters. Watergate nodded in agreement. As ninjas, our priorities lie with our clients. Upon arriving at the dance studio, Tian Quan said to Kushina, let me explain the requirements for the models. All right, Kushina nodded, following behind him. Jean Mating smirked slightly. How long will this task take? With his lack of talent, will we fail to complete it? Obito expressed his dissatisfaction. I've inquired at the cinema, and a movie typically takes about a year to finish, Kakashi remarked. A year? Obito found it hard to believe. We've already failed our mission several times, Lin exclaimed, her eyes wide. Given how busy Lord Tian Quan is, we should consider alternative approaches. Watergate frowned in agreement. If he ISNT training, what can we do? Lin, let us go shopping, Obito said, ingratiatingly leaning toward Lin. Even if our client is busy, surely we can still find him during the mission. Lin retorted, clearly displeased. Oh, Obito, don't be so disheartened, she added. Upon entering the dance room, Tian Quan bluntly remarked to Kushina, you should take that off. Kushina was taken aback. Your ninja vest and short-sleeve top lack aesthetic appeal. They obscure your beauty and figure. No body shape can be showcased in such garments, Tian Quan insisted. I see, so what should I wear? Kushina asked, understanding the need to comply as she removed her vest and top. Models change into various beautiful outfits and pose attractively. What is hard to comprehend about that? She thought. However, under Tianquan's gaze, she felt awkward shielding her modesty. We're using transformation techniques to conjure the outfits, so changing back and forth isn't necessary. This is fine. Tianquan admired Kushina's petite figure, reminiscent of a young maiden. Is it really necessary to remove clothing if we can just use transformation techniques? Kushina frowned, suspecting his intentions, especially given the way his eyes roamed. Absolutely. Confidence is a fundamental trait for any model. If you feel awkward, it will show on your face and distort your movements. It's akin to a novice entering battle. Lack of experience can cloud judgment, and that is something to overcome. Underwear models are still models. You must adapt to this. Everyone else will be doing the same here in the future, Tianquan asserted. He pointedly remarked that it didn't matter how he looked at her. What mattered was the reasoning behind his demands. Jean Meiting, with a sultry smile, took the lead, showing absolute compliance towards Tianquan. The other female ninjas exchanged glances and prepared themselves to embrace the role of underwear models. This was only natural, after all. Kushina relaxed her brow. With so many people, it didn't feel so peculiar anymore. She lowered her hands, appearing much more at ease. Running naked down the street would be bizarre, but if everyone else were nude and she were the only one clothed, then she would stand out. Yet, with Watergate still outside, a sense of nervousness lingered. Even Hinata felt her heart racing. How could one not fit in upon entering this room? Tianquan took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, feeling grateful he was not a ninja. The allure of the female ninjas was intoxicating. Was this the sensation of manipulating the rules? He loved it. He reined in his expression, as his thoughts were plainly written on his face. Forgive me. I admit I am drawn to you all. It seems I must also train diligently to adapt to your charm. Let us strive together in the future, he said, clearing his throat. What kind of training is this? Big brother? Hinata scoffed. Chapter 27. Watergate must understand his wife. Kushina, give me your hand, Tianquan said. Kushina eyed him suspiciously, but complied. I've observed that your hands are slender and beautiful. However, due to years of training, there are some unavoidable blemishes. You can conceal them with transformation techniques during the shoot. Additionally, manicures are vital. They contribute significantly to the aesthetic of your hands, representing refinement. I'm not well versed in manicures, but you might try a glittery style resembling wax. Tianquan naturally held Kushina's hand, while they all examined their own palms. These marks were the results of their hard work over the years. Previously, they didn't mind, but as models, it was a different story. Now, Kushina, give it a try. Kushina nodded, adhering to the client's demands, and with a snap, she transformed. The calluses vanished, replaced with elegant milky white nails, showcasing a graceful curve. No, it wasn't merely a manicure. Her nails appeared to have naturally grown that way, exuding elegance. What perfect hands. 2 rings would enhance them even further, Tianquan mused, nodding with satisfaction as he tested their softness. The contrast was astounding. The solid-colored nails sparkled beautifully, reminiscent of a noble lady's hands. Kushina and the others were equally captivated, their hearts brimming with joy. This was no longer just a task. They genuinely enjoyed it. Beyond the hands, they could also shed dead skin, revealing the smoothest and most delicate texture. Especially concerning body hair, all hair except for the head, eyebrows, and eyelashes could be removed, ensuring flawless perfection even under extreme magnification. Kushina, demonstrate. Your skin should be as pure as jade. Remember to remove everything, Tianquan instructed, finally extending his observations down her arm to her body, inching closer. Though her modesty was shielded by her garments, one day, he would know her better than Watergate himself. I understand your point without needing to emphasize it. Are you going to lift my clothing for inspection? What if I naturally have none? Kushina's cheeks flushed. If he weren't her client, she would have punched him. The others blushed as well. This was too much. Just a reminder, transform and let us see the results, Tianquan said, strategically clearing his throat. His gaze inadvertently wandered. What if she truly has none? Kushina huffed, but complied, using the transformation technique. A cloud of smoke enveloped her. Although she still bore her original features, the details underwent a remarkable transformation. So beautiful, as if glowing, Hinata gasped. The others were equally astonished. Kushina gazed at her reflection, equally surprised. There seemed to be little change, yet everything felt so different. Have I really shed it all, except for my hair and eyebrows? Tianquan stood behind her, leaning over her shoulder, his fingers brushing across her pristine abdomen. Pervert. If you keep that up, even as my client, I will hit you. Kushina's heart raced, and she instinctively recoiled, glancing toward the door, terrified of being discovered. The present moment calls for everyone to witness the effects of transformation magic. I hope you all take good care of yourselves, striving to achieve the same translucently beautiful appearance as the transformation itself. The Tianquan supplies are captured by the red camera, serving as a reasonable requirement for the daily image management of models, including lingerie photos. Indeed, this task is immensely enjoyable. Which girl does not relish adorning herself beautifully? Especially when juxtaposed with the grimy, exhausting, and financially strained tasks that threaten one's very existence. Whatever Lord Tianquan requests of me, I shall endeavor to fulfill diligently. The enthusiasm among the women is palpable as they resolve to give their all. Lord Tianquan, too, is filled with joyful anticipation. The existence of transformation magic allows for an endless array of appearances without makeup and a multitude of body shapes and facial features without undergoing cosmetic procedures. One can summon any size of lighting desired and even conjure clothing at will. The effects of photo editing, skin smoothing, and filters are all at one's disposal. If one can conceive it, it can be realized. Truly a perfect vision in the mind. Furthermore, transformation magic includes the ability to create doppelgangers, effectively manifesting a virtual harem. One could have countless wives. Today it might be Ife, tomorrow it could be Reba, and the day after, Naza, with the year yielding no repetition. Although one possesses but a single physical form, one need only one, which suffices. By midday, the models donned their attire and proceeded to dine. The occurrences within the dance studio became a closely guarded secret, never to be spoken of. What about Watergate? Kushina instinctively inquired. The captain left earlier. I'm unsure if he will return, Rin replied. Kushina nodded, inexplicably relieved. After their meal, Minato returned. Are you still adjusting, Kushina? He asked, his face adorned with a sunny smile. Yes, it's quite relaxed, Kushina responded, looking down. Minato thought little of it. After all, being a model merely entails showcasing various outfits. What complexity could there be, especially with so many people present? Lord Tianquan, could you spare me an hour to try refining again? There's a significant chance of success this time, Minato requested. Is there a special method involved? Tianquan inquired. I obtained a secret elixir from the Akimichi clan that can convert body fat into chakra. However, it does come with a slight pain, Minato explained, producing a pill. That sounds excellent. What could take 2 weeks of grueling work could be accomplished in just an hour. Tianquan's eyes lit up. Truly befitting the treatment of an S-rank mission. Can it really be this way? Obito was taken aback. Only an S-rank mission could warrant such treatment, Rin remarked, enviously. Chapter 28. Mastering chakra. The earlier chakra extraction allows for greater adaptation time, even without the opportunity for training. It mirrors a child's natural progression from walking to running. Even as Lord Tianquan remains busy, he shall gradually become familiar with this newfound power, Minato stated, fully considering the needs of his client. Let us begin then. Tianquan replied with renewed enthusiasm. Upon entering the room, he took the secret elixir and swallowed it. Instantly, he felt a surge of power coursing through him, as if he could strike down a bull with a single punch, accompanied by an exhilarating sensation, though every cell in his body tingled with pain. Is this normal? Tianquan expressed his concerns. Chakra is extracted through the fusion of body cells and spirit. The elixir ignites the burning of your body fat, albeit in a diluted form, ensuring no life-threatening risks. Rest assured, if any danger arises, I will transport you to the hospital immediately, and Rin is proficient in medical ninjutsu, Minato reassured him, remaining vigilant. Not only were they on guard against disturbances, but should any danger emerge, he could swiftly employ the Flying Thunder God technique to transport him to the medical department for treatment, ensuring absolute safety. With this reassurance, Tianquan focused intently on the practice, sensing every shift within his body. How wonderful it is to cultivate chakra with so many companions by my side, along with the support of the elixir and medical assurance. Back in the Ninja Academy, we had none of this, Obito lamented enviously. Be quiet, you fool. Don't disturb him. Rin frowned, knowing that any interruption could result in failure, costing them dearly. Obito sulked, yet remained silent, watching intently. As the clock ticked to 59 minutes and 59 seconds, Tianquan opened his eyes precisely. Is this what chakra feels like? Gazing at the blue chakra in his palm, a profound sense of possession surged within him. He had grasped the extraordinary. Though still minuscule, this was a power beyond mortal reach. A slight enhancement could amplify his strength tremendously, even granting him the ability to manipulate wind, rain, and thunder. That's fantastic, Oni-chan. Hong exclaimed, delighted for him. Congratulations on taking the most crucial step. Minato added with a smile. Remember that sensation, do not forget it. Rin advanced to congratulate him. What is so impressive about it? Obito muttered under his breath. Tianquan marveled at the powerful sensation coursing through his fists, noting how much faster his punches had become. Surely, this punch could fell a bull, right? No. That's merely an illusion. Don't underestimate the wild bulls, Obito chastised, waving his hands dismissively. I seem to have lost quite a bit of weight. The fat is burning away, and my muscle definition is becoming more pronounced, Tianquan observed, shedding his outer garment to reveal a lean physique with dog-like muscle contours. He lifted his shirt to showcase his abdominal muscles, which appeared as plump and well-defined as kernels of corn. You have quite the appealing muscle tone, Rin admitted, feeling a stir of attraction. What? You like it? Tianquan teased. It's nice, but who would fancy a scrawny dog like you? You're as thin as a monkey. Rin retorted, stubbornly. Rin, you shouldn't look. Obito lamented dramatically. Captain Minato, you mentioned this is a Kimchi clan's secret elixir, correct? Tianquan pondered aloud. What is on your mind? Minato asked, puzzled. Is there a chance to obtain the formula? It doesn't need to be overly potent. Just something that can burn fat and yield some results will suffice. Tianquan inquired. This is, after all, the Akimichi clan's secret elixir. I cannot make decisions on that. Minato replied, finding himself in a dilemma. The secret elixir, Tianquan mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Next, I must teach you about the chakra meridian system. Only by mastering this can you freely circulate chakra within your body, allowing you to walk on trees and tread water. Can we spare a little time for this? Rin pleaded. Indeed, there was little time to delve into other matters, and after some contemplation, Tianquan decided to temporarily abandon those thoughts. Whether it be artificial gemstones or celebrity endorsement plans, the completion of either would ensure financial stability, and the weight loss elixir was merely a delightful bonus. But now Rin had yet to finish her thought when Tianquan interjected, I must attend a film shoot. Time is of the essence. Having just cultivated chakra, I need to familiarize myself with it. Fine, I hope to successfully complete my first S-rank mission, Rin sighed, feeling overwhelmed. Rest assured, once I earn money. You won't miss out on the S-rank rewards, Tianquan said gently, affectionately ruffling Rin's hair. Hey, don't touch my head so casually. Obito exclaimed, leaping about in alarm. Observing the group, Minato wore a warm, radiant smile, reflecting on the joys of youth. Ignoring the flustered trio, Tianquan diligently turned his attention to his tasks. In comparison to his modest increase in strength, securing Might Guy and his son was of far greater import. His own prowess would need to be augmented through financial means. You claim to be a genius, believing that hard work can create miracles? Tell me, do you dedicate 18 hours each day to research, study, or work? Have you self-taught yourself advanced mathematics and successfully passed the entrance exam? If not, why presume you can endure the trials of learning in this world? Acquire knowledge that others cannot. Given your capability for such effort and talent, why not strive to accumulate wealth and enjoy the upper echelons of society in the original world? Is it not simply a lack of ability that holds you back? Why, then, do you rise here? In a realm where one may lose sight of oneself. Chapter 29. The great shock of the ninja world unfolds. During the day, occupied with film shooting, by night, Tianquan returns to the dance studio. Despite the exhausting schedule, his spirits are instantly lifted upon encountering a multitude of models adorned in vibrant lingerie. These are the photographs from today's shoot, showcasing splendid attire and expressions. Mating presents a stack of photographs, each capturing the essence of physique, beauty, style, grace, and posture. Without the glimmering lip gloss or the milky lotion that envelopes the skin, and devoid of technological enhancements, they stand as embodiments of beauty. Indeed, they possess an inherent allure that, upon closer inspection, reveals a goddess-like presence. The vivacity of youth, the ethereal elegance, the romantic charm, the classical poise, and even a hint of dark, twisted ferocity are all encapsulated in these images. Rather than exaggerating physical attributes, they amplify distinct qualities, leaving even the most critical observer with no faults to find. Tianquan marvels at the spectacle, unable to discern whether it is vulgar or refined. Yet the beauty remains undeniable. Everyone merely wishes to execute their tasks effectively, remarks the graceful Anri Heinai with a light laugh. Achieving such results in a mere afternoon is commendable, as it accentuates feminine beauty without appearing vulgar, exuding a striking atmosphere akin to a goddess untouched by the mundane. With purity so profound that even the bathwater seems sacred, Tianquan gazes in awe at each photograph, each a masterpiece worthy of preservation. Drawing a comparison to bathwater is a tad extravagant, he muses, prompting joy among the models. Only someone as peculiar as you would drink bathwater, Hu Shernai scoffs. Your photos also convey a stunning ambience, with black lip gloss and sunglasses, embodying a cool, dark aesthetic, Tianquan responds, unperturbed by her disdain, as he admires the other images. While I appreciate this task, it does not grant you permission to touch me. I am, after all, married. Hu Shernai protests, clearly still disgruntled. I apologize for any misunderstanding. Tianquan smiles, clad in lingerie as he makes this comment. Photographs are but static images. Only through dynamic captures can one convey vitality and elicit intense sensations. Notes the elegant Anri. Though we are merely lower-ranked ninjas, we are only utilizing photography, not crafting cameras, states the confident Shuyuan Mayumi. Do not underestimate a ninja's observational skills. Both static and dynamic captures exhibit unparalleled sensory perception and reflexes, adds the romantic Shizuka Aimi. I must admit, I underestimated you, Tianquan concedes. If not for my current financial constraints, I would renew our agreement tomorrow. He expresses satisfaction with these female ninjas. Now, heed my instructions. Maintain your heights and personas. All must adhere to mating's grand vision, amplifying your inherent qualities even further. Red, Hu Shernai. Even mating looks perplexed at his audacity. Isn't this supposed to be perfect? The group collectively doubts their hearing. The first series we will shoot is titled, The Great Shock of the Ninja World, Tianquan declares with confidence. Silence envelopes the night. A cacophony of unvoiced cries. Thoughts of protest linger, yet the words remain unspoken. Your client, your lord, every assertion holds merit. More exaggerated than Jiraiya's lecherous escapades in Writing Paradise of Affection, you two must surely be kindred spirits, Hu Shernai remarks with a twitch of her lips. I am uncertain of what the ninja world desires, and whether they even appreciate photo magazines. However, there will undoubtedly be an audience for the Great Shock. A surefire way to garner fame. Fair skin, stunning beauty, and long legs can attract a more substantial cash flow than mundane tasks. Tianquan shrugs, revealing his cards. Despite the effort invested, it appears that drawing attention through alluring physiques is essential. Red expresses disappointment. To savor the essence of humanity, one must grasp the mundane. Sexiness, elegance, and charisma must all coexist, not to mention the unpredictability of transformation techniques, Tianquan asserts confidently, as if nothing were off limits since they are not married. Not only must they earn money, but he must also explore the uncharted territories of their existence periodically. He continues, let us synchronize the Great Shock with the fashionable beauty. Observing which line performs better before deciding to reprint. We cannot be too definitive, he proposes. Red, Hu Shernai. Shall we wager on which series sells better? The loser must grant a request, Tianquan teases. Who would bet with you? Hu Shernai retorts, clearly not falling for the trap. Such a coward, lacking confidence, Tianquan provokes. Very well, let us proceed. The shock series must indeed be shocking. Should you lose, do not blame me for the consequences. Tianquan waves his hand dismissively. Why must we? If we are the ones being punished? The models express their disbelief, yet comply with the transformation techniques demanded. Bang, bang, bang. Is this truly the Great Shock series? Even Lady Tsunade would not be so over the top. Hu Shernai exclaims, her eyes wide with disbelief. No matter how many times I view it, it remains astonishing. Red reflects. The 10 ninjas gaze upon themselves, their emotions once again reaching a crescendo. Compared to the last time, this iteration feels far more manageable. After all, they are ninjas. They can bravely face death and boldly accept the challenge. Chapter 30. Hu Shernai's submission. Hu Shernai, it is your turn. Do not worry. Transforming into another persona means no one will recognize you, Tianquan observes with a sly smile directed at Hu Shernai. I know, but Hu Shernai bites her lip, torn. Not just Kyushinai, but even those with boyfriends feel a complex mix of emotions, their partners unaware of the tasks they undertake and the events unfolding. You all start shooting. I will go last, Kyushinai insists, still resistant. Very well, Tianquan nods, refraining from pressuring her in front of the group. Let us alter our outfits. They lack the impact necessary for the Great Shock series. Tianquan scans the room. After all, with transformation techniques, no one will recognize us. So it matters not. Shall I show you the real-life version of the Great Shock series? The others, emboldened, jest in response. While one might hesitate to run naked down the street alone, in a crowd, it's the clothed who feel awkward. Ahem, let us focus on the task at hand. We can address other matters later, Tianquan declares, pulling close a devilish ninja without regard for identity, placing his hands directly upon her. With so many devilish ninjas working under him, he could not let this opportunity slip. After all, this was his cultivated army of devilish ninjas. Yuhi Kurinai's ears burn crimson as she cowers in a corner, too shy to voice her thoughts. I shall go first. The youthful Shuyuan Mayumi steps forward. And with a resounding bang, a set of JK uniforms materializes, a white shirt with a bow as large as a palm at the collar, complemented by a pleated skirt and black stockings. Such a figure is simply perfect. Take a few steps to showcase the effect, Tianquan praises. Shuyuan rolls her eyes, clearly aware of the intentionality, but complies, stepping forward. Excellent, excellent. Now, someone conjure the surrounding environment. Let us create a classroom, shall we? Tianquan raises his magenta camera, eager to capture the moment himself. Photography is an art that must be learned. The others willingly assist, using transformation techniques to fabricate the setting. Combat is futile. A single kunai could disrupt the physical equilibrium, but as a backdrop, it poses no issue. Good, good. Now, take the podium and raise your hand as if writing on the blackboard, he instructs. Next, sit at the desk, too tired to continue, resting your head on the table. Let me assist with your clothing. It seems a bit disheveled, he offers. Click, click. As the shutter clicked incessantly, Tianquan occasionally assisted in adjusting the settings. Does anyone have a plan for the next shot? He surveyed the scene, still longing for more. I will, Ji Sheng'ai, embodying a romantic essence, approached Tianquan. Transformed and alluring. Clad in a form-fitting cream-colored leather catsuit with diamond-shaped cutouts, accentuated by high-heeled leather boots. Her striking visage bore a beauty mark that rendered her a natural seductress. Truly, she was the epitome of enchantment. Tonight, he wished to hold her close, whispering sweet nothings into her ear. Ji Sheng'ai's gaze flickered, her eyes darting away. Shiri Hong dared not breathe, while Kushina felt a shiver run down her spine, silently pleading for salvation. Yet, as others wrapped up, the inevitable approached. Have you thought about how to please me? Tianquan asked with a half-smile directed at Shiri Hong. Please me. Shiri Hong's eyes widened, her heart racing. She hesitated, unable to meet the gaze of the one who had granted her the option to decline. The privilege of refusal is not without its limits. Everyone else has complied. Do you truly wish to decline? Tianquan observed her with delight. Shiri Hong wavered. So many had already posed. Would it be too exceptional for her to refuse? You've transformed before. Why not do it again? Rest assured, I won't publish your photos. They'll remain as cherished keepsakes. Tianquan took a step back, his sincerity palpable. How enviable. The others felt a twinge of jealousy. They were mere models, while Shiri Hong was his sister, receiving an entirely different treatment. If you promise, she acquiesced, feeling a blush creep up her cheeks. With so many having posed, her heart was not so heavy with the thought of it, especially since it wasn't excessively unique. With a dramatic flair, Shiri Hong presented herself, the mist dissipating to reveal a stunning silhouette that, despite adjustments for proportions, was undeniably breathtaking. What pose should I take? She asked shyly. Sit on the couch, leaning against my feet, as if you were a pet, Tianquan instructed directly. A pet? Shiri Hong's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't it adorable? Tianquan teased. Very well. I'll highlight your greatness, she pouted. Let me take the photos. No, Kushina, you assist us, Tianquan directed, turning to Kushina. Me? She stammered, apprehensively accepting the camera. The two ninjas exchanged knowing glances, while Tianquan made himself comfortably seated. Click. Shall we take a look? Kushina asked timidly. Let us wait until the next shot. For this one, Shiri Hong, lie on the couch and rest your head on my lap, like a cat, Tianquan suggested. Okay, Shiri Hong steeled herself, her entire being tensed. Relax, it's time to take the photo, Tianquan encouraged with a gentle laugh. Click. A series of photographs followed, and Tianquan decided not to prolong Shirihong's discomfort. You've worked hard. You can go rest now. Oni-chan, I'm heading back. You should rest too, Shirihong said. My energy won't allow me to rest just yet. Tianquan grinned. I'm leaving. Shirihong, having matured since her early days in ninja school, understood the dynamics of jealousy and quickly departed. It's your turn, Kushina. Both appearance and physique will transform, but no one will know. Tianquan turned his gaze to the last participant. With only 11 of us, isn't that self-deception? Kushina protested. Let us take more ordinary photos. Yours are too much. Kushina felt extremely nervous. Initially, she thought being a model, even for lingerie, was no big deal, and she had prepared herself mentally. But this overwhelming series? The others had excelled in their shoots. Did Tianquan wish to treat her differently? They might not know the parameters of their modeling task, but Minato and Rin are aware of my situation. She bit her lip. That may be so, but isn't this your dilemma? Shouldn't a personal issue of a ninja be considered by me as the client? What is the harm in knowing? It's merely a transformation technique. Would you be embarrassed by it? One of the legendary Sannin has written risque novels. Tianquan asserted, asserting his authority as the client. Please, as long as I don't end up like that, I'm fine with anything. Kushina lowered her gaze, tinged with a hint of desperation, struggling to find a valid reason to refuse. Beg me, Tianquan appraised her, his eyes roving over the lingerie-clad Kushina. I will not betray Minato, she hastily declared, sensing the pressure. How about this? I won't push you. You can pose like Shirihong, using your own appearance for a few shots, and I want to publish them. Surely that is acceptable? Tianquan took a step back, easing the pressure. Must it be so intimate? Kushina exhaled in relief. Just a few poses. It won't be a problem, he chuckled. I understand. With determination, Kushina inhaled deeply, activating her transformation technique. Although it wasn't her original physique, it suited her remarkably well. Her striking red hair combined with her figure exuded youthful vitality and mature allure, a stark contrast to her previous girlish demeanor. Don't be shy. Models can't afford to be bashful. Treat the transformation as a form of makeup, embracing a new perspective on life. Tianquan encouraged openly, his admiration evident. Kushina bit her lip, feeling pressured. Given her personality, even a casual remark from Minato could leave her bedridden for weeks. Yet this was a mission. Not to mention, her own reasoning justified the task as validity. She wasn't merely a lifeless mannequin. How should I proceed? Kushina asked, her cheeks flushed. Approach me and kneel at my feet, as a knight pledging loyalty. Tianquan spread his arms, reclining on the couch with a mischievous grin. Kushina's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you serious? Kushina, a jonin, do you still wish to complete this mission? Tianquan teased, a grin plastered across his face. Kushina's lips twitched. She recognized there was no escaping this. Reluctantly, she stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, her crimson locks cascading down her neck as she offered her loyalty. Chapter 31. The Taming of the Celestial Star. Wow. This is astounding. Is there truly such a perfect woman? Exclaimed a passerby, captivated by the poster displayed at the entrance. Where can I get a copy? The wall-sized poster was hard to ignore. Anyone who passed by was drawn in, especially the male patrons who swallowed hard, gazing in awe. Such a flawless figure and exquisite beauty turned them into instant admirers, elevating her to goddess status. Isn't 648 too steep? If you think it's expensive, then step aside and don't block the way. The boss is handling the checkout. A particularly eager customer pushed through, grabbing a copy and heading straight to pay. Wait. Don't leave. Let us see what's inside. A crowd gathered, hoping to catch a glimpse of the contents to determine if it was worth the price. Wow. It seems larger than Lady Tsunade, indeed. The eyes have opened, and it is no wonder that the ninja world is in a state of great shock. This must be a photo collection featuring the most beautiful women from the entire ninja world, aptly named. Upon tearing off the protective seal, the first glance reveals a stunning visual impact that nearly causes one's eyes to pop. The imagery is astonishing, occupying a significant portion of the frame, with every line and detail strikingly breathtaking. Not only is it grand, but it is also exceptionally beautiful, each figure a unique beauty, a paragon of both form and face. These stunning women rightfully embody the essence of the ninja world's grand spectacle. As each person approaches, initially filled with skepticism, the moment the pages are turned, They comprehend what a visual feast truly is and what it means to experience an expansive horizon. It is akin to the celestial dance of a king descending from the heavens, leaving the joint forces in awe. Who could withstand such an onslaught? It strikes at their very souls, reverberating in their barren minds, shattering their shallow perceptions. Priced at $648, it is hardly exorbitant. Sometimes, one must reflect on their own reasons. This is a collection of beauties gathered from across the ninja world, warranting robust support. I desire a copy of Fashionable Beauties as well. The quality of the paper appears far from cheap, the cover embossed in gold, exuding a sense of luxury, making it a worthy collectible. I want them both. The Grand Shock of the Ninja World, published by New World, featuring 10 characters. Fashionable Beauties, published by New World, featuring 12 characters. In the early days of internet celebrity live streaming, the gifts bestowed were indeed substantial, understanding what it means to have joy that money cannot buy. Even in this era of resource abundance, a single video from a certain media outlet can yield profits in the tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. The allure of fair skin, beauty, and long legs can often mobilize greater funds than mere labor. It appears that everyone is quite fond of it. Congratulations, Oni-chan. Hinata beams with joy. It is utterly absurd that there are individuals who genuinely purchase such content. A collection of lecherous souls. Obito grimaces. Lustful as a demon. Pure as a saint. There is no shortage of such characters in any age, especially since they have yet to experience such visual bombardment. Even the most frugal elder, who typically refrains from indulgence, may find himself compelled to save and purchase a volume, adding vibrancy to an otherwise dull existence. They mistakenly believe they have found the epitome of beauty from the ninja world, fostering an unrealistic yearning that is intensified by distance, creating an even more distorted ideal. In the future, I plan to release some derivative products, such as personal photo collections or other merchandise. There will undoubtedly be fans who support them. Tianquan grins in excitement, as if envisioning the desperate pleas of the less fortunate for resources, willing to sacrifice everything in support. Yet, the goddesses they idolize are merely in his room every night, serving as mere props. It is so shallow. It is merely a transformation technique. Lin is speechless. This task has nothing to do with us. And their assumptions are unfounded, as we have said nothing. An elegant figure, Akiyama Anri, quickly interjects, adamant in her denial. Remember to keep it confidential, Obito, otherwise I will have to report to Lord Hokage, and you may not fare well. Tianquan lightly threatens with a chuckle. Why single me out and not mention Kakashi? Obito expresses his discontent. Kushina gazes fiercely, her crimson hair standing on end like the nine tails, emanating an oppressive chakra. The suffocating sensation of a constrictor snake leaves Obito breathless. His legs weaken at once. Rest assured, only I will know of your filming. Tianquan reassures with a gentle smile, fully understanding their feelings. It is akin to how a certain moderator writes about Liu Bei. Can one let their family know? It would seem they may never speak again in this lifetime. Sensei? Kakashi flips through the photo album, noting that besides the beautiful images, there are also descriptions alongside the characters, detailing height, measurements, and quotes, enhancing the overall sophistication. He also discovers an oddly peculiar album featuring Kushina and Minato. Do not be deceived. The Grand Shock does not include me. Kushina certainly understands his implication. Minato looks taken aback. The Grand Shock of the Ninja World series features 10 characters, but does not include Sensei. Fashionable Beauties features 12, and Sensei is included in this one, Kakashi remarks. In Fashionable Beauties, Kushina, with her natural beauty, appears in striking black stockings and leather boots, exuding an air of cool elegance, adorned with belt leg rings, reminiscent of a crimson queen, embodying a dark and alluring aesthetic. It is a perfectly normal, yet stunning photo, especially after a slight adjustment with transformation techniques. It is nothing short of perfection. I apologize for my misunderstanding. You are truly beautiful, Kushina. Minato immediately admits his error, feeling relieved. After all, she is his wife. How dare you not believe me? Kushina tosses her head in discontent, though inwardly she feels guilty and cannot meet his gaze. However, Sensei is also a model. Why isn't she in the Grand Shock series? Lin inquires, puzzled. The others are similarly curious, their gazes shifting between Kushina and Tianquan. Kushina casts a worried glance toward Tianquan. I have granted her an exemption from the Grand Shock series, but in return, if anyone poses a threat to me, she must protect me. Is that a problem? Tianquan asserts confidently. Ah, I see. Kushina is a jonin. It is indeed a fair deal. The others suddenly comprehend. Lin furrows her brow slightly, although the reasoning is sound. Given her understanding of Tianquan's relationship with Meiting, I did not anticipate such a photo collection would exist. I suppose I have been outmaneuvered by him. Kushina quickly concedes, casting a grateful glance at Tianquan to smooth things over. Kushina vehemently opposes. It was Tianquan who reluctantly proposed the condition. How fortunate to have jonin privileges. The models nearby remark, unaware of the actual situation, though they are covering for one another. It is not a big deal, as it is merely a transformation technique. Minato generously encourages. Be quiet. There is no way I could pose for such a photo. It is too embarrassing. Kushina blushes. If no one knows, then what does it matter? Yet, with Minato and Lin aware of her modeling, isn't this akin to burying one's head in the sand? Tianquan chuckles lightly, finding her utterly adorable. Emotions have fluctuated dramatically within a few days, and his presence has gradually taken root in her heart. Of course, nothing untoward has transpired between them. Kushina, now with the alluring figure of a mother from a Korean comic, kneels before him, kissing the back of his outstretched hand. Like a crimson rose pledging loyalty to its sovereign, her voluptuous form and exquisite features are captivating, lacking any overt sensuality, yet it conveys a profound ambience. It is purely a benefit stemming from the privileges of a commissioned task. Tianquan fears pushing her to the edge, allowing her some time to acclimatize. Subsequently, he has all the female ninja models gather around him for several photo shoots, including Kushina and Hong. Chapter 32, The Hell of the Pure Love Warrior. The Grand Shock of the Ninja World has 3,000 copies, Fashionable Beauties 1,500 copies, with a uniform retail price of 648. After deducting printing and advertising costs, the net profit per day is 2 million. The procurement cost is prohibitively high. Merchants are hesitant to stock too many for fear of being left with unsold inventory. Given today's sales, they should be bolder with their orders tomorrow, anticipating even higher turnover. At this rate, all copies could sell out in 5 days, yielding a staggering profit of 10 million. Meiting reports with excitement, her face flushed with enthusiasm. Compared to researching synthetic gemstones, capturing photographs through transformation techniques is undoubtedly much simpler. However, printing does take some time. With the population of Konoha being limited, achieving such sales in a single day is already quite impressive. Tianquan is satisfied with this outcome. Due to the constraints of the era, the size of the towns limits the population, and it is impossible to compete with modern times. However, it is not to say that the world lacks population. Rather, it is simply too underdeveloped to facilitate large-scale gatherings, predominantly organized into towns and widely dispersed. One volume could easily suffice for 10 bowls of ramen. Yet it is perplexing how their wealth has gone unnoticed until now. Kushina is engulfed in complicated emotions. While 648 is not an insignificant amount, context is crucial. Not only merchants and bosses, but also the surrounding farmers possess wealth, employing ninjas for tasks like weeding, pest control, and potato harvesting. One must not underestimate the wealth of these ordinary individuals. Tianquan also expresses dissatisfaction, questioning who among genuine farmers would hire help for agricultural work. My lord Tianquan. Meiting interjects, stores need a profit margin of 20 to thrive. Why not sell it ourselves? She approaches Tianquan, perching herself on his lap, leaning against him, unable to suppress her suggestion. Ultimately, this is merely a catalog that can be replicated at any printing factory. Small-scale endeavors yield negligible profits, while larger quantities entail the risk of unsold inventory. It would be wiser to offer them a 20 retail profit, allowing them to perceive no risk while still reaping rewards, enabling us to expand swiftly. Tianquan, without reservation, embraces her. Did he truly believe himself to possess virtue or integrity? He is, after all, merely constrained by poverty. Has it come to the point of public display? There is no shame in their blatant actions. Hey, he has even extended his hand. Obito exclaims, confronting Inuzuka. His ideals of pure love are shaken. He is a warrior of pure love, after all. How brazen. Rin remarks. Kakashi, breathless and wide-eyed, is filled with anticipation. Jiraiya, your story pales in comparison to their reality. Inuzuka blushingly withdraws. She feels utterly deceived by his sweet words. Had she known he was such a person, she would have never agreed to be his model. Kushina's lips twitch in regret. The scene before her evokes memories of Tianquan's brazen actions towards the female ninja models the previous night. It was truly reckless. It does seem a bit exaggerated. Minato chuckles awkwardly. Yet, despite the explosive reactions, none deterred the clients, nor felt anything amiss. Such wanton extravagance among the wealthy, what good can come of it? Is it not natural for them to be greedy and licentious? Tianquan remains indifferent, choosing to acknowledge rather than dismiss what he sees. In a female-centric environment, if one is timid, they might as well lie in a coffin. Inuzuka, you will deliver the printed photographs to the capital at dawn, bringing along all posters and flyers. I will also assign 3 ninjas to escort you. Tianquan commands earnestly, placing great importance on this task. Yes, thank you for your trust. I will certainly do well. Inuzuka promises excitedly. Mei Ting, with a dismissive posture, remarks that she no longer cares whether he can prove himself, but warns that if there is any error this time, he might as well perish outside. Her indifferent attitude leaves Inuzuka disheartened. Will he really return after being entrusted with such a sum? Mei Ting frowns, clearly lacking trust in Inuzuka. How could that be, Mei Ting? I would never run away with the money. Inuzuka protests, feeling wronged. My commission is not merely to escort the goods. It is also to ensure the ninjas bring back the money. We could even consider some creative strategies. Tianquan muses dismissively. What a thoughtful plan. Then I shall not worry, Mei Ting reassures herself. All right, go prepare. You leave at dawn. The rest of you should return to rest. Tianquan instructs as he departs with Mei Ting. You all. The pure-hearted Inuzuka gasps in disbelief, while the others remain dumbfounded. Mei Ting, I. Inuzuka struggles to find words of persuasion. Chapter 33. Taboo and the blonde hair. Good morning, Oni-chan. Good morning, Mei Ting. Red greets, subconsciously recalling the image of Tianquan carrying Mei Ting away. Another night of fervent battles. It is delightful to see such a cutie so early. Where are Captain Minato and the others? Why haven't they come to urge us this time? Tianquan cheerfully sits down. They are in the backyard. Urging them would be futile. The client wouldn't listen to their nonsense. Red teases, hands on her hips. The habit of going to bed early and rising early is commendable, but sadly, I am burdened with vices. Tianquan reflects with no regrets. My lord, breakfast, Keiko Sato announces, accompanied by 2 young maids. Has Inuzuka left? Tianquan inquires. He left while Sister Keiko was assisting you with your grooming. One maid responds knowingly, exchanging a glance with Keiko. Keiko blushes. It's their duty to ensure the master starts each day with a refreshing spirit. As our household grows, it is inappropriate for a single man to reside in the warehouse. Let us set up a nest at the entrance, Tianquan casually decides. Having arrived from the land of soup to Konoha, he has few available companions, making Inuzuka the only choice. While ninjas can perform tasks, engaging in business is another matter. If everyone turns to commerce, what place would he have? It is better to return to fighting and the cries of bonds and peace. Oni-chan, I am still here. Hinata blushes. My little cutie, come here. Tianquan smiles, looking at Red. I am a ninja. Do not treat me like a pet. Hinata pouts in dissatisfaction. Am I foolish for being so affectionate? Is a little kitty not adorable? At your age, it is certainly inappropriate to call yourself a little kitty. Perhaps you should consider a young lioness, Tianquan muses, admiring a photograph that captures Hinata's stunning maturity. Do not bring that out, Hinata exclaims. Her face instantly flushed as she lunges for it. No, this is my precious collection, Tianquan teases, putting it away. You absolutely cannot let Rin see it, otherwise she will make a mockery of me. Hinata frets. If Rin dares to mock you, I will commission the Hokage to have her transformed, and you will personally photograph her. Whatever pose you instruct her to take, she will comply for you to capture. Tianquan grins wickedly. Oh, Red's eyes sparkle with intrigue, her anxiety dissipating as curiosity takes hold, seemingly anticipating something. Photography sounds splendid. I must learn it. Once Red becomes accustomed to it, she will be unrestricted, and Tianquan can indulge freely. Models, actors, yoga practitioners, dancers, and beauty pageants. All professions related to physical beauty are the most liberated. Those who cannot adapt will find themselves unable to sustain their careers. Meanwhile, Tianquan utilizes modeling as a pretext for transparent training, gaining trust effortlessly. Minato, too, remains oblivious to any underlying issues. Does it not seem quite reasonable? Captain Minato, you may continue to rest today. Has Kushina arrived? Tianquan approaches the backyard. Not another moment to spare. Rin sighs in exasperation. Kushina has already gone to the dance studio. My lord, could you spare 1 or 2 hours daily for us? While it's merely learning to climb trees and tread water, understanding the theory alone won't suffice. Minato humbly requests, though it is Tianquan who seeks to learn chakra, yet they are the anxious ones. We should indeed allocate some time. Very well. I will come once I finish my arrangements, Tianquan ponders. Really? That would be wonderful. I have been preparing the course for quite some time, Rin exclaims joyfully. Please wait a moment. I will come once I have organized everything. Tianquan smiles lightly, finding Rin to be an energetic little darling. How does it feel, everyone? Even as mere Jinin, you have already astonished the entire Konoha, gaining a multitude of admirers. Many of them are even ninjas. You have become their dream goddesses. Tianquan teases as he enters the dance studio, addressing the beautiful women. What is the secret to longevity? In this moment, all the models, clad in nothing but lingerie, remained in the dance studio, exploring various clothing styles and combinations, a truly delightful scene. How embarrassing it is, one might ponder, but what difference does it make to us? Those voyeurs watching the intimate paradise, are they truly fixated on Jiraiya's toad-like visage? Ultimately, how one articulates it is irrelevant. It bears no consequence to us. Do you not feel an overwhelming sense of accomplishment? The entire hidden leaf has become a topic of conversation. How remarkable we are, although it may evoke shyness. In the absence of outsiders, they are exceptionally exhilarated. Nervousness, worry, deception, concealment, surprise, anticipation, achievement, pride, a complex tapestry of emotions entwined within their hearts. You are, after all, ninjas of the hidden leaf. Surely, you will not be led astray by this pervert? Kushina, rendered speechless, reflected on the absurdity of the situation. How can one not feel ashamed? In public, they trembled with anxiety, yet now they are stirred with excitement. While we understand that this may not be the most virtuous path, it is undeniably entertaining and gratifying. With the transformation technique, so many prominent figures, Chunin, Jonin, even the wealthy, expose their awkwardness. Previously, we had to suppress our thoughts due to the mission's demands, convincing ourselves that others remained oblivious to our transformations. Yet now, an exhilarating thrill accompanies the mischief. How intoxicating. The women are fervent, their admiration for Tenkai's soaring. The constraints imposed upon ninjas are numerous. Yet the unrestrained experience allows them to feel the thrill of defying taboos. What is this perverse statement? Tenkai, with a mischievous grin, suggested that the two should try it next time. They could transform into any character they desire, and no one would be the wiser. Others chimed in, encouraging them. If so many have embraced this peculiar path, how could these two be exceptions? Especially with Kushina inciting their enthusiasm. Kushina felt her resolve wavering. No, this is not right. Minato knows. And Rin too. Yet, she was also carried away by the atmosphere, sensing an irresistible thrill in breaching the forbidden. As the host of the Nine Tails, she has been monitored since childhood, bound by countless invisible constraints. This exhilarating challenge surpasses mere physical excitement. After all, her nature has never been that of a compliant girl. Yet, a lingering worry remained. If Minato and Rin were to find out, she would be mortified. The ninja world is poised for a seismic shift, with potential for sequels to this initial series. You shall astonish the entire ninja realm, becoming the unattainable goddess of desire among all men, young and old alike. As long as we develop a diverse range of styles, there will surely be one that suits them. Tenkai grinned, embracing the two women beside him, reveling in the fantasy of being a star goddess, the very dream of countless admirers. The thought of becoming the dream goddess of the ninja world is exhilarating. The previous tension and anxiety dissipated, replaced by faces alight with passion and anticipation. Kushina and Hong remained somewhat dazed. Perhaps they would give it a try next time. It could be quite enjoyable. Enjoyable? What are you talking about? Kushina's lips twitched in disbelief. Tenkai grinned, declaring that as long as a commission brought them here, they were his prey, inevitably to be ensnared. Why do blondes attract so many girls? Because they lead them into breaking societal norms, showcasing their wild and uninhibited charm, unshackled by convention, basking in freedom and exhilaration. Engaging in high-frequency chats online with the opposite sex can create an illusion of true love, despite having never exchanged photos, feeling as though they are soulmates. Engaging in mischief. Those taboo, sensitive, and wild acts rapidly enhance mutual affection. After sharing such bizarre experiences, how could their relationship falter? If you wish to maintain a polite distance day by day, You deserve to be slow to warm up. Conversely, if you resist, even mildly, your relationship may indeed be rather ordinary. Of course, there are exceptions. Differing worldviews create natural friction, influenced by one's environment and upbringing. But what moral compass guides a ninja? The ninjas who perished in the Fourth Great Ninja War might seek a savior to converse with. Perhaps their parents would emerge to give a thumbs up. Ninjas possess no moral compass. They only discuss professional ethics and adhere strictly to the rules, governed solely by personal perception. Chapter 34. The Gigantic Thunder Clan. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. The photo shoot is merely a matter of transformation technique, easily accomplished within minutes without any difficulty. Your primary task henceforth will be to film movies and television, crafting three-dimensional personas, guiding your identities to stardom, and subsequently launching personal photo collections or related products. Tenkai laid out his plans before the women. Transform us into stars. Their eyes sparkled. Even Hong and Kushina were intrigued. It is your identity's post-transformation that will be sculpted into absolute perfection. Characterization, physique, and appearance, all fabricated and devoid of flaws. Tenkai elaborated. Although not their true selves, these personas are an extension of who they are, as hidden ninjas. In fact, this approach may be beneficial. If they were to become the center of attention, it might lead to exposure, and being remembered as a ninja could prove perilous. The women felt a mix of regret and satisfaction. The first television series, debuting with a stunning identity, shall be titled The Gigantic Thunder Clan, featuring all members possessing extraordinary physiques. For instance, Aika Sakata might be depicted in her photos as a bloodthirsty dark ninja who revels in traversing the night, leaping under the radiant moonlight as a demon slayer. You may envision the specific plot lines, be they simple daily life or infused with other elements. Your primary direction will be modeling, acting, and stardom. Moreover, you can conceive other cinematic ventures, designing new character images that may also appear in the photo collections. Tenkai continued to unfold his vision. Yes, the 10 female ninjas nodded, clearly understanding their forthcoming tasks. Disguising, impersonating, observing, analyzing, and voice modulation are foundational ninja skills, and with their superior beauty and poise, how could the audience not be enamored? Even if they have never met the stars on screen, countless fans have fallen into obsession. It can be said that as long as the script is sound, they will produce commendable results, bolstered by their captivating appearances. I won't have to film the Gigantic Thunder Clan in my real identity, will I? Kushina felt a chill run down her spine, overwhelmed by the thought of such an exaggerated television production. You need not worry. Your real identity will not be involved in filming the Gigantic Thunder Clan, Tenkai reassured them, not wishing to burden them further. That's a relief. As long as I am not appearing on screen in that form, I have no objections. Kushina felt a swirl of complex emotions. This was simply too explosive. The transformation technique is merely a facade. What is there to be concerned about? One could view it as mere makeup. Do people feel embarrassed by makeup? How many girls envy that pain-free, ever-changing goddess who transforms daily without repetition? Do you know the sacrifices those beautiful goddesses online make to produce stunning images? The extensive process of makeup, filters, beautification, and photo editing, selecting the best from dozens of shots, while battling scrutiny from reviewers. Failure could lead to reduced visibility, or worse, outright bans. Hasten to thank those boundary-pushing streamers. They do it all for a trivial like. They are nothing short of angels. Yet, Minato is unaware that Kushina, the model, finds this situation quite unbearable. The entire model group was exhilarated, expressing her desire to partake in the experience, yet her husband understood that things were fundamentally different. Despite being an honest individual, he would not voice his thoughts. After all, he had mentioned transformation techniques, suggesting he might secretly enjoy it, yet was too shy to admit it. Tianquan attempted to persuade her. No, I still cannot accept it. It's too embarrassing, Kushina despaired, cradling her head. All right then, let us arrange a private photo shoot for you another day as compensation. This is non-negotiable. Otherwise, it would be unreasonable. Tianquan insisted with a firm compromise. Kushina could only acquiesce. Let us not even mention the live models. She felt tremendously self-conscious about the current lingerie designs. What if Minato misunderstood? However, it was also difficult to entirely dismiss the legitimate request from the client. After all, lingerie models were still models, and they hadn't yet shot the lingerie collection. Tianquan was empathetic towards Kushina's feelings. He could flaunt his persona online. But if he were to expose his identity as Xiao Lu Bei in front of his parents during the New Year's dinner, he would also struggle to cope. I have something serious to announce, Tianquan said, his expression suddenly grave, causing everyone to fall silent. Upon the completion of this task, I will promptly renew your annual contracts with an S-class commission, 1,000,000 taels for modeling and acting. If it weren't for my current financial constraints, I could renew it tomorrow. Tianquan proclaimed loudly. That is wonderful. Thank you so much, Lord Tianquan. The excitement was palpable. An S-class task meant 1,000,000 a year. Moreover, it would elevate them to the status of models and actors. How splendid. The 10 female ninjas cheered enthusiastically, even leaping onto Tianquan in delight. With such development, what was there to feel embarrassed about? Tianquan was not only their client, but also a close friend, a male confidant. Congratulations to you all. Thank you, however. It is your S-class full-time sister who truly makes us envious, they replied. She doesn't have to do anything yet enjoys Lord Tianquan's affection. And she is S-class too, there's money involved. They were overwhelmed with envy. I too am aware that I've gained an unfair advantage, Akatsuki blushed, her heart brimming with guilt and gratitude, instinctively drawing nearer. But don't you accompany me for breakfast every day? Tianquan chuckled, stroking her head, which warmed Akatsuki's heart. The strategies of the affluent were so unpretentious. Each coin dropped like a hammer, forcibly prying open the heart while stirring emotional turbulence. How wonderful. Lord Tianquan. Why don't you support me? I can always be your sister. The youthful Shugen Mayumi exclaimed, enviously, even though she was similar to Akatsuki. This made Akatsuki feel even more bashful. Wasn't she now in a similar position? Do you think the modeling tasks are any different? Tianquan joyfully embraced the approaching Shugen Mayumi. Wouldn't that mean I could continually serve Lord Tianquan in the future? The minimum commission requires executing 17 solo tasks a month to reach 1,000,000 a year. If it's a team, that is 51 tasks. The sheer volume of tasks seemed impossible to fathom. There was a sense of security, a feeling of having someone to rely on in the future. If previously there was surprise, now it was tranquility, as if a certain sense of crisis had been lifted. They felt no longer as if they were struggling to survive as ninjas, but rather like cherished pets, having found some form of security. The threshold for their master had significantly widened. Even if called out for training, it wouldn't be unreasonable. Low-ranked ninjas could undertake DC-class tasks. But it wasn't a matter of choice. It was dictated by the higher-ups. Could a common ninja dare be picky? Those who were favored were the top students from the school, family heirs, or those with connections. Did a mere common ninja have the right to be choosy? Chapter 35. Serving the Master in Training. Apologies for the wait. Let us commence our training. Tianquan arrived at the backyard. Finally here. We've prepared soft mats for you. So even if you fall, it won't hurt, the client, Lady Rin, teased. How thoughtful. Tianquan nodded in satisfaction. Could he learn chakra as effortlessly as the expendable ninjas? Of course, he would be treated like a master. How pretentious, Abito scoffed, displeased. Be quiet. The client's presence for training is already a significant honor, Rin retorted, landing a punch that forced Abito to crouch down, cradling his head. Kakashi smoothly approached, offering a drink with both hands. The task is more challenging than anticipated, Minato said with a wry smile. Akatsuki shot an odd glance at Minato. Kuzuna is being photographed in lingerie inside, while you're out here serving this master. It makes me wonder what's going on. What's the matter? Minato noticed her unease. Oh, nothing, Akatsuki said, her head lowered as she followed Tianquan. Yet she was inexplicably aroused. She began to grasp the taboo of wrongdoing. Why did her feelings shift from nervous resistance to excitement? Minato remained perplexed. Come lie down. We're starting. Take it slowly, don't rush. For the first time, we need to find our rhythm. Being too forceful is not advisable. It could lead to damage. Stability and consistency are essential for longevity. Rin carefully assisted the master onto the soft mat, providing a level of nurturing akin to that of a caregiver. Unfortunately, finding that rhythm was the most troublesome task of all. It was too vague. Controlling chakra was akin to slicing potatoes. It seemed simple, but executing it was far more challenging than anticipated. Whether the angles were misaligned or the cutting technique was off, it required muscle memory to be developed. 1 or 2 lucky attempts were futile. Tianquan lay on the soft mat, the soles of his feet pressed against the tree trunk. Absorbing chakra. It sounded straightforward, yet it was difficult to execute. Don't even mention slicing. Even a layperson would struggle to cut a perfectly cubical potato. Try it for yourself. Actually, you're doing quite well. Just a bit more patience would be perfect, Rin sweetly encouraged. I'm beginning to doubt whether he'll ever master this. He is so inept. Obito muttered, envious and resentful, recalling how he had never received such care from his own light of hope. Don't say anything that might undermine his confidence. Kakashi shot a disapproving look, while Rin glared at Obito, acutely aware of how precious the client's time was. Obito shrank back, silenced. I've been teaching you diligently. Please put in a little effort. Don't act like a child who always needs to be coddled. This is a skill every ninja can master. Even Might Guy, who is quite dull, learned it. You lack systematic training from a ninja school. So your foundation is still lacking. You should spend more time practicing, Rin sighed, expressing her frustration. Keep it up, Oni-chan. Akatsuki encouraged. The others scoffed at the thought of learning chakra, dismissing it as pathetic to require encouragement. If you cannot learn, then don't bother. What kind of ninja are you? Yet now it became, keep pushing forward. Perseverance is victory. The emotional value was fully charged. A certain master expressed satisfaction, indicating he might summon them again. Lord Tianquan. Lunch is ready. Would you like to eat first? Keiko Sato inquired. Lord Tianquan, please eat first. With perseverance, success will come in time. We'll support you. Minato beamed like the sun, providing encouragement. Don't just persevere. Is there any special method? Like that secret potion you had earlier? Tianquan looked at Minato, hopeful. I've never heard of anything that could enhance chakra control, Minato replied with a rueful smile, feeling quite put on the spot. Then think of something. Research the essence of chakra, optimize the teaching content, and devise various methods to teach me in the shortest time possible. I've already taken on an S-class commission, so it's your responsibility to find a solution, not for me to endure this tedious grind. And don't use words like diligence, perseverance, and effort as a pretext. I'm not here to suffer, Tianquan emphasized sternly. If enduring hardship leads to strength, then these ninjas who have made suffering their daily routine must be invincible by now. If hardship could bring wealth, wouldn't the sanitation workers and construction workers already be living in luxurious villas? His pursuit of chakra mastery is aimed at becoming powerful. But the ultimate purpose of power is to indulge in one's desires and relish life, not to suffer endlessly. Moreover, if conditions for enjoyment exist, why force oneself to endure unnecessary hardships? Can one truly enjoy while simultaneously engaging in arduous training? He is already struggling enough without lying in the comforting embrace of Tsunade. I understand now. I will strive to find a solution. Minato can only reluctantly comply. The S-rank requirements are understandably high. It's not as if he's being asked to kill in another country, though that might be easier in some respects. Well then, let us eat, Captain Minato. Tianquan nodded. From afar, I could hear you making excessive demands. You should take this more seriously. Do you really have to complicate such basic matters? Kushina approached, speechless. I've already invested heavily. Isn't it a bit much to expect me to grind through this? Tianquan concurred. Hiring a tutor at great expense. Yet you still want the child to memorize everything? Whose fault is that? Even if the child dozes off out of boredom, it's due to the tutor's lack of engaging delivery. Kushina was left at a loss for words, feeling the weight of the commission. Let's eat quickly. Afterward, we shall continue training. I will strive to teach you in a more comprehensible manner. Rin was equally sincere. Rin, ever diligent, teased her friends. He is so busy. We can only squeeze out bits of time for our tasks, and with such stringent demands. Do you know how hard we work, full-time sister? Rin launched a tirade, revealing her feelings of envy and frustration. I was wrong. Hong immediately surrendered, holding her head. Let us finish eating. Tianquan found it amusing to see the adorable little one looking so pitiful. Really? Rin's eyes widened in surprise. Indeed. I'm not in a hurry. Why are you? Tianquan took Rin's small hand. Of course, you're not in a hurry. It's us who will face the consequences of a failed mission. Rin pouted, secretly delighted, having gauged the situation. I'll join in too. Is it really so difficult to learn chakra control? Kushina suggested. Soon. They all finished their meal and resumed training. Minato, Kushina, and their esteemed peers Kakashi, Obito, Rin, and Hong surrounded Tianquan, observing his training. Kushina, are you serious? There's not even a mat down there. Tianquan was perched atop a tree trunk, held by Kushina, trembling with anxiety. Aren't you seeking a shortcut? Being on the brink of death naturally unlocks one's potential. Don't worry, I'll catch you. Rin possesses medical ninjutsu and Minato can instantly transport you to the medical department. Kushina stood confidently on the tree trunk, holding Tianquan aloft, giving him a reassuring thumbs up. Is this really okay? I'm not a ninja. I shouldn't be subjected to such thrills. Tianquan clung tightly to Kushina, aware he was safe, but the excitement was too much for his heart. You're just making this difficult for us. Rin and the others chuckled, feeling a small sense of relief. My feet are almost touching the trunk. I'm about to let go. Seeing Tianquan panic only excited Kushina further. Is this revenge? Tianquan clutched her tighter, wrapping his legs around her. This is called training your psychological fortitude. Once you learn to climb trees, you must adapt to high-altitude environments. Kushina wouldn't concede. You've even adopted my tone, yet still argue. Is this how you treat your clients? Tianquan felt discomfort. This is a different matter. Don't be foolish. Quickly catch me. In an instant, Kushina slipped free, and without warning, Tianquan fell. Only by approaching death can one comprehend the true essence of life. Yet not everyone can gamble their life and survive each time. Oni-chan, whoosh. Rin and Hong rushed over, but Kushina was quicker, extending 2 golden chains that ensnared Tianquan just before he hit the ground, lifting him back to safety high above. Panting heavily, Tianquan clutched Kushina's neck, feeling as though his heart might give out. It seems I must adapt more. Otherwise, even if I learn, I wouldn't dare leap among the treetops. Kushina mischievously released her pent-up frustrations. Hey fool, don't lean into my chest. Don't throw up, I was wrong. Chapter 36. Might Daisuke's guilt dragging others down while only knowing how to consume is no wonder he was kicked out of the original team. What a waste. Self-righteous and greedy. Doesn't that fit the archetype of a movie character? Yet, during filming, he pretends to be so noble, acting as if he has something special. That garish green jumpsuit is utterly disgusting. Does he really think he looks good? What's wrong? Tianquan overheard as he approached. The modeling and film crew were dining in the cafeteria. Lord Tianquan. Everyone immediately straightened up upon his arrival. The food is so delicious, Lord Tianquan. I lost track and ate quite a bit, Daisuke admitted humbly. Isn't it normal for a taijutsu ninja to eat heartily? Everyone is enjoying themselves. Tianquan, indifferent, was actually pleased. He desired to cultivate their strength sooner rather than later. Is that all? Lord Tianquan, you have no limits on portions. Yet you want to take some back? Taking advantage of your lord's generosity is a bit greedy. One ninja pointed out. My son, like me, can only practice taijutsu. He is still young and needs meat for nourishment. I wanted to take some home, even if it means taking from my own share, Daisuke confessed, feeling ashamed. Tianquan frowned slightly. It wasn't that he was stingy, but taking food back was against the rules. I sincerely apologize. I was too greedy. Daisuke, seeing Tianquan's silence, felt even more ashamed and knelt fully on the ground. Since you are a taijutsu ninja, you must have a solid training regimen, right? I've been using my waist a lot lately, and I want to be able to avoid it. Once I'm done with my busy schedule, teach me a set of exercises for my waist and kidneys. From now on, don't worry about taking food home. It's hot out, and it spoils easily. When you leave, I'll have someone prepare fresh meals for you. Tianquan casually found what seemed to be a reasonable excuse. It was indeed merely a semblance of reason. Did Daisuke even have a proper training regimen? It was pure self-harm and hard training, and he truly learned nothing. Thank you immensely for your encouragement. I will teach you without reservation. You are too kind to me. Daisuke bowed deeply, tears of gratitude brimming in his eyes. All right, let us eat. If it's not enough, the kitchen will prepare more. Daisuke, you should also eat. Food is not worth much. Tianquan nodded, not stopping him, but rather wanting Daisuke to remember this kindness. Do you know why he doesn't stop the film crew from gossiping? It's precisely for moments like these. As long as they remain, they can continuously build rapport. Perfectly, upon his arrival, they ceased, and when he departed, they resumed. Daisuke felt touched. He, a man loathed by countless others, inept and a failure, could draw boundless strength from even the smallest affirmation. Tianquan's assistance was like a light in the darkness. It may not illuminate the world, but it could brighten his path, becoming his sole hope. Keiko, ask the kitchen to prepare more, especially meat dishes, Tianquan said as he left, not appearing particularly deliberate and not even mentioning seeing Might Guy. The other ninjas understood his reasoning and expressed envy, recognizing that Daisuke's special treatment was entirely reasonable. After some time, the film crew has finally completed the movie, which has been edited down to 2 hours and 10 minutes. The adults are invited to review it for any necessary modifications. The shooting of a typical film generally requires a period of at least 3 to 5 months, with larger productions often extending beyond a year. However, the efficiency of the ninja crew is remarkable. There is no need for makeup, props, or extensive location scouting. All is resolved through transformation techniques. Their acting skills, honed through the rigors of espionage, allow for an exceptional understanding of content and scene, enabling them to immerse themselves instantly and complete takes in a single attempt. Of course, this does not apply to Might Guy, who could have finished sooner, but his inadequate acting wasted precious time. He frequently breaks character, making it seem more prudent to substitute him with a transformation technique. His misguided sense of justice, despite portraying a conceited and brutish character, leads him to believe he is a true savior, necessitating multiple explanations before a single shot can be completed. The fellow ninjas cannot help but express their grievances. Might Guy, feeling disheartened, realizes that his confidence does not exempt him from self-awareness. He knows his continuation is due to the protection of his peers, or else he would have been dismissed long ago. As others have noted, without transformation techniques, he cannot share the burden of numerous roles. Without duplication techniques, he cannot expand their numbers, and even in disguise, he fails to deliver his own content, causing disruptions during filming. His performance is not merely lacking, but rather detrimental, as others could easily impersonate him and continue shooting at a faster pace, even presenting a more appealing visage through transformations, unlike his less than favorable appearance. Nonetheless, I acknowledge Might Guy's efforts, yet it is clear he is ill-suited for such technical tasks. The Lord Tianquan is pleased with the overall performance of the crew, though his satisfaction with Might Guy is even more pronounced. If he does not create issues, how could he garner favor and loyalty? That would indeed be a significant problem. The film has been edited quite well, evidently capturing the core essence. Promotional materials, including flyers, newspapers, and posters, are all set in motion. I want every villager to know within an hour, the savior has arrived. Lord Tianquan casts a sidelong glance at Might Guy, suppressing a smile. He does not expect the film to be a financial success, but he is determined to seize the title of the Dark War God of Eastern ninja arts. The narrative unfolds with the emergence of the Sage of Six Paths and the Six Paths of Evil. The protagonist, a goblin-like Might Guy, is portrayed as a glimmering beacon of justice, receiving cheers from the masses while subserviently obeying the Flame Shadow. However, his true nature is unveiled behind the scenes, where his emotions erupt at the slightest provocation. The Sage of Six Paths is left bewildered by this chosen ninja. His preachings only serve to infuriate Might Guy further, leading to a growing sense of rage. Is he not the savior? Has he not gained the sage's approval? The plot grows increasingly absurd, diverging from the promotional narrative. Earlier actions, like abandoning villagers to lava, had already raised suspicions, and now the chaotic developments seem even more unfathomable. The cinema audience is overwhelmed with incredulity, unable to contain their reactions to the outrageous scenes unfolding before them. The Sage of Six Paths and the Six Paths of Evil clash, as the goblin savior encounters robbers on his journey, subsequently savagely assaulting a kidnapped woman as a twisted gesture of gratitude, and then lewdly eyeing the Flame Shadow's wife during a shopping spree. Numerous scenes of collective debauchery are interspersed, reflecting the chaotic and disordered worldview, reminiscent of the ninja realm, which encompasses not only ninjas but also countless aristocrats and wealthy individuals, whose lavish and decadent lives unfold on screen. The once vibrant Sarutobi Hiruzen now sits in silence, his head lowered in contemplation. The exaggerated portrayal of superhuman abilities, such as X-ray vision and flight, captivates Orochimaru, who remains intrigued by the spectacle. Although he is indifferent to the plot, the climax approaches, revealing that the existence of sages and demons transcends human dimensions, their powers seemingly boundless. They wreak havoc across infinite realms, destroying unknown worlds, while mortals remain blissfully unaware. The real world lies in ruins, with the earth crumbling and torrents sweeping across the land. As the sky roils with tumultuous clouds, embodying a force capable of obliterating existence itself. Even the revered sage of the ninja, Hashirama Senju, pales in comparison to this overwhelming might, let alone the mere ninjas, who are but insignificant insects. Orochimaru's serpentine gaze burns with intensity, as if his very blood ignites with fervor. Goblin, what are you waiting for? If this continues, he shall annihilate the entire world. The Sage of Six Paths confronts the six paths of evil, his voice resonating with grandeur, echoing from the heavens. Why must I destroy the ninja world? Goblin, do you not desire to be your true self? Release your inner desires. No one can restrain you. The words of the six paths of evil brim with temptation and decay, reverberating as if from the depths of the human soul, masking lies with self-deception. The audience within the cinema is struck with awe, engulfed by the profound impact of the sages and demons. One after another, they plead, "Do not command me." Might Guy, the goblin, can no longer endure and finally strikes back. Goblin, the Sage of Six Paths looks incredulously at the hand that has pierced his chest. Even the six paths of evil stand dumbfounded. Why? The sage's voice trembles with disbelief. The savior he selected has dared to assault him? The six paths of evil is merely your malevolence. What pretense of goodness is this? You speak of safeguarding the world while being a cowardly wretch. If that is the case, allow me to assist you. Might Guy's words are laced with derision and unrestrained excitement. The Sage of Six Paths, is left speechless. Die. The goblin's eyes blaze with fury, crimson energy piercing the heavens, visible even to half the planet. Simultaneously, he obliterates the upper half of the sage's body. The remnants transformed into a resplendent gem, dissipating like particles across the cosmos. Now, the Sage of Six Paths understands the veracity of my words. You cannot save the world. As the Sage of Six Paths fell, the Six Paths demon also became a black crystal, dispersing into the universe, leaving only a resonant echo reverberating through the heavens and earth. The villagers, captivated by that iconic scarlet ray, regarded the goblin as a true hero and erected a statue in his honor, positioned atop the Flame Shadow Rock, riding the third-generation steed. What a shocking conclusion it is. The savior's image has crumbled. I brought my son to witness the savior, not this. Honestly, even a 7- or 8-year-old is envious. What is there not to understand? To be frank, the Sage of Six Paths deserved this. Choosing such a despicable character as the savior was folly. In truth, the goblin is not entirely wrong. The Six Paths demon is but a manifestation of the sage's malevolent thoughts. All crises stem from him. What a hypocrite pretending to be a good person. Setting aside the chaotic explosions, the final battle was truly terrifying. This level of conflict transcends what ninjas can partake in. I truly admire how the director conceived such grand spectacles, as if he had genuinely witnessed the Sage of Six Paths and comprehended the sage's extraordinary might. The entire production is rife with raw emotions, love, hate, desire, and aversion, bluntly speaking. It is both sensational and violent. Regardless of whether one criticizes or praises, the topic is brimming with intensity, and popularity outweighs mere approval. Only thus can one attract a greater audience. I am curious to see how explosive this truly is. After watching, goodness, the director is truly a beast. The depiction of mythic grandeur expands the audience's imagination of the celestial and demonic realms. Such heights are unattainable for them. It also satiates their yearning for the capriciousness of the wealthy, parties, abductions, even in the corners of the streets, even if only through hearsay. They regard it as a vivid fantasy. In this unregulated world, it is indeed wondrous, free from constraints. The Sage of Six Paths, the Six Paths demon. What powerful entities they are. They cannot merely be described as strong. They exist in a dimension beyond mere mortals, transcending the confines of life itself. Truly, they embody the essence of celestial and demonic beings. In Orochimaru's cold serpent-like gaze, a fervor emerged, his excited laughter resonating with passion and strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen, however, remained somber, casting a glance at Orochimaru without much concern. Once the god of ninjas, he now inspires both fear and reverence. I have figured it out. The protagonist goblin is that green-skinned, tight-clad ninja, a pervert who frequently jogs around the village with his son. How disgusting. No wonder he seems so familiar. It is indeed him. Late at night, at the Hokage Rock, performing the moonlight spiral. Only a weirdo like him could pull off such a feat. Is it possible that he is secretly the kind of person depicted in the movies? To even show disrespect towards the Hokage? We criticize him for being a pervert, yet he gives us a thumbs up as encouragement. Who knows what he is like behind closed doors? His disdain for the Hokage could very well be genuine. After all, he has been a genin for so many years. Surely, he harbors discontent. Might Guy, with his rugged visage, dark, glossy hair, and particularly that green spandex outfit. His features are so strikingly distinct that once seen, they are unforgettable, especially in a village as small as Konoha. It can be said that every resident of Konoha knows him. Chapter 38. Sarutobi and Danzo. Is this too explosive? No, I cannot film this. It is entirely different from what you described. Kushina regretted it, her crimson ears nearly exploding. The model was already a disaster. And the film was even more explosive. What kind of plot is that? What is even more terrifying is that she has already accepted this task. And it is not a matter of life or death. It fits the commission's content perfectly. How can one refuse? Is there anything normal about this entire production? Rin is also losing her mind, ranting wildly. Stay away from this pervert, Rin. Do not let him taint you. Obito hurriedly shielded Rin behind him. Who wouldn't fear a white moonlight mixing with a lecher? Jiraiya is a mere amateur compared to you. Kakashi's mood is also difficult to stabilize. What kind of romance novel is Paradise of Affection? It is too elegant, too plain. Obito looked at him with an unusual gaze. Everyone was a bit uncomfortable, and Minato forced a smile. Upon the film's release, Konoha exploded in excitement. Could such a mind-bending plot be conceived by a human? That esteemed individual. The film crew glanced at Tenjin, wanting to say something, but the words stuck in their throats. Initially, they were very excited about this production, and it was well designed. But the commissioning lord insisted on adding some peculiar elements. I feared the first film would not succeed, so I thought of making it explosive to attract attention. Even dark red is still red. The most frightening thing is to be overlooked, as even black holds no value. Tenjin also twisted the narrative. He could not allow them to admit it was merely for the sake of being dark. This production can be said to have been guided by him throughout. Yet how could one convey elements laden with personal bias? If he elucidated those aspects, he would be doomed. For instance, the goblin's voyeurism towards the Flame Shadow's wife. The forced explosion involving the Flame Shadow's daughter. The moonlight spiral atop the third generation's Flame Shadow rock. An array of scenes where they are utterly overwhelmed. Do you think Sarutobi Hiruzen is furious with Might Guy, or does he want to eliminate Tenjin? It must be the latter. Without these shocking elements, would Sarutobi Hiruzen even contemplate eliminating Might Guy? This presents a significant contradiction. If it were devoid of those perverse elements, it would undoubtedly be a splendid work. What a pity. Rin could hardly contain her grievances. Is this truly what one would call a savior? Obito scoffed. The heavens have collapsed. I cannot believe I accepted this commission. Kushina despaired, covering her face. Might Guy was entirely too afraid to lift his head. Even his son's gaze towards him radiated disbelief and shock. How did you manage the moonlight spiral? Dad. This is Tengin's perspective on idealism and realism, a film that genuinely celebrates the brilliance of humanity, rather than merely showcasing a savior's grandeur. The filming crew could only press on with trepidation. Indeed, this installment is dark. The next will feature the true savior, one whose existence is only possible through the absence of hope, a genuine redemption. If the darkness of the human heart cannot be exhibited, true redemption will never be attained. The other members of the film crew also rallied in support of Tenjin. Do not be too pessimistic. Although I may sometimes be unreliable, I have never deceived you. The previous installment was merely a setup to illuminate the world's ugliness in the next. Only darkness grants meaning to the existence of light. Only through profound despair can the emergence of hope be deemed as hope. Kushina, you are to embody the beacon in the darkness, bringing forth the light of hope. The light within the human heart. Tenjin gazed at Kushina, his words flowing like nonsensical chatter. If he cannot weave a coherent narrative, he fears Sarutobi Hiruzen might take matters into his own hands. Even if Sarutobi does not act, his loyal companions surely would. After all, Konoha has its own village sentiments. The Six Paths demon has already been vanquished. Is there to be a sequel? Kushina sighed, resigned to her fate. Tenjin, esteemed lord, please share your thoughts. I am quite interested in this film. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the cold Orochimaru emerged, accompanied by their little follower, Mitarashi Anko. Hokage-sama, Orochimaru-sama, Minato, and the others looked on. The film crew was rendered speechless, drenched in sweat. You are the director of the Savior movie? Orochimaru's gaze burned intensely upon Tenjin, his serpentine tongue flicking in anticipation. Orochimaru, it has been a long time since I have seen you so concerned about someone. Sarutobi Hiruzen took note of this. His fascinating imagination regarding power piques my interest. However, Orochimaru's gaze remained fixed on Tenkai. Sarutobi nodded in understanding. After all, Orochimaru is a researcher, and it is natural for him to have an interest in ninjutsu. As one of the legendary Sannin, alongside Jiraiya, he invited Orochimaru to take a seat. It seems you all are quite intrigued by my film. It appears to have been a successful endeavor, destined for great box office success, Tenkai remarked with a light chuckle. Now, let me hear your thoughts. An old fellow, wrapped in bandages, approached. Tenkai looked on in astonishment. Danzo? Although the film depicted the Fire Country and its Hokage, it was evident that everyone would have their concerns. If you cannot convince me, I implore you to take this film down. Shimura Danzo's cold gaze bore into Tenkai. This is Danzo, an old comrade of mine, currently overseeing the roots of Konoha. The shadow force of the village, Sarutobi introduced. What a surprise to see so many important figures from Konoha drawn here by my film. It seems I shall have to elucidate further. Tenkai felt a surge of anxiety. These were formidable individuals. Yet, they only requested him to take it down, rather than resorting to lethal measures or issuing threats. Clearly, they adhered to the way of the ninja, much like the ruthless Zabuza. Please, proceed, Danzo said as he settled down. Despite being the dark side of Konoha and a catalyst for various tragedies, he understood clearly what ninjas relied upon for their livelihood. If you were to kill the client over such a trivial matter, how would you continue to receive commissions in the future? Do you comprehend how many missions a ninja village must undertake to survive in a year? Did you heed the previous explanations? Without darkness, where is the light? How can one appreciate the warmth of a home or the value of food without experiencing the bitter cold of winter? With so many influential figures present, Tenkai began to speak earnestly. Danzo contemplated, glancing at his good friend, only to find Sarutobi also observing him. They exchanged a knowing look. He is the sun illuminating the leaves on the tree, while he is the root buried in darkness. Such a metaphor was enough to dissolve their dissatisfaction. The tacit understanding between friends allowing them to grasp each other's sentiments. Chapter 39. Who is the true hero? You have already witnessed the first part of the story. I shall delve into the second part. Kushina, along with the film crew, pay close attention. I am currently too occupied to elaborate extensively, and I do not possess a detailed script for you to follow. You must discuss amongst yourselves. Tenkai regarded them earnestly. Kushina, now serious, noted the presence of the Hokage and refrained from expressing any grievances. A ninja may forego a mission, but that is only if the previous team has perished, and the Hokage deems the task unfeasible. It is not a matter of simply deciding to abandon it. You must demonstrate with your life that this task is exceedingly perilous. Most missions entrusted to ninjas involve assassination, escorting, and similar duties. Who would dare to enlist their services if they were so unreliable? According to my design, the 6 paths of evil are the malevolent thoughts of the Sage of 6 Paths, which should have dissipated with his demise. However, it absorbs the malevolent thoughts of all beings, transforming into the malevolent thoughts of the masses. Even with the sage's death, it continues to exist. No matter how many times its form is eradicated, as long as there are sentient beings, the evil thoughts of the world persist, rendering it immortal. The malevolent thoughts of humanity? As long as they exist, it will not perish? Are they housed within the minds of others? No. It should be a principle of a higher dimension, a fascinating hypothesis. Among the forbidden techniques of the second Hokage, there seems to exist a jutsu that absorbs negative emotions to create malevolent entities. While others might merely hear a story, Orochimaru's vast knowledge instantly led him to consider the possibilities. Sarutobi and Danzo listened quietly, refraining from interruption, their ninja composure evident. The others, too intimidated, sat quietly, absorbing the tale. Thus, the only paths to eliminate the 6 paths of evil are to annihilate every living being on the planet or eradicate all malevolent thoughts worldwide. The first option is evidently impossible. The second is also exceedingly challenging, bordering on unattainable. Yet, the aim of our narrative is to propagate this very notion. In the second act, the 6 paths of evil revive, and Might Guy falls, leaving humanity without support. The Hokage, in a bid to protect the village, chooses to bear the burden of everything, sealing the 6 paths of evil at the cost of his own life. This is the sole means of alleviating the crisis. Kushina. The role you are to embody is that of inheriting the spirit of the Hokage, recalling their resolve and teachings when the 6 paths of evil breach their seal. You must convey to the audience that you are the vessel of the Hokage's spirit, that countless individuals, like yourself, silently guard the village, evoking resonance and guiding others towards goodness. willing to sacrifice their lives to protect their loved ones and all that is beautiful. Tenkai looked at Kushina, speaking earnestly. Yes, I shall strive to embody this character. Kushina inhaled deeply, casting aside any reluctance regarding her involvement in the film. Instead, she felt an inexplicable sense of the significance of life, understanding the greatness of this role. This is a remarkable film. Tenkai, you have truly poured your heart into it. Sarutobi remarked, his eyes brightening. It is perfectly suited. This Hokage embodies the essence of his life. What were the previous insults? Merely a prelude to highlight his greatness. An adversary who cannot be slain. Sealing them is indeed the best course of action. Yet, since the 6 paths of evil exist through the malevolent thoughts of all beings, should they perish, would not their essence also fade? Danzo interjected, questioning whether he genuinely viewed the 6 paths of evil as a hypothetical enemy or something else entirely. War, slaughter, death, turmoil, conflict, hatred. Are these not the 6 paths of evil? Tenkai inquired. The eyes of Minato Namikaze widened, his mind struck by a sudden realization. Indeed, the 6 paths of evil have always existed, and to safeguard the village, I must bear the burden of everything, even as the Hokage, Sarutobi, reflected. Danzo fell silent, grasping the implication. In that moment, they all acknowledged the intent behind Tenkai's film, shedding light in darkness and allowing illumination to grace the flowers and leaves. There are no saviors in this world. No one can become a savior, yet each of us can serve as our own savior, beginning with ourselves. Tenkai stood upon the moral high ground, weaving his narrative, finally reconciling this dilemma. Is it truly a sin if certain actions must be undertaken to protect the village? Danzo pondered aloud. Sarutobi cast a glance at Danzo, then turned his gaze to Tenkai. It hinges upon one's intentions and actions. To act in the name of protection while wielding the blade of slaughter is indeed justice. Who decrees that only those basking in light can be deemed heroes? Even amidst carnage, one can blossom, much like flowers at dawn. These words detonated within Danzo's mind, his pupils widening, and a swell of emotions surged through him. His usual somber demeanor softened considerably, as if he had felt the warmth of sunlight. Indeed, who can assert that only those in the light can be heroes? Who can deny all that Shimura Danzo has done for Konoha? Even Sarutobi and the others murmured in agreement, savoring the depth of these sentiments. In an instant, their gazes towards Tenkai brimmed with reverence, much like that of a mentor guiding them forth. Lord Tenkai, you are not only adept in business, but also possess profound philosophical insights, Minato expressed with immense admiration. Do not be deceived by my seemingly carefree demeanor. I have indeed pondered deeply upon numerous matters. I once aspired to transform into a hero, guiding the world towards the dawn of hope, and harbored a fierce disdain for injustice, yearning to eradicate it wherever it appeared. Yet, I have come to realize that I lack the power to instigate change, instead living like a jester within a dream. Perhaps I was never meant to be great. I crumble under the slightest temptation, unable to persist with the unwavering resolve that a hero would possess. Tianquan laments, questioning how someone who cannot even reject a wealthy patron can speak of ideals and convictions. In the past, I might have dismissed such thoughts as mere jest, but now I find myself suddenly filled with an unshakable belief that one can indeed realize the dreams of a savior. Wolfing Shuemin gazes earnestly at Tianquan. Did Jiraiya not say that one must venture forth to seek the destined child who could alter the fate of the world? Danzo contemplates. A savior? He muses over the implications of such a title. Kushina is taken aback, pondering whether the affair with another's spouse was truly as brazen as it seemed. My disciple, Jiraiya, has a contract with a 1,000-year-old toad residing in Miyaboku Mountain, revered as the sage of toads, renowned for its prophetic dreams, Sarutobi Hiruzen explains. He had not paid much attention to Tianquan previously, but now, with these words, he comprehends that Tianquan could indeed become a figure of immense influence in the world. It is often said that there are no saviors in this world. If everyone awaits a savior to transform the world, then change will forever elude us, and salvation will remain a distant dream. What is the world? It is a collective formed by the relationships among each of us. Tianquan shakes his head. In his view, Naruto, Uzumaki, and Nagato, much like Hashirama Senju, are merely instruments of military intimidation. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Bluffing Shuemin exchange knowing smiles, and others begin to believe as well. Perhaps only those who do not believe in saviors can truly change the world, Hiruzen smiles radiantly. At least I feel a sense of clarity after hearing this. Danzo's expression softens. In truth, you possess remarkable qualities, despite your many flaws, Rin whispers. Oni-chan, you are the most outstanding, Hong encourages. When did you start calling him Oni-chan? Yuhi Kurenai is taken aback. Think as you wish. But do not expect me to perform any virtuous deeds. Tianquan feels troubled. Is this not akin to placing him on a moral pyre? Chapter 40. Orochimaru's interest. Lord Hokage. Do you have any interest in personally taking on a role? Perhaps delivering an inspiring speech or participating in the sealing of the 6 paths of evil. Everyone would eagerly anticipate the Hokage portraying such a character. Tianquan suddenly suggests. It is impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen to not feel intrigued. Sacrifice, devotion, greatness, nobility. Who else in Konoha could be more suitable than him? Forget about transformation techniques. Just use that face of yours. Danzo remarks, observing Hiruzen's discomfort, unaware of his good friend's true thoughts. But who can blame him for not being Hokage? Old man, you wouldn't actually go through with this, would you? Kushina winces. What is there to lose? Once they craft the script, we can film it. After all, Konoha is just a stone's throw away, Tianquan cheerfully decides. Ahem. Then it is settled. Since we are all in Konoha, let us experience this together. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with his heart unperturbed, reluctantly agrees. Let us finalize this. When the Hokage's shadow materializes, overlapping with yours, I believe the audience will be thrilled. Tianquan smiles, with Hiruzen's eyes gleaming with excitement. Excellent, excellent. Then I shall take my leave, Lord Tianquan. I look forward to your film. Hiruzen expresses his satisfaction. Farewell, Shimura. Danzo, while displeased with his good friend, offers a nod and a smile to Tianquan. Please, you all go ahead. I would like to converse with Tianquan for a while longer, Orochimaru interjects. Lord Tianquan is quite busy with many matters. Do not overstay your welcome, Hiruzen cautions. Once they depart, Orochimaru, with his long tongue flicking, gazes at Tianquan, his cold, serpent-like eyes betraying a fiery intensity. Lord Tianquan, I found the film thoroughly fascinating. Could we discuss the Sage of 6 Paths and the 6 Paths of Evil? Their formidable power transcends the concepts of life and death, shattering the boundaries of time and space. In the sacred realms like the Dragon Cave of Miyaboku Mountain, such beings exist beyond the grasp of humanity. Defying definition, Orochimaru articulates passionately. Tianquan listens, intrigued by the fervor in Orochimaru's words. The notion of immortality, what is its true purpose? It is to acquire all ninjutsu and grasp the truths of existence. Yet, what constitutes the truth of the world? By what standards or direction should one navigate? Now, he envisions it vividly. It is astonishing that a teacher could be so engrossed in a film, Yuhi Kurenai exclaims, incredulous. He seems like an ardent fan, Rin marvels. Films are merely products of imagination. No matter how impressive, they lack significance, Tianquan muses, surprised that his unintentional remarks have piqued Orochimaru's interest. Who is Orochimaru? He is the embodiment of hidden potential, arguably the most formidable existence aside from the 2 major players with their game-changing abilities. One might jest that if Orochimaru were to become Hokage, every citizen of Konoha would possess a pair of Rinnegan. While such exaggerations abound, the notion of mass cloning of Manjikyu Sharingan is not entirely implausible given time and technological advancements. Being able to envision heights that others cannot is indeed a talent. Orochimaru's eyes blaze with fervor. What is so impressive? It pales in comparison to the legendary Sage of 6 Paths. It feels utterly unrealistic, Obito interjects, embittered. When one's family is slain, do they not yearn to reverse death and revive their loved ones? When faced with calamity, do they not desire the power to command the heavens? In the face of life and death, do they not wish to stand timelessly against the river of time? I merely weave together the thoughts of humanity, depicting an omnipotent deity, Tianquan succinctly states. In the eyes of the farmers, the emperor uses a golden hoe to till the soil. Without sufficient understanding, even imagination remains poverty-stricken. I see, Bluffing Shuemin and the others express their understanding. My condolences. Rin reflects on Tianquan's deceased parents, realizing that it takes immense love to wish for the resurrection of loved ones, to stand timelessly against the river of time, to reverse life and death, to command the power of the heavens. Each phrase sends ripples through Orochimaru's heart. This is the direction he seeks, the ultimate form of ninjutsu. Tian Quan affectionately ruffles Rin's hair. Though unaware of her sentiments regarding her condolences, the tenderness in her eyes signifies a deepening bond. Lord Tian Quan, why does the protagonist in the film primarily focus on physical techniques? Do you have a unique perspective on the human body? Orochimaru inquires with curiosity. I believe the body is the sole vessel of our existence in this world. If there is a soul, it must serve as the anchor for that soul. A robust physique is far more tangible than any ostentatious abilities. Furthermore, the body forms the foundation of all. Chakra is birthed from human cells. And even the propagation of life is an amalgamation of existence, all pointing to the infinite mysteries of the human form. Tian Quan expounds, weaving grand notions into his narrative. The essence of human life, Orochimaru contemplates thoughtfully. Initially, the choice of physical techniques stemmed from Might Guy's singular focus on them, Obito reflects, feeling a twinge of discomfort at Tianquan's bravado. Alas, White Moonlight revolves around Tian Quan daily, and with the notion of a full-time little sister to support him, he genuinely feels apprehensive. One can only undermine Lin's image through disparagement. Unfortunately, Tian Quan completely disregards his existence, without Ban's guidance. Even awakening the kaleidoscope merely amounts to a trivial endeavor. What resonates most profoundly is the concept of talent. Some individuals are extraordinarily gifted, effortlessly absorbing knowledge, while I struggle immensely with mastering chakra. In the face of such innate ability, my efforts seem utterly insignificant. If only I could comprehend the nuances that would allow my body to evolve as well. Are you aware of absolute pitch? Have you heard of a fully realized elementary student? Living a life as a mere bystander is truly exhausting. Indeed, without a commendable talent, progressing in any discipline becomes exceedingly challenging, resulting in a considerable waste of time. Orochimaru concurred with Tianquan's sentiments, his serpentine gaze sweeping over Obito, who possesses greater talent than their clan. If there are any, they would be the geniuses of their lineage. Orochimaru, I have heard you excel in research among the legendary Sannin. Do you have any methods to help me swiftly master chakra control? Money is no object. I can commission 10 million ryo. Tian Quan boldly proclaimed. Isn't it difficult to invest so much? Orochimaru retorted. After all, you have already commissioned us, offering tenfold the reward. I have exerted considerable effort for this task. Lin huffed in indignation. If I manage to master it, I will consider your commission complete. Isn't that merely expediting the process? Tian Quan pinched Lin's cheek. All you do is seek shortcuts, Obito scoffed. Yet, under Kakashi's stern gaze, a word was reluctantly swallowed. Patience is key. Have you not already mastered tree climbing? With so many of us teaching, mastering it should be a breeze, Kushina sighed. This is a process of personal experience accumulation. There are no alternatives. Minato also chuckled bitterly. Tian Quan's suggestion is worth exploring, Orochimaru agreed. Is there truly a shortcut? Everyone around them expressed curiosity. I, too, have begun to anticipate the heights Tian Quan might achieve, Orochimaru smirked. How could someone with such a vivid imagination settle for merely climbing trees? Chapter 41. The pay-to-win player Orochimaru Senpai, do you have any methods? Minato inquired, having exhausted his thoughts on how to instruct Tian Quan in his training. While there is no direct method to enhance chakra control, expediting the process is indeed possible. The Shadow Clone Technique, a B-rank ninjutsu invented by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, Orochimaru revealed without hesitation. I see, Minato replied, understanding that shadow clones possess independent consciousness and a degree of durability. Upon dispelling, the experiences and memories of the clones return to the original body. By creating a single shadow clone, training efficiency could potentially double. Minato grasped the concept instantly. Yes, Tianquan's eyes sparkled. The idea had finally been unveiled. However, the shadow clone is a physical entity, requiring a significant amount of chakra to perform, and the distributed chakra must also cover the training expenses. As a novice who has only recently refined chakra, he does not meet the minimum threshold. Kushina interjected directly. Minato, Kushina, and Orochimaru possess shadow-level prowess, and Tianquan's chakra is distinctly apparent to them. Orochimaru, do you have a solution for the chakra quantity issue? Tian Quan asked directly. It is feasible to use stimulants. Dedicating 2 or 3 each day for training should not pose a problem, Orochimaru explained. But these stimulants have side effects, right? Kushina frowned. Not particularly. As long as Tian Quan can afford the best, Orochimaru replied with a grin. Moreover, with daily oversight at the medical department, Tsunade will ensure safety, in Konoha. Given his understanding of chakra manipulation, ninjutsu mastery, and human anatomy, this cultivation plan is straightforward. It is merely the beginning, without any intensity involved. If one were to engage in forbidden experiments, it would be akin to elite bosses appearing throughout the protagonist's journey. However, regarding side effects, only a few episodes could realistically depict them. It seems somewhat exaggerated, Kushina remarked. Minato scratched his head, chuckling wryly. Just one or two. By the way, can you directly transfer your chakra to me? After all, you want Team to fight in Konoha, right? Tianquan remained unsatisfied. Impossible. Each person's chakra is unique, akin to DNA, and cannot be matched with another's. Once chakra leaves its origin, it dissipates rapidly, making prolonged maintenance unattainable. Moreover, if you cannot control your own chakra, how can you manage someone else's? Lin firmly denied each point, all of which were quite pragmatic. With our control over chakra, actively altering its properties to suit Tianquan's chakra is not difficult. We can achieve the desired effect. Minato contemplated a solution. Chakra cannot be maintained externally, but as long as there is continuous contact, supplying chakra should not be an issue, Orochimaru added. Then allow me to assist. This is indeed our task, Minato nodded. Let me handle it. My chakra is abundant, and I am not worried about consumption. It will help this fool learn faster, Kushina volunteered eagerly. Thank you. Minato nodded without contest. Given his strength, he certainly possessed ample chakra, but compared to the Uzumaki clan, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was on a different level. Orochimaru, how can one permanently increase chakra quantity? And I mean significantly, to the point of abundance? Tianquan inquired. The only honest path is through diligent training. As your spirit and body strengthen, your chakra will naturally increase. Pursuing extreme shortcuts is perilous. Even if one survives, there are tremendous side effects. And Tsunade may be at a loss, Kushina impatiently stated, voicing her frustration over the common desire for shortcuts. For now, utilizing the shadow clone training method will yield commendable results, Orochimaru remarked with a light chuckle. Tianquan nodded. What could be more advantageous than shadow clones? Lin, farewell for now. I shall visit you again. Hondo waved as she departed with Orochimaru. Now let us train. First, you will learn the multiple shadow clone technique. If you fail to train earnestly this time, it will not be as simple as hanging from a tree. I will not accept your training task. Kushina approached Tianquan with a fierce expression. Having accepted the commission, you are obligated to fulfill it. Your words lack conviction. However, not having accepted a commission held no weight for her. To assist her husband in completing his task swiftly, enduring some hardship for modeling was a trivial matter, right? All right, let's proceed, Tianquan exclaimed, finally eliciting a sensible approach to training the shadow clone technique. As a unique forbidden technique of Konoha, one could only know its name and fabricate details. If one were to know its effects, it would be interesting to see if the interrogation department would believe them. First, I must clarify, compared to the B-rank shadow clone, which can only produce a few at once, the A-rank multiple shadow clone technique can create thousands simultaneously. However, due to its excessive chakra consumption, individuals lacking a substantial chakra reserve risk severe injury or even death, hence its classification as a forbidden technique. Without my chakra support, you absolutely cannot use this technique, not even a shadow clone, otherwise you will perish instantly. Kushina grasped Tianquan's shoulders, her expression grave. I will not gamble with my life. Tianquan nodded in agreement. This technique is not difficult to learn. It requires only a single hand sign, and then mobilization of chakra. Now, I will transmit chakra to you. Attempt to practice. Kushina placed her hand on Tianquan's back, channeling her vast chakra into him. Like a tsunami, it surged relentlessly, causing blue chakra flames to erupt around Tianquan. The sensation made him feel as though he could strike down a bull with a single punch. The overwhelming power coursing through him was exhilarating. Multiple shadow clone technique. With a series of explosive sounds, he formed the hand seals, and a multitude of shadow clones appeared. Was it not as difficult as he had imagined? Tianquan pondered. Of course, it's not difficult. The only issue lies in the chakra amount. The mastery of the technique determines its consumption and the number of clones, Kushina replied calmly. All clones, commence training. Tianquan commanded with a wave of his hand. However, the clones exchanged glances, remaining motionless. What a joke. Why should we, the clones, endure hardship while you, the original, enjoy yourself? One clone protested. We refuse to be overworked like cattle. What is the point of mastering it if we're just going to dissolve back into you? They all acted defiantly, refusing to budge. Training? Suffering? Not happening. Chapter 42. What does it mean to be ruthless? Tianquan was taken aback. Uff, these clones are quite humorous. Rin couldn't help but laugh. No wonder they resemble you so much. They're just as lazy, Obito teased. The personality of the shadow clones mirrors your own. You'll have to figure it out. Kushina added, amusement evident in her tone. Well, if I were to be toiling away in training while my original self sips fine wine and embraces lovely ladies, I'd also choose to lounge around. Tianquan sighed, aware of his own nature. Is there a way to prevent the memories and experiences from returning to the original? Tianquan inquired. If you stop the return, you won't be able to train with the shadow clones, Kushina replied, puzzled. But the clones' expressions changed dramatically, as his clones. Did they not know what he was thinking? He wants to torment us, forcing us to train. They realized. What the hell? Are you even human, original? You consider us your slaves? They looked at him incredulously, realizing the depths of his ruthlessness. How could he possibly resort to such methods? But I must admit, it's impressive. Kushina regarded him with astonishment, akin to gazing at a monster. The others were equally dumbfounded. Could someone truly be so ruthless as to inflict suffering upon themselves? Is there a solution? If not, let us just go all out. I'll consider it an experience before death. After all, it'll be over in an instant and might even enhance our mental fortitude. Tianquan resolved to dive headfirst into this madness alongside his clones. All the shadow clones fell silent. He was indeed a ruthless individual. It is possible to prevent the return of sensations. I can modify the sealing technique to sever the connection between the clones and the original, Kushina contemplated. Suddenly, Tianquan grinned maniacally, his eyes gleaming with a crimson light, as if he had gone mad. The hunt began. How dull this is. Not entertaining at all. Let us experience chakra, he declared, the clones no longer playful, giving a thumbs up to the original before heading out to work hard. Slacking off? If I catch any of you slacking, you'll face the consequences. Tianquan instructed the last few departing clones, his expression impassive. How absurd. To think of punishing your own shadow clones. Kushina expressed her disbelief and admiration. I've never heard of using one's own shadow clones to supervise the others. It's utterly ridiculous, Rin remarked, astonished. As ninjas, they truly struggled to comprehend this relationship with shadow clones. I am my clone. But my clone is not me, Tianquan asserted confidently. What difference does that make? The others were baffled. Just because they look like me doesn't mean they are me. Can a shadow clone replace a romantic encounter with a beautiful woman? Absolutely not. Tianquan adamantly refused. Are you jealous of your own clone? Rin chuckled. But what if the woman used her shadow clone? Kushina inquired curiously. That would be acceptable, the more the merrier. Ideally, they de-release their clones simultaneously after our fun. Tianquan's lips curled into a smile as he envisioned the spectacle. Kushina, momentarily taken aback, quickly blushed. You're right. When it comes to perversion, you reign supreme. Having an advantage is exhilarating. If I were to train diligently, it would take ages. Instead, I'll simply double my efforts. Tianquan settled into a cross-legged position, feeling elated. Training while logged in. This is the method of a true powerhouse. 1,000 shadow clones will yield 1,000-fold efficiency. Soon enough, I shall surpass Kakashi. Obito exclaimed excitedly. He even fantasized about riding on Kakashi's head, basking in Rin's admiration amid Kakashi's envy. What are you thinking? Can't Kakashi do it too? Rin retorted, exasperated. I certainly cannot. Kakashi replied flatly. See, even Kakashi admits it. Obito pointed at Kakashi, thrilled. Shadow clones divide the original S chakra. To maintain them for training, even a few require a substantial amount of chakra. Only a ninja with immense chakra can achieve this, Kakashi explained, completely ignoring Obito's mockery. Huh. So, does that mean I can too? Obito asked, pointing at himself in confusion. Of course not, Rin replied dismissively. Why can he do it then? It's so unfair. Obito sulked. It's not entirely impossible. If it's theoretical, it could be feasible, Rin contemplated. Enough chatter. Rin, come here and massage my shoulders. I'm utterly exhausted. Tianquan interjected, growing weary of their banter. Why are you tired after using shadow clones for training? Kushina questioned incredulously. Yes, my lord. Just command the shadow clones not to slack off, and I'll do whatever you ask, Rin replied eagerly, anxious to avoid any displeasure from her master. How frustrating. I never imagined my first S-rank mission would be so arduous. It truly lives up to its reputation. Obito gritted his teeth, watching his crush cater to someone else. And Electra at that. What if she really does take him on as a patron? He thought, feeling overwhelmed. Chapter 43. Earth Release is the true eternal. Big brother. You're waking up earlier and earlier. You're no longer lazing about. Red teased with a smile. The effectiveness of the shadow clone training method was remarkable. And I too was motivated to train. Having forgotten to even wash up, Tianquan said, lifting the chin of the maid beside him, admiring her beauty. Truly, a lavish and indulgent tyrant, Rin scoffed. He showed no modesty, rather flaunting it. Kushina also turned her gaze away. However, they expressed understanding for this morally reprehensible individual. After all, isn't it expected for a wealthy magnate to indulge in debauchery? Kushina, please come here. I have a multitude of tasks awaiting my attention. Tianquan gently urged the maid to attend to her duties. Kushina's brow furrowed as she regarded the outstretched hand. I appreciate your assistance, she remarked, while Minato, oblivious to her disdain, made his request. Understood, understood. Still, it amounts to 1,000. With a resigned gesture, Kushina summoned her vast chakra. Multiple shadow clone technique. Go train and bring back experience. The original body could only exploit the clone so much. Meanwhile, Tianquan began to address the day's affairs. As making money remained his paramount concern, who would engage in joviality without financial means? No matter if it was Rin, Hong, or Kushina, they were not part of his circle. Lord Tianquan, the revenue figures from yesterday are in. Huatsai's earnings reached 14 million taels, consistently surpassing 10 million daily. The total box office was 130,000 taels, with all 3 cinemas in Konoha completely sold out. Other films halted, all screens showing our Savior's 6 Paths Sage versus 6 Paths Evil Spirits. Given the current trajectory, the monthly box office could even exceed 30 million. Jean Mating reported with enthusiasm. It's astonishing that such a blockbuster could achieve full capacity. Weren't audiences vocally critical during the viewing? Kushina's patience was wearing thin. It seems as though nothing poses a challenge for you. Dear brother, Rin admired. A business that effortlessly generates millions daily is truly impressive, she added with admiration. Tianquan himself was taken aback. He had not anticipated such profits. Compared to the war god training camp, what did money truly signify? If the feedback was poor, he could always place the blame on Might Dai, allowing him to bear the guilt, while the citizens of Konoha, the Hokage, the ninjas, and even his son, Might Guy, would all turn against him, leaving him without refuge. When Sarutobi Hiruzen stripped him of his ninja identity and imposed severe penalties, he would then emerge as the savior, extending a hand of redemption, offering a final resting place. This would be the essence of a true savior. Unfortunately, with the box office success, even more individuals condemned Might Dai as a pervert. I will step out for a while. You need not accompany me. Take a rest, Tianquan announced as he prepared to leave. Are you going alone? What is your purpose? Rin inquired, her curiosity piqued. Of course, it's a business secret, he replied, playfully tapping her forehead. Though they were intrigued, everyone complied. Even the devoted sister Hong refrained from making excessive demands, let alone any notions of following him. You, a task-executing ninja, wish to tell your employer and pry into secrets? Have you considered the implications of your thoughts? Such ideas are an act of rebellion. The ninjas, including Takuma and Mumei, promptly acknowledged Tianquan's arrival with respect. Tianquan gazed at the immense furnace before him, the flames distorting the air around it. Above the furnace, a mass of crimson liquid hovered, undulating like unformed droplets. However, there was no doubt that it was a hardened mixture of sand and clay, merely melted by the intense heat. How goes the progress on the synthetic gemstones? Tianquan inquired directly. We have employed high-temperature and high-pressure methods, as well as hydrothermal techniques, to synthesize the majority of crystalline gems. This technology simulates the crystallization and growth process of natural minerals in high-temperature, high-pressure hydrothermal environments, primarily used for synthesizing crystals sensitive to temperature and chemical conditions, producing products strikingly similar to natural gemstones, such as diamonds, emeralds, quartz, rubies, and sapphires. We can also artificially introduce different elements to create various colors, yielding higher purity and characteristics akin to naturally formed crystals. In essence, the gemstones we synthesize are more perfect than those found in nature. Takuma elaborated, and even though Tianquan lacked technical expertise, he grasped the basic principles. Truly commendable ninja efficiency. Accomplishing so much in such a short time. How many gemstones can you currently produce daily? Tianquan nodded in satisfaction. Although the synthesis of crystalline bloodline limits remained a distant goal, the combination of physics and ninjutsu could expedite the process. If we are merely producing crystalline gemstones, 200 to 300 tons a day is feasible. However, once crystallization occurs, we lose control and must work while the material is melted but not yet crystallized, which hinders mass production of polished gems. Four-faceted and polished gemstones, allowing lower-ranked ninjas to operate polishing machines, could yield 2,000 to 3,000 pieces daily. Yet, for statues, it is preferable to utilize chakra for shaping, as the output depends on the complexity of the design and the ninja's skill level, Takuma reported. 2,000 to 3,000 pieces? That is already ample. Tianquan exclaimed with a broad smile. Even if each piece were 5,000, the daily output would easily meet a modest target. However, to sell throughout the ninja world, they would need to recruit more ninjas to expand production. In addition to gemstones, we have other accomplishments. Lord Tianquan desires aesthetically pleasing, expensive, and profitable stones. Besides crystalline gems, nature offers many beautiful natural minerals. Bloodstone, black diamond, obsidian, turquoise, agate, chrysanthemum stone, water pattern stone, and more can all be produced using earth-style ninjutsu, as much as you desire. Takuma proudly led Tianquan to a collection of stones, describing them enthusiastically. The stones were firm yet smooth, their natural hues exuding a simple elegance. The pure black ones glistened subtly, showcasing a rustic, unpretentious beauty that resonated with serene natural charm. Even though they did not possess the value of gemstones, they would serve as extraordinarily luxurious materials for architectural decoration. Tianquan's eyes sparkled with genuine delight. Growing crops with wood-style ninjutsu was sufficient. Construction projects would rely on earth-style techniques. It was even feasible to construct houses using gemstones. Polished diamonds could achieve a flawless tile finish, rivaling the smoothness of a diamond. The delicately alluring cobalt calcite, the luminescent fluorite, the clearly defined purple-green agate, the red needle-like crystal of golden rutile, barite, bloodstone, river stones, rainflower stones, large fossils, ink stones, colored glaze, grape stones, chrysanthemum stones. What is the Earth Guardian? Now, that is what I call construction. Architecture? I wish I had refrained from mentioning it, unnecessarily complicating my tasks. Takuma grumbled, wishing he could slap himself. I want to build a gemstone house crafted from gemstones. Design it as swiftly as possible. Use the gemstones based on their rarity in nature. The building's exterior need not be overly elaborate, while the decorative sculptures should utilize precious gems. The dome must feature a starry sky with numerous crystal pendants hanging down. The overall requirement is simple, high-end, grand, refined, luxurious, and profound. Time is of the essence, and the tasks are demanding. You will reside here for the duration. Sleep for only 4 hours daily. I will ensure food is brought to you. Spend one day producing various types of jewelry and sculptures, and allocate all other time to manufacturing the materials for the gemstone house. Why delegate miscellaneous tasks? Because beyond combat, every chore must be undertaken, including using earth-style ninjutsu to create gemstone ornaments, sculptures, materials, and performing tasks such as bridge construction, road paving, land clearing, mining, and building houses, all of which are necessary. Understood. The 3 jounin and 20 genin nodded earnestly. A mere 20 hours of work? They had endured days and nights without sleep during assassination missions. This was hardly a challenge. Chapter 44. The Century of Gemstones is this. A gem hall? The walls, transparent like crystal, are adorned in a soft blush hue, reminiscent of blooming roses. They refract the sunlight, casting a radiant glow that envelopes the surroundings in a delicate shade of pink. This is rose quartz. Each brick meticulously crafted from polished rose quartz. How extravagant. Whether it is truly opulent, I cannot say, but its beauty is undeniable. Reminiscent of a palace from a dream, a dwelling fit for deities, simply perfection. The grand estate pales in comparison, even down to the most humble of its facilities. As dawn breaks, pedestrians gradually fill the streets. At the same time, one cannot help but gaze upon the gem-like architecture, akin to a dazzling palace. A spectacle that requires no advertisement. Its magnificence is apparent to the naked eye. Does it even reflect a pink radiance under the early sun? The area within 100 meters is transformed into a realm of pink, suffused with dreams and romance. Quartz, with its varied impurities, displays an array of colors, ranging from colorless transparency to shades of purple, brown, and yellow-orange. Tiny bubbles within create a rainbow effect through light interference, enveloping the vicinity in a rosy hue. Kakashi, observing this scene, quickly deduces its nature, a testament to his keen observational skills. It exudes elegance, grandeur, and sophistication. It is luxurious, refined, and profound. What do you think, everyone? Tianquan is satisfied. Beyond the materials used, the overall architectural beauty conveys a powerful visual impact, leaving a lasting impression akin to art. I shall name it, the rosy radiance of a dreamlike waltz. Kakashi cannot help but admire it, instantly captivated. His gaze towards Tianquan reveals joy, a genuine anticipation reflected in the slight upward curve of his lips. It seems the requested Earth-style ninja is indeed linked to this crystal palace, a whimsical thought. Using the powers of a ninja to bring forth dreams and beauty. He sees no fault in this, capitalizing on the ninja's abilities for profit. Rather than engaging in the cruel tasks of assassination, he appears almost childlike in his innocence. Is this yours? How beautiful. When did you finish building it? Asks Rin, her red eyes sparkling with excitement. What is the big deal? Obito retorts, growing increasingly displeased as he witnesses the allure of the bright moonlight. A crowd gathers by the roadside, drawn irresistibly to the pink edifice, with several ninjas perched atop nearby rooftops, numbering in the hundreds. Through the semi-transparent rose quartz, one can faintly discern counters and elegantly uniformed saleswomen within. As the doors open, Jean Meiting, graceful and composed, steps out. Behind her, 2 rows of poised saleswomen stand, their gentle smiles radiating professionalism. This is no ordinary establishment. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand opening of Century Jewelry. We have vibrant emeralds, vivid rubies, and diamonds of unparalleled brilliance. From earrings to necklaces, rings, bracelets, brooches, and a variety of ornaments, we have it all. And on this inaugural day, enjoy a 10% discount. Despite being a woman, Jean Meiting stands unfazed before the throngs of onlookers. Even with the discount, such a lavish shop cannot be considered inexpensive. A mere stone displayed here could fetch a fortune. I am hesitant to step inside, fearing I might tarnish the pristine floors. The Rose Hall is truly exquisite, translucent and ethereal, resembling a celestial palace, a sanctuary for the divine. Moreover, how cheap could gemstones possibly be? Tianquan observes the hesitant crowd, clearly muggles. In just a few minutes, the area has filled with people. Yet, as they gaze at the mud on their shoes, then at the immaculate sanctity of the hall before them, feelings of inferiority and reverence arise, fostering a palpable sense of class disparity. It's akin to standing before a Rolls-Royce while riding a clunky bike. Would you dare to brush against it? A mere scratch could lead to financial ruin. Your jewelry store must be quite expensive, right? Kushina inquires, her eyes fixed on Tianquan. Can we go inside and take a look? She adds, her heart racing. Other models share her eager anticipation, as girls can seldom resist the allure of glittering treasures. Consider it a gift. I'll reimburse you later. Go ahead, Tianquan chuckles. Really? The girls exclaim in delight. Ren, what do you like? I'll get one for you too, Obito interjects, almost like a lovesick puppy. I meant for the girls. Others don't receive such treatment. What are you thinking? Tianquan rolls his eyes, dismissing Obito's advances. Fine. Go and choose the jewelry you love, he directs. Hooray. A flurry of excited young women rushes in, prompting curious onlookers to follow, albeit cautiously. Most are merchants seeking commissions from Konoha or those with modest means. Many remain hesitant, fearful of causing damage that would lead to financial ruin, as they cannot afford to be broken down and sold for parts. What a stunning emerald. This emerald necklace costs 600,000. Kushina gasps. Thank goodness Lord Tianquan is footing the bill. This is wonderful. Minato smiles under the sun. The emerald, the king of gemstones, is among the oldest varieties, with the finest quality surpassing even diamonds in value. It symbolizes mercy, confidence, kindness, eternity, fortune, and happiness, said to bring lifelong peace to its wearer. After meticulous design and polishing, with dozens of evenly cut facets, such artistic beauty in jewelry would cost at least 6 million Rio in the capital of the Land of Fire. You must be joking. A tenfold difference? Onlookers exclaim in astonishment. I've seen gems in the capital of the Land of Fire that weren't even this finely crafted. Other places are significantly more expensive, akin to wholesale prices. Wait, wholesale? Konoha, as a major mercenary hub, sees a steady influx of merchants daily. They are well-traveled and knowledgeable about the true value of such jewels. Cunning and bold merchants are suddenly filled with entrepreneurial spirit. Does it look good, Minato? Kushina asks, holding it up to her neck. Of course, Minato nods in agreement, though he seems indifferent. Not at all heartfelt, Kushina pouts. Shall we try the entire ruby and sapphire collection? It would look splendid paired with a crystal V-neck gown, Tianquan suggests appreciatively. The entire set? The crystal V-neck gown? How infuriating. Don't tempt me to buy such expensive things. Kushina thinks, struggling to suppress her desire to splurge. I meant as a gift, Tianquan chuckles. Really? Kushina gasps in surprise. Indeed. Let us head to the VIP area on the second floor. Today, all expenses are on Lord Tianquan, and you may choose whatever you desire. Tianquan takes Kushina's hand as they ascend the stairs. What if I want everything? She teases, ignoring the intimacy of holding hands. As long as you don't wish to take the entire floor with you, Tianquan laughs, guiding her upstairs. Who would want your floor? But your store is truly beautiful. Like a crystal palace fit for the legendary princess. Kushina surveys from the staircase, embodying the essence of a rose palace mistress. The crowd in the hall below shifts their gazes to the carpeted staircase, making her the focal point of attention. Minato. He waves at Kushina on the stairs. Kushina. Many ninjas who recognize her also take notice. Those in the know regard the scene with eyes that suggest they are witnessing something extraordinary, glancing between Tianquan and Kushina. Then at Minato. An invitation indeed. Chapter 45. The elegance of adornment dressed in exquisite jewelry that complemented a tailcoat floral dress and elegant white stockings. The air of grace enveloped her, reminiscent of a playful and charming princess at leisure. Tianquan gazed with satisfaction at Jixinai's attire, reveling in the delight of adorning someone else's beloved. Without the need for transformation techniques, she appeared utterly enchanting, as if reborn. Is this truly me? Jixinai pondered, captivated by her reflection in the mirror. Her inability to adorn herself previously was merely a hindrance. I chose you as a model precisely because your natural beauty is remarkable. Henceforth, do not dress like a housewife, for your beauty deserves to be showcased, not concealed. Such a waste. Tianquan stood close beside her, their reflections merging in the mirror. Yet, would it be too ostentatious to venture out in such attire? A faint blush graced Jixinai's cheeks. The clothing itself is quite ordinary, is it not? There is nothing revealing. Even the thigh-high stockings are modest. It is your poise that elevates your charm. Be more confident. He gently lifted her chin in praise. It cannot be as splendid as you describe, Jixinai replied shyly. You too, upon emerging from the changing room, were left speechless. I do not possess such finery. Lin exclaimed, her surprise palpable. Jixinai suddenly felt as if caught in wrongdoing, akin to a child caught misbehaving. This ensemble exudes youthful exuberance, my adorable Tianquan observed with amusement. Lin, too, smacked her forehead in exasperation. She knew well that the mistress had no such intentions. It was merely this rogue with ulterior motives. Yet, as the client and benefactor, they were compelled to comply, unwittingly invoking their loyalty as ninjas. Who would dare offend this esteemed patron? Lin, after all, is still a young girl, dear brother. When Hong emerged from the changing room, she twirled, asking if she looked lovely. You are quite adorable, my little princess, Tianquan remarked, affectionately ruffling her hair. To their astonishment, the second-floor dressing room was filled with an array of outfits they had designed, ready for immediate customization. Was it all intended to complement the jewelry? Compared to those provincial tycoons, they now resembled ladies of high stature. One by one, female ninja models emerged from the changing room, clad in either fashionable attire or splendid gowns, adorned with dazzling jewelry. Elegant styles radiated grace, charm, tranquility, serenity, and sophistication. Romantic styles exuded refinement, opulence, nonchalance, ethereality, allure, and sensuality. Classical styles conveyed dignity, elegance, nobility, rigor, intellect, and maturity. As models studying the aesthetics of grace, they vividly showcased their unique styles through attire and demeanor, perfectly embodying feminine beauty. Everyone looked stunning, Hong exclaimed in awe. Without the use of transformation techniques, they appeared breathtaking, the jewelry accentuating rather than overshadowing their inherent styles, enhancing their elegance. truly like goddesses descended from the heavens. Tian Quan, too, was momentarily dazzled. To behold such beauty daily was an exquisite delight. The secret to longevity lies in the elegance of attire. Thanks to Lord Tian Quan, they were granted this opportunity. The cost of the clothing and jewelry was exorbitant, far beyond what their commission could afford in a lifetime. As they admired their reflections, appreciating their feminine allure, Tian Quan waved his hand generously. These outfits and jewels are but gifts to you. Really? The collective gasp of surprise filled the room. You truly are extravagant today. Juxinai's eyes sparkled with newfound admiration. I never realized how kind you are. I shall cease to speak ill of you. Lin felt touched. What a benevolent tycoon you are. So talented and idealistic, yet so approachable. Is it truly acceptable for you to give away such treasures, with both jewelry and gowns? Hong inquired, concerned. What does it matter? The modeling department will have ample opportunities during festivals. Should I select you to become stars, you need only to ensure your beauty shines. Tian Quan waved dismissively. Though the garments adorned them, the true pleasure was his. Every year, long live Lord Tian Quan. The gifts surpassed their annual commissions. I will strive to perform well enough to be chosen. I am so grateful to be entrusted with such duties. A chorus of excited cheers erupted among the young models. Eager to advance, some even leaning in affectionately. Perform well, and you shall all have opportunities. Tian Quan joyfully embraced them, relishing their understanding. You are acting like a nouveau riche. Juxinai scoffed. When one is poor, solitude and coldness are bearable, but when wealth is attained, is it not reasonable to indulge in enjoyment? Why else would I earn money? Is it not to enjoy a life of comfort? Tian Quan replied with conviction. I have neither harmed nor burned, yet I treat you so well, providing food, shelter, and benefits. Who could resist? Indeed, even the esteemed Hokage respects our benefactor. What harm is there in a little indulgence? Each model spoke up for Tian Quan, accepting his generosity without hesitation. Even the female ninja models in relationships gradually loosened up in this atmosphere. Such wealth is normal. Receiving such precious gifts is nothing to reject, they thought, unbothered. The script for the Giant Thunder family is prepared. Will Lord Tian Quan join us as the sole male role? The elegant Anri Ueno seductively inquired. The second installment of the Ninja World Shockwave awaits your expertise in filming, the classical Kikuko Iwabu added with a radiant smile. Photography is paramount. Such an important task must be overseen by me. Tianquan's eyes brightened. Is this all to please you? Lin remarked, her gaze drifting to Tian Quan, who was surrounded. As a ninja, one should exhibit some restraint. Is your yearning for progress truly so profound? This is merely the beginning, Tian Quan replied nonchalantly. Though he was enamored with Juxinai and Hong, it was not of a romantic nature. A warm-hearted man. Pure love? Enough of this. Quickly change into your outfits. Minato is waiting below. Juxinai felt the atmosphere shift, suggesting they interrupt before emotions ran too deep. Yet Minato remained downstairs. You need not change. Wear this ensemble down. Let those provincial folk witness your noble elegance. Be confident. You are destined to be stars, earning far beyond mere commissions. You are wholly deserving of this attire. Her words ignited their spirits, and they melted into his embrace. It is perfectly reasonable for the wealthy to indulge in minor pleasures, a sentiment even ninjas could accept. After all, Jiraiya, as a ninja, frequented nightclubs and indulged in revelry, let alone a wealthy benefactor. Such indulgence is merely a reflection of authenticity. Chapter 46. The beautified childhood friends, how beautiful they are. Who are they? They resembled daughters of affluent families. Elegant, confident, radiant, and poised. They embodied the essence of high society, independent and proud, looking down upon all. Like queens, they exuded a powerful aura. In the gemstone hall on the first floor, all eyes converged upon the central red carpet staircase, revealing admiration. The female ninja models descended gracefully from the staircase. Even such a simple act radiated natural and poised elegance, akin to the demeanor of noble young ladies. Their attire was neither ostentatious nor lavish. Rather, it was characterized by sophistication, offering a breathtaking view that delighted the senses. In a fleeting moment, one finds oneself transformed into the dream goddess of countless souls, haunting their thoughts and lingering in their memories. Kushina, what an enchanting ensemble you adorn. The brilliance of Minato is staggering. Is it not exquisite? As Kushina twirls gracefully, her deep crimson gown resembles a vibrant inferno, harmonizing flawlessly with her strikingly vivid red locks. The hem of her dress dances alongside her, showcasing her graceful silhouette while shimmering under the opulent lights of the jewelry hall. The gown's design is both simplistic and refined, accentuating her slender waist and flowing curves. Her red hair cascades like a waterfall, the ends slightly curled, adorned with delicate pearl hairpins, complemented by ruby earrings and a necklace that adds a touch of grace and sophistication. If she were once a headstrong and unruly firecracker, she now embodies the regal fire queen from a fairy tale, exuding warmth and nobility, confidence and vitality, radiating an astonishing charm that captivates many, including Minato himself. You resemble a princess now, no, a queen, Minato marvels. Indeed, I concur. This ensemble was curated by that fellow, Tenkai. I must admit, his taste is impeccable and aligns wonderfully with my essence. Furthermore, these were all graciously gifted to me. What a grand gesture today. Kushina beams with satisfaction at her appearance. Light-hearted, joyful, and reveling in the moment, her radiant smile breathes life into her, offering a stark contrast to the dreary existence of a ninja. You may doubt my character, but never my discernment. Tenkai approaches, appreciating her transformation, fully aware of her dimensions and proportions, even the delicate ratios of her limbs. As a model, it is imperative to know one's measurements. These are far too extravagant, Lord Tenkai. Minato expresses his gratitude. Kushina has assisted me immensely. Besides, she is truly beautiful. Even I am enchanted, Tenkai admires. You fool, Minato and I are married. Refrain from such talk. Kushina's cheeks flush. You are the fool for thinking that way. Look at the gazes of admiration from those around us. A model must captivate others with beauty or be deemed unworthy, Tenkai states with earnest conviction. Kushina, feeling slightly guilty, realizes her misinterpretation. You are indeed stunning, Kushina, Minato praises, unaware of the underlying implications. What else would it be? Tenkai chuckles lightly, finding her endearing. Asuma, filled with complex emotions, observes her transformation from a gentle village girl to an exquisite heiress, every movement exuding the etiquette and poise of high society. In contrast, he feels like a mere rogue, a lowly underling in the presence of such grandeur. How is your team, Asuma? Any substitutes? Kushina inquires politely, her demeanor maintaining an air of grace. Yet, Asuma senses an inexplicable distance, a chasm of class disparity. A mere underling should not presume equality with their master. He thinks bitterly. What is it? Kushina asks, genuinely perplexed. I simply inquired politely. There is nothing amiss, is there? Yet, her presence conveys an entirely different aura. No, nothing of consequence. The team currently comprises 2 members. New recruits will be arranged once your annual contract is confirmed. What are your thoughts on him? Will he renew? Asuma's concern is palpable. He treats me exceptionally well. The likelihood is high. Kushina replies, her gaze shyly lowered. Realizing her implicit approval, she hastily adds, most ninjas executing my brother's commissions will likely renew. Dozens have already, including Jonin. Although she accepts this, a blush creeps upon her cheeks, questioning the nature of her task. Brother. Asuma notes the term, feeling a pang of sadness for what he has lost. So adorable. Kushina resembles a princess from a noble family, he muses. The longing for Rin weighs heavily on him, akin to a pure-hearted youth gazing at the moonlight, his heart stirred by her beauty. This ethereal allure elevates her to a goddess-like status, igniting admiration even from Kakashi. Isn't she lovely? I must tell you, that rogue has gifted me such exquisite garments and accessories, Kushina exclaims, spinning joyfully. The air of a high society debutante is palpable, and Tenkai surveys the scene with satisfaction. Many gaze in awe, yet few dare to approach. Words may intimidate, but attire commands respect. One may not know your name, yet the elegance of your attire and composure reveals your distinguished status, evoking an instinctive reverence. Shall we not display ourselves further? Kushina queries, puzzled. A mere appearance suffices. No noblewoman wishes to be perpetually scrutinized. Maintaining an aura of mystery is a form of beauty, Tenkai replies, leading the way, surrounded by an entourage of elegant ladies. If they are the daughters of affluent families, he is the patriarch of a grand lineage, evoking envy. Meanwhile, Minato and others follow, akin to devoted servants. Such a grand assembly indeed. Minato, I wish to capture photographs with them. Practice your shadow clone technique, and you may observe from there. Upon returning to their residence, Tenkai declares, understood, Minato nods, casting a glance at Kushina before departing. Rin, shall we join? Obito exclaims eagerly. You should focus on your training, you straggler, Rin sighs. Yet Obito remains oblivious. Turning to Tenkai, she states, we shall proceed. Remember to periodically dismiss your shadow clones to switch them out. You may forget. So why not remain here to remind me? I can offer you a complimentary photo shoot, Tenkai jokes. Perhaps another time. Rin hesitates before following Minato's team. Now, let us capture some photographs. The theme for today is bridal gowns. Tenkai's gaze burns with intensity as he beholds Kushina and the array of elegant models. This cadre of ninjas, conditioned by the spirit of their profession, allows him to cast aside reservations and indulge fully in the moment. Chapter 47, Bridal Photos. Do not obscure the necklace with the bouquet, lower it a bit. Stand tall, exude confidence. You are magnificent. How could you hide the necklace? Allow me to assist you. It must not be concealed, do you understand? Yes, precisely this pure, newlywed essence. Let us try a few more poses. For wedding photos, avoid childish gestures. Embody maturity and grace. Do you understand the essence of a married woman? Click, click, click. Tenkai takes the initiative to adjust the pendant while capturing the beautiful moments with his crimson camera. The delicate lace, intricately embroidered and translucent against her skin, cascades down from her elegant neck, highlighting Kushina's alabaster complexion and fiery hair, which perfectly accentuates the purity of the bridal gown. Upon hearing Tenkai's guidance, Kushina inhales deeply. Lifting her head with poise, the fabric feels exquisitely smooth against her. With each breath, the pristine white silk flows like a moonlit waterfall from her slender figure. The 6-meter train unfurling like a romantic snowbank, revealing her graceful, elongated legs. Each step she takes exudes the presence of a true leading lady. With the grace of a queen, she made her entrance, declaring to all present that today was her wedding day, and she was the sole protagonist. Rather than a shy figure reluctant to face the crowd, the sunset hues evoked a sense of beauty and longing. Compared to traditional wedding attire, her bridal gown was audacious and flamboyant, yet radiated an unmistakable confidence. It was not the conventional image of a wife subservient to her husband, but rather a powerful aura of self-assurance. This presence, for a woman, is far more alluring than mere beauty itself. There is no need for envy. Soon, it could be you, my dear. Tianquan's lips curled into a smirk, his gaze shimmering with excitement and a hint of mischief. The vibrant sunset ignited a spark within her. With the preliminary festivities concluded, it was time for a couple's photo. You leaned back, one hand caressing my face while the other grasped my arm, lifting your knee to rest against my leg, showcasing an elegant pose that exuded cheerfulness, openness, confidence, and passion. The fervent love burned like an unquenchable flame. For you had chosen me. Dressed in a tailcoat, Tianquan stood close to Jioshinai. Who would choose you? Jioshinai's cheeks flushed, her lips pursing. Yet she no longer appeared as defiant. Perhaps I am unworthy. Might I request the esteemed princess to lower herself to cooperate? Tianquan extended his hand with a gentlemanly demeanor. How delightful, esteemed princess, the other women teased, causing Jioshinai's face to redden even further. Let us commence, she said, raising her leg before Tianquan, her long, delicate limbs appearing translucent under the light. Her dazzling diamond-heeled shoes, both luxurious and regal, made her seem ever more exquisite, evoking a desire to hold her delicately in one's arms. Simultaneously, she leaned back, revealing the depth of her mystery, her hand gently caressing his face. In her pristine wedding gown, clutching a bouquet of flowers, she appeared as beautiful as a fairy tale. Tianquan brushed her crimson hair behind her ear, his gaze tender and devoted, as if she were the sole focus of his world. Foolish girl, this is for the mission. Let us conclude swiftly. Jioshinai turned her head slightly, a blush involuntarily creeping onto her cheeks. Tianquan smiled knowingly, initiating the moment as she instinctively permitted their bodies to connect in this ceremonial setting. One hand supported her raised leg while the other cradled her arched back, their eyes locking in a gaze that was both intense and shy. Click, click. Excellent, splendid. Jioshinai laughed heartily, her demeanor bold and reminiscent of a fiery queen. The model assisting with the photography pressed the shutter in awe. Jioshinai's gaze towards Tianquan became serious, as she encouraged herself to open her heart. Resembling true lovers in the throes of passion, at least during this mission, she would fully immerse herself in cooperation. Applying oil to Joshinai's entire body would impart a radiant, lustrous quality. She donned a gradient silk gown, transitioning to a new set of poses, foreheads touching, arms wrapped around each other, increasing the intimacy of their interactions. Regardless of sincerity or pretense, the continuous contact subtly deepened Joshinai's acceptance of Tianquan, and it unfolded with remarkable swiftness. The essence of compliance testing lies in transcending boundaries, allowing for a gradual acceptance until it becomes second nature. The first time you kill a chicken or fish, it may be daunting, but with repetition, it becomes familiar. Make sure not to include anything too revealing in the photos. Otherwise, I'd be too embarrassed to face Kakashi, Joshinai reminded nervously. Rest assured, those will remain my exclusive treasures, Tianquan replied with a gleeful grin. Please, do not stare at me so intently, Joshinai said bashfully. I apologize, I cannot help but be captivated, Tianquan chuckled lightly. You're saying such things. Yet I am already married, Joshinai replied, lifting her wedding gown with a sigh. Once I earn a fortune, perhaps we could sign a yearly contract? An S-rank mission each month? It would be a waste for a jonin to model. How about a guardian ninja? I now possess wealth and require the protection of a ninja of your caliber, especially with your chakra. I find myself unable to part from you. Tianquan gazed at her earnestly. Are you serious? Joshinai could not contain her excitement. Of course, your beauty and prowess make you the ideal candidate. Tianquan expressed unwavering trust. Being a guardian ninja has nothing to do with looks, Joshinai sighed, well aware of Tianquan's thoughts, which were clearly written on his face. It may not matter, but beautiful and capable ninjas are scarce, Tianquan remarked appreciatively. What does it matter if we are married? What does it matter if you're the fourth Hokage? He is but a mere client. Text omitted. Tianquan, it is our turn. I promise to cooperate. No limits to the scale, each one eagerly proactive. All right, everyone, let us begin. Click, click, click. The flowing long-sleeved wedding gown, lace mermaid princess dress, trailing starry V-neck crystal design, off-the-shoulder sleeveless gown, and heart-shaped A-line short dress all exuded allure. The deep V neckline highlighted her collarbone and the curves of her form, while the A-line silhouette flattered her hips and legs. There were also fitted cuts that accentuated her natural shape or the conservative high-neck styles that conveyed a vintage elegance. One by one, the model ninjas donned various wedding dresses, showcasing an array of sensual beauty before the camera under Tianquan's gaze. The photography was exceptional. One must learn the art. He saw what the audience could see first and what they could not see. He could even pose in ways that delighted him, relishing each angle. As the shoot approached its conclusion, all the brides clad in wedding gowns encircled him, making him the sole star of the event. Surrounded by a ring of pure white gowns like blooming flowers, he stood at the center, the heart of the floral display. Chapter 48. The Chaebol-style development Tianquan. Our revenue figures are in. Jean Mating exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. 22 diamond rings, 14 ruby pendants, emerald bracelets, peridot frogs, moonstone dragon statues, and spinel phoenixes. Our jewelry sales totaled 374 items, generating 70 million. Sculptures sold numbered 131, bringing in 90 million. Jean Mating's eyes sparkled with exhilaration, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Though anticipated, the sheer volume of sales remained astonishing. Tianquan was thoroughly pleased. The unit prices of the jewelry were exceptionally high, unlike common produce. The Rose Gem House itself provided a powerful visual and cognitive impact, with prices significantly lower than elsewhere, prompting many merchants to seize the opportunity to stock up, which contributed to the remarkable sales figures. We should also open a store in the capital of the Fire Nation, establishing branches in affluent towns, potentially increasing our revenue tenfold. Jean Mating exclaimed, her fervor palpable, eager to take action immediately. I have already dispatched a Jonin team to deliver the goods, including the quartz bricks for the Crystal Hall. The rest depends on Inu Kame, Tianquan chuckled. You had this planned all along. Jean Mating recalled her forgotten husband with a sudden thought. What if someone attempts theft or vandalism? The gem house is far too extravagant. Surely, someone will try to steal from us. It would be wise to keep future branches more discreet. She expressed her concerns, momentarily forgetting about Inu Kame. The Jonin I Commission not only delivers goods, but also serves as security with 3 teams of Chunin. We have also hired dozens of security personnel in the capital. Under normal circumstances, we should face no significant issues. Even if something does go awry, it matters little. After all, If a ninja from Konoha perishes, it is merely a loss on their part. Should a mission fail, I won TO Ascent and can seek compensation from Konoha. As for the gem house, in a single day, the revenue can multiply several hundred times, and constructing another establishment would require no more than 2 days, resulting in pure profit. Indeed, there is no need for other branches to be as ostentatious as the gem house. Tianquan chuckled lightly. A jonin? A useful tool. Let us not even mention the minor inconveniences. I cannot bear to see those commoners leaving their footprints, especially the mud on their shoes drives me to madness. This is the greatest humiliation to the gem house. Jean Mating displayed her disdain and irritation without reservation. Do you fancy the Rose Gem house? Tianquan laughed as he held her close. Naturally, that girl would be enamored by such a magnificent hall, akin to a castle from a fairy tale, utterly beautiful. Jean Mating's youthful longing and anticipation shone brightly. Then let us build one, he declared joyfully. A dazzling crystal palace. Just in time, I will be making numerous commissions tomorrow, and the group will be hiring many people. It's time we moved into a larger residence. Tianquan made the decision on the spot. Really? Jean Mating's eyes sparkled with excitement. Tianquan chuckled. Compared to a mere house, the Crystal Palace was what he truly anticipated. Let us get down to business. During this period, we need to recruit more personnel, especially those capable of independently managing the position of store manager. We need as many as we can find, whether for branch placements or to take over your work. Tianquan laid out his plans. The cost of ninja as a new productive force is nearly negligible, making them exceedingly useful. Take over my position? Jean Mating tensed up immediately. Tianquan, clearly sensing her anxiety, brushed his face with a gentle laugh, his hand slipping into his collar. With the initial financial issues resolved, the next step is an aggressive expansion into various fields. Every aspect of life, food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, is an arena we are set to conquer, and you will lead them in this endeavor, including our very own Konoha. I want everyone in Konoha, every ninja, to become inseparable from the New World Consortium from birth to death, and even throughout the entire ninja realm. What I desire is not merely wealth, do you understand? His words were profound, as if an endless abyss were consuming the entire world, enveloping Jean Mating as well. To control the entire ninja realm with a commercial empire? Jean Mating gazed at the man before her with shock and fervor, the grand future driving her into a frenzy, her body unable to contain its excitement. It felt as if she were witnessing him for the first time, recognizing the ambition that devoured worlds. You truly are still the same monstrous figure. Tianquan grinned, responding to Jean Mating's fervor. He needed to celebrate as well for the successful completion of the first phase. Do not be deceived by his apparent focus on economics. He had not involved himself much with the ninjas. It was merely a waste of time to act as cannon fodder in missions. As the major financier of commissions, even Jonin had to serve as his pawns. Would they dare defy the Hokage's orders? Once he spread his enterprises throughout Konoha, every ninja residing in his properties, with all their needs tied to him, would come to accept missions and earn a living through him. With a development model akin to the Hanbang Chables, the Hokage would indeed become as humble as a dog, and the daimyo of the Fire Country would be nothing in comparison. This world does not require conquering, nor does it need saving. The ninjas have already tamed themselves. Those with wealth and power are their loyal masters. Thus, all he needed to do was ascend to the throne of the heavens and seize the fruit of power, nothing more. Chapter 49, S-Rank Mission. Secret Medicine Lord 3rd Hokage S. Watergate Team S-Rank Commission Teaching. Completed in 15 days. Uchiha Obito knelt on one knee, bowing his head solemnly to report. Throughout the entire mission, did you not contribute anything? Why do you appear as if all the credit is yours? Rin glared at him, clearly irritated. Thanks to the assistance of our teacher and Lord Orochimaru, we were able to complete the mission so swiftly. Kakashi knelt down, adopting the perfectly standard ninja posture. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced over them casually, then turned his gaze to Tianquan, instantly revealing a broad grin. With his strength, he easily sensed the chakra that had just been refined. Were it anyone else, he might have been cautious, but Tianquan, this was an S-rank mission training. Was there a need for vigilance? He was more than delighted. Lord Tianquan is simply a genius. Even a lowly ninja coming out of the Ninja Academy would require a long time to master it. Yet you accomplished it in just over half a month, and only in your leisure time. As Hokage, he personally served Tianquan tea with utmost warmth. Moreover, There was still the shadow of the hidden village, the awe-inspiring ninja demeanor. He managed to achieve, leaving smiles for others, while sternness remained for the ninjas. This must also be credited to Orochimaru and Kushina. Without their help, it could have taken 1 or 2 years to tread water, Tianquan admitted openly. What does this have to do with them? Sarutobi Hiruzen queried in confusion. Well, Watergate explained, Kushina's chakra shadow clone training method is quite intriguing. Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed his admiration, but then fell silent. Isn't it only right to assist fellow villagers in completing challenging missions? In addition, it was essential to highlight and commend Noera Rin for her tireless and attentive guidance, ensuring that even the emotional learning aspect was well cared for, making the entire process quite enjoyable, far from the anticipated tedium. Tianquan smirked, glancing at Rin and winking, his intentions unmistakable. You actually spoke well of me in front of the Hokage? I am truly touched, Rin exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with the threat of tears. Rin. Obito felt dejected, a growing sense of crisis enveloping him. The goddess in his heart was drawn to another man, and that man was a blatant lecher. Who could endure seeing their pure love interest with someone like that? Was he to constantly worry about being sullied? Now you understand my worth? Tianquan chuckled, mischievously ruffling her hair. Do not act so intimately before everyone. I am not your full-time sister, Rin replied shyly, lowering her head, yet she did not resist, allowing his hand to remain. You scoundrel! Do not lay your hands on Rin. Obito's eyes reddened with fury, unable to contain his outrage. His pure love interest was being toyed with right before him. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned at Obito. Fool, we are all ninjas, mature a little, and refrained from shouting in the Hokage's office. Rin sighed in exasperation. Obito, calm down, we can discuss this later, Watergate said, pressing down on Obito's shoulder. Humph. Obito gritted his teeth and fell silent. Could he dare to covet his pure love interest? Tianquan cast a dismissive glance at Obito, entirely unconcerned. Can't hide your tears. I also fancy Louis Fei. Does she necessarily have to like you? Sarutobi Hiruzen observed Tianquan, then looked at Rin, and finally at the full-time sister task, Yui Kurenai, a smirk playing on his lips. Obito? The wicked Uchiha. The previous few commissions had been executed excellently, and I have also come to place a commission this time. The first, Captain Watergate, I would like the Akimichi clan's secret medicine to burn away 20 pounds of fat from my body, revealing clearly defined six-pack abs and well-defined biceps. I am very interested in this, Tianquan stated straightforwardly, expressing his interest in the ninja's secret medicine. The Akimichi clan? Secret technique? This is, after all, a family secret medicine. Although I am Hokage, I cannot forcibly command them, Sarutobi Hiruzen politely declined. There was no anger at being spied upon, nor did he inquire what the commission was intended for. Such inquiries were taboo. It was akin to someone coming to request an assassination commission, and you would still question their identity and the events involved? In truth, the Hidden Leaf Village does not concern itself with the secrets of the clients. With an annual task volume of 30 to 40,000, one would surely lose their mind investigating each one. With such manpower and resources, these tasks could easily be completed. Do not be hasty, Lord Hokage. I understand that the secret medicines and techniques of the ninja clans are closely guarded secrets. Though I may not comprehend ninjutsu, I hold it in great esteem. The S-rank commission, 2 million Ryo. It is inconsequential to dilute or weaken it. Even if it is merely a tenth of what I require, as long as it serves to burn fat, that suffices. Tianchu spoke earnestly. An S-rank commission? Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. Another S-rank. Rin and Hong were filled with excitement. The S-rank commission pertains to matters of national secrecy or involves entering war at the behest of foreign nations. Such tasks can only be executed by Jonin. Kakashi's expression turned serious, betraying his concealed excitement. Confidentiality for S-rank tasks is certain, yet Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated. To secure an S-rank commission by requesting secret medicines from the Leaf clan, it would inevitably touch upon the clan's sensitive boundaries. For million, Tianchu declared. Goodness, that's an immediate doubling. Rin and Hong gasped. This is not merely a matter of money. The Akimichi clan is a pillar of support for the Leaf Village's development and backs my decisions. However, if I were to demand that the ninja clans provide their secret medicines under the authority of Hokage, how would other clans perceive this? It would undermine the internal peace of the Leaf Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen explained. 8 million, Tianchu announced again. Coughing, Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily choked by his smoke. His brows quickly relaxed. If you put it that way, then what is there that cannot be discussed? Goodness. Doubling the offer yet again. Rin and her companions gasped. Their faces flushed with excitement. Can the third Hokage accept this commission? Tianshu asked boldly, without any pretense. Are you certain the only desired effect is to burn fat? Sarutobi Hiruzen sought confirmation. Indeed, but it must not have any significant side effects. Ideally, even pain should be reduced to a minimum. Furthermore, the Leaf Village must maintain confidentiality regarding this task, Tianshu added. I did not expect you to be so earnest, Lord Tianshu. Very well. S-rank commission. A Kimichi clan's fat-burning secret medicine for 8 million ryo. Accepted by the Hidden Leaf Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, standing up as he pounded the table. Then I shall trouble you, Lord Hokage. Tianshu smiled. Such weight loss medicine is a veritable salvation for those indulgent young women. They would go to great lengths to procure it. It is indeed an invaluable tool for penetrating the defenses of a woman's heart. I will persuade the Akimichi clan to contact you, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. Feeling a sense of profit. An 8 million ryo S-rank commission. Could you even secure a Jonin team from other ninja villages? One could easily subdue several members of the Akimichi clan, whether to loot or to extract memories. What could not be achieved? Now, with the task weakened to its most juvenile version, one could earn the S-rank commission while avoiding any targeting of the Leaf Ninjas. How enticing. Having concluded his first proposal, Tianshu continued, next, another S-rank commission. Another one? Still S-rank. Rin and her companions were ecstatic, marveling at Tianshu's radiant demeanor today. Tea, quickly, bring tea for Lord Tianshu. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, equally thrilled, as he hurried to attend to this important client, even stowing away his pipe. Chapter 50. S-rank mission, agriculture, survival. The second S-rank. I require a Doton user to assist in cultivating high-yield seeds for fruits, vegetables, rice, and wheat, aiming for tenfold or hundredfold increases in productivity. Not only to ensure sustenance, but also to cultivate high-yield cotton and other crops, allowing more individuals to have clothing in the harsh winters, ensuring new garments each year. These are fundamental human survival issues, and the successful completion of this task will bring about a revolutionary change in living standards. I have seen many ninjas wearing patched clothes, their faces drawn. It is truly disheartening to witness. Tianshu articulated his grand vision, refraining from commenting on the ninja's plight. Yet, it left individuals like Minato Namikaze feeling ashamed, and Sarutobi Hiruzen bowed his head, unable to meet his gaze. Standing morally elevated, he scrutinized the ninja's lack of compassion. What an admirable dream. Greater than peace in the ninja world, it will undoubtedly benefit many and truly transform the lives of everyone in the ninja world, Minato Namikaze praised. His perception of Tianshu rising continually. He even yearned to devote all his efforts to realizing this ideal, as it surpassed the very meaning of a ninja's existence, more significant than becoming Hokage. I did not expect you to possess such nobility, Rin remarked, surprised. Brother, you are inherently kind-hearted, Yuhi Kurenai gently added. It is astonishing that someone like you harbors such grand ideals, Obito remarked with sarcasm. But to achieve this, one must ensure that everyone is fed. That alone is a remarkable feat, Kakashi stated earnestly. Go for it, boss Tianshu. Kushina cheered on. Regardless of their past perceptions of Tianshu, this moment irrevocably altered their impressions. He was no longer merely a client for a task. I just commissioned the weight loss medicine. Naturally, I must find ways to help everyone gain a bit of weight. Without sufficient food, even the most resourceful can do little to nourish. Tianshu patted Hong's head affectionately. Truly a greedy merchant who prioritizes wealth over kindness. One should never have had any hopes for you, Rin scoffed. I always knew he was a good person. He is just as I imagined, Obito interjected. However, the prerequisite for gaining weight is that everyone must first be well fed. That in itself is a blessing. And one may ultimately enjoy culinary delights while remaining slim, Kurenai remarked. What Hong said was true. Gaining weight is their own choice. But the absence of food could lead to starvation. For lower-ranked ninjas like Might Guy, this would dramatically alter their lives. Minato Namikaze gazed deeply at Tianshu. If this task were to fail, he would advocate for it at the high-level meetings of Konoha to achieve this noble goal. What villainous words you speak. Really? How could you suddenly shift to his side? Rin pouted, realizing the inconsistency. What on earth is happening? Obito was bewildered. Idiot, Kakashi shot him a glance. Do not label me a good person. I would be left to dry under the sun. I merely tease the lovely maidens occasionally, whenever I feel generous. I might do a good deed. After all, I am a villain. One cannot expect too much from me. The previous misdeeds should be forgiven and understood. Tianshu pinched the cheek of Noira Rin. So what if I am a bad person? Others have called me worse, and yet I stand here with conviction. Why should I not be afforded the same grace as Obito? Indeed, it is far more nauseating to see good people scorched on the pyre of virtue. Hey, do not touch me so casually, Obito exclaimed, growing frantic, disregarding the chaos around him. Rin, too, returned to her senses, glaring in dissatisfaction. Tianshu chuckled, withdrawing his hand to sniff it, relishing the delightful scent. I wholeheartedly support your ambitions, Lord Tianshu. I can arrange for the finest Doton Jonin to undertake this mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen stated gravely, his admiration evident. However, soil is not the same as plants. The difficulty level is substantial, and the task may very well end in failure. Due to his prior admiration for the savior, he was now regarded as a benevolent figure. Reflecting on the potential of wood release, it was evident that it was far more suited for cultivating high-yield crops. Unfortunately, the first Hokage had never considered such an endeavor. The path would continuously extend as long as one pressed forward. Inaction would inevitably lead to failure. High-yield crops seemed distant, but what about fertilizers such as potassium and nitrogen? Tanxian remarked with an unflinching tone. Even swamp-dwelling ninjas can utilize earth release to nourish plants. Providing nutrients through fertilizers is considerably simpler than cultivating high-yield seeds. And it can also improve soil quality. Suddenly, Lin gazed at him with wide, admiring eyes. How magnificent you are. What's so impressive about that? One day, I too shall become Hokage, Obito retorted, feeling a mix of pride and disbelief at Lin's admiration for another man. Focus on your training, Kakashi coldly interjected. I greatly admire your thoughts, Tanxian, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, but I must consider the task's failure rate. If the mission fails, they won't receive the commission, and all the pressure will fall upon me. How about this? Assign me some skilled earth release ninjas for research. Regardless of the mission's success, I will pay a monthly commission. As long as I see progress in their research each month, that will suffice. However, if they deliberately slack off and fail, I will withhold payment. Tanxian was not trying to complicate matters, simply proceeding with the monthly commission. If such a situation arises, they will face severe penalties from Konoha, and I will replace them with other ninjas for the task, Sarutobi solemnly promised. Let us determine the task's level and commission, Tanxian nodded. This mission is of exceptionally high difficulty and encompasses a vast array of different crops, necessitating long-term effort. I shall arrange a research team for you, comprising earth release ninjas, water release ninjas, and other research-oriented ninjas. This will be an S-rank commission, with a monthly fee of 20 million. Sarutobi decided after careful consideration. That's equivalent to 20 S-rank missions, and only for 1 month, not including completion. Lin gasped. If it remains unfulfilled, wouldn't your brother's commission be wasted? Hong echoed in concern. This commission includes rice, wheat, vegetables, fruits, and cotton, dozens, if not hundreds, of crop varieties. Who can guarantee that all will be completed? However, my research team will consist of at least 5 jonin, along with 50 chunin and genin. Tanshin-sama, you don't have a laboratory. But Konoha's facilities can be made available to you. Sarutobi smiled broadly, his expression radiating enthusiasm. How long does it take for crops to grow? At least a season or half a year for each variety. With so many types, it could take 3 to 5 years. All right, I accept. If they perform well, I could consider a yearly contract. Tanxian stated without hesitation, recognizing that 20 million a month was a modest sum. The production of fertilizers alone could exceed that income, furthering his deep-seated plans for global food control. A yearly contract. Excellent. I assure you that each member will be an outstanding researcher. Sarutobi's eyes lit up with excitement. The third S-rank commission, akin to crops, the research would involve chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cattle, sheep, and fish. They must not only grow quickly and yield high meat-to-feed ratios, but also allow for large-scale breeding without the risk of disease, and the taste must be palatable. In a couple of days, I plan to open a chicken restaurant in Konoha, serving at least 1,000 chickens per day. In the future, everyone should have ample meat, eggs, and dairy, with at least a third of their meals being meat. Tanxian proclaimed confidently. That's an enormous consumption. Hong exclaimed in disbelief. Are you certain you can sell 1,000 a day? Lin questioned skeptically. Only 1,000? That's nothing. China consumes 7 billion chickens a year. Everyone is a potential consumer, Tianqian asserted. However, a few decades ago, meat consumption was considered a luxury. Ample meat, eggs, and dairy is indeed a lavish dream, Minato mused, gazing expectantly at Tianqian. Transitioning from agricultural sufficiency to robust animal husbandry requires vision and investment, which is a remarkable feat in itself. As with the previous commission, I will assume the risk of failure, and if the task is executed well, we can agree on a yearly contract. Tianqian looked towards Sarutobi. No. Konoha is extremely confident in completing this commission, Sarutobi replied, filled with assurance. We have the Inuzuka clan, veterinary ninjas, and numerous medical ninjas. Cellular research and biological breeding pose no problem. Tianqian was taken aback momentarily, but soon understood. Although Konoha had failed to replicate would release, their expertise in cellular genetics was undeniable. In fact, various forbidden techniques represented profound biological studies. Orochimaru utilized the blood and flesh of countless snakes to clone summoning beasts. The Fourth Great Ninja War had demonstrated their capabilities, with creatures capable of ensnaring colossal beings. However, Tanshin-sama, I need to confirm what you consider rapid growth and high meat-to-feed ratios to be deemed acceptable, Sarutobi inquired. Naturally, the faster the growth and the higher the meat-to-feed ratio, the better. Achieve the utmost that you can. If the growth cycle is doubled, the fee is 100 million. If the growth is tripled, the fee is 200 million. If it can be expedited even further, I will enhance the payment accordingly. There's no upper limit. From incubation to market, the minimum standard begins at 1-fold. However, confidentiality is imperative. No information shall be divulged. Additionally, the quality and taste must not suffer, and certainly not render them inedible. Oh, and I mean per variety. Fulfill 1, receive 1 payment. Fulfill 2, receive 2 payments. Tianqian articulated, directly outlining the terms with a proactive stance. This is wonderful. While I lack confidence in agricultural products, I am eager to challenge Konoha's utmost limits. Sarutobi felt his heart race, overwhelmed with exhilaration. No upper limit. Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she recalled the whimsical notion of a daily S-rank commission. The Hokage was invigorated with fervor. Just 1 variety equates to 100 million? That S equivalent to 100 S-rank commissions. Obito drooled with envy. If multiplied by 10, that S 1 billion. With 9 varieties, pigs, cattle, sheep, fish, shrimp, and crabs, that's 9 billion. Kakashi could hardly contain his composure. Tanshin's commitment to transforming the shinobi world was truly boundless. This is no longer an S-rank commission. This is an SSS rank contract. Starting at 100 million with no upper limit, accepted by the Hidden Leaf Village. In the name of the Hokage, I assure you of confidentiality. We will have Konoha's Animal Training Department, Medical Department, and Research Institute collaborate, approaching your commission with the seriousness of warfare to ensure its flawless execution. Sarutobi's passion surged, dispelling any notions of conspiracy, suspicion, espionage against Konoha. He questioned, incredulous at the absurdity of such thoughts. From this moment onward, any who dared to oppose him would be declaring war on all of Konoha. SSS rank? I've never even heard of such a thing. Is this how seriously we approach warfare? Lin and the others were in a frenzy. With 30,000 Konoha ninjas and an annual commission volume of 400,000 tasks, averaging 50,000 per commission. The total for a year would barely reach 20 billion. How many ninjas might perish in these missions? And now, as long as they push their limits in Konoha, there remains boundless potential beyond 10 billion. This equates to 280 Asuma units, enough to wipe out an entire village of shinobi without breaking a sweat. Surely this demands fervent commitment? The attitude towards war is not exaggerated. You could hardly ask for more. Now, let us present the 4th S-rank mission. What more could there be? Sarutobi Hiruzen was exhilarated, and the others were equally fired up, the entire office charged with a fervent atmosphere. Chapter 52, SSS Class Mission, Medical 4th S Class. Medicine. I intend to establish a hospital and build a pharmaceutical factory. I require a cadre of medical ninjas from Konoha to train doctors and develop medicines. This endeavor shall not involve any ninja-related matters, focusing solely on healing and saving lives, including treatments for injuries and poisons. The objective is clear, specifically calling for medical ninjas, with agriculture providing sustenance and livestock ensuring quality nourishment. Is it now necessary to consider healing as well, pursuing it at any cost? Minato Namikaze gazed in shock at the ambition of Tenkai, feeling an unparalleled impact akin to the sun descending upon the earth. At this moment, Tenkai's image, his stature, transformed entirely in Minato's heart. He perceived a light rising behind Tenkai, as if a magnificent sun were casting away the shadows of violence and despair in the shinobi world, a beacon of redemption. Everyone could feel warmth and hope emanating from this light, envisioning a future filled with beauty. I never realized you contemplated so deeply and contributed so much to the shinobi world. Kushina and Rin gazed at him with a mixture of shock and complexity, reevaluating their perceptions. In comparison to these monumental acts that could redefine the shinobi realm, trivial teasing seemed merely a fleeting interlude of life, even appearing vibrant and entertaining rather than diminishing one's dignity. If she had merely been a full-time task sister before, now she willingly embraced the role of his sister, even taking pride in it. Obito, on the other hand, felt insignificant, questioning how he could compete. He suddenly felt as though he stood at the foot of a mountain, with Tenkai's towering figure overshadowing him. That profound sense of helplessness nearly weakened his legs. How could he aspire for Rin? Lord Tenkai, your ideals inspire both admiration and shame within me. I now truly believe you might be the savior sent by the heavens. Yet, as the leader of my village, I must prioritize the well-being of Konoha's ninjas. He could only assure that he would assign the best ninjas, not betraying Tenkai's trust in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke earnestly, his tone unconsciously respectful, employing honorifics. The prospect of such substantial commissions compelled him to treat Tenkai with reverence, triggering the loyalty of the ninjas. The mission details suggested to him that Tenkai was indeed the unrecognized savior yet to mature, while Konoha served as the guardians ensuring his growth, perhaps even evolving into his household retainers. Compared to a mere feudal lord, what significance did that hold? Especially when this savior was also immensely wealthy. Whatever the calculations entail, let them be, Tenkai stated candidly, unintentionally shifting the mindset of everyone present. However, he had never intended to exploit beautiful words for selfish gain. Thank you for your understanding. Sarutobi Hiruzen bowed respectfully in gratitude before continuing. Konoha can certainly handle the research of medicines, but given the vast array of ailments, shall we consider each type of medicine as a separate fee? I wish to recruit several high-ranking medical ninjas, perhaps one legendary healer to accomplish it all. Would you allow that? Tenkai smirked slightly. Sarutobi Hiruzen scratched his head and grinned sheepishly. Let us settle on this method, but do not shortchange me. Treating one ailment shouldn't yield a dozen similar medicines. Each medicine must have its specific therapeutic function or unique effects not found in others. Additionally, the production cost should be kept as low as possible. If medicines are exorbitantly priced yet can be treated through medical ninjutsu, then such medicines would be unnecessary. As for the commission fee, 100 million for each medicine, with a production cost of 10,000. Tenkai contemplated, so, we establish SSS class mission, research medicines, 100 million for each medicine, production cost at 10,000. I will assign a medical team, led by Shizune, to execute this task. You may discuss the specifics with them, Sarutobi Hiruzen promised, though slightly disappointed that the initial enthusiasm had already peaked. However, the variety of ailments meant a broader range of medicines, potentially yielding profits exceeding hundreds of billions. Is it the legendary Tsunade, one of the legendary three? Rin exclaimed with excitement. Upon noticing the gazes of the others, she quickly covered her mouth, her expression one of nervousness at having spoken out of turn. I apologize for interrupting, but Lord Tsunade is my utmost idol, Rin's companion quickly explained. Tenkai nodded with a smile, alleviating Rin's anxiety. Indeed, for such a significant task, Konoha must dispatch its most outstanding ninjas, Sarutobi Hiruzen added with a grin. No one in the shinobi world surpasses my sister in medical expertise. Even the combined efforts of Konoha's medical division wouldn't measure up, Kushina declared proudly. I find myself anticipating the meeting. The legendary figure has invigorated Tenkai's thoughts. Compared to the sublime art of healing, the fabled blonde, big-breasted lady captivates him even more. After all, if healing can be achieved with just a few pills, how would one profit? Does he think he is running a charity? Why do I sense you harbor other intentions? Kushina observed Tenkai with a hint of suspicion. Rin and her friend, familiar with Tenkai, immediately sensed something amiss. Lord Tenkai, How many medical ninjas do you envision needing for the training of doctors? How many students must be taught? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, redirecting the conversation. I have yet to begin recruitment. Initially, 10 will suffice, but in a month, I may require over 100. My goal is to establish pharmacies throughout the shinobi world, equipping any village with over 1,000 residents with a health clinic, resulting in a substantial need for trained doctors. In the original world, pharmacies were found every 100 meters. The competition was fierce, yet it thrived. Imagine how lucrative the medicine trade can be. Furthermore, medicine governs human life and health. Undoubtedly, medicine is a more terrifying life tax than weaponry. Such lofty aspirations. Rin and her friend gasped, feeling a mixture of excitement and ambition. Kushina, too, felt admiration. Lord Tenkai is indeed undertaking something remarkable. Minato Namikaze expressed heartfelt sentiments. I've grown old. The future belongs to the youth. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Tenkai with a sense of comfort, feeling even he, as the Hokage, was caught up in the fervor. However, cultivating medical ninjas is exceedingly challenging, requiring extensive knowledge that is scarce across the various shinobi villages. Konoha's medical ninjas number only slightly over 100, even counting the lower ranks. With the ongoing conflict between Konoha and Suna, the demand for medical ninjas is more pressing than ever. The esteemed Lord Tianquan, your request is evidently a long-term undertaking, and Konoha simply cannot allocate such resources. Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed the difficulties faced and even divulged the state of Konoha, including the number of medical ninjas, which could be considered a confidential matter of the shinobi village. War? Tianquan took note. Sunagakure has inexplicably launched an assault, and Konoha has been in a standoff with them, experiencing minor skirmishes for the past 2 to 3 months. Sarutobi Hiruzen informed. I see, Tianquan pondered, recalibrating the timeline. However, this likely does not affect him significantly. He is not a mere pawn ninja, nor does he require a front line, and he need not concern himself with conspiracies targeting him. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen remains his greatest protector. Being in Konoha is safer than anywhere else. I hope this will not impact my business, as it seems I must commission some ninjas for protection. Tianquan furrowed his brow. The front lines are still quite distant, and the war is not taking place within the Land of Fire, so the actual impact on most of Konoha's populace is minimal, explained Minato Namikaze. Rest assured, Lord Tianquan, Konoha will certainly safeguard your assets. Sarutobi Hiruzen assured with a grin. War is detrimental to the world at large, yet it is precisely what the shinobi villages require, as it generates a substantial demand for commissions. In such tumultuous times, who does not harbor some animosity? War. Rin expressed her anxiety. While it may not significantly affect ordinary citizens of Konoha, it poses a different reality for the shinobi, as they could be thrust into battle at any moment, herself included. Tianquan cast a glance at Rin, but refrained from addressing the connection between war and the shinobi villages. Nonetheless, it is not entirely disadvantageous for him. Konoha's medical ninja count is limited. Can we spare those 20? Each medical ninja commands a commission fee of 500,000 per month, and since we cannot allocate more personnel thereafter, an annual contract could be signed after a month of evaluation. Tianquan inquired. 500,000. Years ago? No problem. I assure you I will select the 20 most suitable medical ninjas for instruction. Sarutobi Hiruzen swallowed his momentary confusion. An A-rank task is already a high-level mission designated for upper-tier ninjas. Can we truly sign an annual contract? Are you aware of the value of such a contract? Do you understand the lengths our village has gone to secure commissions? There is much to discuss today. So let us forego idle chatter and proceed to the 5th S-rank commission. How many S-rank tasks do you intend to issue? Everyone felt overwhelmed. Chapter 53, SSS rank task, Ninjutsu. After my recent interactions with Konoha and its ninjas, I have developed an interest in ninjutsu, Tianquan stated directly, as the shinobi are not foolish. Being indirect would only suggest ulterior motives. However, ninjutsu does touch upon sensitive nerves, and he requires some justification. Learning ninjutsu is different from mastering chakra. It pertains to the security of an entire village and must remain a closely guarded secret. How about this? Considering the significant commissions Lord Tianquan has entrusted to us, it would be ungracious to refuse, so I shall gift you a few ninjutsu as a token of goodwill, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated, genuinely feeling the weight of the situation. An ordinary D-rank ninjutsu costs 1 million, a C rank costs 5 million, a B rank costs 10 million, An A rank costs 50 million. It is said that the S rank ninjutsu, referred to as the ultimate technique, is priced at 100 million or perhaps 500 million. As Tianquan spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth gradually fell open in astonishment. What? This is certainly feasible. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly regained his composure. Even he, with his extensive experience, was taken aback by the extravagance. 1 million for a D rank? This is an S rank commission. 50 million for an A rank? An S rank directly costs 500 million. Obito, Kakashi, Rin, and Kurenai all stared wide-eyed. Utterly stunned. Lord Tianquan, I raise a toast to you. Rest assured, anything available in Konoha can be taught. If the executing ninja cannot teach it, I will personally instruct you. Even if Konoha does not possess it, I can dispatch ninjas to procure it for you, Sarutobi Hiruzen excitedly declared, raising his teacup and downing it in one gulp. The Raikage of Kumogakure would personally retrieve secret techniques from other clans for a client, even at the cost of a single cloud ninja. It's all about making money. What can't be done? Don't think you can just throw together a dozen versions of a fireball technique to appease me. I expect quality, and I must be satisfied before it counts. Tianquan preemptively set conditions. Of course, no problem. That is only natural. I will arrange for ninjas to demonstrate, and you can select what you desire. However, that ninjutsu is a village secret, and other villages' ninjas may discover ways to counter it. So I kindly ask Lord Tianquan to refrain from disclosing it to others. Sarutobi Hiruzen eagerly assured, akin to placing an order while simultaneously humbly requesting. Should I disclose it to others, each instance will incur a fee. Tianquan readily agreed. Ha. Now I suddenly hope Lord Tianquan does leak it. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed heartily, genuinely no longer concerned. By the way, I have heard that each of you ninjas possesses unique secret techniques, family secrets. If you are willing, I can raise the price 3 to 5 times on the original basis. Of course, this is contingent on my interest, Tianquan suddenly pondered. Actually, the ninjutsu we ninjas master are all confidential secrets. We strive to recover corpses from the battlefield to prevent the enemy from extracting information from them. S-rank ninjutsu is the most classified of all. Even upper ninjas find it difficult to acquire such techniques. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed cautiously, peering at Tianquan with a careful eye. 1 million multiplied by 5 is 5 million. 10 million multiplied by 5 is 50 million. An S-rank multiplied by 5 is 2 billion. Rin's eye sparkled. This is too exaggerated. Kurenai also wore an excited expression. All classified, huh? Tianquan was speechless. Who are you trying to fleece? The Hokage is lacking in ethics. Is he not concerned that he might be a spy, teaching S-rank techniques? Kushina was astonished. If it were anyone else, they would certainly raise suspicions of espionage. Yet I would never doubt Lord Tianquan. Sarutobi Hiruzen was utterly convinced. Why? Kushina inquired, perplexed. The shinobi villages frequently accept missions from other countries, which can provoke discontent from their respective major village, potentially leading to conflict or even war. Yet, in order for their ninjas to receive missions, they must engage in such activities. However, Lord Tianquan alone brings a substantial influx of commissions to Konoha, and learning D-rank ninjutsu begins with S-rank commissions. How could one harbor doubts? Minato Namikaze gently explained. If a village were to send someone like Lord Tianquan as a spy, I would laugh myself awake from that dream. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled. Beyond this rationale, he genuinely did not worry that Tianquan mastering too many ninjutsu would pose a threat to Konoha. The Uchiha clan's 3 Tomo can replicate any technique used by an opponent, making everyone a copy ninja. Konoha's technicians possess knowledge of thousands of ninjutsu. Compared to these prodigies, even if Tianquan were to use the shadow clone technique for training, it would still prove cumbersome. Moreover, knowing 1,000 ninjutsu does not equate to combat prowess. The vast majority would merely become meaningless knowledge. And Tianquan is not even a ninja. How can he possibly compare in combat effectiveness to those specialized in killing? Kurenai gazed up at her brother with admiration. Tianquan shrugged. Had he initially sought Minato Namikaze's recommendation to become a ninja in Konoha, not to mention talent, how would he obtain advanced ninjutsu? His identity would undoubtedly raise questions. During the Third Great Ninja War, any foreign ninja joining during this period would undoubtedly be suspected of being a spy. If one possesses exceptional talent, it only amplifies suspicion. With such talent and connections to high-ranking individuals like Minato Namikaze, the label of a suspect is affixed firmly to one's forehead. Do you believe that the Hidden Leaf Village would undertake a convoluted investigation for a mere suspect like you, rather than resorting to blunt and brutal interrogation? Or perhaps even a swift resolution to eliminate the issue entirely? Exceptionally gifted individuals? Apologies, but Konoha is never in short supply of prodigies. Furthermore, if it were you, would you choose to risk the chance of wrongful accusation, or let the opportunity slip, even if the other party is a genius? Pleading for mercy from Minato Namikaze? Seeking his approval? He is radiant, not naive. Before that, let us first assess your chakra nature, after which I have prepared a comprehensive list of ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled. Chakra nature? Does this mean I can only cultivate ninjutsu of the attributes I possess? Tenkai furrowed his brow. Not necessarily. It is akin to a person excelling in long jump, yet attempting to prepare for a running race. While they can run, it demands considerable time and effort with limited achievement, as exemplified by Might Guy. However, you are different, Tenkai. Cultivating 1,000 shadow clones for a day equates to 2.5 years of training. 20 years would merely take a week. The shadow clone training method can bypass these constraints, Hiruzen elucidated. Beside him, Minato produced a piece of chakra paper and offered it. I intended to test it while cultivating chakra, but regrettably, Tenkai was too preoccupied. Simply channel your chakra into it, and the paper will react on its own, Rin explained. Tenkai accepted it and followed the instructions, channeling his chakra. Given his adept control, this task posed no challenge. Yet, no response? Yuhi Kurenai blinked. A complete lack of ninjutsu aptitude, as dismal as your chakra training, Rin remarked disdainfully. I expected at least one type. This is an utter farce. Tenkai's patience frayed. Hiruzen covered his eyes, equally distressed. He genuinely did not wish for Tenkai's talent to be absurdly high, akin to the likes of Kakashi or Uchiha Shursui. However, such a disparity would not hinder his profit, would it? As long as one diligently cultivates their nature transformation, mastery over their attributes can gradually improve. Haven't you already shattered numerous impossibilities to create miracles? Minato comforted with sunny optimism. If intensity is what they seek, let it be so. Unaccompanied, I shall tread the snowy peaks, for it is merely a touch of frost and wind. Tenkai inhaled deeply. Lacking innate advantages, he would forge his own path. The shadow clone training method is but one means, and certainly not the entirety. The world of Hokage is rife with loophole jutsu. A bold declaration indeed, Tenkai. Let us proceed to the training grounds. I shall personally demonstrate. Hiruzen's enthusiasm surged. Patience, my commission is not yet complete. The 6th S-rank mission, Chapter 54 SSS rank, Guardian Ninja. Another commission? Hiruzen gazed at Tenkai with exhilaration. Each more extravagant than the last, some reaching hundreds of billions. And now there is more? Even this seasoned ninja could hardly contain himself. Hokage-sama, the next mission concerns Kushina. I want Kushina to be my guardian ninja, Tenkai stated earnestly. Sensei? Rin was taken aback, suddenly realizing something incredulous and turning to look at Minato. You, Kurenai gasped at Tenkai in shock. She knew much, and pondered even more, yet had never imagined such a bold request would be made before Minato. In front of her husband? Wasn't he that too audacious? Kushina too felt her heart race. Eyes wide. Are you serious? Kushina provides chakra, using shadow clones to expedite ninjutsu mastery? Minato instantly grasped the implications. Rather than some convoluted scheme. Is there a problem? Tenkai inquired, directing his gaze at Hiruzen. Hiruzen looked at Kushina, hesitating as he puffed on his pipe. With my talent. Without the shadow clone training method, even D rank would take at least half a year to start. S rank is a dream I might never realize. However, with Kushina's assistance, mastering a D rank in just a day or two is feasible, and accumulating experience could allow for 3 to 5 in a single day. 10 S ranks would amount to 50 billion. I have placed so many commissions in Konoha. Surely, I cannot be denied a guardian ninja. Tenkai boldly laid bare his situation, his tone growing assertive. So that is what you meant. Next time, be more straightforward, Kushina huffed, her heart having secretly eased. My lord, you misunderstand. It's not that I am unwilling to release her, but rather that Kushina's circumstances are unique, Hiruzen quickly clarified. Unique? Tenkai turned his gaze to Kushina. Her expression darkened, the thrill of secrecy evaporating. In the ninja world, there exists a creature known as the tailed beast, akin to the dark entities in your films, possessing terrifying power. Should it awaken, it would bring tremendous calamity to the world, and it is currently sealed within Kushina. For Konoha, Kushina is invaluable, an irreplaceable member. 2S ranks daily. Hiruzen's weighty words were cut short as Tenkai interjected, momentarily choking him. Kushina clutched her abdomen, looking down heavily before lifting her gaze to Tenkai in bewilderment. You convinced him of this? No, but the Ninetales is truly too perilous. Hiruzen's throat tightened. Hokage-sama implies that the tailed beast is incredibly dangerous. It is not merely a matter of finances. Not everything can be settled with money, Rin remarked, exasperated. Is there anyone else in Konoha who can replace Kushina to fulfill my mission requirements? My demands are simple. If there are others who can substitute, I would not mind a change of personnel. Tenkai reclined with crossed legs, his words hinting at ulterior motives regarding the Ninetales. There is no other ninja in Konoha with chakra capacity surpassing that of the Uzumaki clan's Ninetales Jinchuriki, Hiruzen answered honestly, confirming the impossibility of comparison. Then that settles it. The price is negotiable, but refusal is not an option. I must have Kushina, Tenkai declared with resolute determination. Given the conflict in the Sand Village, Konoha cannot afford to lose the Ninetales, as it is not a matter of monetary value. Hiruzen felt a headache coming on. Kushina lowered her head sadly. Regarded as a weapon, others looked at her with similar expressions. Even Minato was at a loss for how to console Kushina. Tenkai straightened, his gaze fixed firmly on Hiruzen's eyes, unyielding. I shall repeat. I want Uzumaki Kushina as my guardian ninja to ensure my safety and assist in my training. If even the female leads dare strike the Celestial Emperor, then I, the esteemed client, am already showing sufficient respect. There will be no slaps. Let them kneel and negotiate. 5S ranks a day year-round. Otherwise, the ninjutsu commission will be cancelled as well. Do not waste my time. Tenkai's ultimatum transformed Hiruzen's expression entirely. It is a tremendous honor to receive your trust, Tenkai. From this moment forth, the elite ninja of Konoha, Uzumaki Kushina, shall be your guardian ninja. Kushina. Tenkai is the most important client of Konoha. You must ensure his safety and diligently fulfill every demand. Understood. Hiruzen commanded with a grin, his face contorted with joy. Huh. Kushina. Minato was momentarily stunned. Rin, Kurenai, Kakashi, and the others were left speechless. Wasn't it said that this was not a matter of financial evaluation? Isn't she an irreplaceable member of Konoha? Kushina, aren't you going to pledge your loyalty to Lord Tenkai? Hiruzen hastily prompted, even more eager than Kushina herself. In a single day, 5S rank missions equate to a staggering 182.5 billion. One individual could earn a mere tenth of the annual commission of the Hidden Leaf Village. And yet there remains hesitation? Minato and Kushina, perplexed, struggled to comprehend the situation. I understand your reluctance to part ways, but Lord Tenkai has shown remarkable sincerity. Even the feudal lord of the Fire Country has never offered such a substantial commission, indicating the importance placed upon you. As ninjas, we must not disappoint our clients. Moreover, Lord Tenkai resides in Konoha, allowing Minato to return to meet you at any given moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a smile, took the initiative to facilitate this arrangement. The tasks Lord Tenkai wishes to undertake hold monumental significance for both Konoha and the ninja world. His safety must be ensured. Minato offered a serious reminder. Rest assured, upon the completion of my assignments, Konoha shall undoubtedly be the first to benefit. Tenkai replied confidently. I have no doubt, Sarutobi beamed. Who could resist a wealthy benefactor? Kushina and Rin stood in awe. Is this truly the case? With Minato endorsing it, Kushina inhaled deeply and approached Tenkai, kneeling on one knee and bowing her head. I, Uzumaki Kushina, pledge my loyalty to you, Lord Tenkai. At that moment, she recalled a similar scene from her past, kneeling before a man and pledging her allegiance. The playful memory struck her like an arrow through time, as if fate had destined this moment. From now on, you will be mine. Ensure my safety, Tenkai chuckled heartily, taking Kushina's outstretched hand. 500 million a day, 18 billion a year? For the Ninetales Jinchuriki, the Uzumaki sealing technique, the fourth Hokage's wife, the mother of the prince. Is that not a reasonable price? Tenkai stated casually. Monthly payments? Of course, that is not an issue. Normally, we charge based on the number of completed missions, but Lord Tenkai's generosity is truly remarkable. Sarutobi agreed without hesitation, a radiant smile on his face. Konoha earns, Konoha spends. It is challenging to save money, especially when funds vanish before they even warm up, Tenkai teased. I believe Lord Tenkai will flourish, with business extending throughout the ninja world, truly transforming Konoha and the world beyond. Sarutobi responded with respect, his happiness evident. Yes, yes, my requests must be promptly arranged. Chapter 55, Obito's Rampage. The malevolent Uchiha Lord Tenkai. The total value of the commissions you placed today exceeds 1 trillion. Even the feudal lord of the Fire Country has not allocated such military funds in a decade. This is exhilarating. Sarutobi exclaimed. How much does the feudal lord allocate for military expenses annually, and what do they require from the ninja villages? Tenkai inquired curiously. In peacetime, it varies between several billion, and during war, it increases, primarily aiding the feudal lord in protecting their territory from foreign invasion, Sarutobi explained. So, the feudal lord possesses such limited power, truly a petty affair. Tenkai mused. The feudal lord of the Wind Country reduces funding for Sunagakure, while the Kazekage profits from gold mining? Such abstractions are baffling. Wealthy elites hold significant power within the ninja villages, but will they truly pay for so many commissions? If Konoha completes these tasks but cannot afford the payment, it would result in unnecessary losses. Obito, with a pout, quietly expressed his jealousy, even afraid to speak loudly in the Hokage's office. Silence, fool. The Hokage undoubtedly has his own judgment. Rin retorted, incredulous at Obito's audacity to question the Hokage. Sarutobi glanced at Tenkai, then at Rin and the lively, charming Rin. Rin, you should interact more with Lord Tenkai. Perhaps the dream of saving the world could truly be realized. Konoha should extend more assistance, Sarutobi suggested kindly, clearly leveraging Rin as a connection. A wealthy benefactor indeed. It is perfectly normal to have a few small interests. Who wouldn't enjoy nurturing a few small creatures? Cultivating one's spirit? Hokage-sama, how could you? Rin gasped in disbelief, wishing for Obito to refute this notion. How significant you have become, if even the Hokage thinks so. Rin admired Tenkai, completely oblivious to Obito's presence. Love? Certainly not, but the Hokage's esteemed words undeniably deepened her feelings for Tenkai. Furthermore, their recent interactions had profoundly impacted her, and her fondness continued to grow. The approach of affluence is often subtle and unassuming. One cannot instinctively refuse and distance themselves, which inadvertently offers the other party an opportunity. Do you not appreciate wealth? Huh. You previously mentioned wishing for Konoha's prosperity while escorting me here. Do you believe even a fraction of that now? Tenkai smiled, gently ruffling her hair, this charming girl from a well-to-do family. Rin, feeling bashful, turned her gaze away from Tenkai. She did not shy away from his affectionate gesture, instead feeling a comforting warmth envelop her. Lord Hokage, I would prefer to have Rin as my full-time sister, signing a yearly contract this time, Tenkai declared. Have I not already arranged for Rin? Sarutobi questioned, perplexed, as Rin also looked on in confusion. She is a ninja and will eventually need to undertake missions. Rather than exposing her to unknown dangers, it would be safer for her to remain by my side, fulfilling my requests alone. Moreover, with the impending conflict between Konoha and Sunagakure, I cannot bear to witness her return as a lifeless body. Tenkai spoke gently, gazing at Rin. Your feelings are understandable. It is natural for ninjas to encounter peril. However, I do not wish for you to be that individual. Simply focus on being my full-time sister, Tenkai chuckled softly, his hand resting on her head. This gesture filled Rin with a sense of security and affection, tears welling in her eyes. Kushina, observing from the side, felt a similar wave of emotion. Tasks, wars, and death are the fates of ninjas, often accompanied by brutality and indifference. Yet now, they felt the warmth of concern, the profound significance of being cherished, enveloped in warmth. This sense of security is invaluable for ninjas. Kushina's expression was complex, filled with admiration for Tenkai and envy of this attention. What about 3 S-rank missions a year? Tenkai lightly tapped Rin's brow. Previously, it was mentioned as 1 S-rank per day, Rin replied, blushing with embarrassment. That is rather greedy. Once you become a Chunin, it will be 1 S-rank mission per month. And perhaps when you attain Jonin status, it may revert to 1 per day. Tenkai laughed, playfully pinching Rin's cheek. Ha ha ha. From now on, you shall be Lord Tenkai's sister. I shall bear witness to this, along with a written contract, Sarutobi proclaimed joyfully. He eagerly anticipated Tenkai's deepening ties with Konoha. Surely, it was intended as a jest. Akin to a betrothal, Kushina remarked with a disdainful glance. Congratulations, Rin, on such a tender contract, Minato offered, his sunny disposition casting blessings upon her. Rin became increasingly bashful amidst the well-wishes, save for one individual, whose expression was twisted with rage, on the brink of insanity. This cannot be. How could this happen? Rin is mine. Obito's eyes were bloodshot, his gaze swirling with fury as he activated the Sharingan. How could you awaken it now? Minato gasped in shock. The Sharingan. At this moment, Kakashi stood frozen, astonished. Obito, you? Rin was taken aback. I will kill you. With icy, frenzied eyes, the passionate youth charged toward Tenkai. His fist clenched tightly. Stop. The expressions of everyone shifted dramatically. As a ninja, Obito's speed was unparalleled, and Tenkai had no time to react. However, the other ninjas present would move even faster. With a resounding thud, Obito took a single step forward, only to have Minato firmly press his head down against the floor. Kakashi stood beside him, holding Obito's shoulders. A number of Umbu ninjas appeared out of nowhere, swiftly encircling Obito, their short blades poised dangerously close. Meanwhile, two Umbu protected Tenkai. And Kushina, newly appointed as a guardian ninja, stood resolutely in front of him, as chains of adamantine emerged ominously from her back. The audacity to commit murder within the Hokage's office, especially against someone seated beside the Hokage, was undoubtedly a sign of insanity. Is everything all right, Onaikin? Hong anxiously approached Tenkai, her heart racing. Tenkai stared blankly at Obito being subdued, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew icy, his gaze sharp as ice. Release me, Kakashi shouted, struggling against their hold. Silence. Minato's voice was cold, devoid of his usual warmth. Do you wish to die? Kakashi's anger flared, and even he, known for his cleverness, was drenched in cold sweat. Tenkai Hokage-sama. Rin, in a state of panic, stepped forward, instinctively taking responsibility for the potential consequences. Uchiha Obito, as a ninja, do you dare to strike before me and attempt to kill the client? Hiruzen's voice was frigid as he regarded Obito's Sharingan, now awakened to its double tomo. The chilling atmosphere suffocated the office, rendering it almost unbearable. Minato and Kushina exchanged concerned glances. Obito froze, a wave of dread washing over him, his body trembling. His eyes flickering, mouth opening to speak, yet no sound escaping. Even begging for mercy felt like a luxury. What is the profession of a ninja? Do you think this is a mere farce or child's play? Rin grasped Tenkai's hand, trembling, yearning to plead for mercy but daunted by the oppressive atmosphere. I apologize. Hokage-sama, it is my failure to discipline him. Kakashi knelt, advocating for Obito. Minato bowed his head in apology. Tenkai watched the scene unfold in silence, withholding any inclination to dismiss the matter. He had long been annoyed by Obito's incessant complaints and held no particular fondness for him, let alone sympathy. Obito's sacrifices for his beloved? Tenkai mused, dreaming of Liu Yifei himself. Should he orchestrate a series of murders to gain attention? Hiruzen's icy gaze bore down on Minato. Tenkai had just undertaken a monumental mission. It would be unacceptable for even Minato's student, let alone his own son, to commit such a transgression. I assure you, Tenkai Dano, I will handle this matter thoroughly and provide you with a satisfactory resolution, Hiruzen spoke gravely. Then I shall leave it to you, Hokage, Tenkai replied, his expression somber. To the dungeons, Hiruzen commanded. Minato watched as Obito was taken away by the Umbu. Making no move to intervene, Obito, head bowed, was led away under their control, knowing any attempt to resist would be futile. With such turmoil, there was no room for idle chatter. It was time to discuss serious matters. Tenkai rubbed his temples. I apologize. Hiruzen bowed his head again. Minato felt a pang of guilt. His student's mistake had compelled the Hokage to apologize. Chapter 56. Not bowing down to Lick is already quite reserved. The commission had mostly been discussed, and now the conversation shifted to the development of investments in Konoha. There are many things I wish to accomplish, and given that Konoha is a ninja village, I wish to tread carefully to avoid any potential taboos, Tenkai proactively suggested, hoping to prevent any future discord. As long as you refrain from causing major disturbances or engaging in perilous activities, conducting business in Konoha should be quite feasible. Hiruzen replied, intrigued. What exactly does Tenkai Dano plan to undertake? I intend to gradually acquire the commercial district at the heart of Konoha and construct a monumental landmark, sprawling over a vast area and soaring hundreds of stories high. From its pinnacle, one would be able to survey the entirety of Konoha, Tenkai declared. It will be crafted from materials akin to century-old jewels, radiant and dazzling, reflecting the moonlight even in the darkest of nights, ensuring its visibility from every corner of Konoha. Future weddings in Konoha could take place atop this structure, witnessed by all, symbolizing love and promise. Such a commercial landmark would undoubtedly attract a plethora of merchants to establish their businesses in Konoha, drawing countless visitors for tourism and generating numerous commissions, thus fostering positive growth for the village. Tenkai shared this vision openly. Is it truly possible? If Konoha could have such a structure, it would be magnificent, Hiruzen exclaimed, standing in excitement. Everyone in the Hokage's office was filled with anticipation at the thought of a Konoha landmark. Friendship, bonds, freedom. Such notions were often only convincingly articulated by protagonists through the force of narrative. Yet, even a seasoned ninja like Hiruzen, who had weathered the wars of the past, found himself captivated by Tenkai's grand vision, for it was not mere empty rhetoric. Once the building is completed, I will commission a large number of ninjas for security, ideally professionals from the police department. After all, this is Konoha, and many guests will be ninjas themselves. It is imperative to possess sufficient strength and authority to address any issues that may arise, Tenkai stated. I will personally ensure that the security measures will be of a higher caliber than even my Hokage building. Hiruzen nodded gravely, his commitment unwavering. At that moment, he prioritized this task even above Tenkai's own concerns. Furthermore, we cannot allow ninjas to leap about the walls haphazardly. Such antics would detract from the aesthetics. Tenkai added thoughtfully, I will issue strict orders to accommodate all your requests. Hiruzen assured him earnestly. With the Hokage's guarantees, I can proceed with greater confidence. Tenkai replied with satisfaction. The surface-level construction was merely the beginning. Soon, all land in Konoha, be it commercial or residential, would belong to him. I am certain that with Tenkai-dano's investment plans, Konoha will flourish even more. Hiruzen agreed, his regard for Tenkai growing. Whether as a potential savior or a future wealthy magnate of the ninja world, Tenkai's concrete development plans warranted his utmost attention. To speak frankly, Tenkai's significance now overshadowed even that of the Hokage himself. How impressive! Rin, Hong, and Kushina gazed at Tenkai with admiration. Unlike them, who were accustomed to the struggles of combat and petty theft, his words spoke of a brighter future for Konoha, one that was more prosperous and beautiful, leading the way forward. Additionally, I wish to purchase a 1-kilometer stretch of forest to the west of Konoha, Tenkai proposed. What purpose does this serve? Hiruzen inquired, intrigued. This is unrelated to commerce. With my circle of acquaintances expanding, including an entourage of over a dozen maids, my current residence feels cramped. I intend to build a manor. Tenkai replied candidly. A kilometer? How vast that must be! Hong exclaimed in astonishment. With a diameter of 1 kilometer, that equates to approximately 785 square kilometers, a significant area. Tenkai-dano's commitment to Konoha is commendable. If you wish to settle in Konoha, I wholeheartedly welcome you. As for the commercial district, it belongs to Konoha's residents. I cannot intervene there, but this expanse of wilderness shall be gifted to you. Hiruzen laughed heartily. Thank you. The savings will allow me to learn more jutsu. Tenkai replied gratefully. Now, let us see the demonstration. Do not attempt to dazzle me with a pile of rubbish. Tenkai said, enthusiasm bubbling within him. Tenkai-dano, let us head to the training grounds. I shall personally demonstrate for you. Hiruzen offered, taking the lead. Ninjutsu is categorized into levels E, D, C, B, A, and S. With E being the most basic technique taught in ninja academies, primarily aimed at understanding ninjutsu, and possessing almost no combat value. The characteristics of D-rank ninjutsu are foundational, easily learned, and involve minimal chakra consumption, making them particularly suitable for novice ninjas. However, it is not the case that higher-rank ninjutsu are necessarily more challenging to master. There exist advanced techniques that, despite their high potency, are relatively simple to learn. Lord Tianquan, eager to learn, would undoubtedly face no restrictions in this regard, and this perspective could serve as a starting point. Along the way, Sarutobi Hiruzen personally explained to Tianquan, with no limitations on the rank of ninjutsu. The simplicity of high-energy techniques was indeed appealing, and Tianquan nodded in satisfaction. How wonderful it is to have such considerate arrangements for learning. Rin cast an envious glance. In the pursuit of profit, one could hardly afford to be modest. Kushina looked scornfully at Sarutobi Hiruzen. What about the dignity of the Hokage? The difficulty of tasks that only Jonin could undertake, combined with ninjutsu that even Genin could master, rendered such treatment unsurprising, Kakashi remarked. How could a client of such stature be treated like any ordinary ninja? C-rank tasks cost 5 million, A-rank 10 million, S-rank 500 million. And secret techniques could multiply that by 5. Such sincerity would hardly warrant any undue difficulty. Would that not be disrespectful to the esteemed client? Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted with conviction. Modesty? What is modesty? Simply refraining from kneeling and licking the ground is already quite restrained. I am the client commissioning the tasks, not a student seeking guidance. Tianquan asserted with equal conviction. The group soon arrived at the spacious training grounds. Now I shall demonstrate ninjutsu. Lord Tianquan, please observe closely. This is fire release. C-rank fire release, great fireball technique. As Sarutobi Hiruzen formed the hand seals, a colossal fireball, 5 meters in diameter, erupted from his mouth, descending like a sun fallen from the heavens, as if to transport the onlookers to another realm. The searing heat enveloped the area, transforming the air into a scorching blaze. Upon colliding with the trees several dozen meters away, sparks and wood splinters erupted, showcasing an extraordinary power that delivered a profound visual impact. What an exaggerated force! This is far more powerful than Obito's great fireball technique. Rin marveled. The Hokage's personal demonstration is certainly beyond the capabilities of a mere genin, Kakashi noted. C-rank Earth Release, Earth Underground Navigation. C-rank Water Release, Water Shuriken. C-rank Lightning Release, Lightning Beast Tracking Form. C-rank Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. Following this, Sarutobi Hiruzen executed additional elemental techniques, each revealing an overwhelming power that ordinary ninjas could not hope to match. Lord Tianquan. C-rank ninjutsu possesses considerable lethality or unique effects to meet complex combat needs. These techniques are relatively simple and practical, specifically selected for you, Sarutobi Hiruzen explained. Let us begin with these 5. I wish to comprehend the essence of ninjutsu, Tianquan replied with satisfaction. Very well, I shall arrange for a ninja to instruct you shortly. Should you have any questions, feel free to approach me. Sarutobi Hiruzen grinned broadly. A C-rank ninjutsu that a genin could master. Could a genin truly undertake S-rank missions? They would scarcely have enough lives to spare. Chapter 57. If you won't do it, others will. That esteemed Hokage, I have some knowledge of Earth Release and Lightning Release. Kakashi interjected, unable to contain his excitement. An S-rank mission serves as the best testament for any ninja, and it constitutes the finest credential on a resume. Although this S-rank might be somewhat diluted, it is still an S-rank. S-rank commissions require Jonin to execute. I shall inquire with Lord Tianquan, and if he consents, I could arrange for an exception. Lord Tianquan, Kakashi graduated at 5 and became a Chunin at 6. He is one of Konoha's rare prodigious ninjas. I have heard he is currently developing new lightning release techniques. How about he instructs you in lightning release? Sarutobi Hiruzen proposed. Kakashi is indeed our Konoha genius. Rin added in support of Kakashi. As long as he can teach me, I have no preference regarding who executes this task, especially if it is the genius of Konoha. Tianquan stated. Thank you for your understanding, Lord Tianquan. I am preparing to establish a Jonin combat class to teach A and S-rank ninjutsu, However, Konoha will certainly not be negligent. The respect due must be upheld, and we shall never take the client lightly. Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed his gratitude and respect while calling for Shursui. In an instant, a figure appeared, kneeling respectfully before the Hokage. Lord Tianquan. The Uchiha clan is the most proficient family in fire release within Konoha, and Shursui is a talented ninja from the Uchiha clan, now at the Jonin level. With his Sharingan, adept at perceiving chakra flow, he is exceptionally suited to teach you fire release, Sarutobi Hiruzen introduced. Clad in Konoha garb and wielding a short blade, Shursui maintained a serious demeanor, devoid of frivolity. Upon hearing the Hokage's arrangement, Shursui raised his gaze to Tianquan, his 3-tomo Sharingan manifesting, demonstrating his capabilities to the client. He observed Tianquan intently, the man who proposed various reforms to the ninja world and aimed to enhance Konoha's prosperity. It was only natural to feel admiration, and Shursui would willingly risk his life to protect him, even without the Hokage's command. Cold and serious. That is the archetype of a true ninja, and it instills a sense of reassurance. Could one truly consider Obito, with his carefree demeanor, a ninja? Tianquan nodded in satisfaction, simultaneously suppressing a remark about Obito and Naruto. My apologies, Shursui said, bowing his head. It has nothing to do with you. That was merely his personal behavior. Tianquan waved dismissively. That fool Obito completed the task, yet still managed to cause trouble during the submission, Rin remarked, exasperated. I shall ensure that Lord Tianquan receives a proper explanation. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. Would you allow a base-level employee to provoke a client with a billion-yen order? That would certainly be disastrous. Were it not for the special status of the Uchiha clan and the current state of war with Sunagakure, I would have resolved the matter immediately. The Uchiha? They should be even more culpable. Minato attempted to speak, but the plea died on his lips. They are ninjas. Provoking a client for any reason is unacceptable, especially when Tianquan has not exhibited any harmful behavior. You may handle this matter as you see fit. Until now, I have been quite satisfied in Konoha. The ninjas here have been diligent, and with so many delightful individuals around, I have no desire to venture to other villages, Tianquan discreetly noted. If you won't do it, others will. This matter shall not simply be overlooked. Sarutobi Hiruzen bowed his head humbly. Now, let us settle the accounts. Weight loss medication, 8 million. Agriculture, 20 million. Aquaculture, 100 million deposit. Medicine, let us say 100 million deposit. Guardian ninjas, let us pay a month up front, 1,500 million. 5 C-rank ninjutsu, 25 million. And my full-time sister, 3 million. The total amounts to a staggering sum. I will have Kakashi and Shursui deliver the funds later. There is no need for a special visit, Tianquan calculated. I shall arrange that immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen bowed respectfully. Now, I must return to my duties. If it were not for the funds from the capital, coupled with my savings from the past few days, I might have struggled to keep afloat. This has truly drained Konoha, and the subsequent payments will be even more substantial. I certainly do not wish for Kushina to bid me farewell after just a month. That would be far too embarrassing. Tianquan rose, preparing to depart, feeling a sense of urgency that had not previously been present. Taking large strides can lead to unforeseen consequences. He mused lightheartedly. I believe that with your remarkable ability to generate income, it will not be long before you become the richest in the ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen grinned excitedly, personally escorting Tianquan out. Lord Tianquan, are you free tonight? If you would allow the Sarutobi clan to host you, I could have some dishes prepared by Lake Biwa, and we could discuss the future development of Konoha in depth, Sarutobi Hiruzen offered enthusiastically. Perhaps when I am free, Tianquan replied, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. That old man of yours could hardly serve as an accompaniment. He's rather tough to chew, he jested. Previously, you mentioned that only one S-rank mission could be completed in a day, yet here you are, astonishingly managing 5. It is quite outrageous. As they approached the Hokage building, Kushina could not suppress her excitement. She felt exceedingly valuable. If the Hokage was unwilling, then sacrifices must be made. After all, one must humor the notion of higher worth. Tsukuyami jested. Foolish me, striving to be your guardian ninja, she thought, casting a furtive glance at Minato. What is wrong with me? Even Rin feels a twinge of guilt. Sarutobi Hiruzen, noticing their laughter, furrowed his brow. Kushina, you are now the guardian ninja of Lord Tsukuyami. The safety of your lord surpasses your own life. In the face of danger, you must protect him, even at the cost of your life, and obey all his commands without the slightest negligence. His serious words seemed to resonate with Kushina, dispersing her playful demeanor. Yes, Lord Hokage, she bowed respectfully. In that moment, she became a devoted ninja to Tsukuyami. Even though her allegiance had shifted, she found herself in a different role. Tsukuyami grinned with satisfaction. The expenditure was indeed worthwhile. He waved goodbye to Sarutobi Hiruzen, dismissing any notions of conspiracy or regret. Wasn't this a splendid arrangement? Apart from the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, this was the finest Hokage yet. The White Fang incident deserves commendation. Shursui, you should go as well. While teaching Lord Tsukuyami, ensure his safety, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, to which Uchiha Shursui nodded in agreement. Kakashi followed closely, also with a teaching assignment. Oh, are all my students absent? Has our class been disbanded? Minato pondered. Rin was a full-time sister on a year-long assignment. She might never return to the team. Kakashi's S-rank lightning release teaching task, along with shadow clone training, would likely see him back soon, unless Obito's fate was uncertain. Minato wished to plead for Obito's case. It was a restraint not to kill him on the spot. As a ninja to utter such threats against a client, and even to act in my presence. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened to the extreme. To defy him in such a manner, especially against a client, was far graver than abandoning a mission. Not to mention, whether it was Obito or even his own son, the verdict was sealed. No amount of pleading would suffice. Minato, you have worked hard on your missions. Return and rest. When Kakashi is back, I will reorganize your team. If you do not wish to be a squad leader, you may still undertake missions, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated with a serious demeanor as he returned to his office. Minato's mood also sank. He understood the gravity of the situation. As a ninja, nothing was more severe than raising a hand against a client. Even defection from the village was preferable. Sighing, Minato lamented the unpredictability of his students, yet turned to smile at the departing Tsukuyami. Jiraiya-sensei, I suddenly have a premonition that he will change this world. Who summoned me here? Especially at such a critical moment for my research? The white-haired, spiky-headed Jiraiya fumed. Little Jiraiya, that was merely peeping, wasn't it? The great sage Toad is looking for you. Claiming there is a new prophecy, Fukasaku said disdainfully as he leapt onto Jiraiya's shoulder. Could it be that he knows who the child of prophecy is? Jiraiya was taken aback. Chapter 58, The Prophecy. The Awakener of Calamity. The great sage Toad Fukasaku arrived with Jiraiya at the depths of Mount Myaboku, where a colossal old toad awaited them. However, as they drew near, they were startled to see the great sage Toad trembling uncontrollably, even breaking out in cold sweat. The great sage had been in this state for some time, seemingly haunted by a terrifying vision, urgently beckoning little Jiraiya over. What could have frightened the great sage, who has lived for 1,000 years, to such an extent? Jiraiya pondered, his expression growing grave. After an unknown duration, the wrinkled and aged great sage Toad opened his eyes, his murky gaze fixing on Jiraiya. Did you see the child of prophecy in your dreams? Jiraiya inquired directly. The great sage shook his head. I dreamed of the one who awakens calamity. Calamity? What kind of calamity? Who is that person? Where are they? The vagueness of his words troubled Jiraiya as he recalled recent events in the ninja world. The Sand Village reported their leader missing and even engaged in conflict with Konoha. Could it be someone from Sand? Was the calamity referring to the Third Great Ninja War? I saw fragmented dreams, unable to discern the future clearly. But that person is in Konoha, surrounded by many women. I also dreamt of the Hokage building. The great sage Toad recounted. In Konoha? Jiraiya was taken aback. Little Jiraiya, you must stop him, otherwise, everyone in this world will perish. The entire land will become a lifeless wasteland, and all will be annihilated. The great sage's voice quivered with palpable fear. Everyone will die? Jiraiya felt the weight of the situation. Although he suspected that the old toad had lost his wits, such an absurd prophecy could not be dismissed lightly. As a sage of 1,000 years, his insights were profound and not to be taken lightly. Jiraiya, return to Konoha immediately and collaborate with the Hokage to investigate. We must identify this individual at all costs. No matter who he is, he must be eliminated. The great sage Toad's decision was resolute. Toads rarely dreamt, and when they did, it was often prophetic and highly accurate. I will return to Konoha and investigate thoroughly. Coincidentally, Konoha has sent word that they may have found the child of prophecy, so I must see for myself. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. The child of prophecy has been found. Who is it? Fukasaku and Shima, the two toads, leaned in with curiosity. I do not know. Jiraiya shook his head. Then hurry back. If it is confirmed that he is the child of prophecy, bring him to Mount Myaboku as soon as possible. Perhaps the calamity to be averted is this very disaster. Fukasaku urged. Jiraiya nodded, and then utilized reverse summoning to return to the sacred space of Mount Myaboku. It has been a millennium. If she discovers I am aiding from the shadows, she will certainly not spare me. The great sage trembled at the thought, his body shivering from fear. He had always been a timid and cautious creature. 1,000 years ago, and 1,000 years later, facing such matters would terrify him to no end. What an exaggeration. How utterly absurd, dear brother. To receive so many S-rank missions in one day feels as though they are mere daily tasks. Exiting the Hokage building, Yugao was filled with exhilaration and excitement, her blood surging with fervor. 5 S-rank missions in a single day truly reshapes my understanding. Rin remarked with admiration as she gazed at Kushina. But the expenses are considerable. If one does not earn adequately, the completion of these missions could mean losing you all. Tsukuyami teased, flicking Rin's forehead. You are so skilled at earning. Surely that won't happen. Rin blushed, feeling embarrassed. You once mocked me for being a full-time sister. And now you are one too, with a yearly contract at that. Yugao laughed. Rin's face flushed a deeper hue. Tsukuyami chuckled as he observed the two adorable girls. Indeed, the female demographic thrives. If we were to adopt the male demographics approach, there would be no guarantee of even being a guardian ninja, let alone maintaining our existence. Moreover, to think that talents like Uchiha Shursui and Hatake Kakashi would be reduced to teaching him ninjutsu like mere servants, such treatment is truly overwhelming. Wait, what is that? A crystal manor? Has the estate you mentioned been completed so swiftly? Rin's eyes widened as she gazed at the colossal structure in the distance. It is breathtaking, reminiscent of a fairy tale palace. Hong exclaimed. Before them stood a magnificent palace seemingly sculpted from the purest azure crystal, each facet shimmering with an ethereal glow. The dome of the palace was crafted from countless crystal shards, and as sunlight filtered through, it scattered into delicate speckles, akin to falling stardust. The walls were made of flowing crystal, casting ever-changing, resplendent reflections within the palace. If the jewel house of the century jewels is a youthful blush of pink, this is the deep azure sheen of the ocean. At the center of the palace, a grand fountain bubbled, its droplets not mere water but suspended liquid crystals, forming flowers in midair before gently cascading down. The ground was laid with crystal tiles, and with each step taken, it felt as though one was traversing a romantic poem, reminiscent of the innocent heart fluttering of Kushina. The mirrored crystal surface reflected the sparkling points of light from the dome, and walking upon it felt like strolling through the depths of a galactic sea, as if only the purest of souls could tread here. Although it is not in the same style as the jewel house of the century jewels, I find this design equally enchanting. It is romantically mysterious, imbued with the profound essence of the cosmos, carrying the beauty found in fairy tales. Tianquan too was satisfied. This was a perfect masterpiece of earth release. A true creation of Gaia, not a mere tread upon it. It is simply magnificent, akin to a dream. Rin marveled, her heart brimming with affection. If you like it, then make it your home. It shall be yours from now on. Tianquan chuckled, affectionately ruffling the little one's hair. Is this not too hasty? Gazing at the azure palace. It was impossible for the adorable Rin not to be moved. Her cherubic face was flushed with a rosy hue. The modesty of her youth made her feel conflicted. Yet it was truly difficult to utter a refusal. What's wrong? Is it not normal for a brother and sister to live together? Hong chimed in. Indeed. We shall move in tonight. There are plenty of rooms, Tianquan decisively proclaimed. The rosy hue of Rin's cheeks only heightened her anxiety. You truly have ulterior motives. What do you mean by full-time sister? Do you really treat her as a sister? Kushina scoffed, seeing through him. And what of it? At least here. She won't perish on a mission, nor will she fall victim in this war. Her parents need not worry about their daughter's safety, Tianquan stated matter-of-factly. This statement left Kushina in silence, her gaze toward Rin and Hong now tinged with envy. Chapter 59. The God of War and His Son, Might Guy My Lord Tianquan. The ninja assigned by Hokage-sama has arrived, reported the head maid, Huizi. The Hokage works efficiently, indeed. I'm about to make some money. Choose a room you like, and then let's adorn ourselves beautifully. We shall take some lovely photos. Tianquan joyfully pinched the little one's cheek. Initially, there was room for hesitation. But after so many days of companionship, it was time for a decisive move. Otherwise, how long would they dawdle before making progress? I am Oni-chan. Hong seemed to reluctantly concede, yet she bore no signs of displeasure. All right. Rin sighed in relief, no longer entangled in her thoughts. Although she liked it, accepting was another matter entirely. Yet, if it was a client's order, she had no choice but to comply, albeit reluctantly. Hong clearly wishes to agree, yet finds it hard to voice. Seeing her best friend's expression made Rin laugh. You chide me, yet you are no different. Hong laughed in return. Kushina gazed at the dazzling crystal palace, her heart similarly yearning and envious. But asking her to voice it was beyond her. As she quickly shook her head, casting aside the thought, and hurried to follow as a guardian ninja. I am a Kimichi Dingswa, a jonin of Konoha. Hokage-sama mentioned that this mission does not require combat, so I wish to bring my guiding student along to enrich their experience. A robust man with fiery red hair arrived, accompanied by 3 genin. S-rank mission, Might Guy, Noera Kakashi, Yamashiro Aoi, both nervous and excited. No problem, as long as you can complete the task, Tianquan assured. Additionally, I thank you for providing the secret medicine, which allowed me to refine chakras smoothly. Otherwise, it would have taken considerable time. Tianquan nodded in gratitude. It's merely a small matter. Captain Minato has also assisted me greatly, Akimichi Dingswa replied. Tianquan's gaze then fell upon Might Guy. The god of war's son had indeed gathered here. That hairstyle, that attire, are you Might Guy's son? Yes, my name is Might Guy. Do you know me? Might Guy responded nervously. Your father works here too. He won't have to bring you meals anymore, Tianquan casually remarked. I am deeply grateful for your kindness. No one has ever treated me and my father so well. I will strive to repay you, Might Guy expressed, bowing deeply. I actually quite like physical jutsu, but alas, I lack the tenacity of you monsters. Your passionate training brings me some excitement. Feel free to indulge in good food during this time. I am not one to mind such trivial meals. Tianquan offered with a casual excuse. Is it all right if I do not accept your task? Might Guy inquired, suppressing his joy. Since your teacher has brought you, it means you are a help. Moreover, did I not say that a bit of enthusiasm could enhance my desire to train? Tianquan smiled lightly. Yes, I am exceedingly grateful for your kindness. Might Guy's eyes glistened with emotion. For those who are scorned by everyone, even a modicum of kindness can touch the heart profoundly. I apologize for digressing. I require 2 types of weight loss secret medicines. One that burns fat throughout the body when consumed, and another that can be applied externally to target specific areas. Tianquan looked at Akimichi Dingswa to clarify the task details. Is there a difference? Akimichi Dingswa pondered. Does weight loss vary by body part? Kushina echoed his confusion. What people desire in weight loss is not a mere skeletal frame, but rather transforming from 400 to 500 pounds to 200 pounds, and then refining that 200 pounds into a slender waist and a well-proportioned figure, a true voluptuousness. Even the cute type must possess a minimum size, rather than shrinking from a G cup to an A cup. Tianquan earnestly corrected, emphasizing the gravity of the matter. He hoped that in the future world, all young women could have their preferred cup sizes, and all brothers could find a satisfying partner. That seems to be your preference. Kushina scoffed. Instantly, images of shocking transformations flooded her mind. Those sunlit sights were truly astounding. Previously, it was merely an illusion conjured by transformation techniques. Though tangible like makeup or cosmetic surgery, it lacked authenticity. Now, with the genuine article, which girl wouldn't be captivated? If girls are not enchanted, surely boys would be. In any case, can it be done? Tianquan looked at Akimichi Dingswa. Yes, no problem, and it's quite simple. The ingestible secret medicine can be improved using existing ones, and it should take about 2 to 3 days to complete. Losing 50 pounds in one go is feasible, but the externally applied type will require more time for refinement. Akimichi Dingswa assured confidently, unperturbed by any potential leaks. The secret medicine is designed to work with our clan's secret techniques and will not amplify, even if someone obtains it. They cannot transform like a butterfly, but rather face dire consequences. This is purely for weight loss. They are not the same thing. 50 pounds. No, that is excessive. A maximum of 5 pounds at a time is acceptable, but we also need options for 2 pounds, 1 pound, and half a pound. A well-crafted physique should be meticulously refined. Tianquan immediately interjected, questioning the wisdom of completing everything at once when it would yield no profit. Is it not troublesome? The dosage of medicine varies. Consuming several at once yields similar effects. Akiyama Dingzu pondered the matter. It cannot be solved in one fell swoop. The goal is to instill a habit in them, to be perpetually mindful of their body management. Improvement is essential. Excessive dosages can burden the body. Moreover, there exists a distinction between luxury and standard versions. The luxury version incorporates potent tonics like ginseng and deer blood, enhancing vigor with increased exercise, assuring customers that these nourishing medicines will not harm their health. Additionally, the external slimming patches must be limited to 50 grams. This is what true refinement looks like. If the efficacy is strong, then reduce the dosage and utilize the most economical ingredients to cut costs. What if there is no demand? Then create it. Akiyama Dingzu scratched his face, feeling that what initially seemed simple had suddenly become quite complex. Knowing what to do, he remarked that he was already preparing a fitness and body sculpting facility, eagerly awaiting the launch of this weight loss medication as a secret weapon. Tianquan nodded in satisfaction. Ninjas often focus solely on combat, which is a waste. Let him unlock the true value of ninjas. Lord Tianquan, we have come to teach you the ways of ninjutsu. The 3 elite jonin said respectfully, fully compliant with his wishes. Teaching a C-rank ninjutsu for 5 million is a display of immense wealth. Even those who wield extraordinary power must obey, like dogs. This is a survival principle deeply ingrained in the essence of ninjas, persisting through the ages. Uchiha Shursui and Kakashi approached the trio, prepared for their mission. Tianquan regarded Uchiha Shursui, recognizing that this exceptional ninja was someone he wished to recruit, much like Might Guy. If successful, he would dare to stand boldly before Minato. I appreciate your assistance, Tianquan said, glancing at Kushina. I too must showcase my true capabilities, otherwise, one might think I'm merely idling. Kushina grinned, extending her hand to clasp Tianquan's. The overwhelming chakra emanating from her created a powerful gust, lifting sand, grass, and trees into the air. Multiple shadow clone technique. With a series of explosions, countless shadow clones emerged. I have 5,000 shadow clones here. You should create a few dozen as well, or else we won't be able to teach effectively. Tianquan exclaimed excitedly. What? 5,000? The onlookers were momentarily dumbfounded by the sheer number of clones. With Naruto's chakra at 4 cards and the Ninetales Leak chakra at 100 cards, the beast cloaks are unknown, but certainly amount to at least 100 cards, possibly tenfold. With 80,000 allied forces sharing the beast cloaks, that amounts to a minimum of 800 million cards. If one adds the prince's own Ninetales chakra, the total could reach several hundred million cards. If the Ninetales were intact, the most conservative estimate would be 100 million cards. This energy disparity is staggering. Even a mere sneeze could rival TNT. As an ordinary individual with no exceptional talents, he lacks the tenacity of a monster like Might Guy. Yet, at this moment, connected to the chakra nuclear power station, with 1,000 shadow clones, he could masquerade as a genius. With 5,000, he would be a prodigy. And with 100,000 shadow clones, he would be a dragon lying in the depths, allowing no one to speak loudly. Unfortunately, Kushina still cannot freely utilize the Ninetales chakra. Chapter 60, The Execution of Obito. Fugaku, your Uchiha clan has grown increasingly audacious, daring to act against my client right in front of me. Sarutobi Hiruzen demanded, his voice laden with authority. Uchiha Obito, a mere Tsutomu Uchiha, listened intently as Sarutobi recounted the situation, his expression sinking into a calm, yet somber state. Initially filled with pride in their Uchiha lineage, he now felt a profound sense of shame. Though they are a prominent clan in Konoha, they remain a ninja family. He, too, is a ninja. The client, as their employer, is akin to a regicide, a grave betrayal. Even those from the blood-soaked land of mist remain humble, enduring ridicule and insults from Kaido. The Kazekage of Sunagakure, facing a reduction in military funding, would rather toil in silence than raise his voice. This allegiance is deeply rooted in their perception of humility, shaping their worldview and values. Regardless of how you handle Obito, as the head of the Uchiha clan, I have no grounds for objection, Fugaku said, bowing his head in submission. The Uchiha clan has contributed greatly to Konoha, and Lord Tianquan has placed immense trust in them, even appointing them to oversee the security of the landmarks he intends to establish. While this matter does not directly involve the Uchiha, Obito's actions are utterly inexcusable. Sarutobi sighed, expressing his regret and taking steps to absolve the Uchiha clan of blame, intending to show that he bears no ill will. I am deeply sorry, Fugaku said, lowering his head even further, not out of a lack of resolve, but because he recognized the injustice of the situation. Obito is to be publicly executed tomorrow, providing Lord Tianquan with a resolution, as well as an answer to all clients. I have already tasked Shursui with conducting fire release teaching duties to mend Lord Tianquan's mood. He still holds a favorable view of the Uchiha clan. Later, you and I will personally offer our apologies. Whether this incident unfolded in my presence or that of Minato's student, as Hokage, I cannot absolve myself of responsibility. This way, neither the clients nor the villagers would harbor grievances against the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi reiterated the efforts he had made on behalf of the Uchiha clan and the clients, conveying heartfelt sincerity. I am truly grateful, Lord Hokage, Fugaku said, astonished, feeling a sense of gratitude that diminished his discontent with Konoha. White Fang had caused Konoha's citizens to harass a person to the point of suicide, and the Uchiha clan had long been the subject of disdainful gossip among villagers. This incident could very well push their family into the limelight. A wealthy patron who had commissioned $1 billion in funds is no laughing matter. Now, Being able to calm the situation as clan leader is a significant achievement. Not to mention, he would do the same for his own son if necessary. Indeed, Sarutobi nodded. Were it not for the current dire state of affairs in the ninja world, Konoha would require the Uchiha on the battlefield. Obito would have been executed on the spot. The Tsutomu Sharingan is even more deserving of death. However, it is not merely because Konoha needs the Uchiha on the battlefield that Obito is spared. Rather, he must first acknowledge the Uchiha with a word of respect before his execution, providing an opportunity. If he can satisfy the client, this incident might be overlooked. Yet, it seems that Fugaku harbors no such intentions. Perhaps it is for the best, avoiding unnecessary negotiations and future mishaps. Fugaku, are you heading out now? A gentle woman with silky black hair, cradling a small infant, inquired. Fugaku, his expression unchanging, walked past without uttering a word. Mikoto grew increasingly anxious. While the child in her arms, quietly sucking on his thumb, observed the departing figures, remaining silent. Lord Hokage has arrived in person, along with the Uchiha clan leader. Please, come in. Tianquan greeted with a smile. Apologizing for the interruption, Fugaku bowed respectfully. Lord Tianquan, this crystal manor is as dazzling as a dream, so beautiful it feels surreal. It is truly a paradise on earth, Sarutobi marveled, gazing around in awe. Everything was so novel, radiating a brilliance that starkly contrasted the harsh realities of a ninja's life. Lady Rin, Kurenai, and Kushina, the Hokage called out. I envy you all. Being Lord Tianquan's sister means residing in such a magnificent abode. Akin to a princess from a fairy tale. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled, causing both individuals to blush slightly in embarrassment. The landmarks to come will be even more magnificent, with hundreds of towering buildings reflecting starlight even as night falls, captivating countless visitors from the ninja world. Should we choose a fiery red to symbolize passion and vitality, or a verdant green to represent the tender sprouts of life? Both would beautifully embody the essence of Konoha. Tianquan also opened his mouth, exuding the aroma of freshly baked pancakes, and laughed heartily, envisioning a spectacle akin to the very center of the ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but chuckle. However, mere grandeur is insufficient. I intend to completely renovate Konoha, transforming the entire village into this style. Only in such a place can people truly experience paradise on earth. What does this small patch of land mean? Tianquan, caught up in the excitement, thought nothing of the feasibility of it all. For now, let us indulge in our dreams. The vision of a paradise on earth stirred the hearts of the three women, making them feel as though they were in the presence of a savior. This was a notion unimaginable to any ninja, using ninjutsu to create a beautiful life for the people. Living in such a Konoha would surely bring immense happiness. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a surge of longing. Even his icy ninja heart began to envision dreams, fantasies that should not belong to a ninja, yet he truly glimpsed the possibility of a brighter future. Lord Tianquan and Uchiha Fugaku were similarly moved, feeling a profound respect welling within them. You have come regarding Obito. Haven to you? Tianquan inquired, gazing at the two. I sincerely apologize, Lord Tianquan. As the Uchiha clan leader, I bear an undeniable responsibility for not adequately guiding my clansmen. Fugaku knelt before Tianquan, bowing deeply, displaying unparalleled sincerity. It is indeed shameful. Minato is Jiraiya's student, and Jiraiya is also my student. Yet such events unfolded before my eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke somberly, willingly admitting his faults. With both the Hokage and the Uchiha clan leader personally apologizing, please, let it go, Rin implored, shaking Tianquan's arm. Tianquan frowned. It was indeed uncomfortable for the two most influential figures in Konoha to stoop so low. However, the crime committed by Obito was utterly unforgivable. Thus I have decided to execute him publicly tomorrow, to provide all clients with an explanation. This also serves as a stern reminder of the ninja's code of conduct. Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly proclaimed the death sentence. Tianquan was taken aback. This was not what he had anticipated. Shouldn't there be an apology followed by resolution? What purpose did the presence of these two eminent figures serve if it was merely to humble themselves? A public execution? Obito will die? How could the situation escalate to such severity? It was merely a moment of impulse. Wasn't it just roughhousing? Rin stood frozen in disbelief. Ninjas must not act impulsively. Under no circumstances should they turn against their clients. Fugaku's voice was icy and devoid of compassion. The severity of this incident was beyond comprehension. If clients began to fear that ninjas might turn against them, who would dare to entrust tasks to Konoha? This is the only way to provide an explanation to Lord Tianquan and all clients. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes glimmered with frost. This was not merely directed at the Uchiha clan, but rather a genuine concern with far-reaching implications. Obito and Rin felt their bodies go limp. Red supported her. However, Tianquan's mindset was complex. It would be simpler for him to crush these clients with the strength of a ninja than to squash an ant. The violent nature of the ninja village was even more ruthless than that of gangs and merciless than assassins. Yet, this scene unfolded before him. And here was the son of the Hokage, the esteemed prince of Konoha, humbly protecting some prominent figure, while the wealthy scions strolled leisurely. Even helping an elderly lady cross the street seemed more acceptable than this. The sincerity of Konoha was evident. No wonder he had become the Hokage. Beloved by the villagers and trusted by the masses. This event deepened Tianquan's resolve to root himself in Konoha. Truly, what could he possibly find to be dissatisfied with? Not only did they express the intention to execute, but they also brought the Uchiha clan leader to kneel and offer apologies. Impressive indeed. Chapter 61, My Foolishness. Rin, what are you doing here? Minato was astonished. Teacher, Obito is doomed. He is going to be executed. Rin's voice trembled with tears. Executed? Minato's expression turned grave. The Hokage and the Uchiha clan leader personally approached Lord Tianquan to reach this decision, Kakashi stated seriously beside him. Minato's mood darkened further upon hearing that even the Uchiha clan leader had gotten involved. Although Obito is timid, cries easily, causes trouble, and is careless with his tasks. He has changed because he likes me. What should I do, teacher? Rin's heart was heavy with guilt. She didn't have feelings for Obito. But he was a comrade from the Ninja Academy, and it all began because of her. She could not sit idly by while he faced execution. How would one feel if someone who cared for them dearly met with such a tragic fate? Though the analogy may be flawed, anyone with a conscience would feel a sense of guilt. Now that even the Uchiha clan leader had made a decision, there was little she could change. Let us go back. This incident stemmed from Obito's recklessness. The responsibility is not yours. Do not blame Lord Tianquan. Do not harbor resentment. Our mistakes as ninjas should not burden our clients. Minato too felt the weight of responsibility for not having disciplined Obito more strictly. As ninjas, we must never violate our rules, Kakashi reiterated, feeling the pain of breaking the ninja code yet again. Teacher, let us secretly let Obito go. As long as he escapes the village, even if he becomes a rogue ninja, it would be better. Rin suddenly exclaimed. Rin, how can you think that way? Do you understand the consequences? Minato's face paled. I can take all the responsibility. If it weren't for me, this wouldn't have happened. Rin's resolve was unwavering. No, I cannot agree to that, nor will I allow you near the dungeon. Obito is my student, and you are also my student. I will not risk your safety for Obito. Minato's gaze was stern. Rin, how could you go this far? Kakashi's eyes widened in shock. I will watch over you until the execution tomorrow. You will not be allowed to go anywhere, Minato decided. But if I don't act, I will feel guilty. Rin thought, touched by her inner goodness, always bearing the burden of more pain, even though it was not her fault. The moonlight shone brightly as the wind swept through Konoha, and Rin gazed up at the twinkling stars of the galaxy. Minato stood silently beside her, as did Kakashi. Uchiha Fugaku returned home, furious, warning all clan members about Obito's fate. Sarutobi Hiruzen, having organized the ninjutsu, exited the Hokage building late at night, planning to visit Tsunade and continue arranging Tianquan's assignments. In this small stone chair, the silence weighed heavily on Rin and the others. That scoundrel had left them entwined in turmoil, and now he was likely indulging with some woman, making Konoha a paradise where he could do as he pleased. Rin felt distressed. If you truly wish to help Obito, we can only appeal to Lord Tianquan. He is the only one who can alter the Hokage's decision, Minato suggested. Rin hesitated. This is our only option. No, it should be you. Lord Tianquan values you greatly. He is likely to heed your words. Kakashi observed Rin. Indeed. Otherwise he wouldn't have issued such a full-time request. Rin sighed, then gathered herself, taking a deep breath to regain her composure. We should head back. I have yet to experience that beautiful crystal palace. It's as stunning as the starry sky. What a fortunate opportunity. Since I have been granted the choice of a room, do not think you can evade me in the future. Rin, along with Minato and Kakashi, watched her retreating figure. Minato reassured himself. Given my strength, I would be detected long before I could approach the dungeon, let alone rescue that clumsy fool Obito. This time, I shall make an earnest plea to him. If I fail, it cannot be held against me. Rin reverted to her usual lively and adorable self. Lord Tianshu is an innocent victim. Do not blame him. Minato was about to say more, but Rin pouted in discontent, interrupting, I know. He's the most innocent in the world, that villain. She then waved goodbye and headed towards the Tianshu Crystal Manor. Excellent. Truly, a ninja, with such flexibility. Any dance form can be mastered. If only trained properly, various poses could be executed effortlessly. Tianshu, holding the camera, directed the lens towards the enchanting silhouette dancing amid the crystal galaxy. No wonder she is a model ninja who studies aesthetics. Her velvet black gown, with a deep V neckline, spread like the night, outlining the delicate contours of her collarbone and bust. The gown clung to her waist and hips, revealing her long legs through the high slit, each step dancing on the edge of desire, the hem billowing like mermaid scales, reminiscent of a goddess from ancient Greek mythology, merging sensuality with divinity. Other model ninjas joined in, forming a uniquely charming dance troupe. Is this what model photoshoots entail? No wonder they previously excluded people from the dance studio, Rin remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Rin felt a wave of embarrassment, while Kushina experienced a prickling sensation on her scalp, realizing she had been discovered. Dancing is wonderful, one must learn to dance. In this era, mere looks are insufficient. One must possess talent, Tianshu mused cheerfully. When will you finish? I need to discuss something urgent with you. Rin hesitated. Is it about Obito? Tianshu guessed without hesitation. Rin bit her lip defiantly, staring at him. All right, everyone take a break. After all, we are all residing in the Crystal Manor, with plenty of opportunities ahead. Feel free to practice dancing whenever. A little movement is beneficial. Compared to the cold crystals, you are the most beautiful embellishments. Tianshu waved his hand and led Rin to his room, providing her with a private space. Oniai-chan, because of me, Obito is to be executed. It feels as though I am the one who has caused his demise. Could you possibly spare him? I beg you, Oniai-chan. Rin corrected her address and then clung to his arm, pleading. Do you have feelings for Obito? Tianshu inquired. How could I possibly like that idiot? If it weren't for my conscience, I wouldn't care about his life or death. Rin retorted, anger evident as she ground her teeth. What a misfortune. Who understands my plight? My family. So, I foolishly assumed. You wouldn't want that. Tianshu grinned wickedly at the adorable girl before him. Rin's eyes widened, her mouth agape. Obito, you are far too impulsive, Minato observed with a complex expression as he gazed at Uchiha Obito in the dungeon. I do not regret it. How could I allow Rin to be taken by someone else? My only regret is that I didn't deliver a solid punch. Obito chuckled. But Minato and Kakashi could hardly muster a smile. The Hokage has decided to publicly execute you tomorrow, and the Uchiha clan leader has consented, Kakashi stated coldly. How could this be? I merely. A single sentence caused Obito's expression to shift from pride to terror, disbelief evident on his face. His trembling gaze sought his teacher. Hoping it was just a jest, Minato shook his head. For your sake, the Hokage and Uchiha clan leader personally came to apologize this afternoon. There is nothing I can do, but I just wanted to throw one punch. How could it come to this? Obito collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of strength. He merely intended to land one punch and was swiftly subdued. Execution. Does that fool still not comprehend? A ninja's life is not a child's game. How could a ninja violate the ironclad law and harm a client? Do you have any idea how heartbroken Rin is? She has already pleaded for you. Kakashi roared in fury, losing his composure, even as a standard ninja. For my sake. She pleaded for him. In an instant, Obito was rendered dazed, all strength leaving him, as self-reproachful tears streamed down his face. Who else could he blame but himself? Chapter 62. A Secret with Kushina and Truth. Tianshu did not care for Obito's fate and was not afraid of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Without the teachings of Uchiha Madara, the Uchiha Forbidden Techniques, Yin-Yang Release, Six Paths Techniques, or the transplantation of wood release cells, Minato had taken away all the valuable assets. It was even Rin who was sent personally to handle the matter, unlike Tomcat, who could be easily molded. Or perhaps he could simply say, you wouldn't want Rin to be unhappy, would you? You wouldn't want Rin to be sad, would you? You wouldn't want Rin to hate you, would you? A pure love-stricken fool with a downward trajectory, perhaps even lacking the strength to call out for help. Mangekyo? a mere experimental subject for a snake. Considering his progress in Konoha's layout, he could already manipulate Konoha at will. His research results do not belong to him. Even Obito's Mangekyo could be transplanted. Ultimately, Obito's most crucial aspect remains his identity as Uchiha Obito. He is merely a pawn in Madara's game. Madara, in pursuit of his plan, would undoubtedly seek a pawn to resurrect, and it must be from the Uchiha clan. Compared to Shisui and Itachi, who are prodigies, Obito has neither the strategic foresight nor the wisdom, lacking even the micromanaging ability. He would be delighted for Madara to seek him out, the least threatening and easiest to manipulate, providing him the opportunity to locate the elderly Madara. Then, with socialist ideology, a centralized authority, and the Brahmin bloodline caste system, among various methods of managing the world, surely one would suit him. Trying to reason with Naruto is futile, but Uchiha Madara can be reasoned with. He is genuinely capable of thoughtful contemplation, unlike those fixated on bonds. After achieving some accomplishments, he would steadfastly stand beside him, becoming a guardian of the system. His sharpest sword. Returning to Obito, Obito must surely despise him, yet he can command Rin to direct Obito as if he were a pet on a leash. In essence, he is just a stray by the roadside. Sigh, what a farce, and yet Rin has endured such great harm. Kushina sighed as she approached Tianshu. Dressed in a relatively casual, pure white simple dress, with long beautiful legs adorned in aurora stockings, she exuded a pristine youthful charm, mingled with a hint of mature allure. Feeling his direct gaze, an unnatural blush appeared on Kushina's face. In such an outfit, you cannot even move properly, and you cannot carry ninja tools. You would be in trouble should danger arise. It is your mind that is constrained. You will adapt, Tianshu chuckled lightly. You can adapt, on the first day. You threatened to subjugate me without fear of Rin hating you. Kushina replied with a complicated expression. It was bound to happen. Besides, it's not like I didn't go in, Tianshu replied dismissively. Is there any difference at this point? Kushina scoffed. As a guardian ninja, her duty is to ensure the safety of her employer and obey commands. Not only did she fail to prevent it, but she also had to keep an eye on the situation. What if Rin, in a fit of emotion, drew a kunai against Tianshu's neck? Indeed, she had just perceived Rin as a hypothetical enemy. The moment she knelt in loyalty as a guardian ninja, that instinct had already taken root. It is a ninja's instinct to pledge allegiance. Thus, it was clear to her what had transpired. If Rin were unwilling, she could refuse. I merely nudged her feelings along, she said. It was also a chance to convey to her not to become too emotionally entangled with those who might hold her back. A person who fails to consider those around them, regardless of how loudly they proclaim their love, truly only loves themselves. Feeling guilty for such individuals will ultimately lead to greater costs, which is not worth it. Tianquan remained indifferent. Kushina hesitated, sensing there might be some truth in this. Can someone who carelessly causes chaos for others truly love, as they claim? If love were genuine, one would certainly take the other's feelings into account, striving to avoid causing pain or becoming a burden. Vibrancy and enthusiasm should not serve as justifications, nor as excuses for negligence. With this understanding, Kushina's inner turmoil began to dissipate, replaced by feelings of worthlessness for Lin. On the terrace of the estate, Tianquan formed hand seals and expelled a fireball that soared over 10 meters, its flames roaring magnificently in the night. Following that, arcs of lightning and splashes of water erupted, the chaotic winds dispersing the atmosphere. He eagerly practiced the 5 ninjutsu he had learned that day, indulging in the thrill of mastery. Remarkably, he had become so proficient after just a few rounds, as if forming muscle memory. Tianquan was pleasantly surprised. 1,000 shadow clones training for a single day equated to 2.5 years of practice, surely leading to muscle memory. However, his technique still lacked finesse. He had yet to grasp the essence of it. The Uchiha clan possessed the ability to evaporate large quantities of lake water, visibly lowering its level. But wealth is your advantage, Kushina remarked, unsure whether to express admiration or sarcasm. After Tianquan's speech, her mood lightened considerably. There's nothing I can do. I'm not a genius. Fortunately, I have you, or my life would be over, Tianquan said, gazing at Kushina with deep affection. I'm merely fulfilling my mission, Kushina replied, turning away, feeling inexplicably guilty. Sensing the awkwardness, she decided to leave. I should go back. You should get some rest. With so many ninjas around the estate, there's no danger. I'll come find you tomorrow morning. However, Tianquan firmly grasped her arm. As your guardian ninja, Shun-T, I protect you 24 hours a day. I've prepared a room for you. You should stay here from now on. His soft voice lingered by her ear, close enough that she could sense his breath and the fragrance of his hair. Wait, I haven't agreed to anything. Kushina's eyes widened in panic. The model task requires you to stay, but I won't force you. As your guardian ninja, it's essential that you remain here, Tianquan insisted, unwilling to yield. Yet, as she stepped back, feeling her heart race, she realized she had no legitimate reason to refuse. No, it was more accurate to say she had no power to decline. This thought only intensified her panic. What if this reckless man took things too far? No, that won't do. Go find another female ninja model. I'm sure mating would be willing. When had she ever been this flustered? Your words only excite me more. Are you a pervert? Kushina glared at him, suddenly realizing that he was indeed acting like one. How adorable. Your body is tense, Tianquan chuckled. I won't agree to this. Just give up. Kushina clenched her fists, her gaze resolute, as though she had made a significant decision. Seeing her defiance, Tianquan shrugged and took a step back. All right, I'll rein it in. But I won't change my preferences for beautiful women. You must uphold your boundaries, for if I find an opportunity, I won't hold back. He was a notorious figure. After all, was it reasonable to expect him to change? If everyone behaved like this so-called savior, this world would be doomed. Kushina covered her face. My existence is a blessing for this world. Though my character is questionable, an increase in population will strengthen the village. Even in war. If Konoha's population increases tenfold, so will the number of ninjas, crushing other ninja villages. An increase in population leads to a surplus of talent, fostering further exchanges that elevate national power. Other countries would kneel at the sight, and the concept of ninja world wars would become obsolete. Tianquan scoffed. Do these few villages even understand what it means to fight? They lack the basic skills of diplomacy and alliances, leading to sheer chaos. Their vision was too narrow, their ambition too small, their capacity too limited. Just like the development of the Fishmen tribe, a pure path. 50 billion fishmen, with a single stroke, could sink every island beneath the sea. Kushina pondered. You make a compelling argument when you get serious. So, are you even slightly tempted? Or perhaps bowing to my wisdom? Tianquan teased, his demeanor shifting. You haven't changed at all. Your intentions are still impure. Kushina sighed, losing interest in the developmental discussion. Since I can't sleep anyway, why not share stories from your past, tales of ninjas? Tianquan leaned against the terrace, changing the subject. Nothing particularly interesting. It's filled with death and suffering. It's better not to know, Kushina sighed, revealing traces of sorrow and avoidance. Actually, I'm quite interested in you, she confessed. But if you didn't want to share, so be it. Let us get back to the shoot. Don't forget you have modeling duties. Tianquan's heartfelt words transformed Kushina's emotional pain into something awkward and uncomfortable. Just the two of us? She panicked. Isn't this the perfect moment? You wouldn't want others to know, would you? Tianquan smirked, his intentions clear. Don't say such strange things. Kushina struggled to maintain her composure. Listen, this is a secret just for us. No one else will know. I swear on my honor. Tianquan approached her slowly, camera in hand. You promise? I promise. Kushina's face flushed as she yielded, hoping Tianquan's vow was genuine and that he would keep the secret forever. Yet, she failed to notice how her emotions ebbed and flowed at his words, the anxiety and joy entirely directed at him. Frequent interactions and online relationships can easily create illusions of love, primarily due to emotional resonance, attachment, and intertwining feelings, leading one to believe in a transcendent love that surpasses the physical, breaking taboos, rules, and psychological barriers, even through the distance of the internet. Those stimulating and provocative topics can repeatedly intensify emotions. Is Kushina not back yet? As a guardian ninja, he was dutifully protecting his entrusted client, realizing it would be quite a while before he would see her again. Returning home, Minato found the place eerily empty, just him alone. Loneliness was a norm for ninjas, and he had long grown accustomed to it. However, this long night was just the beginning. Chapter 63. Sarutobi sets up a match for Tsunade. Tsunade was visited by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Why have you come, old man? Tsunade asked. Her voice slurred from the alcohol she had been consuming excessively. Sarutobi regarded her with concern. The deaths of Dan and Shoto had hit her hard. Her brother had been blown to pieces by an explosive tag, leaving no remains. Witnessing her beloved's death, with their insides laid bare and bloodied, had left even a medical ninja like her traumatized. Is there something you need? Tsunade asked, her demeanor hazy. After all these years, you still haven't moved on? Sarutobi took a seat. His words silenced Tsunade, who lowered her head, unable to conceal her sorrow, the weight of grief overwhelming even her intoxication. The world of ninjas is such: fathers, mothers, relatives, friends, comrades, children. No one can predict who will pass away first, nor who will shed tears for whom. After the passing of Lord Tobarama, the second Hokage, he sacrificed his life to protect us, his subordinates, during the First Ninja World War. In the Second Ninja World War, Konoha held its ground due to your efforts, but many comrades also fell. Sarutobi Hiruzen poured himself a cup of wine, gazing into the reflection, seemingly seeing his fallen comrades recounting the sorrows and hardships of a ninja's life. The history of ninjas is indeed a chronicle of blood and tears, vividly experienced by every ninja. Witnessing the lifeless bodies of loved ones being brought back from the battlefield forces one to mature prematurely. Perhaps one's body has yet to fully develop, but the heart has already grown weary. Nothing is more real than the harshness of reality, which teaches us profound lessons. I am not a mere child in need of consolation. If that is all you have to say, it is unnecessary. Tsunade's voice was much clearer, yet her interest in conversation had waned. The Hokage Sarutobi finished his drink, suggesting, perhaps you could consider a life away from being a ninja. Tsunade looked up in disbelief. Forget everything from the past and start anew. Sarutobi reaffirmed in Tsunade's presence. Konoha is a village of ninjas. The Senju clan belongs to the ninja lineage. And the first Hokage is my grandfather. Are you asking me to abandon being a ninja? Tsunade slammed her hand on the table, struggling to accept the notion. This would mean completely forsaking the Senju clan, Konoha, and everything she held dear. Wait, it's not about giving all that up, but rather embracing a different way of life. Besides, in your current state, can you continue being a ninja? Sarutobi quickly interjected. He indeed hoped for the Senju clan to sever ties, desiring that Tsunade, the banner-bearer of the Senju, relinquish her ninja career, but he couldn't be so direct, as that could lead to disastrous consequences. Just speak plainly, what is it? Tsunade, now irritated, replied. You're not young anymore, Tsunade. It's time to find a boyfriend. You can't remain alone for eternity, can you? I happen to have my eye on a talented young man, exceptionally capable, who has brought a staggering bounty of 100 billion to the village. Sarutobi began to elaborate, praising the individual profusely, and he is significantly younger than you, allowing you to enjoy the fruits of youth. Tsunade grimaced, taken aback. Are you not curious about who placed such a monumental bounty? Sarutobi continued. After all the sorrowful matters you've discussed, do you really think I would still be interested? Tsunade averted her gaze. If you're not keen on this, we can discuss the mission instead, Sarutobi sighed. The mission? Tsunade was momentarily stunned. He intends to establish a hospital and pharmaceutical factory, requiring a substantial number of medical ninjas. I have decided that you and several medical ninjas will form a team to execute this. One medicine costs 100 million. Sarutobi explained the mission's details. Such generosity. With so many ailments, wouldn't that amount to several hundred billion? Tsunade was left speechless, holding her wine glass. Exactly. He even entrusted Kushina to be his guardian ninja for 5 million a day, annually. All tasks are set for annual contracts. In all my years as Hokage, I have never witnessed such a thing. Learning ninjutsu typically starts at S-rank bounties, with an S-rank technique costing 25 billion. How extravagant. Sarutobi's enthusiasm was palpable. Kushina is impressive. But wait, you want to allow a Jinchuriki to serve as his guardian ninja? Tsunade pondered. Well, 18 billion a year is indeed tempting. That's nearly a tenth of the village's income. Wait, you are teaching S-rank ninjutsu? 25 billion. No wonder you were willing to relent. Tsunade was overwhelmed with incredulity. The Hokage's bottom line had been breached time and time again. So, would you suggest a marriage alliance? Sarutobi proposed, discussing an investment plan for Konoha, to construct a grand landmark that would attract visitors from across the ninja world, undoubtedly bringing prosperity. If such a benefactor were to be lost to another village, it would be a tremendous loss for Konoha. I would even go so far as to wage war to protect this. Do you understand? Sarutobi said, striking the table with seriousness. Although many of his ambitions have yet to be realized, the aroma of such possibilities made his mouth water. You managed to achieve this level of ambition? Tsunade was astonished. Tsunade, Have you not considered what such a benefactor means for Konoha? Sarutobi remarked earnestly, I understand your thoughts. You want me to arrange a marriage, and you would become Konoha's super rich, with endless bounties. However, I know nothing of him, and I have no desire for marriage. Tsunade pressed her hand to her large heart, her expression somber. This is no longer a matter of your preferences. Sarutobi looked at her intently. His tone was not that of a grandfather or mentor, but rather that of the Hokage of Konoha. Tsunade fell silent. Take a good look at Konoha's development over the next year, and see if it's worth pursuing, Sarutobi said, turning to leave without pressing further. To bind such a wealthy benefactor to Konoha with a ninja who has lost their combat capability and cannot shed blood, what a strategic advantage. Despite being the Hokage, how many clans hold power in Konoha? It is wealth and bounties that allow one to dictate who executes high-value tasks and who handles the perilous and troublesome ones. Representing the true power of the Hokage, the Sarutobi clan would also benefit significantly. Moreover, if Tsunade were to marry this benefactor, it would signify the end of the Senju clan's lineage. Even Tsunade would take on her husband's surname. Future children would not bear the Senju name, possessing only half the bloodline, vastly diminishing their influence in Konoha. The benefactor is not a ninja, eliminating any conflict within Konoha's power structure. At that point, Konoha would be entirely disconnected from the Senju clan. To put it plainly, if this matter is successfully resolved, it would be a triple victory. The benefactor wins once. Konoha flourishes, and the lingering issues of the Senju clan are resolved, while Sarutobi wins twice. Chapter 64, Obito's Despair. A frantic edge. What has happened? It appears that someone has just graduated from the Ninja Academy and is contemplating defection after a failed mission. With such individuals becoming ninjas, how can we trust them with our future missions? In front of the execution platform in Konoha, numerous villagers gathered to witness, while many ninjas looked on, bewildered and murmuring amongst themselves. At this moment, Obito was shackled, his arms stiff, knees slightly bent, his hair matted against his face in terror, no longer resembling his usual carefree self. As he trembled uncontrollably in his final moments, he gasped for air as if an invisible hand were gripping his throat. Each breath accompanied by a haunting sound from deep within his chest, his eyes bloodshot and resembling shattered porcelain. No, this cannot be happening. I never intended to hurt you. Wasn't he just playful banter? We often engage in such antics. Why is this time so severe? I was merely caught in a moment of impulse. He cast a defiant glance at the benefactor, his spirit crumbling under the weight of fear, regret flooding his heart. This was far too unjust, such a trivial matter. A fleeting moment of anger that spiraled out of control. Be quiet, Obito, Sarutobi scolded, donning the Hokage cloak and hat, his expression grave, showing no hint of jest. Usually, the clients do not take such things to heart, but you dared to act in front of me, even uttering threats. I cannot pretend I did not see. Once, my amiability led you to develop a misguided belief that you could defy authority. The cold gaze of Tianquan pierced through the air. Obito sighed deeply, lamenting that his lax discipline had brought this upon them. He was now worse than refuse, and had even implicated Rin. Kakashi clenched his fists in anger. As a ninja, there is no justification for insubordination. Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened, equally enraged by Obito's actions. How dare he strike at a client? It is infuriating that Konoha's White Fang sacrificed a commission to protect his comrades, yet Obito attempted to kill a client? After such an incident, who would dare to place a commission in Konoha? Does this not undermine the trust in all Konoha ninjas? This is abhorrent. He single-handedly tarnished Konoha's reputation. Upon hearing the situation, the villagers of Konoha erupted in outrage, and the ninjas shared their ire. Young? Merely a child? No second chances? Do you think being a ninja is a mere game? Uchiha Obito, to attack a client in front of me. You have committed a transgression that no ninja can ever be forgiven for. As the third Hokage of Konoha, I absolutely will not permit such an occurrence. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke without hesitation, revealing the cold, ruthless nature of a ninja. Execute him! Execute him! The onlookers and ninjas shouted in unison, with no one expressing sympathy. The death of Konoha's White Fang had elevated their expectations of loyalty to the ninja code. Obito trembled. The entirety of Konoha demanded his death. At that moment, he comprehended the gravity of his actions and the fate that awaited him. Please, Rin pleaded, grasping Tianquan's wrist in desperation. The thought of Rin living with guilt after his death tormented Obito. Kushina, too, expressed her complex feelings. I understand, which is why I agreed yesterday. Tianquan reassured as he patted Rin's shoulder and stepped forward. Thank you, Rin replied, touched. What does attitude mean? This is attitude. Despite being the victim, he stood up for her, wishing for her to be free of guilt in the future. Tianquan, my lord? Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention shifted. As the assaulted party, I propose a suggestion. Instead of execution, why not make use of him as my servant, allowing him to atone for his actions for the rest of his life? Naturally, I will not reduce the commission fees owed to Konoha for treating him as a slave. Tianquan spoke. This. Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated. Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow. The two exchanged a silent glance, neither willing to readily agree. What is the matter? Tianquan inquired. My lord, this matter is not solely about providing you with an explanation. It also reflects Konoha's stance. If we cannot impose a severe penalty, who will dare to commission Konoha in the future? Who will trust Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen articulated delicately. Obito's violation of the ninja code has brought shame upon the Uchiha clan, and as clan leader, I will not show leniency. Fugaku stated coldly. Tianquan furrowed his brow slightly. Their intentions were clear. Obito must die. While it was one thing for Sarutobi Hiruzen to advocate for this, it was somewhat unsettling to hear the same from the leader of the Uchiha clan. Even if he was unaware of Obito's awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan, which would protect their clan from the Hokage's faction, adhering to the ninja code was not impossible. After all, the mindset of a ninja is peculiar. Rin watched anxiously. Caught between the fear of death and the desire to live, Obito gazed hopefully at Tianquan, the only person who could save him. Why should Obito die? Especially when even clan leader Fugaku feels this way. Rin questioned, perplexed. Kushina shared her confusion. My lord, there is no need to feel troubled. This is my decision. If Rin wishes to blame someone, let it be me, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, preemptively deflecting Rin's anger away from Tianquan. Tianquan gazed at the disheveled Obito on the execution platform. How could this be? All the problems stemmed from Obito's actions. The Hokage's approach is fair. Rin is not an unreasonable person. But I have placed a commission worth trillions in Konoha and paid the deposit. How could this brat dare to attack me? Such a final resolution. Do you not see it as mere liberation? His brazen demeanor was a stark display of the arrogance of a wealthy patron. Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily stunned. Then, with a bitter smile, he realized Tianquan's intent. A commission worth trillions? You have even paid the deposit? This is outrageous. What sort of influential person are you? If such a figure can be assaulted, do we even matter? This is audacious. Do ninjas fear death? He must be made to suffer more than death. This cannot simply be overlooked. The villagers gasped in astonishment, fully supporting Tianquan's statements. A ninja, dancing on the edge of death, fears death? Death is the end of life. But it is not the end of my wrath. I will show him what true hell is. Tianquan's resolute gaze locked onto Sarutobi Hiruzen, as if he intended to flay Obito alive. Then I will imprison Obito in the dungeon and have him flayed and crushed to death as per Lord Tianquan's orders. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled bitterly, acquiescing to Tianquan's demands, completely disregarding Obito's presence. No, please no. Obito's eyes bulged, sweat matting his hair as terror transformed his once familiar face into one of utter dread. His trembling body twitched, devoid of any thoughts of resistance. What is this about? It is only fitting that I personally come to exact my vengeance. A mere ninja dared to defy me, thinking my amiability meant I lacked temper. I will make him live forever in regret. Tianquan's slap struck Obito's face with a resounding crack. Obito had committed a cardinal sin, as a ninja, to mock and curse before his master, claiming it was mere jest? What a joke. Did he think everyone was equal? Such behavior is itself an act of insubordination, showing utter disregard for his master. Ninjas wield techniques through their fingers, right? Break every one of his fingers and sever the tendons. Deliver him to my estate before nightfall. Tianquan declared assertively before turning to leave, as if issuing a command rather than engaging in negotiation. It must be executed. Do you understand what it means to test the boundaries? To probe the limits of power, the psychological compliance of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the loyalty of ninjas, just as he would test the limits of his own authority. Only by doing so can one clearly and intuitively assess the operational range. Simultaneously, it also shows a hint of temper, that he is not so easily placated. A certain distance fosters better loyalty. Treating them like friends diminishes the concept of loyalty. Should failure occur, it merely means Obito's demise, and Uchiha Madara can choose another candidate, who might not be as easily manipulated. Losing a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan does not significantly impact his overall plan. In fact, for him, clearly delineating the boundaries of discourse is far more important. After all, he is not a ninja. The schemes and calculations of ninjas have no bearing on him. My Lord Tianquan is truly benevolent. I shall discuss further matters with him later. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled softly, yet felt a thrill of delight, as he had not contradicted the wealthy patron's wishes, but rather found joy in it. The patron decided to spare Obito for Rin's sake, even invoking his supreme authority to demand compliance. Had he ever seen such firmness from the wealthy patron before? But all of this was for this matter. What does this signify? It signifies that the wealthy patron cares for Rin, values his sister's feelings. And this sister is a Konoha ninja. Does this not entwine Konoha and the wealthy patron together? In pursuit of this, he even persuaded Tsunade to enter into a marriage. So how could he refuse? Hokage-sama, how can we justify this to the other clients? The nearby Jonin furrowed his brow. Hasn't he, Lord Tenkyu, already stated that death is not the end? Everyone can accept it, so let us proceed as instructed. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze fell coldly upon Obito, devoid of any semblance of mercy. At that moment, two Umbu appeared, forcefully pinning Obito to the ground. His fingers were twisted and broken, contorted like a twisted pastry. Undoubtedly, every bone and joint had been shattered. No, Noah. Obito's face contorted in agony as he screamed in pain. It was unbearable. Yet, the Umbu showed no compassion, their eyes unwavering even in the face of death. Drawing their short blades, they precisely severed his tendons without damaging the major arteries, merely causing a trickle of crimson flesh to spill forth, rather than a profuse loss of blood. For any ninja, this was an insufferable fate, a complete forfeiture of their potential to remain a ninja. Uchiha Obito lay on the ground, his gaze vacant, his face twisted in anguish. With streams of spit and tears pooling beneath him, his body rendered limp as if dehydrated. At that moment, he truly regretted his choices, tasting the bitter fruits of his reckless vitality. Rin, witnessing this scene, felt her heart ache with compassion. However, Kakashi obstructed her, preventing her from approaching. Surviving is already a limit. Let this serve as his punishment. A ninja should not defy the rules, remarked Minato. Lord Tenkyu has done all that he could. It is imperative that Konoha provides an explanation to the other clients, which is why Obito is still alive. Do not blame yourself, Rin. You have done exceedingly well. Kushina consoled. I understand. Obito's suffering is not my concern. Rin nodded, biting her lip, once again grasping the weight of the word ninja. This incident would serve as another cautionary tale for Obito, for her, and for all the ninjas of Konoha, akin to the legacy of the White Fang. In the end, the Umbu retrieved thick chains and a collar, fastening it around Obito like a dog. He was to be delivered to the high-ranking benefactor, thus requiring careful control. In the conference hall outside the Azure Crystal Manor, Lord Tenkyu, I personally sealed Obito's chakra and dispatched several Umbu to guard him. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Fugaku escorted Obito. Tenkyu, Kushina, and the others looked on as Obito lay sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, with no one offering him medical aid. Obito Rin felt her heart ache at the sight of him in such a state and rushed to administer emergency medical ninjutsu. Good-hearted individuals often endure the most suffering. Obito hung his head in regret, unable to confront her. I leave him in your hands. After all, he is still a Konoha ninja and a member of the Uchiha clan. Please do not take him away from Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen requested. I comprehend your meaning. Tenkyu instantly grasped the previous refusal. Obito, as a Konoha ninja, could not be allowed to leave the village nor escape the Hokage's control. If every ninja were to do so, other wealthy patrons could easily take them away. Furthermore, as a member of the Uchiha clan, their bloodline was of utmost importance, and they would never permit it to be leaked. The village similarly wished to prevent other villages from gaining strength through their bloodline. Therefore, for them, Obito's death would be the most straightforward solution to avert future complications. I must attend to the matters of the benefactor, so I shall take my leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and departed. I apologize for the trouble caused by Obito. Uchiha Fugaku also bowed respectfully before leaving. Theoretically, bloodlines should never be allowed to flow outside. However, there are exceptions, such as the prince and Hinata, yet the prince has since become a celebrated hero and Hokage, standing alone without family. Currently, Tenkyu's status as a benefactor transcended the ninja system, representing the aristocratic class to whom the ninjas pledged their loyalty, an obligation they could not refuse. Moreover, if Obito were to escape, Konoha could easily dispatch someone to resolve the issue, and even the Uchiha clan might send someone to take action. This would respect the benefactor while resolving the problem, merely a minor inconvenience. Yet, as Hokage and clan leader, they only needed to issue a command. Chapter 65. Obito, am I worthy? Rin, please help me break free. Can my hands ever recover? What if I can no longer become a ninja? Obito pleaded desperately after Sarutobi Hiruzen had left. Sigh, I have reattached your tendons, but with your fingers shattered, I can only alleviate the pain slightly, Rin sighed. However, the two Anbu remaining reached out to stop her, their gazes shifting towards Tenkyu. The others in the room remained still, turning their attention to the lord seated in the main position. The abrupt silence allowed Obito to drift back in time, suddenly raising his head to look at Tenkyu. Recalling everything that had transpired, his emotions swirling in complexity. He had struck out in anger, yet before he could land a blow, he was pinned down and subjected to this torment. But it was also because of him that he had not perished. Obito, you truly love Rin, do you not? Tenkyu leaned his chin upon his hand, his cold gaze scrutinizing him. Yes, for Rin, I would do anything, even die. Obito, adorned with a collar and chains, was worn down by the torment, his sweat clinging to him, yet his eyes still shone with unwavering determination as he fixed his gaze on Tenkyu. Rin watched Obito with a mixture of emotions, then glanced at Tenkyu. Kushina, quietly observing, was moved by the exchange. That is indeed a touching response. But what have you done in reality? Tenkyu's expression remained impassive. Reality? Obito was taken aback, causing trouble and making Rin plead desperately for me. Is this what you consider doing anything for her? You cannot even think of her well-being. What you have done is nothing but a kidnapping in the name of love, making her believe you would die for her, instilling guilt and tormenting her inner self. Tenkyu's voice was cold and unyielding. I'm sorry, Obito lowered his head in self-reproach. Have you ever considered changing yourself, at least to not be a burden? I have. I constantly strive to be like Kakashi or even surpass him. But, Kakashi's talent is too exceptional. Obito protested, yet turned away in despair. Excuses. Do you train with the same fervor as Might Guy? Have you reflected on your actions and restrained your impulses? Even now, you continue to deceive yourself with one excuse after another, eventually convincing yourself of these lies. Ultimately, all your words remain mere rhetoric. You have not changed for Rin, nor have you improved yourself to be worthy of her. You are nothing but arrogant and lazy, yet you proclaim your love for a distant star. Do you not find that laughable? Tenkyu's ruthless reprimand shattered Obito's nascent rebuttal, magnifying his arrogance, laziness, and foolishness before all. There was no escape, no refuge. I cannot comprehend how a burden can muster the courage to speak of love. Is courage born from ignorance and arrogance? Have you not realized that Rin could thrive without you? At the very least, she would not be ensnared in danger due to your shortcomings. Have you considered that your burdens could lead to Rin's demise? The piercing words struck at the core of Obito's being, relentless in their assault, aiming to obliterate his pride and boundaries, delving deeper into manipulation. Obito inhaled deeply, attempting to retort, yet his words faltered. Ashamed, he cast a glance at Rin, then averted his gaze, unable to meet her eyes. His gaze fled from Obito, whose emotions were tumultuous. Although he felt reluctant to see his teammate suffer, it was clear that Obito needed to change. The others observed with cold indifference, devoid of any sympathy. What you feel is not love, but a desire that disregards the other's feelings, akin to a child yearning for a toy. Tianquan seemed to see through Obito. Is that not love? Obito exclaimed, desperation rising in his voice. No, it is not, he insisted, eager to defend his feelings to Rin. Yet, he was restrained by two members of the Anbu, which only heightened his urgency. I swear it is real. I would die for you. His voice, hoarse and filled with desperation, carried sincerity and urgency. Rin was taken aback. Such words were truly moving. Then let me ask you, have you ever considered the other person? Have you thought about Rin's feelings? Tianquan pressed on mercilessly. Of course I have. Obito retorted, his impatience evident. No, you have not. What you love is your own sensation. You love yourself. No, I don't. I'm not lying. Obito shouted in denial, frantic. Then let me ask you this. In light of being a burden, how have you cared for Rin? Tianquan's gaze was unwavering. Even if it cost me my life, I would do it. Obito responded impulsively, yet it was he who was the burden, was it not? According to your logic, you should have long since taken your own life. Yet have you considered how to resolve your own issues? Tianquan interrupted directly. Obito was momentarily speechless, desperately searching for any excuse but finding none. If I cannot even take care of myself, if I cannot provide a future for the one I love, then I will not claim to love her, nor will I be her burden. I can exist in the mire, but the one I love cannot. And what of you? A waste even less worthy than a dog. Tianquan declared, condemning Obito with the disdainful gaze of a judge. How could that be? That trash who watches his beloved with you? I cannot be inferior to him. Obito exclaimed incredulously. The one he referred to as Dogman had sought to negotiate with Mei, even accepting her decisions without protest, for he understood he could not care for her properly and respected her choices, enduring humiliation to better himself, striving to prove his worth by forging his own path. And you? You drag her down while demanding Rin's affection, proclaiming grandiose words daily, yet you show no respect. Nor do you even regard her safety. Is this what you call love? Your love is indeed selfish, Tianquan argued, trampling on Obito's purest feelings. This struck a devastating blow to any warrior of love, especially before the light of their beloved. It was a torment deeper than death. No, it is not like that. Obito's voice trembled, his heart in disarray, as he began to realize the truth in Tianquan's words. He was indeed less than the Dogman, having never considered Rin as perspective. The disdain in the gazes of those around him was palpable. How could one so selfish claim to love? Rin's feelings were equally tumultuous, as this confrontation shattered her own views on love, revealing the essence of true affection and the reality of love. Actions that prioritize the other far outweigh mere words. Noticing Rin's gaze, Obito's lips quivered, yearning to speak. Yet what could he say? Overwhelmed by the weight of his feelings, he felt an intense shame, wishing he could vanish. I may not be a ninja, nor belong to your circle, but I can provide her with the finest material comforts, and many ninjas will ensure Rin's safety. Furthermore, she will no longer need to undertake perilous missions or step onto the battlefield. Danger will be avoided from the outset. What can you offer? Can your strength protect her on the battlefield? Or do you wish to witness her lifeless body before you? Tianquan's gaze bore into him, leaving no room for evasion. Rin and Hong felt a surge of emotion. Kushina envied the sense of security that came from being constantly protected. Obito lowered his head, utterly devoid of the strength to refute. At this moment, Tianquan seemed akin to those wealthy individuals who trample on the protagonists, standing at the pinnacle of the pyramid, using money to pry the heroine away, looking down upon the fallen hero. The protagonist, filled with resentment, yet helpless, was forced to confront reality. Reflect on this. True love is never about selfish gain, but about giving, even if it means enduring hell to ensure the other's happiness. If you truly love her and wish to protect her, then consider her needs and ponder what truly serves her best. You would not want Rin to fall into danger, to perish in some mission or war, would you? This line of reasoning struck a chord deep within Obito, leaving him drained and devoid of any rebuttal. Compared to Tianquan's awakening, his love seemed too narrow, too selfish. Did he truly deserve Rin? He did not. Chapter 66. Rin, stay with me. Obito was taken away for confinement, utterly shattered, questioning his very existence. The pure-hearted, love-struck youth, with his understanding of love limited to mere emotions, faltered under such scrutiny. How wonderful. Oni-chan's heartfelt confession is truly delightful. Congratulations, Rin, Hong teased. Please, no more. This lecture treats all beautiful women the same. I would never like him, Rin exclaimed, flustered. Who would have thought you could have such depth of insight regarding love? If only you weren't so lustful, you would make an admirable man. What a shame. Kushina lamented as she regarded Tianquan with a hint of regret. This understanding of love, considering and sacrificing for one's beloved, even in the depths of despair, truly moved her. Had she not been married, perhaps she would have dared to open her heart to this tenderness. Oh, but I have the ability to care for all of you. Tianquan grinned. The request for a full-time sister was not made with pure intentions. The pretense was now fully dropped. Rin covered her face. Don't even mention it. Tonight, I will knock you out and deliver you to him. Let us see if you still mock me, Rin exclaimed, embarrassed, hopping in frustration at the repeated mention of her mortifying situation. You were never as skilled as I in ninja school, Hong teased. Beside them, Kushina furrowed her brow in concern. Why does Tianquan keep staring at her? It has been 2 hours. The shadow clones should have been rotated by now. She dared not dwell on it, changing the subject. Let us head to the back mountain, Tianquan suggested, rising with the 2 young ones in tow. Lord Tianquan, I am immensely grateful for your leniency. Kakashi appeared with a swift movement, bowing sincerely. That fool has been locked away to reflect on his actions. He should learn to think before he speaks, especially as a ninja. Rin expressed her grievances. She felt she had been more than patient with Obito. It was he who owed her. Though we will inevitably cross paths with Tianquan, there is a vast difference between humbly seeking and allowing things to unfold naturally, Kakashi remarked, his indifference towards Obito evident. Lord Tianquan, on behalf of the Uchiha clan, I extend my sincerest apologies. Itachi knelt gracefully, bowing his head in respect. Tianquan regarded Shishui with a demeanor marked by reverence and humility, embodying the quintessential posture of a ninja. He felt a strong desire to recruit Shishui. Yet the latter's position as an umbu of the Hokage rendered his identity too precarious. Having only just met, such overtures seemed rather rash and audacious. Let us confine our discussion to the matter at hand. Arise, please. Tianquan nodded affirmatively. Yes, it was only upon receiving Tianquan's command that Shishui stood, truly embodying the commitment to fulfill the client's requests as his duty. Uchiha Shishui, a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, had already attained the rank of Jonin and joined the umbu at the tender age of 13 or 14. Kakashi, a genius of Konoha who graduated at 5 and became a Chunin at 6, alongside 3 Jonin instructing him in ninjutsu. Tianquan felt an immense sense of honor. Observing the 5 ninjas before him, he could hardly contain his satisfaction. The journey to attain such strength required immeasurable hardships. How much would it cost to recruit even a few of such caliber? It could easily cost one's life. The challenge of C-rank ninjutsu paired with the demands of S-rank missions made it a privilege to execute your commission, my lord. The Earth-style ninja smiled respectfully, and the Water-style and Wind-style Jonin could not help but chuckle. What a divine task this is. It truly is irresistible. My lord Tianquan, when I retire, I too wish to sell the techniques I have developed for my sustenance. For an A-rank mission, I would need 50 million. And if I were to take on 50 S-rank commissions, I might not survive. The Water-style Jonin could not refrain from commenting. Very well, but do not keep me waiting too long. Tianquan chuckled lightly. Indeed, once I have made my decision, I shall sell it to you. The Water-style Jonin pondered whether to make a purchase immediately. You are still hesitating. It is uncertain whether my lord would even consider it. Do not forget, the second Hokage was renowned for his water-style techniques, teased the earth-style Jonin. Me. A bucket of cold water splashed down. Compared to the second Hokage, his water style is negligible. It is truly enviable to have so many Jonin to instruct you. You may learn whatever you desire. We ninjas do not enjoy such privileges. Rin expressed her envy. It is merely C-rank ninjutsu. Tianquan chuckled. Even if it is merely C-rank, not everyone can master it. Hong interjected. The vast majority of commoner genin, like Haruno Sakura in her early days, lack access to learning ninjutsu. If their guiding instructors do not teach, and there is no family support, they must seek out other ninjas for tutelage. However, this is often more stringent than apprenticeship for 3 years. Do you require ninjutsu for missions? What a naive thought. You are already earning from commissions. Do you still wish to acquire ninjutsu? Feeling pity for them, Tianquan offered. How about I select one of you and purchase it for you? He gently patted the heads of the 2 little girls. Really? Any rank is acceptable? Rin exclaimed in delight. Of course, replied Tianquan. Really? That is wonderful. I adore you, big brother. Rin exclaimed, jumping with excitement. Tianquan chuckled softly, realizing that the privileges enjoyed last night would also be extended today, likely to become a regular occurrence. The other Jonin looked on enviously. Indeed, few possess S-rank ninjutsu. Kakashi and Shishui appeared relatively composed, one from the Hitaki clan and the other from the Uchiha clan. I shall pass. My father is a Jonin, and I have yet to master his genjutsu, Hong thoughtfully remarked. He bullies us so. There is no need to spare this rich brat any expenses, Rin declared fiercely. The third Hokage would likely have a word with you if he learned of this. You are hindering his ability to earn, Tianquan laughed. Ha ha. Rin could not help but burst into laughter. Thank you, big brother, but I truly do not need it. Even if an S-rank were presented before me, I would not comprehend it. Hong followed suit in laughter. I shall also decline. My primary focus is on medical ninjutsu, and diversifying my studies would dilute my efforts. Rin stated. Very well, should you wish to learn, simply inform me. Nurturing a strong female ninja personally would indeed be a rewarding endeavor. Regarding the magical ninja team, The illusory magical ninjas? The huntress? Tianquan scrutinized Hinata and Rin, captivated by their enchanting eyes and painted cheeks. There was a certain allure. They might be a bit on the petite side. It seems I must strive harder in the future. Sensing Tianquan's gaze, Kushina proudly turned her head. I am an elite jonin, the strongest sealing master in Konoha. I can effortlessly learn from the sealing techniques of Mito Uzumaki. There is no need for your purchase. Very well, then can I seek your guidance in sealing techniques, Master Kushina? Tianquan inquired, amused. Is this the sealing sorceress or the Crimson Witch? Rin, where are you going? Tianquan asked, observing Rin's intent to leave. It is getting late. I wish to check on Obito and give that fool a good scolding. He constantly brings trouble upon us. If not for his impulsiveness, this incident would not have occurred, Rin sulked. I have already said what needed to be said. Let him have some time to reflect alone. As for you, stay here and accompany me. Tianquan's firm tone left no room for refusal. Rin's pupils widened in realization, understanding full well the implication. However, under the gaze of Kushina and Hong, she slightly bowed her head, inhaling softly, without resistance. Indeed, true love is never selfish. It is about giving, even if one must endure hell to ensure the other's happiness. I wish to protect Rin and would do anything for her. Yet, I cannot shield her. I have only been a burden. I am too selfish. My affections are merely for my own sake. I am worthless. I am the true waste. In the dark room, Obito curled into a corner, hugging his knees and questioning his existence, the echoes of Tianquan's interrogation reverberating in his mind. As he succumbed to despair and self-reproach. Chapter 67. As long as it doesn't kill you. Good morning, big brother. Tianquan opened his eyes to a sweet voice that heralded a delightful mood. You are all awake. Tianquan stretched lazily. Ninjas are supposed to rise at 4 or 5 to train. Thanks to you, we have enjoyed a rare indulgence, which feels quite leisurely, Rin remarked, resting her chin on her hand in pleasure. Are you ready to rise, my lord? The head maid, Keiko, knocked and entered with a proposal to assist. Let my little cuties handle it, Tianquan said, pulling Hong and Rin up with him. I shall prepare breakfast and await your lordship, Keiko sighed, disappointed, as this had originally been her duty. Have you eaten? Rin entered the dungeon with a plate of rice balls. Rin? I thought you were ignoring me, Obito exclaimed, looking up in surprise. I simply did not want you to starve down here. Otherwise, I would have no explanation to give to Teacher Minato. Rin placed the tray on the ground. This kind-hearted girl could not neglect her classmates and teammates of several years, but that was all she could offer. Her flat tone poured over Obito like a bucket of cold water, sinking his spirits. I'm sorry. I have been too self-absorbed, Obito murmured, bowing his head. For now, you should remain here quietly. Refrain from any more antics, or I cannot help you. Rin sighed inwardly. I heard Kakashi say you pleaded for him to let me go. He hasn't made things difficult for you, has he? Obito clenched his fists, gazing wistfully at the moonlight. Though unsaid, the implication of being difficult was unmistakable. Rin remained silent, not responding. Obito anxiously studied Rin, as if he had suddenly realized something. Rin, did you shower this morning? Your hair is damp, and you smell of body wash? Yes. Rin looked down, not speaking, merely making non-committal sounds. This ambiguous response heightened Obito's anxiety, and he was overwhelmed by a thought that choked him. Because Tianquan bathed every morning, and so did his carefree beauty, and now Rin was doing the same. Rin, could it be that? Obito's heart raced, his pupils bloodshot. Big brother has been busy arranging numerous commissions since yesterday. I must go now and return to bring you food in the evening. With that, Rin turned to leave, feeling she had little more to say to Obito. What good would it do to inform him? She was tired of dealing with such troubles. Big brother? Rin. Without a clear response, Obito clings to hope. But the endearing terms used for him only exacerbate his inner turmoil. Rin leans against the door, clutching her chest in discomfort, feeling an overwhelming sense of injustice. She has done nothing wrong. It is not her fault. After 2 intimate encounters, regardless of her feelings, Tenkyo has already penetrated the depths of her heart. Meanwhile, Obito's affection plummets, even descending into disdain. Sighing, she reflects on the task of being a full-time little sister. How could that villain have any good intentions? Perhaps it is better to think positively. She is spared from perilous missions and the battlefield, experiencing the feeling of being protected. Rin's thoughts about Tenkyo are intricate, filled with irritation, resentment, admiration, and gratitude. Yet, does she, as a mere little ninja, have the right to refuse? Acceptance is the norm of life. Rin, what are you doing? Lady Tsunade has arrived. Sakura's voice interrupts her. Lady Tsunade. Oh, I'm coming. Rin's mood shifts to one of joyful anticipation. In the Azure Crystal Manor's conference hall, Kushina remarks, You've truly made it. Haven to you? The commission fee is astonishing. I was shocked when I first heard about it. With such wealth, why not lend me a bit? I'll repay you double after I strike it big at the casino. Tsunade looks on with pride at her little sister, then playfully hooks her arm around Kushina's neck. Tsunade, you still owe me money, don't you? By the way, have you ever won? Kushina's piercing gaze scrutinizes her. Ha ha ha, let us not dwell on old matters. Tsunade laughs heartily, brushing off the topic. Repay? Not a chance. Thank you for waiting. So you are Tsunade Heim? Meeting you is indeed a treat. Tenkyo notices the striking blonde before him, her voluptuous figure exuding a generous and formidable aura. A woman with ambition is the most beautiful, majestic like a mountain, full of vigor and maturity. Oh no, the worry I had has indeed come to pass, Kushina thinks as she observes Tenkyo's expression. So, you are the Tenkyo the old man spoke of? Tsunade appraises him with a scrutinizing gaze, clearly unimpressed as she sizes him up. Be gentle, I warn you. Tsunade is not as easygoing as I am, especially since she has someone she likes. Just be careful. I'll tell you the rest later, Kushina whispers urgently. Rest assured. I'm well aware. Tenkyo gestures with an okay sign. Exactly you. That's what makes me uneasy, Kushina replies, feeling conflicted as a guardian ninja. I am Tsunade, the head of this medical delegation. Feel free to express any needs you may have. Tsunade transitions directly into the matter at hand. Behind her stand 5 research-based medical ninjas and 20 medical ninjas of lower rank, all their eyes fixed on Tenkyo, awaiting orders. Tenkyo surveys the room before finally focusing on Tsunade. Given your reputed prowess in medical development, I have no doubts. Let us discuss the training of doctors first. As time is of the essence, the training period should be as short as possible, focusing on common ailments. It would be best to produce a medication manual, treating headaches with one remedy, foot pain with another, simple, symptom-based prescriptions. If necessary, prescribe more immune-boosting medications. Most illnesses resolve with the body's immunity, so there's little risk of fatality. Of course, for those with exceptional talent, in-depth training can be provided, so they may become primary physicians capable of addressing complex cases. The challenge lies in minimizing training time, as we need to train at least 10,000 individuals. I aim to ensure that every village with over 1,000 people in the ninja world has a health clinic. Tenkyo's directives are succinct yet clear, nearly revealing his intent to sell medications. Can't heal? Results are unsatisfactory? No permanent solution? That is precisely correct. You're dealing with much more complicated conditions, he explains. I merely wish for each team in Konoha to have someone capable of healing to reduce casualties. Yet you want to train over 10,000 doctors to treat patients across the entire ninja world? Tsunade's eyes widen in disbelief. This revelation prompting her to view Tenkyo with newfound respect. What is so surprising? Initially, I intended to commission a couple of hundred to expedite the process. But Konoha simply doesn't have that many. So, each of you can utilize 3 shadow clones to cover the shortfall. 20 medical ninjas, 3 clones each, can train 50 students, yielding 4,000 in one batch. I believe it won't take long to complete. Tenkyo states confidently. Is that how shadow clones are used? Tsunade pauses, taken aback by his ingenuity. How does he have such a wealth of ideas? Shadow clones possess independent thought and knowledge. Capable of combat, why can't they independently conduct research or teach others? Typically, due to limited chakra, regular combat can't last long. Making knowledge applications the shadow clone's greatest value, Tenkyo argues reasonably. Having 10 Orochimaru-like researchers assisting in studies is far more terrifying than having 10 equally powerful ninjas. Moreover, without engaging in battle, chakra consumption is minimal. 100 clones could be managed without issue. You're straying further down the path of treating shadow clones as mere tools. Kushina critiques. This is about maximizing their potential. Tenkyo smiles lightly. That's not a bad idea. A monthly commission of 5 million is not to be taken lightly. Tsunade acknowledges, nodding in agreement. The 20 medical ninjas exchange weary smiles. Some of those I recruited possess some medical knowledge. But there are also charlatans with dubious remedies based on old wives' tales. If any of these folk remedies prove effective, they will be prioritized for promotion. However, if there are stubborn traditionalists, they should be dismissed without hesitation. Tenkyo emphasizes the importance of filtering out frauds, noting, "The primary purpose of a medical license is to weed out those who would deceive for profit. In any field involving finances, there are always swindlers. Can patients discern the truth? But as long as you possess genuine healing abilities, any remedy, however unconventional, is valid. What is truly problematic are the self-righteous quacks. For instance, some may suggest applying soy sauce to burns, or even using pesticides for lice. In this realm, those masquerading under the guise of his hospital would ultimately lead to his downfall." Chapter 68. Tsunade's Sincerity. It's Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, the medical sage, an idol to all female ninjas. Rin exclaims excitedly, "What a spectacle! Truly a shock to the ninja world." Sakura gasps, her eyes wide. The two adorable youngsters arrive at the conference hall and immediately recognize her, her features unmistakable. "Tsunade-sama, I am Rin Noera, a medical ninja from Konoha." She introduces herself enthusiastically. "If you have any training-related questions during this period, feel free to approach me. This path is challenging, but keep pushing forward," Tsunade encourages warmly. "Yes," Rin responds, brimming with enthusiasm. "Our mission is to research medications for common ailments, correct? Since you have such wealth, let us develop 100 types. It's merely a matter of 10 billion. Don't forget to prepare the funds." Tsunade turns to Tenkyo, a playful smirk dancing on her lips, sharing the thrill of the moment. "I hope you don't intend to drain me dry all at once," Tenkyo muses, feeling the weight of his ambitious undertaking. Having anticipated the bustling business of the grand jewel of the Fire Nation's capital, where the affluent gather and profits soar into the billions daily, he realizes he may have overextended himself. With the addition of Konoha Century jewelry and other sources of income, earning 800 or 900 million in a single day is certainly feasible. However, to suddenly produce 100 billion is quite a challenge, especially when considering the various expenses associated with running a factory. Even in a day of extravagance, there come times when funds are needed. Kushina chuckled. "We could visit the hospital to analyze the prevalence of illnesses and, based on the data, decide which medications to develop, ultimately creating targeted treatments. 100 billion is equivalent to half a year's total revenue for Konoha. Even the daimyo has never allocated such a sum for military expenses, making it difficult to procure all at once." Other medical ninjas chuckled. "You should first develop 10 medications based on the hospital's high prevalence data. It's unnecessary for each pill to be a miracle cure. The priority is to control production costs, ensuring the medications are affordable for everyone," Tianquan stated. "Agreed." The medical ninjas nodded as they departed. Tsunade, however, was called back. Tianquan suddenly interjected. "Just as I suspected," Kushina shot him a disdainful look. "You can't be serious?" This truly aligns with your character. Lin and Hong, the two adorable girls, immediately thought of something, their gazes shifting toward Tsunade. Lin found it hard to accept. Her idol was about to be ensnared by this villain. This was a disaster. "Just give them this simple task, and you stay here with me," Tianquan smirked. "What does it mean to embrace beauty and plumpness? What defines a mature figure? This is what true voluptuousness looks like, not the undeveloped form of a young girl. Accompany you? Without my assistance, the efficacy of your medicine would surely suffer," Tsunade questioned, noticing the expressions of Kushina and the others. "The effectiveness of the medicine is of little concern. As the captain, you can check occasionally, but the priority is for you to remain by my side," Tianquan replied, gazing at her. Regarding the medicine, he secretly hoped for it to be less effective. Curing someone with a single pill would only lead him to charitable endeavors. Tsunade, with a slight smirk, regarded Tianquan with interest, clearly perceiving his ulterior motives. Yet, she was not angered. Such a generous commission without the necessity of tasks? "You are deliberately bestowing wealth upon me, for which I thank you. To be precise, it is precisely because of this exorbitant commission that you need not undertake any tasks." Tianquan chuckled lightly, ruffling the hair of the two adorable girls as they made their way toward the estate. The Senju clan, as the founders of Konoha, undoubtedly possesses wealth. However, being a clan of ninjas, their income derives from missions, and with a large number of clan members, there are substantial expenses associated with the establishment of Konoha and wartime efforts. While ninjutsu can be accumulated in vast amounts, money is not necessarily guaranteed. After all, with Hashirama and Tsunade as two notorious gamblers, how much savings could there be? "What do you mean? Are you trying to bribe me?" Tsunade was perplexed. "To earn your trust and affection, body and heart," Tianquan remarked. eyeing the alluring blonde beauty before him. While her figure may not warrant such an expense, considering her medical skills, status, and strength, she was worth any cost. No wonder the Hokage insisted on our marriage. Several hundred billion just to gain my favor is indeed a significant price, haha. Tsunade laughed heartily, whether in self-mockery or in jest about her worth was uncertain. The Hokage actually? Hong, Lin, and Kushina were taken aback. Is this true? That is wonderful. I declare Sarutobi the best Hokage. We must support him. Tianquan was also momentarily stunned, breaking into a wide grin. He had resolved that should a situation arise where the third Hokage abdicates, he would undoubtedly stand up for Sarutobi, ensuring no one could usurp his position, be it Minato or Orochimaru. Everyone should step aside. My fire, your regret? Conspiracy theories? How could such a fine Hokage harbor ill intentions? Clearly, it was for the sake of Konoha. If it were merely to seek affection, you have already succeeded, though I may reject the idea of marriage. You are quite an admirable person, possessing kindness and sincerity. However, your intentions must extend beyond mere affection, Tsunade remarked with a knowing smile. Did I not just say? To obtain you, in body and heart, Tianquan unabashedly expressed his desires. I already mentioned that Tsunade has someone she admires, Kushina sighed. Regrettably, your task is medical in nature, not a bedfellow. I must refuse, Tsunade responded without surprise. Many harbor such thoughts, just observe her clenched fists. In truth, she did not dislike Tianquan. After all, what sort of ninjas had she not encountered? They were simply lecherous, attracted to beauty, much like Jiraiya, who had peeped at the young princess. Wealthy individuals naturally seek the same. What if I were to say that if you refuse, I will withdraw this commission? Because of you. Failing to satisfy a simple request from the client would result in Konoha losing several hundred billion, Tianquan smirked, personally preparing a cup of tea for Tsunade and handing it to her. This seemingly polite gesture left Tsunade breathless. So, you set such a high commission to coerce me. Tsunade's forehead throbbed, genuinely infuriated. If it were a standard S-rank commission, it could easily be cancelled, but she was Tsunade Senju, the princess of Konoha and one of the legendary Sannin. How could Konoha endure such humiliation? Yet, this was several hundred billion. The old man would surely force her to apologize to Tianquan. It is not as if she were going to die. What was there to accept? She was a ninja. Even risking death was worthwhile. Moreover, as the ultimate medical ninja, once the sealing technique was unleashed, would death truly be a concern? All I am saying is that I am sincere in my intentions, Tianquan chuckled. I can certainly feel your sincerity, profoundly. Tsunade took a deep breath, truly realizing the weight of Tianquan's earnestness, as if an immense burden rendered her unable to escape. Come, let us enjoy tea and relax. Although the method is somewhat despicable, Tianquan smiled lightly. The pursuits of the wealthy are often so unpretentious. True love? Affection? She already holds someone dear in her heart. Isn't this merely asking for trouble? Still, as I said, producing something that suffices is enough. Chapter 69. The Rewards of Ninjas. To speak frankly, I have someone I admire. Tsunade hoped to dissuade him. Yet mere admiration does not equate to marriage. Tianquan remained unfazed. Even if she were married, it would not be impossible to test the waters. He would not be at a loss. He is gone, Tsunade lamented. Sister Tsunade. Kushina watched her sister with concern. Have you heard of Kato Dan? He perished during the last Ninja World War, Tianquan stated flatly. Yet in my heart, he lives on forever. And there is no room for another, Tsunade replied, her tone both sorrowful and resolute. Is it not merely the death of a former boyfriend? It has been so many years. The best way to forget a painful relationship is to begin anew, to sweeten the past with love and start a fresh life. Tianquan's words were genuinely sincere. For others, perhaps it is as you say, but for Sister Tsunade, the loss of Kato was difficult to forget. Kushina shook her head. How could one simply let go after such deep feelings? This is troublesome. It seems that coercion is indeed the most straightforward method. First, secure the person, and then feelings can be cultivated as needed. Tianquan was too lazy to pursue women. Having already spent money, why should he invest emotions? Does that not merely suggest you want to possess Sister Tsunade's body? No one would appreciate a lecherous man. Kushina protested. She harbors no feelings for me. Her heart still clings to her deceased former love. No amount of sweet talk would sway her. A ninja of her caliber would not be easily deceived by flattery. Tianquan waved dismissively. You understand, That is enough, Tsunade replied, equally exasperated. Yet, that is still better than coercion. That girl does not appreciate flattery, Kushina noted, feeling uncomfortable. It seems I lack that particular feeling, Tianquan sighed. Feeling? Lin inquired. The thrill of a sudden heartbeat. The desire to bear one's soul in testament to love. The fervent hope for reciprocation. The embrace that transforms into eternity. Even the softest whisper suffices to flow like a crystal-clear spring. Tianquan gazed at the reflection in his cup, speaking inexplicably. Tsunade regarded him with an unusual expression, choosing not to interrupt. Was it someone that Oni-chan once loved? You two have had a romantic involvement. Who was it? Hong and Lin's curiosity ignited. Was she taken away by another man? Kushina couldn't help but ask. What kind of absurd plot is that? Tianquan averted his gaze. Isn't that precisely what you do? I thought you might have developed some peculiar tendencies because of it. Kushina scoffed. Maitoku and Inuzuka, Lin and Obito, even teasing her. And now you have your sights set on Tsunade. Since you have no interest in romance, why even bring it up? The old man troubled me for quite some time yesterday. Tsunade expressed her displeasure. I never mentioned this when I took on the mission. It was entirely the idea of Lord Hokage, presumably seeing my worth. However, I am quite satisfied. With Lord Hokage's assistance, I am confident I will successfully win your heart. A crooked smile played on Tianquan's lips as he openly admired the beauty before him. Golden hair, mighty presence, maturity, allure. He had everything figured out. Damn. Tsunade's lips twitched, her clenched fist itching to strike. Tsunade, please don't be angry, don't be angry. Kushina quickly soothed. Moreover, Tianquan, don't say everything that comes to your mind. Tsunade truly has the strength to hammer you into the ground. One punch could make you lose your composure. In truth, I wanted to express that I can empathize with your feelings, that sense of losing a beloved. Tianquan imitated the prince's eloquence. You know nothing. That person is dead. You merely ended a relationship. Tsunade exclaimed, frustration evident in her expletives. Tianquan scratched his head, puzzled as to why his attempt at empathy fell flat. Shouldn't he have calmed down immediately, only to be further dulled by his remarks? This fellow must hold a significant place in your heart. Why not speak of him? What admirable qualities did you see in him? I will strive to surpass him, leaving a lasting impression in your heart until I earn your love. Tianquan proposed. Do you even know how to pursue a romantic relationship? Who discusses ex-partners with a girl? Kushina sighed. It seems you are quite eager to play matchmaker for us too. Considering the perspective of a guardian ninja, Tsunade's disapproving gaze reflected her disappointment. I do not wish for you, Tsunade, to remain trapped in sorrow. It has been so long. It is time to embrace a new life. This fellow, despite his questionable character, speaks the truth. A painful experience needs to be filled with a happier love. Of course, I do not agree that he is the one. That scoundrel is filled with vile thoughts. Kushina exclaimed, her heart aching for Tsunade, who had always cared for her. Tsunade fell silent, seemingly sensing Kushina's sentiments. After a moment, she spoke, mind your own business. Speak respectfully. Tianquan frowned. A cold remark made Tsunade's lips twitch, a mix of anger and exasperation. There's no need to threaten a girl's feelings. You weren't like this when you pursued me. Kushina, realizing her slip, quickly covered her mouth. You too? Tsunade caught the scent of gossip, suspiciously glancing at Kushina, then at Tianquan. No, he harbored such thoughts, but I am married to Minato, so I firmly rejected him. Had it not been for the client, I would have wanted to punch him twice. Kushina urgently clarified. Yes, that is how it is. We can testify. Lin and Hong, the little cuties, mischievously nodded. It's you two who are peculiar. How could there be such an odd request for a full-time little sister? It's clearly to win you over. Kushina retorted, swiftly pushing them aside. Instantly, the two little cuties fell silent, their cheeks flushed. A full-time little sister? Indeed, there is a precedent. The old man even took on such a request. Isn't that selling the village's ninjas? Tsunade fumed, feeling betrayed. Whose request isn't a request? Moreover, my task is light and poses no danger. Better than facing death, you should quietly enjoy it. Tianquan asserted confidently. This left Tsunade momentarily speechless, unable to retort. Compared to high-risk missions, this is indeed a blessing for ninjas. Chapter 70. Striving to love me since you wish to hear it, I shall speak plainly. Duan is gentle, considerate, and kind, aspiring to become Hokage for the sake of Konoha and peace. When I proposed the integration of medical ninjas into the task force and the establishment of a training system for them, all the higher-ups opposed it. But he alone withstood the pressure to support me. For Konoha, for me, he has done so much. Meanwhile, you merely see me as a lover or a plaything, which cannot compare in the slightest. Tsunade reminisced sorrowfully about Duan and the harrowing image of his demise before her. So, it turns out you are fond of an elegant, considerate, handsome figure endowed with a sense of justice and dreams. Tianquan, surprisingly, was unperturbed. Huh, me. What little puppy? I only like Duan. Tsunade stammered, flustered. Ha ha, what an apt metaphor. Kushina couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Duan is precisely that kind of person. Tsunade's cheeks flushed. What a pity, I am not the type of charming little puppy you fancy, Tianquan remarked with a smile. Now that you know, just give up. I will never come to love you, and do not let the old man bother me again. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. No, you will come to like me. Tianquan replied with a mysterious smile as he gazed at her. Still threatening? Tsunade frowned, solemn, genuinely at a loss for a solution. Though she is the princess of Konoha, she is ultimately a Konoha ninja. The Senju clan founded Konoha. Your two grandfathers became the first and second Hokage. Countless clan members sacrificed for Konoha on the battlefield. And you have fought countless battles for it, devoting your life's work to Konoha. As long as I can contribute to Konoha's well-being, I can naturally win your favor, Tianquan observed Tsunade, admiring her mature beauty. Tsunade frowned, feeling uncomfortable with the way he held sway over her. Yet, upon reflection, she couldn't help but smirk. Such calculation doesn't irk me. Rather, I find it quite appealing. What will you do? Generously dispense money. Or perhaps undertake a few grand commissions worth billions. She crossed her arms, openly acknowledging her weakness. Aren't you pursuing Tsunade? Why has it turned into a transaction? Kushina reminded her. If you can deliver, I might agree to grant you an opportunity to pursue me, even willing to climb into your bed. Tsunade, far from being displeased, stretched languorously, showcasing her perfect figure, exuding an air of majesty, her gaze imbued with allure and seduction. How to make Konoha better? What does that entail? To what extent must it improve? Isn't that up to her to decide? Tsunade, you're actually considering his proposal? Kushina was astonished. Tsunade, dear, Lin felt sympathy. Idolizing her without any blemish, she sacrificed herself for Konoha. My grandfather and the Senju clan contributed so much. For Konoha, I too can make sacrifices. Tsunade regarded Tianquan with a knowing smile, also crafting a vision for him. An opportunity for pursuit? It's a pity I am not someone who would fawn over you. How unfortunate. First, let me state my conditions. I promise to spend 100 billion annually on commissions, considering Konoha's 30,000 ninjas. Each ninja could receive an average of 33 million, which is equivalent to 280,000 per month. Tianquan shook his head, amused, while simultaneously revealing an irresistible proposition. 100 billion each year? Are you certain? Tsunade exclaimed in disbelief. Tsunade is indeed real. Previously, he had dispatched a similar number of missions with considerable remuneration. The Hokage even expressed his intention to execute these tasks with a wartime mentality. Kushina confirmed earnestly. You can verify this with the Hokage himself. He is fully aware of the amount I have allocated for these missions. Of course, only a portion has been paid as a deposit, with the remaining funds disbursed according to the task's progress. As for who will execute these tasks, that is a decision for the Hokage, and I cannot guarantee that everyone will receive a task, only a rough average. However, with the substantial number of missions I've commissioned, combined with those originally assigned to Konoha, it should certainly prevent a situation like that of Might Guy. Tianquan stated sincerely. No wonder the old man was so adamant, pressuring me into a union with you. Tsunade suddenly recalled her own mission and understood the origin of Saratobi's firmness. Konoha's annual budget is 200 billion, and Tianquan alone has quintupled Konoha's revenue, making it 6 times when factoring in the original scattered missions, transforming 30,000 into 180,000, from abject poverty to relative affluence. Not to mention Saratobi. Even she would resort to convincing the village's female ninjas by any means, even going so far as to undress them and send them to his bed. Yet now, she is the one at risk of being undressed, which complicates her feelings. What exactly is the situation with Might Guy? Tsunade inquired. He is a Konoha genin who specializes solely in taijutsu and has long struggled to secure missions and income. leading to malnutrition and severe poverty among the children. Now, with his missions, there is some income, and meals are fully covered, Kushina briefly explained. A taijutsu ninja unable to attain even the most basic nutrition. Doesn't that equate to risking their life for training? Tsunade furrowed her brow. Yet, she understood. This reflects Konoha's current state. Didn't you mention having aspirations? That medical ninja team you spoke of, establishing a nurturing mechanism for medical ninjas. Has that been realized after all these years? Tianquan asked. You wish to support me? The old man indeed values you, but alas. You are not even a ninja, Tsunade lamented. Tianquan chuckled lightly. You know nothing of money. Huh. Not everything can be resolved with money. Tsunade retorted angrily. Money is not omnipotent. Others were left speechless as well. B-rank mission. Learn a medical ninjutsu for 200,000. S-rank mission. Teach Konoha ninjas medical ninjutsu for a month at 2 million. Assuming Konoha has 30,000 ninjas, with 100 medical ninjas teaching for 12 months. The calculations yield approximately 1 billion. Do you believe this aspiration of yours can be realized? Tianquan rested his chin on his hand, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he gazed at Tsunade. In the midst of this calculation, Tsunade fell silent. Kushina, Sakura, and Rin stared blankly at Tianquan, utterly astonished. Money is indeed powerful. Long live the benefactor. Huh. Tsunade inhaled deeply, suppressing her tumultuous emotions, though her fingers trembled. Do you truly intend to do this for me? Tsunade's voice quivered with excitement. What the previous elder brother could not accomplish, I would be more than willing to resolve, showcasing a bit of my modest prowess. However, as it is a long-held dream, I believe it may be more fulfilling and meaningful for you to achieve it yourself. Tianquan remarked with a light chuckle. I should accomplish it, but I lack the funds. Damn it, if only I hadn't gambled in the past. My granduncle shouldn't have either, and should have saved all that money. Tsunade pounded the table in frustration, the first time she regretted her gambling losses. How could I lose? And lose so much? Even if not everyone learns a medical ninjutsu, wouldn't it be sufficient for at least one in each team? Wait, medical missions, several hundred billion. Tsunade quickly realized something, lifting her gaze to Tianquan. Remember, this is also my sincerity, Tianquan replied with a gentle nod. Tsunade bit her lip, falling into silence. The initial threat of sincerity left her burdened with anger. The second transaction's sincerity imbued her with a sense of righteousness, and now this third sincerity genuinely moved her. This emotion even altered her interpretation of the first threat. It was merely to keep her around, to ensure a fruitful dialogue. Hundreds of billions in mission funds. Even with a 4-layer cut for the village, Tsunade would still receive a substantial sum. Even if not all ninjas learn a single medical ninjutsu, having at least one in each team would suffice. As ninjas, they are all sharp-minded, easily following the conversation. I never imagined you would do so much for Tsunade. Kushina regarded Tianquan with a more complex gaze. Even she was touched. Rin and Sakura, the two adorable girls, also felt the romance in helping to realize a dream. What could be more romantic than that? As the man assisting you in fulfilling your dreams, he certainly eclipses that worthless man who has passed away. Tianquan thought boldly, admiringly. Tsunade and Kushina are unique. He seeks not only their bodies but also their affections, which are vital for his subsequent plans. Thank you, Tsunade replied, giving him a pointed look, but do refrain from speaking ill of my predecessors in my presence. It is only natural for the present to feel jealousy toward the past. She had even grown more understanding. Beyond the ninja realm, I will also invest in various industries within Konoha, providing a multitude of job opportunities. Depending on the development pace, it will amount to at least 1 trillion annually. Such a vast industry will attract 10-fold or even 100-fold the population to Konoha, whether as merchants, workers, or tourists. Sufficient to bring about a profound transformation. Coupled with the income from ninja missions, the resulting economic effect will surpass 10 trillion. Tianquan continued. Another 1,000 billion. Tsunade gazed at Tianquan with a shocked and profoundly complex expression. At this point, she truly found it impossible to refuse. Sarutobi may be the Hokage of Konoha, but Konoha is her home, the home for which her family has sacrificed everything. How could an investment of merely 2,000 billion transform into 10 trillion? Kushina felt both excitement and confusion. Simply put, your expenditure is my income. When people in a particular industry earn money and become affluent, they will indulge in leisure and spending, enabling more people to earn money, thus facilitating the flow of wealth, ensuring that everyone possesses wealth. Tianquan elucidated. I see. So, does this mean Konoha could become prosperous within a year? Kushina exclaimed, even feeling a hint of admiration for Tianquan, filled with anticipation for the future. Even my granduncle could not achieve such simplicity? Tsunade's feelings were complex. Your granduncle is unmatched in the world, but does he understand development? Does he comprehend order? He understands nothing. Tianquan scoffed. Despite possessing unparalleled strength, he still divided the tailed beasts, seeking balance. Even Naruto, despite his strength, lacked the familial ties that would compel him to consider the pain of others. At least Nagato's dread of annihilation curbed many minor actions among the villages. The only difference is, Naruto has no family. Speaking ill of your granduncle is excessive, Tsunade protested. Yet, she sighed, acknowledging that her granduncle indeed lacked such acumen. With all responsibilities resting on her second uncle, make a promise. I will grant Konoha peace and prosperity, and you shall be my woman. As long as I continue to develop Konoha and ensure its flourishing, you must remain by my side, wholeheartedly considering my interests and striving to love me. Tianquan's gaze fixed on Tsunade, presenting the terms of the transaction. What pursuit? It is your responsibility to fall in love with me. Senju Tsunade fell silent. The images of Kato, Konoha, and Tianquan flashed repeatedly in her mind. Chapter 71. Apologies and sacrifices for the village. I have indeed perceived your earnestness, and I am profoundly grateful for all that you have done for me. I am willing to accede to all your conditions. However, who can ascertain whether you shall fulfill them? We shall wait a year to see, or perhaps you will truly invest such a substantial sum. Or the medical commission will conclude. Konoha is my home, the place where my grandfather's family has sacrificed everything, a vessel for my deepest affections, for which I would not hesitate to give my life. If you can achieve this, even without stipulations, I would find a way to keep you in Konoha, even if it means presenting myself as a gift to you. Tsunade inhaled deeply, casting aside personal sentiments, focusing solely on the noble sacrifice for Konoha. At this moment, Kato Dan had become insignificant. Tsunade's heart ached for Kushina. What I express is merely a matter of time. The beloved princess is right before me, and I yearn to embrace her tightly rather than wait for a future of dissatisfaction. Do not threaten me with the cancellation of the commission. If you can accomplish even one of those tasks, you may possess me whenever you wish. Tsunade also stood firm on her principles. Tianquan furrowed his brow in silence, clearly unable to deliver at this moment. With your capacity to earn, it won't be long before you can cultivate feelings and strive for Tsunade to genuinely love you. Kushina advised. That could work, but during this period, shouldn't we interact as if we were in a romantic relationship, gradually becoming acquainted? Or shall I wait until I delve into your heart and gradually cultivate our feelings? Tianquan hesitated slightly, but ultimately agreed, transitioning into flirtation, which made Tsunade feel uneasy. Yet, she was reminded of her dream of a prosperous Konoha, where all ninjas thrive. Setting aside trivial distractions, I have a favorable impression of you. And it would have been even better had there been no threats at the outset. The development of Konoha has unveiled a vivid vision of the future to me, a point at which you surpassed Dan. Your tangible assistance in realizing my dream is far more substantial than mere verbal support from Dan, who is among the many foolish individuals who incessantly speak of becoming Hokage while remaining oblivious to what truly needs to be done. Tsunade propped her chin on her hand, observing Tianquan, and upon reflection, she suddenly recognized that he was not a bad person and had considered her interests significantly. Moreover, even if she were reluctant, she must actively endeavor to love, attempting to forget past memories. As for you, do not bring him up again. A green hat is indistinguishable in shade, be it deep or light green. Even if he has passed, your heart and soul now belong to me. Do you understand? Tianquan grinned. I understand. I will strive to forget him. You, the third party, are demanding so much. How can one simply forget such matters? Tsunade pouted in discomfort. Would you like me to assist you? On the day the conditions are met, we could pay a visit to his grave. Tianquan grinned wickedly, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Tsunade's forehead bulged with veins, her fists clenched tightly. You indeed possess a peculiar penchant for such things. Kushina bore a look of disbelief. Is this truly how one wins over the legendary Tsunade? How impressive, to ensnare the great Tsunade in such a manner. Lin clenched her fists in discontent. She had been coerced in such a way, and now her idol was also forced to yield. How cruel. Tsunade, my apologies. I fear I may have to impose upon you in the future. Kushina gazed at Tianquan, her emotions complex, feeling guilty towards Tsunade. Her sister, who had always cared for her, was subjected to such treatment, and yet she could do nothing. This is voluntary on my part, so do not blame him. Aren't the wealthy often like this? Besides, he has provided so many benefits to Konoha, aiding me in realizing my dreams, which I simply cannot refuse. Tsunade took a breath, shaking her head, not blaming Kushina, nor urging her to resent Tianquan. Protecting the village is an obligation that cannot be forsaken. Assisting her would be a betrayal of that duty, a severe transgression for a ninja, almost akin to treason. It may appear to be merely a few words, yet the severity depends on the master's perspective. If the master perceives this as betrayal, it could escalate dramatically. Remember, every year counts. Should you face bankruptcy at any moment, do not blame me for severing ties. Tsunade spoke to Tianquan with a hint of annoyance. That is merely the baseline. Do not forget I have been in Konoha for less than a month. You will need to clean yourself up and crawl back to me when the time comes. Tianquan chuckled. A ninja village truly is a paradise where one can indulge in their desires. Less than a month? Your words imply you seek benefits. How shameless. As long as you can accomplish any task, we can discuss anything. Tsunade was taken aback, simultaneously seeing through his ulterior motives. If we are now in a relationship, shouldn't we share a hug to become more familiar? Tianquan gazed at her, genuinely tempted by the allure of her maturity. Are you a dog, seeking such intimacy? Tsunade's lips twitched. Suddenly, she found herself reminiscing about Jiraiya, who could be hit whenever necessary, and could lie in the hospital for a month without issue. This gentleman truly is a remarkable figure. After inhaling deeply to suppress her complex emotions, she proactively moved to sit beside Tianquan. What a mature aura he exudes. Tianquan wrapped his arms around her, experiencing an epic embrace, relishing the essence of a mature beauty flowing within him. You should avoid wearing that outfit in the future. It detracts from your beauty. I will prepare something for you, Tianquan softly said, brushing Tsunade's golden hair behind her ear. Tsunade did not refuse and prepared herself to adapt to Tianquan's flaws, ready to please him. Tianquan contentedly caressed her face, habitually trailing down her neck, only to be swatted away by Tsunade, who glared at him. It has been 2 hours. It is time to exchange experiences from the shadow clones. Today, Tsunade has endured enough, so do not bully her. Allow her to recuperate, Kushina sighed. Ninjas truly cannot afford to be hard on their clients. Tianquan formed hand seals, and thousands of shadow clones dissipated in the rear mountain. Kushina placed a hand on Tianquan's shoulder, a surge of chakra flowing to assist him in his training. By the way, Tsunade, I have heard you enjoy gambling. Shall we have a few rounds for fun? Tianquan proposed. Wait, what do you wish to wager? Tsunade was about to agree when she quickly inquired. Are you still considering gambling with money? Tianquan chuckled. Money is useful to me. I am temporarily abstaining from gambling. Tsunade flatly refused. This was her first time rejecting a gambling invitation, and her interest in gambling had significantly waned. Is it truly possible that Tsunade has declined? This is utterly unbelievable. Kushina stared in astonishment. How about we wager that the loser must remove an article of clothing? Tianquan suggested. Do I appear to be so easily deceived? Such a blatant objective earned him a bewildered look from Tsunade. What is the worst that could happen? I could still force you to comply, right? By the way, let us host a bonfire music festival at this crystal mansion tonight. I'll invite everyone from the estate. Dozens of people together will create the perfect atmosphere for gambling. Tianquan declared. Tsunade, perhaps we should refrain. I worry about you, Kushina interjected. Kushina, enough. Let us proceed. At worst, I would not play for the last piece, but if you end up with nothing, do not blame me for coveting your wealth. The gambler within could not resist the thrill of betting, especially with so many people involved, alongside the allure of the bonfire music festival. Yet, this rogue would inevitably turn the festival into. Tianquan's breath quickened as he sought to ruin his beautiful moment. I hope you can fulfill your promise. Tsunade and Kushina cover their faces, leaving little to say. A sense of foreboding looms, and Rin feels the tension. Perhaps something will indeed occur, given Oni-chan's temperament, Red remarks. Chapter 72. The Awakening of the Pure Love Warrior Dinner Time. Rin, carrying a tray, opens the basement door, and the twilight light pours in, casting shadows reminiscent of the moonlight. Rin, Obito, struggling against the chains in his cage, gazes at her with heartfelt emotion, as if she were a beacon of hope in the darkness. Hurry and eat, she says, placing the tray down before turning to leave, her demeanor almost mechanical. As if performing a task. Rin. A sharp pang of despair strikes Obito's heart, and even his usually dulled senses perceive the growing distance between them. The moonlight, so close, yet seemingly 1,000 miles away, is a chasm any pure love warrior cannot endure, the distance of hearts. Watching Rin depart, Obito's desperation intensifies. He longs for just a moment more with her. Didn't you mention that Lady Tsunade would come this morning? Did you meet her? I can't see the light of day in here. Please, talk to me. His words, filled with urgency and a plea, cause Rin to hesitate, her heart softening. Yes, I saw her. Lady Tsunade mentioned that if there are any issues during this time, I could consult with her. Congratulations. You've always admired her. Strive to become her apprentice, Obito responds, feeling as though he has returned from the depths of despair to the heights of joy. As long as Rin is willing to converse with him, he feels a surge of happiness. Such a stroke of luck. Rin shoots him a glance of skepticism. Your fingers are shattered beyond repair. With my medical skills, I cannot mend them. But for Lady Tsunade, it should be simple. I might ask her if Oni-chan does not object. Rin sighs as she speaks. Thank you. If I cannot be healed, I may never become a ninja, Obito's voice falters. Tears welling in his eyes. Overwhelmed by emotion, guilt engulfs him. Rin is striving for him, and now she must plead for help on his behalf. Is he truly deserving of such dedication? The pain of realization strikes him. He is worthless, unworthy of Rin. Given your nature, perhaps relinquishing the path of a ninja is a wise choice, Kakashi wisely observes. Being a ninja is no trifling matter. I saved you this time. What about next? Or the time after? You could truly die, Rin states sternly. I will not abandon the path of a ninja. Obito declares, determination surging within him. I will double my training and strive as hard as my guy. He inhales deeply, resolving firmly. To protect you, to reclaim you. Yet, he refrains from voicing the latter half. Does it even hold significance now? He has uttered too many self-deceiving promises. Moreover, what Tenkyu said rings true. If one cannot care for oneself, how can they offer a future to their beloved? It is better not to profess love, nor to become a burden. I may endure in the mire, but those I love cannot. Until now, he had dismissed Tenkyu, mocking his lack of talent. Yet, this statement unveils the vast distance between them. What interesting things happened today? Obito shifts the conversation, finding solace in speaking with the moonlight. I hope this experience allows you to grow. I won't be able to assist you any longer, Rin sighs, refraining from further persuasion. Thank you, Obito feels a deep, soul-stirring gratitude. After Lady Tsunade arrives, Oni-chan intends to pursue her. It's not so much to pursue, but they've reached an agreement. As long as he commissions 100 billion in Konoha, Lady Tsunade will agree to be with him. They are already in a relationship. Rin explains. How despicable. Obito's tension escalates, worry etched on his face. Rin, do not let his money sway you. If he attempts anything, you must refuse. It's better to abandon the path of a ninja. This question has tormented him for far too long. Without a clear answer, there remains hope. Yet many details hint at a different outcome. He desperately wishes it isn't true, even if it means deceiving himself. Rin casts a fleeting glance at Obito. Disappointment shadowing her heart. For whom is she making such sacrifices? Her declaration of abandoning the ninja path seems to render her efforts absurd. I apologize for my fervor. Rin's calm gaze jolts Obito into awareness, chilling him to the bone. The sense of distance and alienation he feels is more tormenting than the thought of Rin losing herself to another. What then? Lady Tsunade is so pitiable. Could we not inform the Hokage? Obito attempts to shift the mood. But Lady Tsunade has made sacrifices for Konoha. What would informing the Hokage change? Rin replies, indeed. Obito sighs, contemplating. Even if Rin were to be with that man, it would be to save him, to seek Tenkyu's assistance. What right does he have to complain? Even if Rin is willing, how can he impose his will upon her? Is that true love? Is he not worse than the likes of Inuzuka Kiba? At least Kiba respects the choices of his beloved, striving to win her love through his own efforts. What of him? He merely forces his desires upon others. I am sorry. I might truly be inferior even to Kiba. I am utterly wretched, Obito laments, engulfed by self-doubt and guilt. Observing Obito's demeanor, Rin falls silent. Her resolve to continue the conversation dissipating. Rin, are you there? The bonfire concert is about to begin. Let us hurry and change our clothes. Red's voice calls from outside. Yes, I'm coming, Rin replies, then turns to Obito. I will go ahead. You should finish your meal. With that, she departs without hesitation. As Rin disappears into the light, Obito watches her retreating figure with a bittersweet expression. She has entirely embraced a life of privilege. Tasks, ruthlessness, death, bloodshed, and cruelty. These are the words that accompany a ninja's life. The bonfire concert? It feels too distant from the realm of a ninja. The only connection he has is as a ninja executing missions, protecting the joyful Rin before the bonfire, rather than participating alongside her. These are things he cannot provide. Chapter 73. If one day I fall in love, Bada, a certain Dallin, takes a bag of beautiful treasures, exclaiming joyfully, wow. Oh. At this moment, resolved to never look back, we soar towards our aspirations, the azure sky above. Though I have never truly grasped the essence of sorrow, I have begun to explore the meaning of pain. Even the feelings I harbor for you transform into a symphony of unspoken words. Before the blazing bonfire, Tenkyu releases his song, liberating his emotions. A song of a bluebird expresses the essence of freedom as his blood ignites with passion. Remarkable. The models and maids applaud enthusiastically. I never expected you could sing so beautifully, Tsunade exclaims in surprise. Spend more time with me, and you will discover many of my virtues. Tenkyu replies with a light chuckle. In the future, the estate will host gatherings thrice a week. This time a music theme, next a pool party, followed by a ball, and then a heartfelt tea gathering. Any delightful theme is welcome. Even if I cannot attend, witnessing your splendid appearances will bring me joy. So, let us revel in life to the fullest. Tenkyu announces to the gathered maids and female ninjas. Hooray! Lord Tenkyu is magnificent. The crowd of maids and models cheers in unison. Indulging in exquisite delicacies, adorned in an array of splendid gowns complemented by luxurious jewelry. Within the azure confines of the Crystal Manor, they exude an air of elegance reminiscent of highborn socialites. Even those ostentatious nouveau riche seem lacking in refinement compared to them. You truly are extravagant. Such a gathering must entail considerable expenses, remarked Tsunade with keen interest. If earning money does not bring joy, then it is devoid of meaning. Tianquan chuckled. Of course, it is evident you are the sole male protagonist here. It is obvious what your intentions are, Kushina waved dismissively. Had it not been for her duties as a guardian ninja, she would have deemed attendance impossible. As long as this rogue has not succeeded, he will continuously ignite his desire for challenge. You must endure, Mei teased as she approached Tianquan. Tianquan accepted the wine glass, boldly grasping her slender waist. Tsunade observed, but chose not to comment, accepting it as the norm. Was that you singing, Oni-chan? It was simply enchanting. Lin and Hong arrived. Where have you been? Why did you arrive so late? Tianquan inquired. I delivered dinner to Obito, then went to find Lin, and only after changing into a new outfit did I come here. Hong explained, showcasing her charming yet alluring attire as she sat beside Tianquan. Apologies. I feared there would be no time once the festivities commenced, so I delivered it first. Lin remarked, donning a white short dress as she joined Tianquan on the other side. Obito, you truly take care of him. Tianquan embraced the two lovely girls. With everyone absent, who else would tend to him? If I do not care for him, what can I do? To pay such a hefty price and perish here would leave me unable to face Kakashi and Minato-sensei, Lin murmured, leaning against Tianquan. Your attentiveness towards Obito stirs a hint of jealousy within me. Come, soothe me, she added as Tianquan formed a hand seal for water release. How brazen. Tsunade's brows furrowed. She was accustomed to the recklessness of the affluent and had witnessed the brutality and ugliness of the ninja world. After all, it was of no concern to her. But Tianquan, if they were to be together, would she not have to endure such excess frequently? Tsunade, it's not too late to back out now, Kushina whispered. Tsunade hesitated momentarily, but ultimately shook her head. I am a ninja who has killed without a second thought. What right do I have to disdain him? I will gradually adapt. After all, the wealthy are often so indulgent. For the sake of Konoha, I could descend into hell. Kushina sighed silently, wishing to shield her sister from such indignities. Oni-chan, would you sing another song? We arrived just in time to miss the first, Lin suggested, breathlessly. Lord Tianquan, another song. Please, we have not had our fill, the circle of ladies urged him, creating an atmosphere filled with enthusiasm. Very well, after this song, it will be your turn. If you possess talent, I intend to cultivate you into stars, releasing albums and hosting concerts. You must perform well, Tianquan proclaimed confidently. Stars. The lady's eyes lit up. instantly becoming more animated. Can we, who are not ninjas, also participate? One maid could not resist asking. Of course, Tianquan chuckled lightly. The atmosphere became lively as everyone rallied together. Jean Mating remarked. Oni-chan, sing quickly. I am ready to jot down the lyrics for a cover, Hong urged, pulling out a small notebook. Tianquan tousled Hong's hair before directing his gaze at Tsunade, ultimately resting on Kushina. My dear brother, I must inquire, would you mind if I pursued your beloved? Do not blame me for my heart's cruelty, for she is simply too enchanting. Yet, I must express my apologies. She often praises your loyalty and righteousness, yet in matters of passion, you seem lacking. In her heart, she still loves you, which is why she has yet to confess. Perhaps you two were never meant to intertwine, and perhaps she and I are more suited. Hong stared at Tianquan in confusion, as did the others, their expressions perplexed. Is this song directed at me? I said not to look while I sing. What do you mean by lacking in that regard? I am not a woman driven by unfulfilled desires. Kushina's scalp tingled from the implications. This fellow's intentions towards her were laid bare, and she could only withstand it with her ninja resolve. If he can win my heart, can he not do the same to you? It is merely a matter of time. Once he sets his sights on you, no one in Konoha can escape. Tsunade shook her head at Kushina. Oni-chan, just sing without complicating matters. I will simply avoid Obito from now on, Lin said, her body tense as she suppressed her emotions. However, Tianquan did not reply, his voice resonating with deep emotion as he sang louder. If one day I fall in love with your wife, and if your wife loves me in return, dear brother, please do not weep. I shall ensure she suffers no wrong. The enchanting melodies of the Crystal Manor echoed amidst the bonfire, as the wager with Tsunade commenced post-song. To seize the opportunity of becoming a star, all the young ladies enthusiastically joined in. What connection could there be between stardom and gambling? Huh, Tianquan remarked. If one performs well, who then shall judge? To the judges, I shall offer the most soulful of melodies. Is that not the most beautiful voice? Tsunade's expression darkened as she realized her preparations had been in vain, having donned several garments for the evening's gambling, only to find herself out of luck, perpetually losing. But this group seemed to deliberately lose, actively shedding equipment at the first sign of defeat, citing various excuses such as the heat or the depth of emotions. Hong, you look weary. Perhaps you should rest, Tianquan suggested, gently placing the exhausted Hong down before shifting his focus back to Tsunade, offering her a smile. Will you not sing a couple of songs for this concert? He inquired. Your voices are already loud enough. Tsunade shot him a glare, but still took the microphone to accompany the music. I thought I could love you forever, keep you in my heart, yet unexpectedly, I find myself needing to love another man, and I must devise ways to win his affection, even if it means enticing him with my body. If that day comes, and my heart's feelings no longer belong to you, please forgive me. Tsunade ignored the surrounding noise, her heart a tumult of emotions. There are many beautiful women in the world, and he is not lacking in admirers. Yet Tianquan, with his aspirations for Konoha, is a unique benefactor within the entire ninja realm. Even if Tianquan is reckless and indulgent, she must learn to adapt as a ninja. The challenge lies in instilling feelings within him for herself and for Konoha. Moreover, Tsunade's heart had already begun to waver at his sincerity. Lin, are you parched from singing? Come, have some water, Tianquan said, oblivious to Tsunade's inner turmoil, only noticing Lin's perspiration. In the dim, quiet basement, faint echoes of the gathering's singing reached them. Lin, I have never heard you sing before. If the opportunity arises, I would love to hear your voice. Gathered around the bonfire, Obito leaned against the wall. As the indistinct sounds enveloped him, drawing him into sweet reminiscences, erasing his physical pain. Every pure-hearted warrior draws strength from cherished memories, healing their wounded souls. Chapter 74. Hokage Restaurant. This restaurant is utterly stunning, with its bright, spacious decor and exquisitely smooth tiles. The 10 breathtaking beauties from Ninja World Shock are featured on promotional posters. I simply must try this establishment. The bustling commercial street, vibrant in the early morning, showcased an eye-catching structure. Other establishments are mere wooden huts with wooden tables and chopsticks, at best resembling concrete shanties. If one wishes to be charitable, one might call it rustic, but in truth, it is simply old-fashioned and outdated. However, this modern architecture, which seamlessly integrates light luxury, is filled with sleekness, brightness, cleanliness, and meticulous detail, entirely devoid of any traces of aged wood. The ultramodern elegance evokes an expansive feeling within those who behold it. Today marks the grand opening of Hokage restaurant, with a generous discount of 30% off the entire menu. Would you care for a drink? It's not $19.98 or $998, merely $128 for two. 10 charming waitresses in matching uniforms warmly attend to customers, and the impressive sight of a bustling food truck provides a visual feast. What do you mean it's only $128? I'll have a cup of bubble tea and a serving of fried chicken. Yes, please. The silky, delicate texture and the sweet flavor evoke the sensation of love. I must take some home for my girlfriend to taste. Tian Quan exclaimed, his eyes wide with delight. Is it really that extravagant? I'll try a cup, along with a burger and a taro pie, and a portion of chicken nuggets. Please queue up, the staff. Noticing the crowd at the entrance, began to fumble. The maid team, modeling group, including over 30 individuals like Hong, Lin, and Jiu Xian Nai, promptly formed a long line. The drinks are prepared swiftly, a cup in 10 seconds. Bread is sliced, meat and salad are assembled, and the fried chicken, legs and wings are ready in a mere 10 seconds. What is happening over there? Why are there so many in line? This restaurant appears to cater to the affluent and seems excessively luxurious, yet the prices are surprisingly reasonable. I'll have a luxurious set for $648. With such a long queue, there must be a reason. Let me give it a try. Hokage stands out amongst the wooden houses. And unlike the exorbitant prices of century jewelry, Hokage offers a more accessible experience in both food and decor. Furthermore, with prices comparable to 2 bowls of ramen, the psychological contrast is undeniable. Are we really doing business like this with over 30 people? Lin commented, holding her bubble tea while observing the lengthy queue. This is called marketing. You wouldn't understand, Tian Quan lightly teased. Unfortunately, Lin managed to evade his playful gesture, smiling victoriously at Tian Quan. Lady Tsunade, I have already purchased your drink, Lin cheerfully waved. Indeed, this outfit is much more flattering. My previous rugged appearance lacked femininity, Tian Quan admired. Clad in a form-fitting purple dress with high heels and sheer black stockings, her natural attributes accentuated the aesthetic of a fashion show. You summoned me merely for advertising? Tsunade approached to take the tea. That was a secondary motive. My primary intention was to treat you to tea, followed by a casual handholding with Tian Quan. You're quite forward, Lin remarked. Such intimate gestures in public caused Tsunade to stiffen momentarily, though she did not pull away, inciting jealousy among onlookers. Suddenly, a sharp cry echoed from the sky as a dozen eagles, or rather ninja eagles, soared above. Flyers scattered like blossoms in the wind, capturing everyone's attention. The village's ninja eagles are distributing promotional materials. I eagerly anticipate what they contain. Is it a stunning beauty recommendation for Hokage? Could we possibly see the actual beauty? The restaurant appears quite upscale. If it were overpriced, I wouldn't consider it. Flyers, posters, newspapers, all forms of saturated promotion. The ninja eagles scatter flyers. The decor is stylish and exquisite, and the products sufficiently novel. What a grand undertaking. Such a significant buzz will surely make its way throughout Konoha. Indeed, there's no need for me to advertise, Tsunade marveled, having never witnessed such a marketing approach before. Tian Quan chuckled, as promoting is certainly one of his core competencies, and he is eager to excel in it. Hong, Yamashiro Haichi passed by with his team. Captain Haichi, Hong greeted politely. Long time no see, Hong. Are you shopping? It must be delightful being a full-time sister, Hibiichi expressed enviously. Hong, what are you all consuming? Asuma wondered, observing the group. Bubble tea and fried chicken. Hong is enjoying red bean milk tea, which I highly recommend. Tian Quan interjected. It's very sweet and delicious, Hong nodded after taking a sip. Given the hardships of being a ninja, indulging in something sweet is essential. Life is too bitter otherwise, Tian Quan remarked. I'll join the queue and grab a serving for everyone. Asuma, intrigued by the crowd, decided to join. I'll have a portion too, Hibiichi followed suit. Tingzhu Haichi, Lady Tsunade, what brings all of you here? Nara Shikaku arrived with his team. It's merely a coincidence. Are you preparing to leave the village for a mission? Yamashiro Haichi inquired. We're waiting for our client to leave the village. Have you tried Hokage? Nara Shikaku noticed their bubble tea in the exceptionally chic restaurant nearby. It's quite refreshing, invigorating, and delightful, Tian Quan added. It truly is delicious and sweet. Akimichi Dingzhu also praised his drink. Go ahead and have a taste. Given how much my friends are enjoying it, Nara Shikaku suggested. How much longer must we stand here? It doesn't seem right to profit from our acquaintances, Lin whispered. her lips twitching. What is wrong with that? Making money isn't shameful. Tianquan affectionately ruffled Lin's hair. Won't we get in trouble if we're discovered? Jiao Xin voiced her concern quietly. Is this restaurant owned by Tianquan? Namikaze Minato was drawn in by the fluttering flyers. Yes, give it a try. It's quite good, Tianquan replied confidently. Excellent. Minato smiled brightly and joined the queue. Let us leave quickly. Do you want to showcase your relationship with Lady Tsunade for all to envy? Jiao Xin remarked in exasperation. The line is already quite long. Let us move on. Tianquan nodded with satisfaction. Haven't you noticed? The stunning beauties in the advertisement for Ninja World Shock are one thing, but even the staff are remarkably striking. Could there be some enhancement at play? I'm not sure how this topic arose, but it stated that the product is nutrient-rich. I'll have a serving to taste the balance of flavors. I'm different. I'm buying it for my wife. It's beneficial for her. In just an hour. Hokage has become a well-known upscale restaurant in Konoha, with lines stretching over 100 meters. The staff may look ordinary, yet they possess an extraordinary allure, bursting forth from their maid outfits. What a stunning visual impact. It's impressive to find so many attractive individuals, Tsunade conceded. Oni-chan really loves the spectacle, Hong observed Tsunade, who seemed to have never experienced such admiration in her life. There aren't that many stunning individuals. It's all thanks to scientific ninja tools, Tianquan remarked. Scientific ninja tools? Everyone turned their gaze towards the 10 waitresses, resembling majestic peaks. Surely, this cannot be real. Lin's eyes widened. Each one of them is larger than my head. It's absurd. Jiao Xin's scalp tingled. So what if they're fake? They're still pleasing to the eye. Not only does it serve a promotional purpose, but it also uplifts my spirits. Furthermore, I plan to advertise. Hokage, deliciously nutritious. Enhancing beauty and body shape. Tianquan proclaimed confidently, considering himself a genius. Can it really enhance beauty? Tsunade questioned skeptically. Consuming high oil, fat, and sugar will inevitably lead to weight gain. Removing fat from other areas could enhance the bust, right? Weight loss pills promote fat burning, resulting in a natural muscular texture. Akin to exercising. Doesn't that count as shaping the body? As for nutrition, isn't it evident that if one gains weight, they're consuming too much nutrition? That's nutrient surplus. Tianquan grinned, leaving several people speechless. Is this what one would call false advertising? Although one may require assistance from weight loss pills, surely it is preferable to the deceit of images for reference only, right? After all, isn't there a chance of gaining weight with half the effectiveness? Being excessively large is not ideal either. It can cause strain on the neck. Tsunade remarked. I can assist. It is my duty as a boyfriend, Tianquan volunteered. You should focus on earning money quickly. Once you have it, you can use it however you wish. Tsunade crossed her arms. Chapter 75. 10 trillion Lord Tianquan. There are 37 candidates for the store manager position, all of whom I have brought, Mating announced, returning with the group. Tianquan surveyed the room, cradling the red-haired girl in his arms, stroking her long hair. No rush, Manager Huajing. Please report on the operational status of Hokage Restaurant on its opening day. There were no guests. Everyone stood obediently. On the first day of Hokage Restaurant, 210,000 drinks, 170,000 hamburgers, 120,000 servings of chicken nuggets, and even the cheapest fries sold 21 million portions. The total revenue amounted to 13.84 million taels. Manager Huajing quickly opened the ledger to report. What? 13.84 million in just one day? Am I dreaming? That equates to over 400 million in a month? 5 billion in a year. The signboard mentioned a 1 dividend, 50 million from 5 billion. I initially aimed for 1 million annual salary, but it turns out that is merely the base salary. All applicants gasped, only to exhale heated breaths, the room's temperature rising significantly, their eyes reddening. It's merely a food establishment. This is outrageous. Rin could hardly believe it. Truly, he is impressive, Red admired. Earnings in the food industry are generally modest. Tianquan waved dismissively. This is still considered modest. Tsunade was astonished. Even if she undertook a 14 million S-class commission, it would be fraught with peril, yet Tianquan achieves this in a single day? Yet, such accomplishments foster greater trust, convincing her that he would soon realize his ambitions. The fries weighed 6 taels, chicken fillets 68 taels, milk 128 taels, hamburgers 198 taels, fried chicken 328 taels, and a single meal package 648 taels. equivalent to multiple servings of Ichiraku ramen. However, our shop's decor is sophisticated and upscale, and the products are novel. Overall, it remains relatively affordable. Tianquan was unfazed by this. In 1987, the first KFC in Huaxia generated 300,000 yuan in one day, back when a penny still held value. And where is this? Here in Konoha, even the farmers surrounding the area can commission jobs, who in the village doesn't possess at least 500,000? An influx of tourists, merchants, and job seekers, all arriving with money in hand. They will require lodging, meals, and will undoubtedly desire any intriguing novelties they encounter. All of this translates to profit. The commissions that ninjas earn primarily originate outside of Konoha, yet they and their families reside in Konoha. Thus their expenditures circulate within the village. Why compare to Ichiraku ramen? Hinata inquired. That provides a concept of purchasing power. Tianquan chuckled lightly. Shouldn't we consider rice and meat instead? What is Ichiraku ramen? Kushina expressed her confusion. Impossible. That cannot be. I run a restaurant myself. I cannot manage tens of thousands of orders. A 34-year-old man found this incredulous, convinced they were jesting. There is nothing impossible. Just 2 slices of bread, add the ingredients, and package it into bags or boxes. How long could that take? Tianquan remarked. What about the cooking time? Frying takes at least 7 to 8 minutes. Even chicken nuggets and fries require over 5 minutes. They all belong to the food industry. The sheer volume was unfathomable. With multiple floors and rows of fryers, hundreds of servings could be fried simultaneously and retrieved once they float to the surface, creating a streamlined production process. Tianquan remained calm. For years in the restaurant industry, I have never heard of a streamlined production process. How many customers would that take? No wonder the revenue exceeds tens of millions. The crowd gasped again, incredulous. But what about the costs? A young man could not contain his curiosity. Costs. Every chicken leg, wing, fillet, claw, and carcass derives from a single chicken. Even the head and tail are ground into meat paste for nuggets, leaving no waste, and then coated in various batters to enhance volume. Tianquan smiled, unbothered by their knowledge. Can one chicken yield 7? By this calculation, costs are less than 1/10. When considering the dividend ratio, the annual profit would be 49 million. Along with a base salary of 1 million, such wealth could sustain a family. If a single restaurant can earn this much, how terrifying would Century Jewelry be? Everyone's eyes bulged, bloodshot with fervor, akin to raging bulls. They must stand out from the competition at all costs to secure the manager position. Not only them, but even Rin and Red gazed at him with excitement. With 37 individuals, if 37 branches were opened, wouldn't that yield 185 billion annually? Red counted on her fingers. Astonished. Gasp. The ninjas inhaled sharply, the temperature rising once more. Equivalent to 10,000 S-class commissions. If one is completed daily, that amounts to 274 years. Rin's eyes sparkled, her cheeks flushed as she looked at Tianquan. It turns out one could truly afford to support her with an S-class commission each day. Having already committed as a full-time sister, having been thoroughly indulged, she could manage being supported. She was thick-skinned enough to handle it. And this is merely a restaurant? Surely, your most profitable venture is Century Jewelry, right? Kushina gazed at Tianquan with excitement. Meiting, report on the other businesses, Tianquan instructed. Yes, Jean Meiting, equally flushed with excitement, trembled as she opened the ledger. Konoha Century Jewelry, today's revenue amounts to 2.7 billion, with a significant increase in purchases from traveling merchants. In the capital of the Fire Country, revenue reached 5.3 billion. The accounts and funds were dispatched overnight. In terms of publications, sales of Shocking the Ninja World and Fashionable Beauties have declined, yet new releases like Let Us Get Married and Shocking the Ninja World 2 are performing exceptionally well, yielding a daily profit of 5 million taels. The film Savior remains fully booked, with box office earnings of 1.3 million. Considering Hokage restaurant's revenue, the daily profit exceeds 1 billion. Jean Meiting's hands trembled as she held the ledger. If calculated with 37 branches, wouldn't that amount to trillions? No, it's 10 trillion. Red counted on her fingers, exhilarated. This is terrifying. The room grew so tense that it felt nearly devoid of oxygen. Their faces flushed. The atmosphere became heated. 10 trillion is a mere pittance. Even Tsunade swallowed hard, staring at him in disbelief. A mere promise of billions is insignificant. Investing billions annually in Konoha is merely a drop in the ocean. Lord Tianquan, my name is Mato Chuanmei. My family has been in business since my childhood. But we were robbed by mountain bandits and came to Konoha to make a living, bringing 20 years of management experience. Now, with just one word from you, I will head east without hesitation. I shall become your servant. A 32-year-old man eagerly seized the opportunity, kneeling and bowing before him. Be it Century Jewelry or Hokage Restaurant. I have no preference for which branch manager I become. Henceforth, I shall be your loyal servant, doing whatever you command. I am your dog. Do not treat me as a human. In a moment of shared excitement, everyone knelt in reverence, each striving to outdo the other in their eagerness. In an era marked by decline, those without power and influence become acutely aware of their humility, especially when faced with a figure capable of propelling them to greatness. They would consider it an immense honor, even to address him as father. Father, can you hear me? Father, please look at your child. Father, might you bestow a reward? Chapter 76. Loyalty. The requirements for the store manager position are as follows. Candidates should be aged between 24 and 48, with a neat and presentable appearance. A minimum of 3 years of management experience is required, along with strong leadership, communication, and management skills. A proactive, optimistic personality is also essential. Above all, loyalty is paramount. Tianquan narrowed his eyes, surveying the room. All 37 candidates knelt respectfully before him, devoid of any impatience. Lord Tianquan, Kim Mei-ting reported. Shui Yuanjia AI has performed admirably today as the intern store manager at the Konoha Century Jewelry. She quickly grasped the various jewelry styles and proposed a beauty contest with no judges, allowing the public to vote for the most beautiful champion. I believe this competition could be held regularly, showcasing the authority of Century Jewelry and becoming a popular topic throughout the ninja world. Beside her stood a woman in her 30s, waiting respectfully, dressed in a standard professional outfit. Her white shirt, adorned with silver buttons at the collar, paired with a black pencil skirt and sheer black stockings, lent her legs a delicate sheen, reminiscent of finely oiled skin. The fitted uniform accentuated her waist and curvaceous figure, exuding the allure of a ripe peach. Clearly, she was an elite individual from high society, perfectly suited for the luxury retail environment. Thanks to Lord Tianquan for recognizing my potential and granting me this invaluable opportunity, the store manager, Shui Yuanjia AI, expressed with gratitude towards Tianquan. Recognition is merely a fleeting opportunity. Trust is what sustains longevity. This evening, report to my room to discuss your future plans in detail. If all goes well, your position as store manager will be confirmed within a week, Tianquan stated, unabashedly extending the invitation before everyone present. Yes, Lord Tianquan. Shui Yuanjia AI's heart raced. She understood the implications. Rather than hesitate, joy illuminated her face. With numerous competitors, her desire for advancement was palpable. Lord Tianquan, please grant me a chance as well. I have a daughter who deeply admires you. I have been away on business for so long, and I worry for my wife alone in Konoha. I implore you to look after her. My childhood friend is rather inept. Please offer your guidance. Another candidate hastily interjected, each eager to voice their requests, eyes gleaming with the hope of a brighter future. Every industry possesses the potential for vast fortunes. Who wouldn't he be tempted? Who wouldn't he yearn for progress? You are all commendable. I shall provide you with opportunities, Tianquan affirmed, satisfied with their enthusiasm. What is loyalty? It is not merely giving what is requested. True loyalty manifests when individuals willingly demonstrate their allegiance, consistently striving to prove their fidelity. Even if initially reluctant, they will eventually become accustomed to it. Just as laws remind us to abide by them, self-imposed adherence to rules is far more likely to be followed. While not absolute, only loyalty that has withstood trials can be deemed genuine, in contrast to empty declarations. When loyalty becomes the norm, when it permeates the atmosphere, any thoughts of betrayal will be swiftly reported by subordinates, rivals, friends, or even family, transforming them into witnesses of loyalty. Typically, you would familiarize yourselves with various operational roles, demonstrating your managerial capabilities over a minimum period of 1 month. However, as you have heard, my business is vast and rapidly expanding, necessitating immediate staffing. Tomorrow, I shall provide each of you with jewelry worth 5 million. Your task is to travel to the Fire Nation cities to sell it and establish branches. I will arrange for ninjas to ensure your safety, so you need not worry. The amount you sell and the type of stores you establish will reflect your abilities. Your capacity to abscond with funds will reveal your loyalty. Should you prefer to remain in Konoha, that option is available as well. Tian Quan's discerning gaze swept across the room. While some may be unqualified, the usual timeline is too lengthy. Thus, he lowered the requirements. As long as they sell the products and generate profit, they would be deemed successful. Even if issues arise, they could always reopen the stores, for he would only have invested in the cost of synthetic gemstones. This challenge is far too simple, Lord Tian Quan. Only a fool would abscond with the funds when being a store manager guarantees substantial dividends without risk, they exclaimed with fervor. With all stages bypassed. As long as they opened stores, they could become managers. Who wouldn't he be confident? Even if they doubted their own abilities, their faith in Tian Quan's products was unwavering. Prepare to return, we depart tomorrow. Remember, opportunities can be granted, abilities can be cultivated, but loyalty must be tested, Tian Quan declared, imparting both pressure and promise, ensuring his benefit regardless of the outcome. Yes, the 37 aspiring store managers returned, filled with vigor and anticipation for the promising future ahead. Such audacity. To allocate 200 million for recruitment assessments. Tsunade was equally taken aback, her emotions a mix of complexity and anticipation as she observed him, realizing the magnitude of his business. This indicated that 100 billion would soon materialize, and it also implied her imminent upheaval. Alas, our esteemed Tsunade only recognizes wealth. I must toil ceaselessly to amass riches. If I were to be cast aside after only 2 days, it would be most embarrassing, Tian Quan jested. There's no need to rush. Taking it slow is perfectly acceptable, Tsunade replied, her head lowered in modesty. Such a vast sum, if mismanaged, would be a terrible waste. Rin lamented. Having prior experience, they would likely not falter, especially with my robust product line. As long as they do not abscond with the funds. I won't hold any grievances. However, should they desire a second chance, they must start anew from the ground up. Tian Quan patted the head of the adorable one beside him, filled with anticipation. Is ability important? Undoubtedly, it is crucial. Without ability, why would he hire them? However, compared to ability, loyalty holds greater significance. He sought not merely partners, but devoted subordinates, ideally those who would pledge allegiance to him for generations. Thus, he could wield power akin to the Hanbang Consortium, controlling the world, reaching out to every individual, mastering their lives from cradle to grave. Of course, demanding loyalty from everyone is unrealistic. Statistically, there will always be a few rogues. Nevertheless, this is a minor issue. Espionage is a fundamental skill for ninjas. If necessary, hosting an annual banquet could allow ninjas to use illusions to ascertain any disloyalty. Chapter 77. Konoha's Sincerity. Lord Tian Quan, you have arrived. Please, take a seat. Sarutobi Hiruzen greeted with a wide smile, personally pouring tea to welcome him. Thank you, Tian Quan nodded. Tsunade, I didn't expect you here. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed Tsunade amidst the crowd. I initially declined, but he offered terms I could not refuse, which has also granted you your wish, Tsunade replied, glancing at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Then, under the invitation of Tian Quan, she proactively sat beside him, allowing herself to be held in his embrace. Truly, Lord Tian Quan, the proud princess of Konoha has swiftly succumbed to your charm, even changing her attire. Sarutobi Hiruzen admiredly gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, impressive. Though there remains a distance to fully conquer her, gratitude is owed to the Hokage. Had it not been for you and Tsunade mentioning me, I wouldn't have made such swift progress. Tian Quan, relishing the beauty in his arms, chuckled. Perhaps the only one not entirely pleased in the room was Tsunade, who hastily urged, let's get to business. You're not here just to show off, are you? I require Konoha to arrange for some ninjas to protect my 37 prospective store managers while they engage in commerce outside, ensuring that they return daily with the earnings. There are no known enemies targeting us, but we cannot rule out the possibility of someone being tempted to rob them of the funds. Additionally, there is a concealed requirement. If any of these managers abscond with the money, they must be eliminated and the funds retrieved. This is a long-term task, and if executed well, it can be a yearly contract. Tian Quan spoke candidly about the matter of taking lives, the protection of high-value assets and personnel safety, alongside the daily escort of funds, necessitates a dedicated team. The A-rank commission is set at 900,000 Rio. A Konoha ninja team consists of 3 members, totaling 111 chunin to execute the mission, ensuring its completion. The total amounts to 33. 3 million. Sarutobi Hiruzen grinned. Isn't this precisely the kind of work our ninjas excel at? What thrilled him further was the prospect of an annual contract. After all, a 3 chunin month-long contract is quite reasonable given the high-risk nature of valuable items. Tianquan nodded in agreement. He then patted Tsunade's side, noting that 111 chunin could resolve the task within a year, amounting to 3.6 million ryo annually. Indeed, I see your commitment coming to fruition, Tsunade remarked, her expression softening, not minding Tianquan's light touch. Impressive, a task worth 3 million, Lin gasped. Having experienced commissions worth billions, smaller sums hardly fazed her. Kushina noted. Some clients are so stingy, even after completion, they look for excuses to cut costs. The next task is, I am in the process of establishing a fitness and body sculpting center, requiring one physically robust ninja primarily skilled in taijutsu, to urgently train my recruited instructors in fitness knowledge. The aim is not to develop sheer strength, but rather to enhance the aesthetic appeal of muscle definition. Do you understand? Additionally, I need a female ninja proficient in dance, possessing an elegant physique and striking beauty, to train female instructors, preferably with knowledge of makeup. Tianquan outlined his requirements. Aside from personal image, these are skills ninjas should inherently possess, without any combat necessity? Tsunade inquired. The C-rank task is set at 80,000 ryo, totaling 160,000 for both positions. If executed well, this could also be an annual contract, Tianquan promised. I will certainly inform them that if they are unsatisfied, they can replace the personnel immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled, growing increasingly fond of this annual contract. He continued, 10 model contracts, full-time sister contracts, 3 S-rank Doton Jonin contracts, a group of agricultural Doton annual contracts, Kushina's annual contract, and so forth. How many individual commissions does one annual contract equate to? Not to mention the sheer number of annual contracts here. He had resolved to ensure these individuals performed admirably, eager to satisfy the esteemed patron before him. After all, what couldn't a ninja endure? Moreover, a ninja should always show utmost respect to their clients. One must not dare to overstep their bounds. Recently, Uchiha Obito had been a stark reminder. The medical ninjas of Konoha are exceptionally skilled, having developed 10 medicinal products within merely 3 days. I have already prepared the pharmaceutical equipment and related materials, but some ninjas are needed for security as the facility will be built outside of Konoha. This is also an annual contract. You may determine the appropriate commission fee, Tianquan succinctly explained. Outside of Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt anxious. Could this mean leaving Konoha for development? The medicines need to be distributed throughout the ninja world, and the inspections upon entering and exiting Konoha are quite cumbersome, Tianquan clarified. Ah, I see. Konoha, being a ninja village, does pose certain inconveniences. Your pharmaceutical factory should be of considerable scale. Let us arrange for 3 chunin teams and 5 jinin teams. Sarutobi Hiruzen deliberated. Why is this chunin team cheaper by 100,000 ryo? Tianquan inquired with curiosity. The previous task had more complex requirements, aimed at a broader and unpredictable audience, directly involving valuable items and assets, which posed a higher risk of attracting enemies. This task solely requires safeguarding the pharmaceutical factory, with fixed employees and no direct assets. The risk assessment is comparatively easier, and we can preemptively set up security for higher safety. Sarutobi Hiruzen elucidated Konoha's commission evaluation system. That makes sense, Tianquan acknowledged with admiration. While Konoha engaged in the business of mercenaries, they certainly did not exploit their clients. Maintaining such integrity is commendable. Let us double the remuneration, and additionally arrange for a jonin. This commission fee is trivial. The real nuisance lies in creating complications. Tianquan contemplated adding further requirements for escort and other assorted tasks, so that he would not have to repeatedly come back to place commissions regarding the pharmaceutical factory, as it was rather cumbersome. All right, let us double the pay for the chunin and jinin, and additionally arrange 1 jonin. Would 1,000,000 ryo for the jonin per month be suitable? After all, it's for a month. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression brightened, pleased at the prospect of increased earnings. That is acceptable, Tianquan nodded. The total comes to 9.8 million ryo. Thank you for your patronage. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled broadly, revealing his aged teeth. This is merely for 1 month. Over a year, it would amount to 100 million. How many merchants can afford such high security fees? Even if they could, it would be hard to part with such sums, working all year just to pay Konoha. The task of protecting the branch managers would also total nearly 400 million annually. What business owner would be willing to allocate such high security expenses to their subordinates? Only the esteemed Tianquan before him would dare. Have you also become so avaricious, old man? Tsunade remarked with disdain, yet her lips betrayed a slight smile. Satisfied with the allocation of 49 ninjas to tasks. Next, I require 20 Doton Genin, not necessarily of great strength, but with excellent chakra control. As for the task, Hokage-sama, you should be able to guess, Tianquan stated, his gaze unwavering, devoid of any hint of unease. Indeed, I can surmise some aspects, Sarutobi Hiruzen conceded with a nod. It was not an intentional investigation, merely a deduction. With so many rose quartz and the store still under Tianquan's ownership, coupled with the previous mysterious Doton Jonin commission, the connection was evident. However, the sentiment remained. If a ninja were to awaken their consciousness, it would be more straightforward to seize the items directly. Lord Tianquan, your commission does not involve combat. How about this? I arrange for experienced disabled ninjas, who have sustained injuries in war or missions, but are still capable of performing regular duties, albeit unable to continue high-intensity tasks. They understand the importance of confidentiality. Should any secrets be leaked, Konoha would not let it slide. As for the commission fee, how about 54,000 Ryo per person per month? A total of 80,000 Ryo. Sarutobi Hiruzen cautiously proposed. That works, as long as it does not interfere with the execution of my commission. I do not mind whether they are injured or disabled. Tianquan initially paused, surprised that Sarutobi Hiruzen had considered this. However, it also indicated a lack of concern for the clients borrowing the strength of ninjas to fulfill tasks. After all, taking lives inherently involves employing the power of ninjas. Does it not? The distinction lies in one being a synthetic gemstone and the other stained with the blood of murderers. While taking the high-risk path of killing may be acceptable, it is disheartening that the absence of risk breeds avarice. It seems that with my current influence and ninja prowess, I can delve deeper into the utilization of my abilities, achieving dominion over Konoha and perhaps the entire ninja realm. However, I must manage the pace carefully, avoiding excessive radicalism. Tianquan, after a series of subtle tests, expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much. I raise a toast to you. The injured and disabled ninjas are facing hardships, and Konoha is embroiled in conflict with the Sand Village, necessitating the preparation of various military needs, which they are currently unable to accommodate. I am even prepared to lower the commission fees further. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Tianquan with tears of gratitude. That's perfectly fine. Konoha has a reputation for integrity, and I am more than willing to assist in any small way. Tianquan responded with a gentle smile, also drawing Tsunade into an embrace, lightly kissing her forehead. There's no need to lower the commission. Let us calculate it based on standard ninja rates. Thank you, Tsunade said, moved. After reaching an agreement with Tianquan, she had taken the time to understand the living conditions of the lowest-ranking ninjas. Those with families fared better, but most were worse off than Might Guy. Konoha used to provide a few hundred Ryo for living expenses, but since the onset of war months ago, with substantial funds diverted to military preparations, such assistance has ceased. As long as they are willing to work, they can continue until their 50s or 60s. By then, Konoha will be prosperous enough to afford pensions, and their savings from these years would suffice for a comfortable retirement. His sincerity shone through as he gazed into Tsunade's eyes, filled with goodwill. As long as it does not impede the execution of my commissions, I do not mind whether they are injured or disabled. They are welcome to come. Is this decision made for my sake? Tsunade asked, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. She was uncertain whether Tianquan's actions were intentional, but his warmth significantly increased her affection for him. Would you prefer a yes or a no? Tianquan teased. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched their playful banter with a smile, choosing not to intrude. Regardless, I am satisfied, Tsunade replied generously, exuding the confidence of someone who is not overly concerned with appearances. If that is the case, shouldn't there be some reward? Tianquan continued his playful teasing. Well, Tsunade cast a shy glance at Hiruzen, but then leaned in to kiss Tianquan's cheek, wrapping her arms around his neck. I have seen all that you have done. It truly moves me. Compared to the self-sacrificing ideals for Konoha at the beginning, I have indeed developed feelings and adapted quite well. Tianquan joyfully patted Tsunade's back, relishing the comforting embrace. Sister Tsunade, you seem to have succumbed rather quickly. It hasn't been long since you voluntarily embraced him. Isn't he just a boyfriend and not a married husband? What is the psychological burden? Kushina, witnessing the scene, felt her composure falter, given her fears of blood. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a knowing smile. Whether it is Rin or Hong, Tsunade or Kushina, as long as the benefactor feels a connection, the deeper and more numerous, the better. Ideally, Konoha should be regarded as a warm village, where the ninjas exhaust their efforts to meet every need. Chapter 78, 53 Types of S-Rank Ninjutsu. Lord Tianquan, you possess the Shadow Clone technique. So I presume you have already mastered those 5 techniques. I have prepared the ninjutsu catalog, ranging from D rank to S rank. Please take a look and see if anything piques your interest. I will personally demonstrate, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, beaming as he retrieved a massive scroll, standing at a height of 145 meters and extending at least 100 meters long. The scroll bore the bold title Ninjutsu Catalog. The sealing scroll only recorded forbidden techniques, which were few in number, while this catalog contained thousands, merely outlining their names and basic descriptions without delving into any cultivation methods. 53 S-rank techniques. Tianquan's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you out of your mind? Kushina exclaimed incredulously as she approached. To make money, one would sell anything, Tsunade remarked, her lips twitching. Isn't this a bit excessive? Rin and Hong, both adorable in their disbelief, echoed her sentiments. Konoha has developed under 2 Hokages, and I have contributed significantly, collecting numerous clan techniques. Thus, such an accumulation is hardly surprising, Sarutobi Hiruzen declared proudly. But is it acceptable to hand over so many S-rank techniques? These are Konoha's secrets. Kushina's eyes widened in alarm. Of course, it's fine. Lord Tianquan is trustworthy, Hiruzen replied with a smile. Is trust truly the issue here? This is a matter of principle. Tsunade interjected, exasperated. What about the bottom line? For a C-rank mission, it is 5 million Ryo. 5 of them total 25 million. Lord Tianquan has already delivered benefits to Konoha. What more principles do I need? Sarutobi Hiruzen dismissed, his gaze unwavering. The protection commission for the pharmacy with 49 ninjas is only 980,000 Ryo. It's about 25 times that amount. And it would still require a month of work. Not to mention, Lord Tianquan has already placed a commission worth 100 billion. He is indeed an exception among exceptions. Hiruzen averted his gaze. He had already decided to elevate the benefactor to a revered status. Why discuss principles or bottom lines? The benefactor embodies both principle and bottom line. While I may not understand ninjutsu, I respect it. This is an earnest attitude towards knowledge, Tianquan expressed contentedly. Tsunade found herself at a loss for words. Are all S-rank techniques here? The legendary forbidden techniques? Tianquan inquired, having noticed that the Flying Thunder God, Reaper Death Seal, Edo Tensei, and other prominent techniques were not recorded. Essentially, yes. There are some extremely dangerous forbidden techniques, or clan's secret arts excluded, as I am also concerned about any potential harm to Lord Tianquan, Sarutobi Hiruzen explained. Tianquan nodded, choosing not to probe further. Revealing everything would indeed be foolish. At this stage, such minutiae were of little consequence. Is there any physical technique? I must refine my body properly, otherwise, I shall become weak in a couple of years, Tianquan joked. Ha ha ha, there are physical techniques, but they primarily rely on chakra. There is no way to fundamentally enhance kidney function. However, little Tsunade is the best medical ninja in the ninja world. You might inquire if she has any methods. Lord Tianquan, moderation is key. Hiruzen chuckled, fully understanding the whims of the wealthy. Tianquan turned to Tsunade. Her expression darkened. You want me to boost your vitality while you're already trying to control me? Isn't that a bit much? Absolutely not. Healing and enhancement are not the same concept. Chakra amplification and physical enhancement are also distinct. Tsunade replied, both amused and exasperated. It appeared that she would have to endure the same rigorous training as Might Guy, lacking the necessary determination. Tianquan sighed, preemptively seeking an excuse to take in Might Guy. Lord Tianquan, let us demonstrate at the training ground. This time, you can choose what I will showcase. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his hands together eagerly. Wait. My external manager is waiting for the ninjas to escort him. Please arrange for the ninjas to be at the entrance of Konoha first, Tianquan interrupted. All right. I will arrange it for you, Lord Tianquan. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, fully compliant with his request. He then retrieved the list of Chunin teams and circled the names for the Umbu to summon. Lord Tianquan, I have already instructed the Umbu to gather the ninjas. Let us head to the entrance of Konoha together, and then proceed to the training ground. Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly completed the task with remarkable efficiency. Tianquan was taken aback. Escorting and safeguarding against assassination were the most common missions. Every ninja inevitably experienced them. It was sufficient to assign a Chunin team stationed in Konoha for the task. Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly explained, fearing that the benefactor might think he was being negligent in his duties. I see. I will issue another request. And if anyone seeks to place a bounty on me in Konoha, please inform me of this request. Naturally, I can compensate for any potential losses incurred from not securing that contract, Tianquan stated earnestly. With the Guardian Ninja request already placed by Lord Tianquan, Konoha would not accept other missions targeting him. Would it be plausible for Konoha ninjas to engage in conflict amongst themselves? Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled. That sounds good. Let us proceed. Tianquan sighed in relief, contemplating the possibility of issuing a protection request in other ninja villages at a later time. Allow me to open the door for you, Lord Tianquan. Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly stepped forward to open the door to the Hokage's office, momentarily halting Tianquan's progress and even creating an opportunity for the benefactor to engage in closer proximity with the charming companion. There was little semblance of the commanding Hokage demeanor. He appeared more like the most loyal servant to the benefactor. Chapter 79. Broken. I apologize. The vast majority of missions undertaken by ninjas were fraught with peril. The higher the mission rank, the greater the danger. Many ninjas sustained injuries or even perished while executing their assignments. To survive was already a stroke of fortune. Yet life would become arduous if one lost their ninja abilities. On the path, Rin held Tianquan's hand, expressing the sorrows and pains of a ninja. Having only recently become a ninja, it seemed that the bitter taste of such hardships was an inevitable part of the experience. Tianquan gazed at Rin. The horrors of war were even more daunting. Many of his father's comrades had perished in battle, often visiting the memorial stone alone. If it weren't for you, perhaps I would have met the same fate that day, Hong reflected, holding Tianquan's other hand. Although Rin's parents were ordinary civilians, her family was composed of ninjas, which allowed her to grasp this sorrow more profoundly. I apologize. It is my incompetence as Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen lamented. Hong and the others had already established a connection with the benefactor, and he could not treat them as mere subordinates, speaking in a tone reminiscent of a grandfather. It is not the Hokage's fault. The dangers of missions and war are unavoidable, Kushina reassured. Since the war with Sunagakure commenced, the ninja world had become increasingly unstable. Tsunade observed the two young ninjas and sighed inwardly, feeling helpless in the face of it all. Injuries. What significance does it hold when even children aged 11 or 12 must take to the battlefield? Who among ninjas has not endured injuries? If one had an extraordinary talent or luck in their youth, would they still be fortunate when their physical capabilities declined and their reflexes diminished in the face of an enemy? Question: what is the probability of tossing a coin 10 times and getting heads each time? This exemplifies the survival rate of ninjas in their twilight years. News from Sunagakure reported that the third Kazekage had vanished without a trace, and battlefield conflicts were escalating with no signs of abating. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, "A village leader disappearing without reason? That sounds suspiciously like an excuse." Kushina frowned. Who knows what madness they are up to? Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed his frustration. Cannot we pause and engage in earnest dialogue? Perhaps it could resolve the issue at hand, Rin innocently suggested. I share the same sentiment. Which is why I dispatched ninjas to intervene and minimize friction, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. Tianquan listened quietly, refraining from interjecting, who was unaware of Sarutobi Hiruzen's underlying meaning in front of him. He certainly had no intention of willingly plunging into the chaos of war, having already faced enough hardship. It would be sheer folly to leap headfirst into death. Lord Tianquan, in the future, it would be wise to avoid conducting business in Sunagakure. Those desert madmen are capable of anything, Sarutobi Hiruzen candidly warned Tianquan, noticing that he seemed oblivious to the underlying implications. I only engage with reasonable individuals, Tianquan replied. His lips twitching, he had expected a more elaborate conversation. What a refreshingly straightforward competition this was. By the way, does Tsunade need to go to the battlefield? Tianquan suddenly inquired. Concerned for me? Tsunade's lips curved upward. Although the legendary three were immensely powerful, war was still war. She did not wish to lose him shortly after gaining him, unable to bear such anguish. Tianquan stepped closer and embraced Tsunade tightly. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, feeling a surge of emotion while recalling the last moments of Dan Kato. When she had arrived, he lay with his chest opened, innards exposed and drenched in blood, cruelly passing away before her eyes. That pain was all too familiar to her. Your mission remains incomplete. You cannot go to the battlefield. Do you understand? Tianquan said as he gently lifted Tsunade's chin, looking at her earnestly. Only the Hokage can make such decisions. Tsunade's heart raced as she turned her head, feeling his breath so close that she dared not meet his gaze. If Lord Tianquan has said so, how could I oppose? Besides, the client's task is not yet finished. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled. Did you hear that? Stay beside me obediently, Tianquan smirked. Tsunade's face flushed with a hint of crimson. Satisfied, Tianquan wrapped his arm around her as they continued onward. Tsunade gazed at Tianquan's profile, memories of Dan flickering in her mind. Dan had once declared with unwavering confidence that he would become Hokage to protect everyone. Tianquan, however, spoke with sincerity about developing Konoha into a prosperous village worth billions each year. Dan had promised to care for her for a lifetime. Tianquan assured her that danger was not her concern. While Dan had supported her proposals, Tianquan actively helped her realize her dreams. Dan, I am sorry. It is not that your feelings were insufficient, but rather that your capabilities fell short. Tsunade closed her eyes, and Dan's image faded from view. Emotionally, she would still choose Dan. However, reality presented her with numerous pressing issues that surpassed her feelings for him. Moreover, she felt a connection with Tianquan as well. Sister Tsunade, do you realize how far you've fallen? Observing the compliant Tsunade, Kushina felt her mentality fraying. She never anticipated that she would be the one holding on the longest. Lady Tsunade is destined to be with her brother. Having feelings is better than having none at all. Hong pulled Kushina's arm. Accepting it is fine, I suppose. Rin sighed, idolizing her role model, yet lamenting her transformation into this unseemly figure. Perhaps this is for the best. At least she's moving beyond past pains. Kushina said with a wry smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen beamed, unaware of whether he had instilled disdain for Sunagakure in Tianquan. But he had indeed succeeded in drawing Tsunade and the benefactor closer together. I have suddenly developed a thought. Perhaps if you could issue more requests for full-time sisters. That wouldn't be too bad. Tsunade gazed at Tianquan. Are you encouraging me? Tianquan was taken aback. Sister Tsunade, you already know what full-time sisters imply, don't you? Kushina incredulously exclaimed. I previously struggled to accept it, but compared to the high-risk assassination missions of ninjas, he merely appreciates beautiful women, Tsunade stated candidly. I am delighted that you can perceive it this way, and I will fulfill your wishes to win them over. Tianquan grinned broadly, signifying Tsunade's growing acceptance of him. While the proportion of female ninjas was not vast, it was substantial enough. If you apply yourself diligently, Tsunade's lips curled slightly. But Sister Tsunade, are you just going to willingly give yourself to this rogue? Kushina expressed her discontent on behalf of Tsunade. We are not in a romantic relationship. What do you mean by willingly or unwillingly? Tsunade responded. Moreover, I have gone to such lengths for the sake of Konoha, so I am indifferent to these matters. If only there were others to assist me, it would ease my burdens somewhat. Tsunade is quite blunt in her assertions. Such resolve is commendable. I almost wish to declare you as my rightful consort. Tianquan, in a good mood, couldn't help but steal a kiss. Brother Duan, it seems Tsunade will soon forget about you and become mine. Lord Hokage, you would surely consent to this, wouldn't you? Tsunade, with a smile that was both playful and enigmatic, regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ahem, the client's reasonable requests cannot be dismissed lightly. Sarutobi feigned ignorance. Though beads of cold sweat began to appear on his forehead, the pressure was mounting upon him. If this were to leak out, it would not bode well. However, the allure of a yearly contract is undeniably tempting. TCH, how pretentious. Tsunade scoffed. Rin and Hong, the two adorable girls, dared not lift their heads. Was she not speaking of them? This is social death. Chapter 80. Late loyalty is worthless. As a dog, the group emerged from the Hokage building and made their way directly to the gates of Konoha. The ninja team arranged by the Hokage had gathered completely, and all the dispatched store managers of Tianquan were waiting with their burdens, accompanied by their relatives. Lord Tianquan, my daughter has just turned 18 this year. I do not know how long I shall be gone, so I kindly ask you to take care of her. Having heard of the war between Konoha and Sunagakure, I am uneasy leaving my wife alone at home. I humbly request permission for her to stay for a few days. I have already informed my daughter that she should serve you as the estate maids do and will not cause you any trouble. It is my honor for my wife to attend to you." Seeing Tianquan's arrival, one after another, the prospective store managers stepped forward, each bringing their wives, daughters, and sisters, eagerly offering their loyalty. "You are my most trusted aides. How could I allow them to serve as mere maids? Fear not, they will enjoy the benefits of life here. I shall not restrict their freedom and will provide them with allowances each month. Upon my return, I shall construct a residential area for families, allowing them to visit at any time." Tianquan's lips curled into a smirk as he surveyed the beautiful women before him, finding their eager loyalty even more gratifying. "Are you being a tad exaggerated? Do not tell me you intend to sample every one of your subordinates' daughters and wives." Tsunade's lips twitched. What kind of perversion was this? "I told you there was something peculiar about you, yet you refused to admit it." Kushina also wore a dark expression, feeling she had truly broadened her horizons. "With a savior like you, this world is beyond redemption," Rin lamented. "Oni-chan," Hong forced a smile, feeling equally incredulous. "Whether I need it or not is one matter. Whether they offer it is another. If they cannot present their most precious to me, how can they demonstrate their loyalty?" Tianquan brazenly asserted before all the store managers, as if he were advocating for a society of absolute equality. It was reminiscent of the Hanbang conglomerate's ideology, which even evolved into a caste system. And he would be its deity. Everyone claims that the third brother's family is feudal and backward, yet the Yu family conglomerate dreams of transforming America into a caste system, even going so far as to draft counter-legislation for this purpose. In this world, bloodlines truly exist, and with the widespread acceptance of the ninja's values, it is a perfect fit. "Lord Tianquan, I am already 58 and have no daughters. My husband instructed me to present this chakra medal to you as a gift." The self-aware prospective store manager understood his wife's appeal and showed sincerity by having her deliver other gifts. Seeing is believing. Having an elder at home is akin to possessing a treasure, especially as they grow older and more virtuous. "As for the gifts, I have no need for your wealth. I only seek to witness loyalty." Tianquan refused the offering, instead desiring the sincerity of the seasoned elder. "Lord Tianquan, the 58-year-old elder felt lost. Can we even consume all of this?" The crowd was left astounded, gazing at Tianquan in disbelief. Even Saratobi Hiruzen appeared utterly taken aback. It seems these are the only ones willing to offer their loyalty. Tianquan scanned the room. Out of 37, 30 were sending off their wives and daughters, while the remaining 7 feigned deafness, as if they had not seen anything. "Lord Tianquan, I have just married Xiaoxua," one nervously stammered, hiding his bride behind him. "Humph. It appears only 30 will be departing today," Tianquan sneered. "Why? Is it simply because we did not present our wives and daughters? If need be, I can find other beautiful women for you," one individual protested. "Do you think that is what I desire?" Tianquan shot him a disdainful glance. With Konoha's sales, even a single day of opening branches could yield billions, not to mention the substantial inventory. Compared to a mere share of profits, who could resist such wealth? "Do you really believe I can trust you? Are you sure you won't hire ninjas to assassinate me?" Tianquan laid it bare. It turned out that the demand for wives and daughters was merely a means of leverage, a method to gauge their loyalty. The prospective store managers suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, their faces paling as they realized the implications of not offering hostages. While they could certainly devise other means to provide women, Tianquan sought hostages to signify their loyalty. "Currently, there are only 37 of you, but in the future, there will be 370 or even 3,700, representing various sectors. With such a vast number, do you think I should blindly trust you or observe your loyalty?" Tianquan's words were blunt and unambiguous. "I apologize, Lord Tianquan. It was I who failed to grasp your intention. Please take care of my wife." "Lord Tianquan, I have no wife or daughter. My spouse has passed. How about I send my son to you instead?" The remaining prospective store managers hurriedly stepped forward. "I would have preferred if you had willingly offered them from the start. Even if you mistakenly believed I intended to do something to them, it would still signify loyalty. Late loyalty is worth less than a dog." Not understanding this point indicates a lack of intellect. "Remain in Konoha to work for me. Hopefully, there will be another opportunity." Tianquan interrupted, refusing their offers. Regardless of whether their previous actions stemmed from misunderstanding or a lack of foresight, only a select few would lose their chance. allowing those who willingly displayed loyalty to feel fortunate, igniting a desire for future loyalty. Let these 7 be sacrifices. Furthermore, is it not a dead end to work beside him? Managing the headquarters is undoubtedly more promising than being a store manager. Damn it, Lord Tianquan has repeatedly stressed loyalty, yet I still did not grasp the meaning. I thought he was asking for. I regret it. Had I known, I would have sent my son. The 7 lamented their lost opportunities, while the remaining 30 felt fortunate and resolved to display their loyalty henceforth. Managing such a vast enterprise without proactive loyalty, do you expect a leader to trust you unconditionally? Lord Hokage, I apologize. We must reduce the team to 30, Tianquan stated, turning to address him. No worries. Plans often change, Sarutobi replied with a chuckle. All right, everyone. Let's set forth. The gates to a prosperous new world are now open. A smile crept upon Tianquan's lips. Yes, the 30 dispatched store managers, filled with hope, embraced the light, as a bright future awaited them. Tianquan's gaze lingered on them. In this world, wealth is nearly equivalent to power, given the peculiar existence of ninja villages. Even if Konoha does not accept this commission, cannot they approach other ninja villages? Even if it is not to eliminate him, they could escape with the payment, or investigate the source of the jewels. The very nature of a ninja's mission implies uncertainty. It is indeed quite necessary to keep 1 or 2 hostages in his possession. Even if there are ruthless individuals who do not care for their families, it can serve as a deterrent. Naturally, he has instructed the accompanying ninjas to deliver the funds back overnight after a thorough count, thereby ensuring their protection while simultaneously monitoring them, maximizing risk management. Ah, women. A throng of women surrounding a single man. Have they found him so swiftly? The man with wild white hair appears to be a youthful lad in his 30s. He spots a large group of women at the entrance of Konoha, with the lone man among them. Chapter 81. The Little Emperor's Uncle Tsunade. Did you come here specifically to welcome me back? I am genuinely touched. To express my gratitude, let us share a hug. Jiraiya exclaimed excitedly as he rushed forward. Bang! His rapid approach was met with an even swifter retreat as he collided head-first into the gates of Konoha. This punch had long been anticipated. Tsunade, feeling quite satisfied, had to endure her temper at Tianquan, suppressing her emotions and adapting proactively, unlike Jiraiya, who could act as he pleased. The emergence of Kato Dan was something she could accept. She hoped that this time, she could also accept, burying her emotions deep within. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the fallen Jiraiya with a frown. As his teacher, how could he not be aware of Jiraiya's feelings for Tsunade? But the financial backer was of greater importance. Hearing the commotion, Tianquan turned his gaze. This is Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin from the Second Great Ninja War, a student of Sarutobi and a mentor to Minato. Moreover, he is the author of Isekai Paradise, so perhaps they might find common ground, Kushina introduced. Orochimaru focuses on research, Tsunade excels in medical ninjutsu, but what does he do? Write about the little emperor's uncle? I must apologize, I need no lessons in that regard. Besides, I prefer engaging in the act rather than writing about it, Tianquan dismissed with a wave, showing no interest. What you do is far more thrilling than anything he writes. Your filming of Ninja World Shock is more exaggerated than his scenes, and in terms of intimacy, he ought to consider you as his teacher, Kushina teased, also acknowledging the grandeur of this gentleman. However, she quietly reminded him that Jiraiya also has feelings for Tsunade. So be cautious. Do you believe that Tsunade and I are a better match? Tianquan jested. I am your guardian ninja. This is merely a reminder. You 2 lecherous scoundrels are not to be trusted. Kushina turned her back, refusing to look at him. Tsunade is so heartless, after all these years. She greets me with a punch. It truly brings back memories of her strength, Jiraiya lamented, holding his face in mock sorrow. Get away from me. Tsunade impatiently shoved him aside. How did you know I was coming back today, and went out of your way to greet me this early? I feel so embarrassed. Jiraiya could only scratch his head and laugh as he approached Sarutobi. We are not here to welcome you. We merely happened to cross paths. Return to the village on your own. We have matters to attend to and no time for nostalgia. Sarutobi pushed Jiraiya away, then turned to Tianquan with a gentle demeanor, akin to a kindly neighbor. Is Lord Tianquan ready? There is no hint of impatience in his demeanor. I will make some arrangements. Tianquan nodded. Who is he? Jiraiya then turned his gaze to Tianquan, observing keenly. The Hokage, Sarutobi, the Sannin, Tsunade, the Jinchuriki, Kushina, and several of Konoha's most significant figures were revolving around him. He also noticed 20 to 30 women were by his side. Could he be the person the great sage Toad spoke of? Jiraiya mused inwardly, feeling a surge of jealousy. I have never been in the company of so many women at once. Please take your belongings back and prepare for the headquarters of the New World Group. Establish a company framework and outline the necessary positions for operation. Apart from century jewelry, we will also expand into pharmaceuticals, food, apparel, real estate, and various agricultural sectors. Swiftly building up the conglomerate structure. You two are responsible for recruitment. All the places I mentioned require manpower, so hire as many as possible. The more, the better. Tianquan instructed the 7 prospective store managers. Previously, it was merely about opening stores with a few managers to keep things running. But now that branches are opening, he needs to establish a headquarters for easier management. So many businesses, opportunities, staying close to the master is the true opportunity. Leave it to us. The aspiring store managers, previously filled with regret, were now revitalized, seeing hope once more. Though there are no bonuses, the future is boundless. Who says they cannot see the horizon? This master is the future. Remember, loyalty is more important than ability, Tianquan advised as his gaze swept across them once more. These 2 words will be the core philosophy of the New World Consortium and will become the mainstream ideology throughout the ninja world. Just as ninja loyalty is a singular value. Lord Tianquan, why are you all staying indoors? What do you want me here for? You all could be my grandmothers. Tianquan waved dismissively, truly believing he would welcome anyone. He enjoys familiarity, but not to the point of over-familiarity. Of course, exceptions are made for those of sufficient beauty. As some individuals appear youthful, and the passage of time only enhances their charm. Pray tell, are you allergic to age or merely to beauty? Time may age, yet beauty remains eternal. In the realm of cultivation, reaching 800 years is inconsequential. The key is to preserve one's youthfulness. To put it plainly, regardless of height, weight, or size, as long as one weighs 200 pounds and possesses the right curves, a slim waist and ample hips, the BBW type is a perennial favorite. Purely appreciating beauty is solely about looks and figure. They bowed their heads in regret. In this moment, pledging loyalty seems less impactful than it would have initially, becoming the most significant blemish on their resumes. As for you, you may stay at my estate temporarily. The family quarters will be constructed shortly. Each of you will be provided with 1 or 2 maids, and your freedom will not be restricted. Tianquan addressed the 30 women representing loyalty. Their men generate market opportunities, casually bringing in tens of millions in profit. Such treatment is only right. The women nodded in agreement. Apologies for the wait, Hokage-sama. Shall we head to the training grounds? I find myself increasingly interested in such formidable ninjutsu, Tianquan said after a brief explanation, smiling at Sarutobi. No worries, Lord Tianquan. Please lead the way. You are indeed quite busy, with so many business matters to attend to, Sarutobi replied with a warm smile, showing no airs. There is no choice. As business expands, one becomes busier. Once the consortium structure is in place, it will become easier, Tianquan remarked in conversation. Tsunade, Kushina, Hong, and Rin followed. Just arrived in Konoha. Jiraiya curiously trailed behind, asking, are you all heading to the training grounds? Lord Tianquan, he is my most esteemed disciple, highly proficient in fire release ninjutsu. He will teach you fire release shortly, Sarutobi addressed Tianquan while ignoring Jiraiya. Of course, I trust Hokage-sama to arrange the most suitable instructor, Tianquan replied with a smile. Teach fire release. I have no interest in taking on disciples. However, since it is Sarutobi-sensei's request, let Jiraiya, the great sage Toad's disciple, teach you. Come. Call him teacher so I can hear it. Jiraiya leaped before Tianquan, striking a pose. Hokage-sama, your student, the great sage Toad's disciple, seems a bit lacking in intelligence. Not quite professional, Tianquan remarked, sidestepping Jiraiya. Fool, do not block the way, put that away. Sarutobi felt a bit embarrassed. Was this not a source of shame for him? When teaching ninjutsu, ensure you serve diligently and do not neglect your duties. Tsunade pushed Jiraiya aside while making a sarcastic remark. Kushina, who was aware that this esteemed gentleman could not endure hardship, chuckled and reminded everyone. With so many demands, am I here to serve? Is this truly the way of taking on a disciple? Seeking a venerable elder for guidance? Jiraiya, bewildered, watched as others passed him by. Shouldn't one humbly seek mentorship when learning from others? Wasn't his previous experience with Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan, where he played the roles of mentor, father, and protector. Not so demeaning? Chapter 82. Jiraiya's tasks. How splendid, how impressive. I want this one. The immense scroll unfurled, and Tenkyoku meticulously pointed out each entry in the catalog. Fire release, dragon fire technique, fire release, phoenix fire technique, fire release, fireball technique, water release, water prison technique, water release, water trap technique. In the training ground, flames danced. Water splashed, thunder rumbled, the earth quaked, and fierce winds swept through. Sarutobi Hiruzen demonstrated each technique as instructed by Tenkyoku, unleashing extraordinary power with his immense chakra reserves, far surpassing the norm. Uchiha Madara could unleash 20 fire releases, but it would take him at least 7 or 8 water release users to match that. Not for any other reason, but to ensure the esteemed patron remembered the remarkable techniques he had encountered. Truly, Hokage-sama is the master of ninjutsu. He possesses knowledge of every technique. May I witness the capabilities of other ranks, particularly S rank? Tenkyoku inquired. Of course, witnessing more fascinating techniques will certainly keep one motivated to progress, Hiruzen replied with a hearty laugh. However, as expected of S-rank ninjutsu, I do not master every single one. If it were anyone else, he would have directly admonished them not to reach too high while lacking the skills to back it up. Yet, for this esteemed gentleman, he could simply order from the menu. Then I must trouble you, Hokage-sama, he replied. Subsequently, Hiruzen unleashed the S-rank ninjutsu, each consuming an immense amount of chakra, which was typically unthinkable in battle. However, today, for the sake of pleasing the esteemed patron, he was willing to go all out. Each S-rank ninjutsu displayed terrifying power, rivaling that of the Rasengan. They obliterated vast areas, causing tremendous commotion, spanning dozens or even hundreds of kilometers. As Hokage, Hiruzen possessed all chakra affinities, save for bloodline limits and exceptionally demanding secret techniques. What ninjutsu could he not learn? What techniques eluded him, even if he had never encountered them before? His extensive experience with elemental ninjutsu and chakra properties allowed him to swiftly grasp the fundamentals. The title of ninjutsu doctor truly bore merit. Hokage personally demonstrating ninjutsu? Is this truly appropriate? Who exactly is he? Did he even prepare a catalog of techniques for me to choose from? Even if he were a child born out of wedlock, it would be rather extravagant. Jiraiya was utterly bewildered. There was no denying that the offerings were overwhelming. The old man was throwing all decorum to the wind. Tsunade scoffed. How much? Jiraiya inquired, curiosity piqued. The price for learning an S-rank ninjutsu is likely greater than all the tasks you've ever completed combined, Tsunade remarked with a smirk. Impossible. I've completed over 100 S-rank missions and more than 600 A-rank ones. Jiraiya vehemently protested. Jiraiya is likely the ninja who has undertaken the most missions in Konoha. I recall him completing 684 B-rank tasks, 614 A-rank tasks, and 138 S-rank ones. If we calculate S-rank at 3 million and take the average for the others, it amounts to a staggering total. Kushina calculated aloud. Not even a third of the price for an S-rank ninjutsu, right? Red instantly deduced. Without the village's share and splitting with the team, it might even be a tenth. What could the reward be for such a task? Is an S-rank ninjutsu worth 2 to 3 billion? This must be a joke. Jiraiya was thoroughly flabbergasted. The details of such a high-tier mission cannot be disclosed lightly. You will understand once you accept the task. However, I can tell you that any technique you choose will start as an S-rank mission, Tsunade said. A playful smile gracing her lips. S-rank starting point? Does that mean D-rank ninjutsu is also included? What do my numerous S-rank missions amount to? How many times nearly perished? Jiraiya lamented, feeling foolish for the easy money he thought he was earning. His curiosity grew, yet he found it difficult to accept. Wait, why are you all accompanying the Hokage for this task? And you seem quite familiar with this client? Jiraiya suddenly questioned. Of course, we have all taken on his missions. Kushina replied. Is that so? Jiraiya eyed the two skeptically, along with Rin and Red. His ninja instincts warned him that something was amiss. Jiraiya, come here. Sarutobi Hiruzen called out breathlessly, sweat trickling down his forehead. Today he had exerted himself, yet he wore a radiant smile. 5 C-rank missions at 500,000 each amounts to 2 million. Completing the entire scroll of ninjutsu would cost at least 7 to 8 trillion. Even learning just a fraction would leave him grinning ear to ear. Lord Tenkyoku has made his selections, and you will now instruct him in fire release ninjutsu. Teach him well, and do not be negligent. Jiraiya approached, and Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly issued the order, emphasizing the importance of diligence. Sure thing. How much is the reward? Jiraiya's curiosity was piqued. For an S-rank task, teaching C-rank ninjutsu, it's 500,000. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. Every single one starts at S-rank. While C-rank ninjutsu is a staggering 500,000. Jiraiya's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. Kid, your future training in ninjutsu will be entirely in my hands. I will impart the skills of the sage of Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya exclaimed joyfully, eager to draw closer. Too close. Back off. Tenkyoku frowned, pushing Jiraiya's face away, clearly irritated by his presumptuousness in claiming the title of master. Master? Teacher? He turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen. I am quite satisfied with Shizun. His Sharingan enables him to perceive my issues directly and make immediate corrections, which is beneficial in other areas as well. Let him take charge. Shizun. Sarutobi Hiruzen called. And in an instant, a figure appeared. Lord Tenkyoku highly values your abilities. You will be the one to teach fire release this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen issued the order without hesitation, adhering strictly to the wishes of the esteemed patron. Jiraiya? Let him sit this one out. Yes. Uchiha Shizun accepted the command, then turned to Tenkyoku, bowing slightly. Thank you very much for your recognition. This attitude was commendable. Tenkyoku nodded in satisfaction. This was indeed the demeanor expected of a ninja. Chapter 83. Protecting Ninja. Shizun, wait a moment. I was prepared to impart all the teachings of Mount Myaboku to you, and you wish to change instructors? I am one of the legendary Sannin, the Sage of Toads. Jiraiya interjected, unable to accept this sudden shift. Is Mount Myaboku truly that remarkable? Tenkyoku inquired. It is revered as a sacred place. Home to the great Toad Sage, it possesses natural senjutsu, an aspiration for countless ninjas. Jiraiya insisted. Hokage-sama, does Konoha have a method for training in natural senjutsu? Tenkyoku directed his question to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Konoha itself does not, but aside from Mount Myaboku, there are two other sacred places, the Wetbone Forest and the Dragon Snake Cave, where contracts with Orochimaru and Tsunade allow Konoha access to their senjutsu training methods. The practice of sage arts is exceedingly perilous. A moment's carelessness can lead to one being assimilated into the natural energy, becoming but a part of nature itself. Thus, I have refrained from including it in the ninjutsu catalog, explained Sarutobi Hiruzen. Jiraiya spoke of it with such grandeur that I was almost inclined to commission a comprehensive exploration from Konoha, only to realize it is not unique. Tenkai, in his casual manner, made a request. A request? Jiraiya's expression darkened, his gaze instinctively shifting to Sarutobi. If Lord Tenkai desires, I could procure a summary from Orochimaru. But the risks are immense and I cannot recommend it. Sarutobi Hiruzen sincerely cautioned him about safety, completely disregarding Jiraiya's gaze. Reikage, in his pursuit, personally infiltrated other clans to seize secret techniques. If Tenkai were to specifically request the sage arts of Myabokuzen, Konoha would undoubtedly retrieve it for him. He could even personally intervene, considering the bounty placed on it, too. 5 billion, equivalent to 71 Asuma units. Would attacking Myabokuzen require the sacrifice of 71 elite jonin? Thank you for the warning, Hokage. When the time comes, I shall formally commission Konoha for a thorough study to lower the prerequisites for mastering Sage Mode. Tenkai replied with satisfaction. Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen's demeanor was commendable. Trusting Konoha is wise, considering the first Hokage's exemplary mastery of sage arts, which lends experience to forming a specialized research team tailored to Lord Tenkai's needs. Sarutobi's eyes brightened, and he promptly assured, this attitude is no jest, he cannot be serious. Can he? Jiraiya began to panic. Let me first master S-rank ninjutsu before making a request. It feels premature to speak of it now, Tenkai chuckled. Lord Tenkai's shadow clone training method will not take long, Sarutobi remarked, his unwavering respect making Tenkai feel accomplished. Regretful now? How can a ninja boast before their benefactor? Truly assuming oneself a master, with an air of gratitude owed to them, Tsunade approached. Previously, she would not have found fault with Jiraiya's behavior, but since adapting to Tenkai, she had become quite sensitive to his preferences. I was considering passing on the legacy of Myabokuzen to him. Jiraiya clenched his fist in frustration. No need for that. This ninjutsu catalog encompasses over 1,000 techniques, including 53 S ranks, many of which are deemed forbidden. In comparison, what is Myabokuzen? Merely boasting about a bunch of toads. Tenkai scoffed at the enormous scroll. Becoming a disciple may seem to forge closer ties, but it relegates one from an upper to a lower status. I am one of the legendary Sannin, and I shall not be belittled by Myobo-Kuzan. How infuriating! Jiraiya was visibly displeased. Enough, Jiraiya. You are indeed unfit for this task. Return home, Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected coldly, his icy gaze piercing through. The simple phrase snapped Jiraiya back to reality, dispelling any lingering emotions. My apologies, Lord Tenkai. Perhaps I have become too enamored with the title of Sannin over the years. Sarutobi offered an apology. Tenkai, upon hearing this, felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. How could a Konoha ninja take pride in Myobo-Kuzan? Are you not a Konoha ninja, or merely a frog from Myobo-Kuzan? The gravest error lies in allowing the benefactor's displeasure to surface. Does one truly believe the title of Sannin holds such weight? Tenkai refrained from any further pleasantries. Observing Uchiha Shursui, who remained silent, a true embodiment of a ninja's demeanor. If everyone were to joke and jest without seriousness, what would that amount to? Work ought to be approached with utmost diligence. Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded respectfully. Compared to Tenkai, he too valued this principle. How could he manage thousands of Konoha ninjas engaged in frivolity? I have heard that the Sharingan can replicate the techniques of others, implying a mastery of numerous jutsu and a wealth of experience, correct? Tenkai inquired. Yes, Shursui affirmed with a nod. Then you shall serve as my guardian ninja, also overseeing my training plans. Hokage, is that acceptable? Tenkai casually proposed a reasonable pretext. Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated. Rest assured, the commissions will be plentiful, Tenkai chuckled. Cough. The primary aim is to assign various ninjas to execute tasks, allowing more to earn a living. S-rank commissions are exceedingly rare for Jonin, and considering Lord Tenkai's generosity, it is a straightforward endeavor. Sarutobi Hiruzen awkwardly smiled. He quickly realized that, compared to ninjutsu, Shursui excelled in jinjutsu and body flicker techniques. You seek to earn from the jinjutsu and body flicker series, don't you? Tenkai laughed. Alas, Konoha has endured tough times for too long. Sarutobi Hiruzen sheepishly rubbed his hands together. From now on, Shursui shall instruct me in jinjutsu and body flicker techniques. You will also incorporate those into the ninjutsu catalog. The remaining techniques shall be at your discretion. He mused, wondering if Shursui harbored any hidden monstrosities. No. Konoha would never betray its clients. Kushina's case was indeed exceptional. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly waved his hands. Lord Tenkai's current security is remarkably high, and the risks associated with Shursui as a guardian are minimal. 9 million a month, 1.08 billion a year. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked excitedly, his expression a mix of caution and enthusiasm. Although it paled in comparison to Kushina's fee, it still appeared substantial in his eyes. Let it be as you say. I shall provide the payment later, Tenkai readily agreed. Too low. It must be at least 1 million a day, Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed. This merely underscored how little a ninja's life is valued. Genius? Mastery? They are merely expendable. Uchiha Shursui. From this moment forth, you shall pledge your loyalty to Lord Tenkai, exceeding even your loyalty to the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded with a serious gaze. Yes. Shursui responded with a nod. He then knelt before Tenkai, declaring, I shall be loyal to you, safeguarding your well-being. You embody the essence of a true ninja. I admire your style and capabilities. Henceforth, I entrust my training to you. I aspire to master more formidable techniques, especially those that allow flight, soaring above the clouds. Tenkai gazed intently at Uchiha Shursui. Yes. Shursui bowed his head. Tenkai nodded in satisfaction. Regardless of Shursui's current allegiance to the Hokage or root, only through prolonged association with Tenkai would he have the opportunity to sway him. With ample rewards and minimal risks, you are truly the dream client of an old man. Tsunade jested. Who wouldn't appreciate such a client? Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled as well. Send the others to my manor's back mountain. I shall return first, Tenkai instructed. Understood. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, his face beaming with a smile. Uchiha Shursui trailed behind Tenkai, observing his retreating figure with quiet contemplation. Food alleviates hunger, cotton wards off cold. Meat nourishes the body, medicine heals ailments, and film guides direction. Perhaps following him holds greater significance than allegiance to family or village. A slight smile crept upon his lips as he felt a sense of anticipation, trailing behind Tenkai with dreams and hopes. As a mere tool, He seemed to have discovered newfound purpose in life. When all are fed, clothed, and free from illness, perhaps there shall be no more war. Chapter 84. Jiraiya's close call with death. I intended for you to undertake the commission and perform admirably, thereby deepening Lord Tenkai's goodwill and showcasing Konoha's sincerity. Yet you have been audacious. It seems that your travels have caused you to forget the rules of being a ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was grave, his gaze icy. I merely spoke a bit too strongly. It cannot be that severe, Jiraiya protested. Not that severe. Do you comprehend the significance of Lord Tianquan to Konoha? Upon your return, Lord Tianquan had already issued over 40 million commissions, engaging 160 ninjas, including 20 destitute and disabled ones. A month later, the annual commission amounts to 4.5 billion, not counting the ninjutsu training tasks. Without Lord Tianquan's benevolent acceptance, how would you sustain these 20 disabled ninjas? How would you provide commissions for 160 ninjas? With Konoha at war with Sunagakure and other villages poised for action, how would you fund military supplies? Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his hand on the table in anger. It was my arrogance that offended. I shall apologize and seek forgiveness at once. Jiraiya's expression shifted. The tone was no longer that of a teacher reprimanding a student, but rather that of the Hokage holding him accountable. The situation was dire. Even ordinary clients must be treated with respect, let alone such a wealthy patron. Lord Tianquan's choice of Konoha is indeed a stroke of fortune. Whether we can retain him depends on Konoha's sincerity. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth, infuriated. Indeed, Jiraiya also grew solemn. Even the daimyo of the Land of Fire cannot compare to Lord Tianquan. One must always maintain a sense of reverence. Do not presume that the legendary 3 Sannin hold any significance. You are but an old, unsightly toad. Sarutobi Hiruzen chastised, pointing an accusatory finger. Is he even more esteemed than the daimyo? Jiraiya was taken aback, his scalp tingling. This time, he had truly caused a significant uproar. Humph. Lord Tianquan is not even a Konoha native, yet his trust in Konoha surpasses your own. As a student of the Hokage, to pride oneself on the toads of Mount Myaboku is a true humiliation. Sarutobi Hiruzen's ire flared again. Jiraiya recoiled slightly, realizing that his return had been a grave mistake. You see, I came back for his sake as well. Jiraiya quickly attempted to change the topic. What do you mean by that? Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. Not long ago, the great sage of Mount Myaboku made a prophecy about the emergence of one who awakens calamity. Jiraiya hurriedly explained. Are you suggesting that this individual is Lord Tianquan? Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, a chill lurking within. The prophecy of the toad is a fragmented dream. Unable to reveal the future in detail, I cannot ascertain it yet, but the traits align closely. The great sage mentioned that he is surrounded by many women and even dreamt of the Hokage's office. Upon my return to Konoha, I immediately saw him surrounded by numerous women, including you, sensei. At the very least, I believe he is highly suspicious. Jiraiya reflected on the great sage's words. Bang! Before he could finish, Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed the table, the force shattering it. Jiraiya snapped back, his pupils constricting as he sensed killing intent emanating from Sarutobi Hiruzen's icy gaze. In that instant, several umbu emerged, surrounding Jiraiya, their hands poised on their kunai, ready to strike. Jiraiya, I believe I made myself very clear. Lord Tianquan holds greater esteem than the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen's low voice was laden with pressure and menace, his gaze fixated on Jiraiya. Regarding him as an enemy without an ounce of compassion, Jiraiya felt an overwhelming gravity settle over him, his body instinctively tensing, instinctively prepared for battle. Countless brushes with death had honed his intuition. In this moment, he sensed that his teacher truly contemplated ending his life. Surveying his surroundings, Jiraiya noted the considerable presence of umbu encircling him, the battle attire subtly visible beneath the Hokage's robe. The entire Hokage office fell into a suffocating silence. After what felt like an eternity, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally spoke. The child of destiny, the one who awakens calamity, ultimately stems from a dream of an ancient toad nearing death. I previously asked you to investigate without concern, knowing you could gather information outside, but now you dare to question Lord Tianquan. That cannot be permitted any longer. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was deep, devoid of emotion. The white fang of Konoha, who forced Sunagakure to retreat, can perish. Even Jiraiya, one of the 3 Sannin, is expendable. Even if he is my student, I did not assert it as a certainty, merely a possibility, Jiraiya replied gravely, striving to de-escalate this inexplicable conflict. Furthermore, he did not believe he held a winning chance. That possibility does not exist, Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted decisively. Jiraiya's lips twitched as he realized he was not even allowed to finish speaking. Possessing more power and wealth than the daimyo of the Land of Fire, yet caring for the world and considering the well-being of all in the ninja realm, ensuring ample food, warmth, nutrition, and health. This individual could indeed be deemed a savior. And Konoha has benefited greatly. His films transmit goodwill to the world, inspiring all to vanquish the demons within and foster friendship to eliminate war. Such a benevolent magnate is unparalleled in the ninja world. Now you tell me he will bring calamity to the ninja realm? Sarutobi Hiruzen succinctly recounted Lord Tianquan's endeavors. Although he did not detail the tasks or arrangements, the description alone sufficed. Hundreds of billions in commissions, agriculture, livestock, medicine, a savior's film, the Sage of Six Paths. One by one, these terms left Jiraiya in astonishment, while simultaneously filling him with admiration. Even more impressive was that he did not merely speak of lofty ideals, but actively pursued them. To speak and to act are two entirely different matters. Konoha claims to have found the child of destiny. Could it truly refer to him? Indeed, any of these accomplishments would bring happiness to the people of the ninja realm. Jiraiya's previously unfavorable impression of Lord Tianquan underwent a remarkable transformation. Such a magnanimous benefactor truly deserved no criticism. I even suspect he has encountered the Sage of Six Paths. Sarutobi Hiruzen scoffed at Jiraiya. Speaking of Lord Tianquan's deeds was intended to shift Jiraiya's perspective. Otherwise, he might be forced to take action. How could that be? That is but a legend from a millennium ago, a figure from myth. Jiraiya's lips twitched. Wasn't the great sage of Mount Myaboku also a creature from a millennium past? The Sage of Six Paths depicted in the film, The Six Paths of Evil, felt so real. Their abilities and boundless powers far exceed human comprehension. It was as though one had witnessed them firsthand. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with deep reverence. Not just him, but anyone who had seen that film would share the same sentiment. The Savior's film resonated with Jiraiya, who resolved to watch it later. Regardless of whether he is the child of destiny or the one who awakens calamity, matters concerning Mount Myaboku end here. Remember, you are a Konoha ninja. They are merely your summoned beasts, tools to be utilized as you would with Orochimaru. All investigations regarding Lord Tianquan will cease. I will accompany you to apologize. And you are not permitted to appear before Lord Tianquan again. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze was stern, leaving no room for discussion. I have only just returned to Konoha and have yet to begin my investigation, Jiraiya protested, feeling somewhat aggrieved, as he had done nothing wrong. Disrespecting a client is inherently against the code of the ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted coldly. Yes, I will keep my distance and not approach at all, Jiraiya conceded. Feeling uncomfortable. This was not mere pretense. He understood that Sarutobi Hiruzen was not joking. Violating this warning could lead to dire consequences. Yet, it only heightened his curiosity about Lord Tianquan. The child of destiny? Encountered the Sage of Six Paths? The savior? Or perhaps the one who awakens calamity? Chapter 85. No Seal Ninjutsu. Shirzue, you will reside in the front hall's guest security room as the first line of defense. I have Kushina to protect me. So there will be no issues, Tianquan arranged. Understood. Shirzue nodded. The entire Azure Crystal Estate is divided into the front hall and the inner courtyard. The lobby features a reception area, a conference room, and guest rooms, while the inner courtyard serves as the residence for the ladies of the household, spanning an impressive kilometer. The estate is quite expansive, not to mention its 3 towering stories. Are you skilled with a blade? Tianquan observed the short knife strapped to his back. It's passable. Uchiha Shirzue replied hesitantly. He was not one to boast or exaggerate. In comparison to his other proficiencies, his knife skills were rather mediocre. He explained that a short blade is exceptionally practical in close combat. During the instant a ninja performs hand seals for ninjutsu, there exists a critical vulnerability for both offense and defense, and every Umbu ninja must master swordsmanship. Indeed, I am not alone in finding hand seals cumbersome, he mused. What should be a striking display of various ninjutsu often devolves into a clumsy dance of fingers, devoid of elegance. By the way, does your swordsmanship require hand seals? Do you possess long-range techniques akin to ninjutsu? Tianquan asked, playing with the short knife he had taken from Shirzue. With a swift motion, he unsheathed the blade, its edge gleaming with a bright flash, exuding a considerable charm. We primarily utilize short blades as close combat weapons, launching surprise assaults in conjunction with other abilities, while long-range attacks are still executed using ninjutsu. However, I have heard that the samurai from the land of iron possess similar capabilities, executing sword techniques with such speed that ninjas are deprived of any opportunity to perform hand seals. If you are interested in swordsmanship, I could venture to the land of iron to acquire some techniques, Uchiha Shursui remarked as he watched Tianquan elegantly wield the short knife, even suggesting methods to achieve it. There's no need for such trouble at the moment, Tianquan replied, pleased with his attitude. Do you desire ninjutsu that requires no hand seals? Kushina inquired. Is there such a thing? Tianquan knew well of their existence, yet he could not reveal it. Indeed, Minato has developed a technique that requires no hand seals, and it is classified as A rank, Kushina said proudly, a smirk gracing her lips. My superhuman strength also requires no hand seals, Tsunade added with a hint of arrogance. Oh. Tianquan turned his attention towards them, intrigued. Would you like to learn? Tsunade asked, a playful smile on her lips. Perhaps you could demonstrate first? Tianquan suggested. Resting his chin on his hand, Tsunade grinned widely, and then stomped her foot. The ground trembled violently, collapsing several meters to the side, revealing fissures akin to a cracked surface, with countless stones flying in all directions. Wow! Tianquan exclaimed, nearly losing his balance as his feet struggled to remain grounded. Do you still underestimate me? Tsunade teased, relishing her moment of revenge. I hadn't realized your strength was so formidable. Is this purely physical power or ninjutsu? If it were pure strength, you would have crushed me. Tianquan marveled at the chaos Tsunade had casually created. Tsunade shot him a glare and cast a sidelong glance at Uchiha Shursui. Shursui, what just happened? Did I miss something? He wondered, oblivious to the unfolding spectacle. He remained merely a tool, devoid of emotions, a compliant and efficient bodyguard. Tianquan, too, merely glanced at him, indifferent. The emperor and his harem exchanged affectionate gestures, while the palace guards and eunuchs dared not look or speak. Moreover, these ninjas had undergone such thorough self-castration, becoming mere tools. This is the chakra technique I refer to as superhuman strength. By precisely controlling chakra and concentrating it in any part of the body, one can unleash a powerful airflow, capable of shattering rocks effortlessly. The debris propelled by this airflow can also serve as a secondary attack, Tsunade explained. I want to learn. I am eager to learn. Tianquan exclaimed enthusiastically. The commission for A-rank superhuman strength is 50 million, but since it is my personal secret technique, the cost is multiplied by 5. Tsunade immediately declared. To raise funds, Tsunade was truly dedicated. Kushina found it amusing. The legendary skills of Tsunade, one of the 3 legendary ninjas, are quite a bargain at 2.5 billion. I shall arrange the commission with the Hokage tomorrow. Tianquan readily agreed. Any ninjutsu that did not require hand seals possessed value exceeding that of standard techniques. Observing the short knife in his hand, he then tossed it to Tsunade. Since it can strike any part of the body, why don't you try wielding it with your superhuman strength? You understand the effect I desire, right? Something akin to the wind-style cutting technique. Tsunade caught the short knife and gazed towards the distant forest on the mountainside. With a swift motion, chakra surged within her, and she swung the blade violently, the fierce airflow tearing through the trees for hundreds of meters, leaving them shattered. It was akin to a myriad of blades striking simultaneously. Yet there were also traces of destruction, as if a colossal hammer had smashed through. At such a distance, the airflow dispersed, and had she infused it with wind-style chakra nature transformation, the cutting effect would have been superior, minimizing any unnecessary spread. However, compared to a direct punch to someone's face, the damage is too diffused, lacking that satisfying impact, Tsunade critiqued. Impressive, just a casual swing from such a distance. The 2 little ones gazed at Tsunade with wide eyes, filled with admiration. What would happen if we incorporate different chakra attributes like wind, fire, or lightning? Tianquan pondered aloud. What else? It would yield fire blades, wind blades, lightning blades, and the like, possessing greater lethality and effectiveness, Tsunade responded. Is your superhuman strength classified as A rank? Can it rise to S rank? Rin asked curiously. If one masters chakra nature transformation and shape transformation, there is indeed potential for it to reach S rank. My superhuman strength technique has a considerable capacity for further development, but alas, I am not particularly adept at ninjutsu, having taken the medical ninjutsu route. Hence I shall not squander my energy, Tsunade replied. What if we were to apply chakra attributes to the body using the superhuman strength technique? Tianquan inquired, intrigued. One could even infuse different attributes into a simple chakra ball, and Tsunade's superhuman strength instills in me a sense of infinite possibilities. I have contemplated this as well. Integrating yang release chakra into superhuman strength to enhance the physical form. However, without a special method of coordination, random application would only impose tremendous burdens or even harm the user. It would be unsurprising to face electrocution or burns, as the human body's internal organs and nerves are exceedingly fragile. However, the Reikage from the Village of Lightning possesses a secret technique known as the lightning release armor, which utilizes lightning release power within the body, developing a lightning release chakra mode, earning the title of the strongest lightning release armor. And no one can penetrate his physical defenses, Tsunade contemplated. Then her gaze shifted to Tianquan, who appeared eager to try. Would you like me to procure it for you? Tianquan mused. Of course, I desire it, but let us not get ahead of ourselves. The lightning release armor is a secret technique exclusive to the Reikage of the Cloud Village and may not be easily obtained through this commission. I also wish to avoid other ninja villages getting involved with you. Tsunade approached Tianquan, wrapping her arms around his, even pressing against her ample bosom to provide comfort. Rest assured, even if other villages attempt to entice me, I will not forget the promises made to you. I could never tire of a delectable morsel like you. Tianquan embraced her in return, a mischievous grin on his face. Yet I desire more, Tsunade said, her cheeks flushing as she leaned closer to his ear. 10 trillion. Even if it's reduced by tenfold, it remains in the trillion range, and with so many business ventures unfolding, I certainly hope to invest it all in Konoha. Tsunade, you are taking the initiative? Are we truly going to do this? Kushina's emotions were complex as her mind wandered to certain blush-inducing, restricted scenes. Lord Tianquan, the Hokage is here to see you, a voice announced. Oh no. Chapter 86. Thank you, Jiraiya, for giving Tsunade to me. The Hokage has arrived at quite an opportune moment, Tianquan remarked, releasing Tsunade and looking displeased. Huh. Ha ha ha. My apologies. Should I return tomorrow? Sarutobi Hiruzen scratched his head sheepishly, unaware of the disruption he had caused. Tsunade, you all hasn't he just arrived in Konoha? Have you already forgotten? Have you developed feelings for him? Jiraiya was utterly flabbergasted, his composure crumbling. Indeed, the relationship is far more intricate than mere delegation. If we had delayed by another half an hour, would it have already come to fruition? His cherished one, the goddess of his heart, the sky has collapsed. Silence. Do not forget that you are here to offer an apology. Sarutobi Hiruzen's icy words pierced like a blade. Jiraiya, am I obliged to report to you about my actions? Tsunade's expression turned cold. In her effort to captivate Tenkin, she endeavored to suppress thoughts of Kato Dan. Such reminders at this moment felt like an affront. What is wrong with me being involved with Tsunade? Tenkin initially sought to maintain a certain image, yet Jiraiya's actions led to him pulling Tsunade onto his lap. In front of Jiraiya, he embraced her openly, holding her close. Jiraiya's eyes brimmed with fury as he reached out to intervene. Yet he could feel the chilling aura and murderous intent emanating from Sarutobi, along with Tsunade's indifference. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and endured. I simply cannot comprehend why Tsunade is drawn to you. Jiraiya, feeling dejected, suppressed his inner pain and resentment, drawing upon the formidable resilience of a ninja. What is there to misunderstand? Because I am handsome, because I possess wealth, because I am sincere, because I boldly pursue. What is wrong with seeking a sweet romance to wash away past sorrows after your former lover has been gone for so many years? Or do you wish for Tsunade to remain forever in anguish? Tenkin comforted Tsunade, gently patting her back to soothe her heart. No, I harbor no such thoughts. I, too, wish for Tsunade's happiness. Jiraiya hastily waved his hands. Tenkin gazed at Tsunade, who appeared despondent, lifting her chin to draw closer. You may have any thoughts you desire. After all, my intentions are not entirely pure. I merely wish to possess you and claim your body. However, you must come to love me in return, otherwise, you shall suffer endlessly. It is entirely unlike a romantic relationship, resembling more the demeanor of a bully, offering no chance for resistance. Understood, until I have exhausted you. I shall not depart. Tsunade chuckled, willingly embracing Tenkin. His domineering tone made her feel like a vulnerable woman who could not betray her feelings, finding solace and protection in his arms. Her gaze towards Tenkin softened. Tsunade, what exactly is your relationship with him? Is he threatening you? Or does he have some ulterior motive? Jiraiya's heart twisted in agony. His beloved goddess was merely being sought for her body? Was she not being treated like a woman from a brothel? And he expected Tsunade to love him willingly? My affairs are none of your concern, Tsunade replied impatiently. Jiraiya, you care so much about Tsunade. You must harbor feelings for her, right? Tenkin suddenly had a realization, a smirk playing on his lips. Oh, no. I could never like such a violent woman. The hidden secret within Jiraiya's heart was exposed, and he hurriedly waved his hands. Yet he could not suppress the smile that crept upon his face. Jiraiya? Tsunade looked at him in surprise. Good luck to you. Kushina, noticing Tenkin's expression, understood his thoughts and silently mourned for Jiraiya. Here we go again. Rin instinctively thought of Obito. Indeed, if one were not to be enamored by such a perfect and charming woman like Tsunade, then something must be amiss. Alas, you never spoke upon your arrival. No wonder you garnered no favorable impressions over the years. However, I must thank you, as a comrade who has fought side by side. It should have been you who took this opportunity instead of allowing Kato Dan to confess. After your former brother's demise, you should have seized the chance to comfort her. Yet it fell to me. Had you possessed even a modicum of courage, it would not have come to this. Thank you for relinquishing Tsunade to me. Tenkin held Tsunade in his arms, sincerely thanking Jiraiya, his smile stretching from ear to ear. It was me? Relinquishing Tsunade to Dan? To you? Jiraiya was struck dumb, his mind reeling from the blow. Yet, was Tenkin wrong in his assertion? Not in the slightest. It was he who was the true comrade, the one with the greatest opportunity. Yet it was his cowardice and inability to confess that allowed Tsunade to be claimed by another. You are deliberately saying this in front of Jiraiya, aren't you? Tsunade said, exasperated. Although I have established my position, you and Jiraiya have been comrades for so many years, and I begrudgingly consider him a half-rival. I cannot help but feel a twinge of jealousy, Tenkin remarked as he caressed Tsunade's face. With such overwhelming possessiveness, rest assured. You are entirely mine, Tsunade replied, shaking her head in resignation. Waiting another half-month is truly unbearable. Tenkin leaned against Tsunade, his presence monumental. Tsunade remained relatively unaffected. But Jiraiya's eyes were ablaze with fury, the veins in his temples bulging, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. It was one thing for his goddess to be held by another man, but to witness such intimacy before his very eyes? Remain calm. This is Tsunade's decision. Just as she once adored Dan, she now favors Lord Tenkin. She possesses the right to choose whom to love. Sarutobi placed a hand on Jiraiya's shoulder. Fearing that Jiraiya might not withstand the provocation and lash out, he restrained him. Now let us discuss serious matters. What brings you here, old man? Tsunade inquired proactively. I brought Jiraiya to apologize. His demeanor this morning was quite unsatisfactory, and I have reprimanded him. Fool, kneel. Sarutobi kicked Jiraiya's knee. With a thud, he fell heavily to the ground. Moreover, Sarutobi pressed his head down, forcing him to prostrate himself. Jiraiya's concealed face was contorted with rage, tears nearly spilling forth. It was not the humiliation of kneeling and bowing, but rather Tsunade, his goddess. Reprimanding is your duty as Hokage. Compensation is a matter of attitude towards me. As for compensation, enough. Let us consider that an apology. You cannot provide what I seek. Return now and promptly attend to my commission. That is of utmost importance. Tenkin waved his hand, dismissing them. Yes. Sarutobi frowned, a thorn lodged in his heart. What he sought was not a perfunctory dismissal, but rather genuine satisfaction. The accumulation of repeated dismissals would ultimately lead to disappointment. Only genuine fulfillment would render him more patient with Konoha in the future, a positive aspect. His gaze suddenly fell upon the short blade at Tenkin's side, instantly recognizing it as belonging to Uchiha Shursui. Lord Tenkin has an affinity for swords? Sarutobi inquired. A bit of interest, Tenkin replied, glancing at the short blade and tossing it back to Shursui. Then we shall take our leave. So as not to disturb Lord Tenkin further, Sarutobi forcibly escorted Jiraiya away respectfully. On the way back, teacher, does Tsunade have some task? Is that why she must remain with him? Having just arrived in Konoha and barely knowing Tsunade, how else could I explain this? Tell me the truth, teacher. Jiraiya's heart was in turmoil, his eager gaze fixed on Sarutobi, hoping to glean the answers he sought from him. Sarutobi's mouth twitched. Was he trying to make him bear the blame? He had worked alongside Danzo for so many years, and he understood him all too well. I indeed discussed the matter of a union with Tsunade. So it was you, old man. I had suspected that Tsunade could not possibly develop feelings for another. Her affection for Dan was so profound that it manifested as a phobia of blood. How could she so swiftly fall for someone else? What vile actions have you taken to force Tsunade into such a predicament? Jiraiya, in an instant, felt a surge of redemption, seizing Sarutobi by the collar. His teeth clenched in fury. The fervor of his words spewed forth, landing on Sarutobi's face. Sarutobi was left speechless, never anticipating that a day would come when he would bear the blame. She initially refused, remaining unmoved regardless of my pleas. Subsequently, I assigned her to execute the esteemed Lord Tenkai's medical commission, a task of such magnitude that only she could undertake it. However, this morning, when Lord Tenkai arrived at the Hokage building to confer the commission, I discovered that Tsunade was already with him. I was utterly oblivious to what had transpired. Astonished by her swift change of heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, "Could it truly be only 3 days? In such a brief span, Tsunade fell in love with him? It was inconceivable, entirely impossible. There must have been some insidious scheme at play. Tsunade, who loved so deeply, how could she possibly shift her affections in merely 3 days?" Jiraiya found it even more intolerable. How could his goddess be so frivolous? The thought of his beloved being unfaithful was far more agonizing than death itself for a pure-hearted warrior. "It seems they have made an agreement," Sarutobi Hiruzen stated. "An agreement? What kind of agreement? A monetary exchange? No, that is impossible. Although Tsunade has a penchant for gambling, she would never trade her body for money," Jiraiya exclaimed, shaking Sarutobi Hiruzen in desperation. "Calm down, fool. Even if it were a transaction, it would certainly be Tsunade's choice. With her character, no one could coerce her." Sarutobi Hiruzen rebuked, pushing Jiraiya away. "I know your feelings for Tsunade, but have you ever confessed to her? Have you made her fall in love with you? Tsunade has the right to make her own choices. She can love whomever she desires," he added, delivering a sharp slap to Jiraiya's face. "If only I had returned sooner. Just 3 days earlier." Jiraiya lamented, tears and snot mingling as he witnessed the agony of his beloved in another man's embrace, a pain far more excruciating than death. His goddess had fallen for another. "Given the circumstances, if you still love her, then bless her," Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, turning to leave. He paused, recalling something, and turned back with an icy demeanor. "Remember, you are a ninja. No matter the agony, it must be endured in silence. If you dare to act against Lord Tenkai, do not expect me to show leniency as your mentor. Blame yourself for your own shortcomings." With that, he departed, burdened with numerous responsibilities. "Umbu, monitor Jiraiya closely. If he approaches Lord Tenkai, intervene immediately and notify me." He did not even attempt to conceal these instructions from Jiraiya, making it abundantly clear. "Understood." Several shadowy figures flickered, concealing themselves in nearby corners, observing silently. Jiraiya knelt despondently on the ground, utterly lost, devoid of the will to acknowledge the Umbu. Chapter 87. The Unspoken Understanding of Konoha F4 in the Hokage office. Konoha F4 gathered. "Hiruzen, you entrusted thousands of ninjutsu collected by Konoha to someone who is not a Konoha ninja?" questioned the wrinkled Tsunade. "Including dozens of S-rank ninjutsu?" Mito Kazumi added. Their tone was notably assertive, displaying a determination not to relent. "Is it Lord Tenkai?" In contrast, Shimura Danzo appeared remarkably calm, refraining from immediate confrontation. With Konoha's annual 36,000 commissions, they truly had no way of knowing each one. Had Jiraiya not returned, they might have remained oblivious. Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen responded coolly. Previously an old smoker under Lord Tenkai's influence, now unable to resist savoring a puff, exhaling clouds of smoke in delight. Even the clients cannot be trusted. Should other ninja villages acquire Konoha's ninjutsu, it would not only bolster their strength, but could also lead to countermeasures against Konoha, posing a tremendous threat. Tsunade slammed her hand on the table. "Hiruzen, you did not consult us regarding this matter. You must bear full responsibility." Mito Kazumi asserted directly. "You owe us an explanation." Danzo's gaze was fixed intently. D rank, 1 million. C rank, 5 million. A rank, 50 million. S rank ninjutsu, 5 billion. Sarutobi Hiruzen reiterated Lord Tenkai's pricing. Gasp. Cough, cough. The three of them involuntarily inhaled sharply, choking on the secondhand smoke. Their throats tightened, and the questions they intended to voice were swallowed whole. Yet, despite this, they gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen with fervor. "Are you certain?" Tsunade and Mito Kazumi exclaimed, even Danzo appearing unsettled. "In truth," Lord Tenkai stated, "A rank, 50 million. S rank, 500 million. Only forbidden techniques would cost 5 times that. However, S ranks are classified, which presents a conundrum." Sarutobi Hiruzen spread his hands, expressing helplessness. Indeed, there was little that could be done. After all, it was Lord Tenkai who set the price. The three elders exchanged knowing smiles, their demeanor shifting to one of respect. They began to employ honorifics, the loyalty of ninja hierarchy activated. As for leaking information, selling out, such a notion was ludicrous. They would certainly serve such a benefactor with utmost reverence, complying with any demands, even extending their hands willingly. To put it plainly, their ninja village was but a tool for the wealthy elite, easily molded into whatever shape desired. But why would the wealthy elite abandon them? If they were to be scorned, it would surely be due to Konoha's own shortcomings. Sarutobi Hiruzen recounted Lord Tenkai's accomplishments with pride, a truly remarkable ambition. Before him, even the feudal lords seem insignificant. A commission worth hundreds of billions, a landmark for Konoha, a heavenly paradise on earth. I can hardly believe I am witnessing the resplendent future of Konoha. Tsunade and Mito Kazumi were filled with admiration and excitement, their previous grievances dissipating, replaced by a sense of respect. They even contemplated kneeling to pledge their loyalty, yearning to express their uncontainable reverence and admiration. Not only did he comprehend the philosophies of life, but he was also willing to act upon them. Perhaps he truly was the savior destined to lead Konoha toward transformation within the ninja world. Danzo's lips curled into a slight smirk. He had always held a favorable impression of Lord Tenkai, and the words spoken resonated deeply. "Upon your arrival, you immediately sought to assign blame and demand I bear full responsibility. Does this not count as my achievement?" Sarutobi Hiruzen quipped with a smirk. The three exchanged glances before boldly asserting, "You are the Hokage. Is this not your duty?" Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. "Am I to regret my position as Hokage? Absolutely not. If I were to dwell on that every day, we would have clashed long ago. Mutual understanding is the norm. Hiruzen, have you arranged for the Umbu? If they falter, we can summon Root for protection." Danzo suggested proactively. "Security must be impenetrable. Even within Konoha, we cannot simply assign a few lower-ranked ninjas to handle this," Tsunade remarked. He had arranged for a guardian ninja, specifically requesting the elite Jonin Kushina for close protection. Within Konoha's borders, it was exceedingly safe, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated. "The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki?" Danzo frowned. 5 million per day amounts to a staggering 825 billion annually. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked casually. Cough, cough. Danzo promptly fell silent. The other two, who had intended to speak, swallowed their words instead, managing to force out, "Truly worthy of Lord Tenkai. His generosity is remarkable." Kushina's combat prowess was undeniable. Yet being a Jinchuriki also made her a target for other ninja villages. She had been kidnapped by the Cloud Village in her youth. If any issues arise due to ninja conflicts, we would bear the consequences. Danzo's tone shifted, now considering whether Kushina could adequately provide protection. What about Minato? Let him handle it. His Flying Thunder God technique offers significant advantages in safeguarding, Mito Kazumi proposed. Indeed, there is no more suitable candidate than Flying Thunder God. Zhuangqin Xiaochu nodded. The loyalty of ninjas to the aristocracy ignited a subconscious consideration. Lord Tianquan had commissioned Shishui as a guardian ninja today, with a contract exceeding 100 million. So safety should not be a major concern. Sarutobi Hizashi remarked. Another commission exceeding 100 million? The days in Konoha are certainly improving. The crowd expressed their excitement. Uchiha Shirsue's strength is commendable, and together with Kushina, even in the face of unforeseen events, they could delay until reinforcements arrive. Danzo nodded with a smile. I heard Jiraiya has returned to Konoha. Do we have any intelligence regarding Sunagakure? Zhuangqin Xiaochun inquired. None from Sunagakure, Sarutobi Hizashi replied, his expression darkening as he put down his pipe. The great toad sage of Myaboku Mountain. He revealed the prophecy, and a hidden murderous intent flickered in the eyes of the three. I trust in the actions of Lord Tianquan rather than the so-called prophecy. Danzo was the first to express his stance. Even if that person awakens disaster, as long as he is a savior to us in Konoha, that is sufficient. Though a holy land, It is merely a gathering of frogs. Jiraiya actually believes in them, so it seems he cannot be trusted too much. Zhuangqin Xiaochun and Mito Minyan also expressed their agreement, undoubtedly standing behind Lord Tianquan. Jiraiya is temporarily untrustworthy. I have prohibited him from approaching Lord Tianquan and dispatched Umbu to monitor him. Should he exhibit any unusual behavior, I will take action to eliminate him if necessary. Sarutobi Hizashi spoke solemnly, without a hint of jest. The three nodded in acknowledgement of his attitude. As ninjas, we should act this way, devoid of any personal feelings. Minato is Jiraiya's disciple and has a summoning contract with Mayaboka Mountain. We cannot be certain that Mayaboka won't target him, so he is also temporarily untrustworthy, Zhuangqin Xiaochun stated. I will speak with Minato later and restrict him from approaching Lord Tianquan. I believe Minato will not disobey orders due to some inexplicable prophecy, especially since he understands Lord Tianquan's intentions and won't act recklessly. Sarutobi Hizashi still held trust in Minato. I will not place my hopes in trust. I will arrange for surveillance. Danzo's gaze shifted towards Sarutobi Hizashi. Kushina is Minato's wife, and as a guardian ninja, she is in close proximity to Lord Tianquan. Presenting numerous opportunities for action, Kushina is now a guardian ninja. We have no authority to command her, especially since Lord Tianquan requires her chakra. How about this? I will have Tsunade keep an eye on Kushina, and besides, Shursui is also present, Sarutobi Hizashi suggested after some contemplation. And the three nodded in tacit agreement. Chapter 88. Crafting Chakra Enhancements. The exhilaration of utilizing enhancements is truly delightful. Tianquan gazed at the multitude of shadow clones laboriously training in the distance while he indulged in life on the terrace with Tsunade, a true embodiment of a leisurely cultivation. Your training method is truly enviable. Even I have never cheated like this before, Tsunade lamented. At your current strength, utilizing it now is not too late. Tianquan replied with a smile. It's not that simple. With weaker strength, chakra is scarce. Although stronger abilities yield more chakra, the techniques employed are formidable, requiring even more chakra, which is relative. However, your previous approach has reminded me that it can be applied to knowledge research, allowing for even more shadow clones, Tsunade noted. Kushina, please provide Tsunade with chakra as well, Tianquan instructed. Sister Tsunade belongs to the Senju clan, possessing more chakra than my tailed beast cloak's chakra. If I were to harness the power of 4 or 5 tails, the chakra would become difficult to control, making it impossible to match Sister Tsunade's chakra, Kushina explained. Don't worry about me. Focus on your own training, Tsunade chuckled. I truly envy you chakra-rich individuals. Even if I learn the entire catalog of ninjutsu, I still rely on Kushina's chakra supply to enjoy it fully, Tianquan remarked, observing the two with envy. Don't be fooled by the sheer number of shadow clones I can create. It all depends on Kushina's supply. While my own chakra can barely sustain 2 techniques before I must rest. Your financial prowess in jutsu is also enviable. You can learn anything you desire. Even S-rank techniques at will. Kushina turned her gaze toward him. Not to mention ninjutsu. Being a full-time little sister and guardian ninja, I can practically do as I please. Tsunade jested. The 2 cute youngsters, Hong and Lin, dared not speak when they were pointed out. Spending players have their own methods, with my lack of talent. If I weren't allowed to spend, I would be utterly useless, Tianquan grinned. Learning ninjutsu can also be supplemented by shadow clones. But the chakra volume cannot be solved with spending, Tsunade reminded. The chakra volume is indeed a significant issue, unless I keep Kushina by my side at all times. Learning more ninjutsu would be akin to learning none at all, Tianquan frowned. Regardless, you don't require combat. Learning ninjutsu is merely for enjoyment and flair, isn't it? You usually act casually, Kushina remarked. That won't do. The feeling is different, Tianquan shook his head. Then there's no other way. Chakra is produced from the combination of spirit and body. With an ordinary physique and lack of willpower, it is impossible to significantly increase chakra. Training vigorously alongside Might Guy to enhance physical fitness and willpower is currently the best approach, Kushina proposed. Isn't there any other method? Tianquan questioned, self-aware. Ninjas have long adapted to hardship. Those with strong mental fortitude can even overcome addiction. You would find it difficult to remain idle for a month, wouldn't you? Being a ninja is never a profession of enjoyment, Tsunade shook her head. Give up, Oniai-chan. Being a good-natured lecher isn't so bad, Hong teased. However, Tianquan gazed at the dense cluster of shadow clones in the distance, pondering the bugs in Naruto. When shadow clones disperse, The remaining chakra returns to the original body. Can we interpret this to mean that these shadow clones can also be considered my reserve chakra? Naruto's Sage Chakra can return to the original body upon the dissolution of shadow clones. In a certain sense, this is indeed the case. But the existence of shadow clones begins to consume chakra. It will only deplete chakra and cannot be retained for when you need it, Kushina queried. I see you can seal items into scrolls, and that beast of the 9 tails can be sealed within the body. Could it be possible to seal shadow clones as well? Even if not in the form of shadow clones, perhaps sealing a massive chakra? Tianquan proposed with a flash of inspiration. There are similar techniques, like Tsunade's Yin seal, but the difficulty of learning this technique is exceedingly high. It's S rank, Kushina remarked. Tsunade touched her forehead, recalling the purple diamond-shaped Yin seal, which can store excess chakra in a full state and release it during battles. Your chakra is already scarce. You can't possibly expect to store the chakra that Kushina provides you, and then use it as your own? Tsunade began to realize mid-sentence. I cannot always keep Kushina by my side. While having her around is quite pleasant, it would be too cumbersome to walk around. If I store it in advance as my chakra reservoir, wouldn't that solve my problem of having insufficient chakra? Tianquan beamed, considering himself a genius. If you can learn the Yin seal, I have no objections. After all, it makes no difference to me, Kushina stated nonchalantly. Clearly, my Yin seal is not intended for such use, yet you have developed a different effect. But who can blame you for having Kushina? Leading you to think of this application? Tsunade expressed her admiration. But my Yin seal is S-rank ninjutsu. Are you prepared for the cost? S-rank secret technique, too. 5 billion. She said, her eyes shining with excitement as she gazed at Tianquan. She was in dire need of funds. With money, she wouldn't have to worry about what the Hokage thought and could make direct commissions. No, it should be proposed once more. After their refusal, one should slam the table and unleash a torrent of wealth, striking them fiercely. However, I am not the one to learn. You can directly plant it within me. Tianquan feigned ignorance. What difference does it make if you learn? You need not waste your time studying. Given your talent, mastering this S-rank ninjutsu, the shadow clone technique, would take an extensive period. You could earn 8 or 900 million in a single day. 25 billion in 3 days is merely a triviality. Surely, you wouldn't resort to deceit, would you? Tsunade embraced Tianquan, holding his head to her chest, playfully pinching his cheeks. Currently, I have numerous expenses, not counting other commissions. The cost of medicine alone requires 10 billion every 3 days, alongside the financial burdens of factories, shops, and personnel. Nevertheless, for your sake, I could afford to slow my progress for a few days. Tianquan reciprocated the embrace, burying himself deeper into Tsunade's comforting presence. Now, that is more like it. Tsunade was satisfied, dismissing his minor antics. Chapter 89. Hurry and embrace Brother Tongzi and activate your powers. In truth, similar techniques are not difficult, with slight modifications. I could achieve the fire sealing method. It does not require the meticulous control of the Yin sealing technique, nor the intricate investigation of chakra to maintain youthful appearances, or the preservation of bodily functions in peak condition. Kushina suddenly interjected. You are now my guardian ninja, working for me without compensation, right? Tianquan's eyes sparkled with realization. No, Kushina chuckled. Kushina, are you trying to undermine my business? Tsunade's forehead bulged with veins, her fists clenched tightly. Sister Tsunade, for the price of just 1 S-rank ninjutsu, you could realize your dreams. At that moment, this villain would not hold back. Kushina pouted in reminder. Although not everyone in Konoha could master a medical ninjutsu, having one in a 3-person team is manageable. Tsunade was left momentarily speechless. Ah, so this is your true intention. I am your master. Yet you dare to play tricks on me? Tianquan pinched Kushina's face. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Do you really want it? A free chakra sealing technique? Kushina shielded her face, feeling aggrieved. While she had helped Tsunade avoid a bombardment, she had also aided Tianquan significantly, resulting in a direct exemption of 25 billion. Cough, Tsunade. I believe this 25 billion is not beyond your means to manage. After all, your wish has been long-standing. It should be prioritized. Tianquan spoke earnestly. Tsunade's lips twitched. Truthfully, that was merely a suggestion I made during the meeting, aimed at reducing casualties in Konoha, and cannot be regarded as my dream. Let us do this. Let us not be shy. I will take your Yin sealing technique, and you can consider the payment as a debt for now. Kushina, I also require your sealing technique. Furthermore, I demand you create 100,000 scrolls. Tianquan pondered briefly and decided with unwavering determination, boldly directing his orders at Kushina. You seem to be avoiding any losses. Tsunade grimaced. 100,000? Even if I spent my entire life, I could not produce such a quantity. Kushina felt distressed. How is that possible? Utilize your shadow clones. Divide them into 3 to 5,000, and you will swiftly accomplish it. Even if it takes 10 minutes per scroll, in 1 hour, you can create 30,000 scrolls, completing the task in merely 3 to 4 hours. Quite simple, isn't it? Tianquan grinned, revealing a somewhat exploitative demeanor. Your exploitation of the shadow clone technique is unparalleled. Kushina was speechless, suddenly struck by a thought that changed her expression. Are you suggesting I manufacture so many chakra storage scrolls for the purpose of course, to sell them? Regardless of whether they are Jonin or Chunin, when battling enemies until their chakra is depleted, they can suddenly open the scrolls and be fully rejuvenated, effortlessly turning the tide of battle. They could even be deployed right from the start, unleashing a barrage of ninjutsu, easily overcoming opponents of equal rank. Such a crucial item, priced at 250,000 per scroll, is not exorbitant, is it? Selling just 10,000 scrolls would yield 25 billion. As Tianquan spoke, he grinned devilishly at Kushina. So, you intend to profit from my abilities and then use that money to indulge Sister Tsunade? Kushina was left utterly dumbfounded. Tsunade, too, was rendered speechless, covering her face in disbelief. Initially, she had forced herself to adapt, and now her younger sister was earning money while allowing others to indulge in her? She had truly lost all sense of dignity. Thank you, Kushina. To avoid disappointing you, I am willing to delay for a few days. Therefore, I will not pay Tsunade for the moment. Tianquan smiled cheerfully. This is simply a disaster. Can I express my regret? Kushina felt a surge of self-reproach. No. You are mine now, and must heed my commands. Tianquan grinned widely. Isn't this counterproductive? It only seems to intensify his peculiar interests. Lin couldn't help but scoff. Give up. With so many prospective store managers setting out, it will only delay by 2 weeks at most, Hong chuckled. Come now. Weren't you requesting I provide you with the sealing technique? Where would you like it? Tsunade responded straightforwardly. This time, I want to even inquire about payment. You can give it whenever you wish. I am simply awaiting the opportunity. The back of my hand, let it be stylish. Tianquan extended his palm. If your arm were to be severed, the stored chakra would become unusable. Are you certain about the back of your hand? Tsunade cautioned. Then let it be on my chest. By the way, must the sealing pattern be in a diamond shape? Tianquan inquired. Not necessarily. What design do you prefer? Tsunade asked. Wings, with stylish lines, resembling a tattoo. Ideally, each use would diminish a portion, leading enemies to mistakenly perceive it as a secret technique with limited uses, thus causing them to misjudge. Also, please change the color from purple to black. Black is far more stylish. Tianquan suggested with a smirk. Do you truly consider it a tattoo, even dictating the design? You're asking to expose your chest. Tsunade was left speechless. Tianquan loosened his collar, revealing a broad, muscular chest. Sealing technique. With both hands forming the necessary seals, as Tsunade pressed her palm against Tianquan's chest, countless intricate patterns emerged, seemingly alive, swirling towards Tianquan's heart. Soon, a pair of black wing patterns manifested, appearing remarkably striking, a true embodiment of the dark, charismatic male. This design is impressive. Tianquan's eyes lit up. This seal will vanish with each release, ostensibly allowing for 3 liberations. In reality, only the visible pattern disappears. The seal itself remains intact. I have also implemented the simplest control design. By merely channeling chakra, it will automatically seal the storage. When needed, a simple release seal will suffice. Thus, even if you do not master the sealing technique, it can serve as a chakra storage device. However, it will not possess the effect of collecting chakra regularly. Tsunade explained. So, when my chakra is full, I can simply open it to pour in chakra, right? Although I want to be in peak condition afterward. It should still achieve a similar effect, albeit requiring a relatively safe location to do so, Tianquan remarked. That is not incorrect, Tsunade nodded after contemplation, crossing her arms with a bemused smile directed at Kushina. Let us put it to the test, dear sister. You will seal the chakra inside. And as long as it can be successfully released, we will consider it a success. I'm sorry, Sister Tsunade, I was wrong. Kushina proceeded with utmost caution. It is only a matter of time before we fall into his hands. Let us begin. Tsunade shook her head, resigned. Kushina sighed, then placed her hands on Tianquan's heart, channeling her vast chakra into him. Yes, that is the feeling. It's delightful. The sensation of power flooded Tianquan, igniting him in blue chakra flames. Don't get lost in the ecstasy. Activate the Yin seal to let the chakra in, Tsunade instructed. Activate. Tianquan formed the seals, and the visible blue chakra surged forth like a flood towards his heart. Tsunade placed her hand upon his chest, sensing the fluctuations of the Yin seal and its potential effects on Tianquan. Very well, everything appears normal. Now, you may release the Yin seal and unleash your chakra. But do remember to control it. Do not release it all at once, Tsunade instructed. Subsequently, Tianquan formed hand seals, releasing the chakra sealed within his mouth, allowing blue chakra flames to engulf his entire being. He had only released about 1/10 of his chakra. Upon halting, the black wings from his mouth dissipated as well. Excellent. It was successful. The vanished patterns will automatically restore in an hour. Remember, your own chakra is limited. It cannot retain an excess beyond its capacity. If you do not use it promptly, it will simply dissipate. If you wish to sustain its use, try to regulate the size of the Yin seal's opening to match your chakra expenditure, Tsunade remarked, nodding in satisfaction. I understand. By the way, how much chakra can this seal store? An S-rank sealing technique must be capable of holding a significant amount, right? Tianquan replied, pondering. The equivalent of a tailed beast. Tsunade smirked proudly. A tailed beast? You mean the one inside Kushina? Tianquan's heart raced as he could not help but inquire. His curiosity was not merely about whether it was a tailed beast, but rather if it was the 9 tails. It is well known that the chakra of a tailed beast is distributed as 1 portion for the 1 tail, 1 for the 2 tails, and the remaining 91 portions are allocated to the 9 tails. Although it may sound exaggerated, the reality is even more astounding. After all, chakra is not a creature. It does not resist, struggle, or possess consciousness. It merely requires stability, allowing for a far greater storage capacity. Unlike my need to suppress the 9 tails, Kushina interjected understandingly. So, what exactly is the capacity? Tianquan inquired, feeling frustrated by the ambiguity surrounding the tailed beast's prowess. Why not have Kushina fill you up so you can find out? Tsunade suggested, glancing at Kushina. I can currently control only 4 or 5 tails, which will take quite some time, a significant endeavor. Kushina recalled the chakra sealing scrolls, feeling increasingly distressed, fearing she might be reduced to servitude. Believe me, it won't be long. Tianquan grinned excitedly. Training? What are you training for? Who are you trying to impress? Tsunade scoffed. Your words may be deceptive, but your chakra reserves will not lie. Hurry and embrace your potential. If you lack even-tailed beast-level chakra, what purpose does it serve? Is it not embarrassing? Chapter 90. Revolutionary Tool. Chakra Storage Scroll. Kushina, it's your turn to perform. Tianquan urged, turning his gaze toward her. Yes, I regret speaking, Kushina lamented. She then lifted her long skirt, revealing her slender, beautiful legs, with 3 scrolls strapped to her thigh, accentuating her alluring figure. Since you won't let me wear ninja attire, I have no choice but to conceal the scrolls beneath my skirt, Kushina blushed. With your mastery in sealing techniques, you could condense the sealing patterns into tattoos, or, like Tsunade, transform them into small rhombuses. You could also use bracelets, earrings, necklaces, or rings as carriers, both aesthetically pleasing and practical, surpassing even the utility of a ninja backpack. Tianquan proposed. You have quite a few ideas, and they are indeed practical. This way, you can carry them even while bathing or engaging in other activities, Kushina observed, eyeing Tianquan's wings. She found the large-scale sealing on his mouth intolerable, but a smaller version would be acceptable. Besides storage seals, there must be seals with other functionalities, right? For instance, give me 10 seals, 1 for each finger joint, and let the design be a black heart. Tianquan stood confidently, believing that compared to direct tattoos, storage rings were rather outdated. However, their sales potential would likely be remarkable. Are you planning to cover your entire body? That would be quite unsightly. Akin to a gang member, Kushina frowned. That is indeed an interesting concept. Embedding various functional seals on the body or crafting them into jewelry for swift access during battle. Just like the sealing technique for fire, which allows the user to seal an enemy's fire attacks merely by raising a hand, thereby eliminating the need to retrieve and unroll a scroll, significantly saving time. Perhaps it is precisely because he is not a ninja that he can think outside conventional limits. Tsunade mused with intrigue. I'll reserve the index finger joint for the fire seal. If it can seal fire, surely there are seals for water, lightning, earth, and wind. Corresponding to the 5 fingers, she continued. Such formidable seals on both hands. As for the storage seals, they can be designed to encircle the arm. It can be placed wherever it won't be a hindrance. Tianquan grinned, realizing this would render him nearly invincible. Your ideas seem to be multiplying, Kushina remarked, scratching her head. Let's proceed with it. This will ensure his safety even further, Tsunade decided. I did not suggest excluding him. We have yet to begin the chakra sealing scroll, and already new ideas are arising, one after another. Kushina unfurled the scroll, then formed hand seals. Chakra storage technique. It was accomplished. Far simpler than the sealing technique for fire, merely requiring the sealing of chakra for storage, classified as a C-rank sealing technique. With her hands forming seals, she pressed down onto the scroll on the table, revealing intricate mystical symbols, with a large character for seal at its center. The fire sealing technique could seal even the all-consuming Amaterasu. This was significantly less complex. Is it merely a C-rank? How much chakra can it actually store? Tianquan inquired. Do not underestimate the Uzumaki clan. While it is only a C-rank ninjutsu, it can still store the chakra of 100 elite jonin. Kushina proclaimed proudly. 100 units? That is quite substantial for just a C-rank. Tianquan was taken aback. What is a unit? Kushina asked. Chakra, units, pounds, tons, Tianquan chuckled. Elite jonin correspond to chakra? What about chunin? And jinin? Kushina queried curiously. Jinin are too chaotic to be included in the system, Tianquan replied directly. Jinin battles often revolve around grueling struggles. Ninjutsu demands excessive chakra and can only deliver a decisive blow. With this scroll, wouldn't that mean I could freely expend ninjutsu during battles, even unleashing widespread devastation? That seems rather unfair. The 2 young girls widened their eyes in shock, fully aware of the struggles ninjas face during combat, thus grasping the scroll's immense value. This scroll possesses strategic significance, dramatically enhancing the strength of every ninja. The potential for multiple-fold, even 10-fold increases in combat capability is entirely plausible. It could fundamentally alter the future battle strategies of ninjas, shifting from meticulously planned strikes to blunt ninjutsu bombardments. Tsunade contemplated the scroll on the table with seriousness. How does that compare to your suggestion of having a medical ninja in every ninja squad? Tianquan leaned closer with a grin. Surely my concept holds greater value. Completely revolutionizing the ninja combat paradigm. Does no one ever commend me? After all, I am the one who created this. Kushina sighed, feeling overlooked as the one doing the labor. This is to be sold, correct? Can I buy one? Red could not help but inquire. I want one too. Lin looked at him with wide eyes. Of course, I shall prepare one for both of you, Tsunade assured them. Though you want to be undertaking perilous missions, possessing additional survival skills in this dangerous world is always beneficial. Tianquan affectionately placed his hand on the heads of the 2 adorable girls, smiling warmly. Tsunade's S-ranking seal? Oh, brother! Lin and Red exclaimed in astonishment, their disbelief palpable. You truly are generous, Tsunade remarked, surprised. Wouldn't they expect me to fill them up as well? It would truly be exhausting. Kushina wore a grim expression. Although the tailed beasts are manifestations of the chakra of the 10 tails, essentially a conglomerate of chakra, once they take form as physical tailed beasts under the influence of yin-yang release, this conglomerate becomes a vessel, akin to a corporeal body. The chakra utilized by the tailed beasts is also drawn from their own containers. For instance, during the 4th Great Ninja War, Naruto depleted the 9 Tails chakra, and the 9 Tails extracted chakra to equip the 80,000 allied forces with tailed beast cloaks. By previous calculations, the entirety of the 9 Tails is merely worth 1 billion. They haven't learned any particularly formidable techniques. A few tails would suffice, Tianquan remarked. Kushina could only smile helplessly, saying, as my esteemed client, I am burdened to protect your sister, but my chakra is not limitless. Don't worry, I will also feel your pain, Tianquan chuckled. But isn't that too? 5 billion. It's far too expensive for mere low-ranking ninjas like us. A chakra storage scroll would suffice. The 2 quickly shook their heads in refusal. All right, my dear Amaruo. How could I not think of you in moments of fortune? However, the design and placement shall be decided by me, Tianquan gently embraced the two little cuties. Rin blushed and nodded, feeling a profound sense of gratitude. Tsunade, please place it on their abdomens, like fallen wings, Tianquan grinned. Are you doing this for your own amusement? I was almost moved. Tsunade's mouth twitched. She glanced at Rin and, seeing how close she was to Tianquan, intended to pass on her medical ninjutsu to Rin, including the creation of the Rebirth 100 Healings technique. But to have that design would mean the wings spread all over the abdomen, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that require a reduction in size? Tsunade asked with irritation. Certainly not. This is something that can be shown to others, Tianquan asserted confidently. Do as you wish. You too. Lift your clothes, Tsunade conceded. The two little cuties turned crimson. It's all right. We've become quite familiar by now. There's nothing to be shy about, Tianquan grinned. The two little cuties trembled slightly. Chapter 91. Turning the heavens upside down in sealing technique, Tsunade formed hand seals and pressed her hands onto the abdomens of the two little cuties. All right, from now on. You can voluntarily send your unused chakra into the scroll, and I will teach you the sealing technique so that you can master it completely. Tsunade withdrew her hands, revealing a perfect design on their delicate, fair skin. Thank you, Tsunade-sensei. Thank you, big brother, the little cuties said, their bodies flushed with embarrassment as their voices softened considerably. My dear Amaduo, you must perform well tonight, Tianquan beamed. The two little cuties breathed softly, unable to glance at him. Using Tsunade-sensei's technique combined with my chakra to woo girls is too much. Kushina felt discomfort. Tsunade, you wouldn't expect me to change the sealing design to this pattern, would you? Before Tianquan could respond, Tsunade interrupted, her scalp prickling with unease. I would love to, but if you are unwilling, so be it, Tianquan grinned. Of course, I would not be willing. Kushina clenched her fists tightly. Kushina, would you like one as well? Tianquan looked at her with eager eyes. I don't lack chakra. And if Minato finds out, I truly wouldn't be able to explain myself. Kushina trembled with fear, terrified of being forced into a tattoo. All right. If you don't want it, we'll let it go. It's just a seal. After all, it can be undone. Tianquan sighed, not wanting to push her too hard. A chakra storage scroll can hold 100 units, equivalent to the chakra of 100 elite jonin, and is priced at 250,000. Doesn't that seem a bit too cheap? Moreover, it can be reused. As he looked at the scroll in his hand, his thoughts began to race again. Is 250,000 too little? That's already an A-rank mission. If it weren't for you, I would need at least 2 years to save up for it, Rin remarked. That's just your situation. A Jonin team can complete a few A-rank missions in a couple of months. Low-ranking ninjas should just live frugally. Tianquan ruffled Rin's hair. You got me there, Rin conceded. Feeling attacked. With 30,000 ninjas in Konoha, that would amount to 7.5 billion. Wait, that doesn't seem like too much. Tianquan suddenly felt disheartened. That's equivalent to the village's ninjas hiring the 3 of you for S-rank ninjutsu, Tsunade chuckled. Shouldn't the ninjas of the village be the ones to learn medical ninjutsu for themselves? Tianquan corrected. Tsunade was taken aback. This is about taking from the people and using it for the people. They receive chakra storage scrolls and learn medical ninjutsu, thereby significantly enhancing their capabilities and survival skills. The greatest beneficiaries are not you and me, but the ninjas of Konoha, Tianquan said, gazing at Tsunade. Taking from the people and using it for the people? Tsunade's mind seemed to be split open, as if a new understanding was dawning upon her, reconstructing her philosophical thoughts. What a profound statement. If only you could be a bit more serious. Kushina felt similarly enlightened. So, do not place high expectations on me. Just consider me a greedy and lustful landlord. Tianquan chuckled lightly. His gaze returned to the 7.5 billion scroll in his hand. Once the chakra of the first person enters the scroll automatically adapts to the chakra traits of that ninja. If others attempt to inject their chakra, it would immediately create a conflict, leading to self-destruction. This prevents enemies from stealing it, or if a Konoha ninja is defeated and the scroll falls into enemy hands, enhancing their strength. In this way, each scroll becomes exclusive and cannot be circulated. Moreover, since scrolls deteriorate with prolonged use and combat factors, breaking the 10 billion mark shouldn't be an issue. Tianquan mused with enthusiasm. What a schemer. By the way, isn't this technique developed by me? Kushina retorted, speechless. What do you mean, your technique? During the commission period. It's all mine, and you belong to me. Tianquan asserted firmly. Kushina had no retort. In this way, it also prevents enemies from seizing it. Tsunade expressed her understanding. You were thinking about those trifling ninja resources when you came to Konoha, and you've truly succeeded, Rin commented. Will other ninja villages also create chakra storage scrolls? Rin inquired. The primary function of this technique is to store chakra, and its difficulty is at most D rank. Kushina's version attained C rank only due to its increased capacity and stability. Tsunade frowned. While I am confident that the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are unparalleled, other ninja villages possess the capability to seal tailed beasts as well. Moreover, once they obtain it on the battlefield, they can reverse engineer it and replicate similar functions. It's not impossible. Kushina admitted her insecurities. Is the sealing technique reliant on these incomprehensible formulas? Can it be manufactured through printing? Tianquan asked. How could that be? The formulas are a part of it. The primary aspect is the chakra structure. Only ninjas proficient in sealing techniques can master it, and they are quite rare in any village. Furthermore, the chakra of the Uzumaki clan possesses sealing properties that far exceed those of other sealing ninjas, Kushina explained. Then what is there to worry about? They may produce a minuscule amount, yet we can mass produce it. In terms of both efficiency and quality, they simply cannot compare. Tianquan felt reassured. Are you referring to my shadow clone slaves for mass production? Kushina found it hard to cope. Now that the war has commenced, we cannot afford to be overly concerned. Tsunade nodded. Regardless, we must prioritize immediate enhancement. What will happen in the future is a matter for another time, Tianquan replied casually. He instead hopes that other villages will replicate this, not caring about the profits from it. For him, enhancing the upper limits of ninja strength is what he yearns to witness, and the quantity of chakra serves as the foundation. Only in this manner can he acquire more powerful techniques, witness higher thresholds, and foster a more advanced civilization, rather than engaging in petty thievery or assassinations, or relying on shurikens, which, while quintessentially ninja, are rather unrefined. They should unleash ninjutsu with explosive force, altering the terrain and turning the heavens upside down. Chapter 92. The era of tattoos is about to begin. If the chakra seal is slightly opened and not controlled, the chakra will swirl chaotically within the body, allowing one to dispel illusions. Hong, touching her abdominal seal, marvels at this discovery. Does this mean we will no longer be susceptible to illusions? Lin exclaimed joyfully. Everyone's gaze turned to her. Although the seductive tattoo seal beneath her dress was invisible, both Tsunade and Kushina could sense the flowing chakra within Hong. Indeed, Kushina attempted to explore with a chakra scroll. Illusions? Tianquan pondered. Generally, illusions utilize the five senses as conduits, manipulating the chakra flow within the enemy's brain. To evade them, one must close off their senses, which proves impractical in combat. Alternatively, one could disrupt their own chakra flow to dispel the illusion, or rely on companions to inject chakra to assist in the release. Tsunade elucidated this to Tianquan. Wouldn't sealing a shadow clone be more effective? When the enemy employs illusions, the stored shadow clone could directly assist in dispelling them, making it more agile and proactive, Tianquan suggested. The others blinked at him in surprise. You truly have a plethora of ideas, Tsunade admitted, clearly impressed. We could indeed improve the seal to allow the shadow clone inside to sense the external situation. Even when the enemy believes they have fallen victim to an illusion and approaches, the clone could emerge from the seal to deliver a fatal strike. You are quite remarkable. Even without proficiency in sealing techniques or being a ninja, you offer such constructive suggestions. Kushina mused over the improvement plans, glancing at Tianquan with unexpected admiration. Oni-chan, you're so clever. Lin and Hong expressed their admiration. Actually, I've never been foolish, Tianquan chuckled lightly. Previously, he had not engaged in these matters, unaware of his standing in Konoha. This represents a profound development of ninja abilities, potentially leading to transformative applications with far-reaching implications. Even now, this is merely the tip of the iceberg, not fully revealed. The existence of shadow clones consumes chakra, so there is no need to prepare for it just yet. Speaking of which, you two will soon be protected by the wealthy benefactor. So do you still need these? Kushina teased with a mischievous grin. The implication of being kept like a pet made the two adorable ones blush furiously. Kushina, you should grant me the sealing technique for the fire seal, Tianquan reminded, extending his 10 fingers. All right, the black heart pattern, right? Kushina replied. How frustrating. As a guardian ninja, I can't earn money like Tsunade. This is an A-rank sealing technique. a secret art of the Uzumaki clan, worth 2.5 billion each. And you expect me to earn you that much money, treating me like a slave? Kushina lamented, her mindset somewhat unraveling with envy. Stop complaining. You are someone I desire but cannot have. Did Tsunade not initially refuse as well? Yet, I persuaded her with a single remark, almost pinning her against the wall. You have been my guardian ninja for so long, and I haven't pressured you. Isn't that enough sincerity? Tianquan comforted her. You're using me to highlight your sincerity? Tsunade clenched her fists, ready to strike again. Then I thank you, Kushina pouted. Though her demeanor had softened considerably, even feeling a bit touched, Tianquan had treated Hong and Lin with such regard, yet with her, he had only flirted. Not resorting to coercion or threats, showcasing genuine sincerity, true love. No need for thanks. Now that Uchiha Shursui has arrived, you shall retreat to the second line of defense and protect me closely, allowing him to take the front line to shield us. Let him handle the dirty work. He only requires 100 million. Tianquan chuckled. This sealing technique has illuminated the path to civilization, underscoring the significance of the Uzumaki clan. I truly cannot force Kushina. It would only lead to trouble. However, digging a corner is inevitable. What of marriage? A goalkeeper's goal is what makes it exciting. Huh. You mean to say a guardian ninja worth 1.8 billion still needs protection from others? I hardly know what to say. Kushina wore a defeated expression. Then she gazed at his 5 fingers, each corresponding to one of the 5 elemental ninjutsu, right? Yes, both hands are like this. Then, let us create a powerful seal on the back of my hand to contain the monster within your belly. This way, even if the ninjutsu isnt of the 5 elements, we can still send it into the seal to explode at will. Tianquan nodded, continuing his proposal. You truly have remarkable ideas. Tsunade exclaimed in surprise. I understand your meaning. However, this seal is not suitable for containing explosive ninjutsu. It is better suited for suppressing evil entities. How about this? I will replace it with an 8 trigram seal composed of 2 S-rank 4-symbol seals. The suppression will no longer target the sealed object, but the seal itself, enhancing stability. Additionally, we will add a layer of adamantine barriers, primarily used to detonate incoming attacks within the seal, preventing them from breaching the seal's boundaries. If you can master these sealing techniques to some extent, even without fully learning them, you could pull enemies into the seal and subdue or eliminate them with the adamantine and 8 trigram seals. However, this will consume a significant amount of chakra and will require a connection to the Yin seal for chakra supply. Kushina could not help but admire Tianquan's ideas and further refine the plan based on his suggestions. Excellent. I entrust this to you, Tianquan said with satisfaction. This sealing process is quite complex. I will need to prepare an altar for the ritual, so you should also remove your top. Kushina instructed, beginning her preparations. Tianquan complied and removed his shirt. Soon, a gigantic, incomprehensible mystical array appeared on the ground, surrounded by lit white candles, with Tianquan seated in the center of the array. Kushina took a deep breath, forming hand seals to commence the sealing ritual. What is the most irritating aspect of Boruto? Is it not the forced absorption of ninjutsu to elevate his status? If it weren't for this, the leaders of other ninja villages would have faced off against Otsutsuki. After all, isn't that what the clone of Jiraiya is? With such strength, one can hardly say they could defeat 6 Paths Madara, 6 Paths Obito, or even Edo Tensei Madara, let alone the Mangekyo Sharingan Obito. In the end, he was defeated by a mere unseen Rasengan from a lowly genin. So low, utterly low, embarrassingly low. And this absorption of ninjutsu, can't the fire seal technique achieve that? Even tailed beasts can be sealed. Can't we simply create an enormous stable space to absorb them? Naruto even fought against the 9 tails with the 8 trigram seal, unleashing hundreds of sage art, supermassive Rasengan, and several Rasengan shuriken. Besides not being able to convert it into his own chakra, what other attacks could he not accommodate? The era of beautiful pupils has ended. The era of tattoos is about to commence. Tianquan laughed widely, gazing at the tattoos adorning his hands. The 5 elemental attribute seals on his fingers, with the backs of his hands adorned with sun-like black spheres of the 8 trigram seal. From his fingertips to the backs of his hands, black lines spread along his arms, connecting to a massive winged Yin seal. As the seal activated, a torrent of chakra surged through the black lines, fully enhancing his abilities. Chapter 93, Thunder Fire Sword. My Lord Tianquan, I apologize for the intrusion. Saratobi Hizashi arrived at Tianquan's estate for a visit. Surely, The Hokage does not know that I am hosting a welcome banquet this evening, and I have come specifically for that reason. Tianquan jested as he led him into the reception room. Is this the welcome banquet for the preparatory store clerks' wives and daughters? Lord Tianquan has offered such a generous salary and treats his subordinates so well. It truly makes me envious, remarked Sarutobi Hiruzen with a smile. After all, they work for me. Naturally, I must take good care of their families. Besides them, there are Rin, Hong, Tsunade, Kushina, and those model kunoichi. Is His Excellency the Hokage attending? Tianquan's gaze flickered. Ah, I wouldn't want to disturb your refined disposition, Lord Tianquan. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled awkwardly. As an old lecher himself, he certainly wished to, but upon hearing the names, he realized it was an all-female gathering, and with Tianquan being the only man present, it was bound to be a wild affair. Attending would likely be far more troublesome than Jiraiya's escapades. Please, have a seat, Tianquan gestured. The previous apology lacked sincerity, so I have come once more. Sarutobi Hiruzen, having taken his seat, remarked, You traveled so far just for this? Tsunade and Kushina approached, speechless. This sword is called the Thunder God Blade, inspired by the legendary swords of the 7 ninja swordsmen obtained by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. It contains lightning attribute chakra, capable of releasing high-intensity electrical energy, making it one of the sharpest ninja tools, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a broad smile as he produced a blade. Your grandfather's weapon? You truly are generous. Tsunade exclaimed in surprise. You noticed he was using the Shursui short sword, so you brought the Thunder God Blade? Kushina found it absurd. A blade without an edge, only a hilt? Crafted by the second Hokage? Rin and Hong gazed curiously at the peculiar sword. I have no particular feelings towards Jiraiya. You needn't take it to heart, Tianquan said with a smirk as he handled the sword. Initially, his impression of Jiraiya was rather mediocre, but now, thanks to Sarutobi Hiruzen's earnestness, he felt quite different. Enough about that fellow. This sword only requires the infusion of chakra to extend its blade, reaching a maximum length exceeding 3 times that of a conventional katana. The blade itself possesses a lightning enhancement effect, allowing for ordinary slashes to carry high-voltage electricity. Sarutobi Hiruzen enthusiastically explained, feeling relieved upon seeing Tianquan smile. When your people make a mistake, does the esteemed client truly remain indifferent? Moreover, as a patron like Tianquan, one should routinely offer gifts to maintain relationships. Do you not understand the intricacies of human connections? Not to mention, this morning, Tianquan repeatedly reminded the preparatory clerks about loyalty, showcasing the importance he places on it. Shouldn't Konoha demonstrate loyalty as well? With a swift motion, Tianquan infused chakra into the blade, and the thunder sword unfolded. The energy blade was not only devoid of electrical discharge, but also remarkably solid and firm. Did you not wish to unleash long-range, attribute-infused blade slashes? Here it is, Tsunade remarked, looking at Tianquan. Blade slashes? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired curiously. It's akin to applying Tsunade's monstrous strength to a sword. It seems quite impressive, Kushina explained. Thunder God slashes? That indeed sounds magnificent, Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed with a smile. By the way, amidst the earlier chaos, I forgot to mention that I wish to learn Tsunade's monstrous strength technique. It costs 5 billion, correct? Since you are here, you may as well bring the payment along, perhaps a 10% deposit, with the remainder to be paid upon mastering it. Tianquan recalled the initial commission, clapping his hands. The maid brought over 2 large boxes of money. Tsunade's monstrous strength technique is her original ninjutsu, and it is even an unmarked ninjutsu. Even if it were multiplied 5 times, Lord Tianquan would never suffer a loss. Sarutobi Hiruzen was thrilled. What a fruitful trip this turned out to be. This Thunder God Blade is truly invaluable. The Thunder God Blade, what a timely arrival. Tianquan mused, a smile creeping across his face as he examined the ninja tool. If sealing techniques, curses, and the unlocking of mystic tattoos represent the evolution of extraordinary civilization, then ninja tools manifest the extraordinary onto tangible objects, making the extraordinary evident in every brick and tile, rather than merely in people. To put it simply, it could be likened to artifacts in a world of cultivation, clothing, jewelry, swords, and ships, or to scientific products possessing various supernatural abilities in daily life, or even to puppets and mechas integrated with puppet techniques, extending even to firearms crafted from ninja tools. Of course, the real importance lies not in the Thunder God Blade itself, but in the technique used to forge such a tool. This gift is quite splendid. I graciously accept it. Henceforth, it shall be called the Thunder Fire Sword, Tianquan declared, accepting it with apparent ease. Isn't it solely imbued with lightning power? Why name it the Thunder Fire Sword? Rin inquired. Lord Tianquan desires a fire god sword infused with fire release powers. I shall have Konoha expedite its creation overnight. Utilizing both swords simultaneously will yield effects akin to the thunder-fire combination ninjutsu, and it will undoubtedly be even more visually striking. Before Tianquan could elaborate, Sarutobi Hiruzen eagerly volunteered to craft another sword. Konoha is capable of forging your grandfather's ninja tools? I was unaware we had such capabilities, Tsunade questioned, puzzled. Can we not research this now? Among all the forbidden techniques developed by Lord Tobarama, this one possesses the lowest risk factor. It is not difficult to produce. However, such ninja tools require precious materials like chakra-infused metals, and even without factoring in labor, costs exceed 5 to 6 million. Ordinary ninjas could hardly afford it. Naturally, for Lord Tianquan, it would be complimentary. Consider it my small token of appreciation, Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed with a beaming smile. Not possible. None. What kind of excuse is that? As long as the esteemed patron desires it. What is it that Konoha cannot accomplish? A mere 5 to 6 million cost. Tianquan mused, increasingly satisfied with the Thunder God blade in his hand. A mere? This amount corresponds to the cost of 5 S-rank missions. After deducting the village's cut, one would need to complete 7 or 8 S-rank missions to afford it. Rin exclaimed, why does it seem not so considerable? Kushina scratched her face in confusion. When you earn 5 million in a day, of course, it doesn't seem expensive, Rin remarked, enviously. Since Konoha has bestowed such a valuable gift upon me, I shall reciprocate with a present for His Excellency, the Hokage. Chapter 94. The Sarutobi clan also has a few young descendants. What is this seal? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired as he opened the scroll handed to him. It is used for storing chakra, approximately the equivalent of 100 elite Jounin's chakra, which I refer to as 100 cards, Kushina explained. Storing chakra? 100 cards? Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, then suddenly realized something. By storing chakra that is seldom used, one can possess an additional 100 cards of chakra during battle, gaining an overwhelming advantage in combat at the same level. A Genin could potentially defeat a Chunin. A Chunin could overcome a Jounin, and even a Kage like myself would experience a significant boost, although it may not be as convenient as the Ein sealing technique. Its advantage lies in its lower difficulty. Possessing this scroll suffices. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils contracted, and he stood up abruptly, fully aware of the implications as someone who is known as a master of ninjutsu. Chakra is energy. Possessing an extra 100 cards is a game